Library of Heaven's Path Chapter 1230 to Chapter 1279. Others might not be aware of it, but he had followed Xianxia all the way here, and he was well aware of the deep feelings Xianxia had for his students. For Lu Cheng, he had challenged an entire kingdom; for Xiaoya and Wang Ying, he had threatened a major power; for Wei Ruyan, he had willingly put himself in danger. The relationship between a teacher and a student was as deep as the sun and the moon. If something were to happen to Lu Yang, he could already foresee that Zhang Xian would charge straight to the Qingyuan royal palace and wreak havoc. What should I do? Chu Xiang asked anxiously. While he had claimed that the young master was in seclusion, he knew that the young master had gone to a faraway place, and it would be impossible for him to return anytime soon. If something were to happen to Lu Yang during this period of time, the young master would surely skin him alive. Chu Gongzi, thank you for your information. I will report the matter to the young master right now. After asking Chu Gongzi about the situation, Sun Chang clasped his fist toward Chu Gongzi before leaving. Not too long later, he arrived at Division Head Zhou's residence. That's how it is. I hope that Division Head Zhou can dispatch some men to the royal palace to rescue Lu Yang. Sun Chang swiftly explained the situation to Division Head Zhou. Rescue Lu Yang from the royal palace? Division Head Zhou hesitated for a moment before continuing. This concerns the relationship between the Combat Master Hall, Mingshi Tang, and the regional powers. I can dispatch some combat masters to rescue Lu Yang, but it could easily result in conflict. I'll have to report the matter to Mingshi Tang first, and only then can I make a decision. Report the matter to Mingshi Tang and the headquarters? Sun Chang frowned. No one knew what was going on with Lu Yang being locked up in the Qingyuan royal palace. Every day that passed would be a day of danger. If they were to go through the normal procedures and something were to happen to Lu Yang, who would be responsible? It was just like how he had suffered greatly when he was locked up in the Qingyuan royal palace. The combat masters of the Combat Master Hall are equivalent to the army of an empire. If we wish to mobilize them, we will need Mingshi Tang's authorization. There's nothing I can do either. Calm down, young Master Lu is Zhangshi's student, so I don't think that Chu Tianqing will act rashly. Hall Head Zhou consoled. It was not that he was unwilling to help Zhang Xian, but if he were to send combat masters to the royal palace to demand for Zhang Xian, that would be equivalent to shedding all pretenses of cordiality. Even as the head of the master-teacher pavilion, he would not be able to go against such a heavy responsibility. If the hall master was present, he might have been able to make a decision. However, the hall master was not around at the moment. If a huge conflict were to arise, putting aside his identity as the hall master, even his identity as a combat master could be stripped clean. Combat masters were the treasures of the master teachers, and they were not meant to be used casually. If everyone used it for their own personal affairs, what right did Mingshi Tang have to command the world? Since you don't agree to save him, I'll think of a way myself. Seeing the other party's concerns, Sun Chang's face turned livid. Waving his hands, he turned around and left. The other party had all kinds of concerns, so he would use his own method to solve this matter. After leaving Division Head Zhou's residence, Zhang Xian soon arrived at the area where the poison masters of the Combat Master Hall were stationed. Benefactor. Upon seeing his arrival, the people from the Poison Temple welcomed him joyfully. Elder Su was filled with gratitude. If not for the young man before them, they would have long been tortured to death by King Zhongqing, let alone become combat masters and walk in the light of the world, without hiding anything. Sun Chang went straight to the point and said, I am here to ask for your help. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to head to the royal palace to save Zhang Xian. Thus, he could only rely on the help of others. However, for some reason, these poison masters were extremely respectful toward him, and they were willing to listen to his orders without any hesitation. Benefactor, feel free to speak. As long as it's within our means, we will do anything to help you. The poison masters turned to look at Zhang Xian with glowing eyes. After cultivating the poison art that the founder had imparted to them, their fighting prowess had improved significantly. This was especially so for Elder Su, who had already reached Saint 3 Dan at this moment. The advancement in their fighting prowess was secondary. What was more important was that their understanding of poison had improved significantly. As long as the level of the poison was high enough, they would be able to kill even a primordial spirit realm expert. Don't be in such a hurry to agree to it. You can think about it after I'm done. Seeing that the poison masters had agreed to his request, Sun Chang waved his hand and said, "It's like this. Young Master Liu Yang has been captured by the Qingyuan Emperor, and I hope that you can help me save him." Soon, Sun Chang shared his thoughts with the poison masters. You wish to save him from the Qingyuan Emperor Palace? That dog of an emperor actually tried to shield Zhong Qingwang. It's clear that he isn't a good person at all. How dare he lay his hands on young Master Liu? He is clearly looking down on our benefactor. What do you need us to do? Should we poison everyone in the royal family to death? We'll turn the entire place upside down. Hearing Sun Chang's request, the poison masters from the poison temple burst into an uproar. Not a single one of them turned down the request. The matter regarding their benefactor was more important than their lives. Not to mention, they were not master teachers in the first place, so they weren't bound by the rules. Seeing that the poison masters agreed to his request without the slightest hesitation, Sun Chang nodded in gratitude. Very well. For some reason, the poison masters from the poison temple seemed to have a special bond with him. From the moment they met, they had been exceptionally respectful toward him. More importantly, they had agreed to such a dangerous mission without the slightest fear. This was probably what it meant to be his charisma. Despite the young master being a formidable figure, the poison masters were still treating him with the utmost respect. Just from this alone, it could be seen that in the eyes of the poison masters from the poison temple, he was indeed an extraordinary and valiant individual. Alright, let's discuss a strategy then. Prepare to make a move. Sun Chang said proudly. He felt that he had finally gained the disposition of a king, so he waved his hand grandly. Even though the fighting prowess of so many poison masters was extraordinary, the other party was still the royal family of a conferred empire. If they were to charge over forcefully, it was likely that they would be wiped out before they could even see Liu Yang. Thus, they had to make a detailed plan. Back then, the reason why our clan was wiped out by Zhong Qingwang was because it was late at night, and everyone was asleep, so they weren't on guard. It's not that we poison masters are pushovers. Suyu said with narrowed eyes. Even though those who had made a move on the poison temple were under Zhong Qingwang's orders, in truth, they were still soldiers of the Qingyuan Empire. On top of that, they were under the authority that Chu Tianqing had bestowed upon them. As such, their greatest nemesis was the emperor of the Qingyuan Empire. There was already a grudge between them, and now that even their benefactor's subordinates had been bullied, how could they possibly let the other party off? Benefactor, back then, Zhong Qingwang gave us a lot of medicinal herbs to forge the scattering breeze powder. We have enough medicinal herbs to forge 10 tons of it. A poison master stepped forward and said, back then, when we were captured by them, we were so bent on seeking death that even though we didn't forge the scattering breeze powder, we did place the medicinal herbs in our storage rings. Over the past few days, we have been studying the poison art that Benefactor has imparted to us, and when we have the time, we have tried to forge the scattering breeze powder as well. If we really intend to head to the royal palace to save Liu Yang, we can use this. Supreme scattering breeze powder? Sun Chang was taken aback. He knew nothing about poison at all, so he had never heard of the name before. However, as the benefactor of the Qingyuan Empire and an expert in everyone's hearts, how could he possibly say that he didn't know anything about it? Frowning, Xianxia asked, how much do you have in total? The defenses of the royal family of a conferred empire were formidable. If the quantity was too little, it would be impossible for them to succeed. Benefactor, you need not worry about the quantity. There are more than 500 jin of it, the poison master replied with a smile. Many of them had learned the secret art left behind by their founder, and they had no other way to practice their skills. It just so happened that they had so many medicinal herbs with them, so they decided to forge the scattering breeze powder. More than 500 jin? Sun Chang's lips twitched in astonishment. Even though he didn't know much about poison, he knew that the value of poison was usually calculated in terms of money. Just a few coins was enough to kill a large group of experts. More than 500 jin. Just the thought of it was frightening. The scattering breeze powder is colorless and odorless, and it can travel with the wind. As long as we scatter it into the royal palace during the night, no one will be able to escape. Elder Su said. Alright, it's decided then. We'll make a move in the middle of the night. Sun Chang had always been a fearless person. Since the other party had already prepared the poison, he might as well save Lu Yang first. After going through the plan a few more times and confirming that there was no problem with it, they finally rested on the spot to recuperate. Soon, it was dusk. Under Sun Chang's lead, the poison masters rose to their feet and left the combat master hall discreetly. They had already been recruited by the combat master hall, and with Xianxia's butler making an appearance, they didn't attract too much attention. Making use of the darkness, the poison masters swiftly made their way to the opposite side of the royal palace. There were quite a few patrolling guards and soldiers guarding the palace walls along the way, but before they could even react, they were already poisoned to death by the poison masters. They didn't even have the chance to send a message. Alright, let's do it here. The wind isn't too strong, but the location is high enough for us to scatter the poison powder into the royal palace. After circling around the area, he finally found the most suitable location. As a 7-star poison master, Elder Su scanned his surroundings and confirmed the location. Their goal was to protect the Qingyuan royal family, so they couldn't afford to harm the civilians in the process. Thus, they had to choose a good location. The poison masters nodded before flying into the air and getting into position. Voila, with a wave of his hand, he scattered the poison powder. The supreme scattering breeze powder drifted along with the wind, slowly descending toward the royal palace without anyone noticing. While there were many formations in the royal palace, they would only be activated in case of an attack. Even the royal family of A. Conferred Empire didn't have the luxury of maintaining them at all times. On top of that, the scattering breeze powder could seep into one's body through one's pores. It was for this reason that the Qingyuan royal family had been caught off guard by the otherworldly demonic tribe back then, resulting in countless casualties. Even the combat master hall had nearly been wiped out in the face of the scattering breeze powder, let alone the sleeping royal family. The poison powder slowly drifted into the air, and not too long later, the guards of the royal family collapsed to the ground one after another, losing consciousness. The scattering breeze powder could only render one incapable of fighting for a short period of time, but it wasn't fatal. While the might of a Jizuan realm poison was stronger, it would only cause one to lose consciousness for a few hours. Alright, they have all fainted. Let's go and find that dog emperor now. Roughly an incense's time later, Elder Su scanned the area with his spiritual perception once more before nodding in approval. Alright, let's capture that dog emperor and castrate him first. Sun Chang's eyes turned cold. In the royal palace, how is it? Did that fellow submit to us? Seated behind the table, Chu Tianqing raised his head to look at a black-robed man kneeling not too far away and asked calmly. Your Majesty, that fellow is still young, but he's a tough nut to crack. He refuses to speak no matter what we ask him, as if he's a mute. Our brothers have already used all kinds of torture methods on him, but he still refuses to speak. The black-robed man clasped his fist. Tough nut to crack? I have seen plenty of tough nuts in my time, but in my hands, all of them will turn into spineless shrimps. Chu Tianqing sneered coldly. That's true. However, Your Majesty, what do we want him to say? The black-robed man asked doubtfully. Chu Tianqing had only instructed them to torture the black-robed man, but he didn't say what he wanted the black-robed man to confess. There's no need for him to say anything. All we have to do is to torture him until his will wavers and he submits to us. I'll deal with the rest personally. Chu Tianqing waved his hand. Yes. The black-robed man nodded before leaving the room. Watching the black-robed man leave, Chu Tianqing's eyes turned cold as he stood up. As long as the black-robed man's will wavered, he would be able to tame him using the soul art that Vicious had imparted to him. By then, he would be able to play with him however he wanted. Leaving his chair, Chu Tianqing began walking out of the hall. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw the black-robed man lying motionlessly on the floor, seemingly having fainted. Chu Tianqing's face darkened as he drove his Xianxia. As a half-leaving aperture realm expert, he could feel his Xianxia flowing through his acupoints like mercury. Hula! Whoosh! His subordinate had fainted without a sound. Most likely, there was an expert lying in ambush in the area. Just as Chu Tianqing was about to head over to take a look, his body suddenly jolted, and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. This is the supreme scattering breeze powder. It was an extremely familiar sensation. It was the poison that the otherworldly demonic tribe had used 20 years ago. Upon inhaling it, one would immediately become as limp as mud, and even half-leaving Aperture Realm experts would find it hard to survive. Back then, he had been tortured to the brink of death by the Qingtian Emperor. In the end, he had sacrificed his soul to become the Qingtian Emperor's puppet before he was able to escape. It's fortunate that I have the antidote. Flicking his wrist, Xianxia took out a jade bottle. Suppressing the dizziness in his head, he took out a pill and popped it into his mouth. Unlike the combat masters, who had undergone mental fortitude training, Xianxia was able to fight on even if he were to faint. Even though his cultivation was at leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle, it was due to the accumulation of innumerable medicinal herbs. As such, his fighting prowess was even beneath that of a primordial spirit realm pinnacle cultivator, let alone a combat master. The pill melted as soon as it entered his throat. He thought that he would be able to recover his strength quickly, but after waiting for a while, there was no reaction at all. It was as if he had taken some fake medicine. What happened? His face was ashen. The antidote had been given to him by the Qingtian Emperor himself, and as long as he swallowed it, he would not be affected by the scattering breeze powder. Yet, why did he still feel so weak and feeble after swallowing it? Just as he was about to search for a few more antidotes to try, he heard a faint voice. This medicine was refined using the method imparted by the founder. Its medicinal strength is more than 5 times stronger than before. Ordinary antidotes are completely useless. Xianxia's face darkened as he hurriedly turned around, only to see a group of people dressed in bizarre clothes walking toward him. Elder Su and the others knew that this operation was of great importance, so after leaving the combat master hall, they had changed into their old clothes so that they could represent themselves and not the combat master hall. The supreme scattering breeze powder that they had forged was forged using the method imparted by the founder, which resulted in high medicinal strength and low consumption. As such, ordinary antidotes would be completely ineffective on them. If not for that, they wouldn't have dared to barge into the royal palace to kidnap Xianxia. Do you know what kind of place you are in? This is the Qingyuan royal palace. How dare you make a move on His Majesty? This is an unforgivable crime. Chu Tianqing bellowed furiously. However, before he could finish his words, an infuriated voice suddenly echoed in the air. Unforgivable crime? Pardon my ass. Following which, before Chu Tianqing could process what was going on, a massive meatball suddenly charged right at him. Pung! Chu Tianqing's vision darkened as he was struck squarely in the eye. He was sent flying, crashing headfirst into a pillar in the hall, causing blood to flow from his head. Struggling to his feet, Chu Tianqing saw a plump man standing right before him. He was the one who had punched him earlier. Are you Zhangshir's butler? Sun Chong? Chu Tianqing's body tensed up. It was because of this fellow that Zhong Qingwang had nearly lost his life. Chu Tianqing had also done some research on the other party, so he had immediately recognized the other party. Indeed, I am your Grandpa Chong. Sun Chong sneered coldly as he turned to an elder beside him and asked, Elder Su, do you have a dagger with you? Here. Elder Su took out a dagger and passed it over to Xianxia. Benefactor, what do you want this for? That fellow actually dared to kidnap Lu Yang. I'll castrate him. Sun Chong spat through gritted teeth. Castrate him? The mouths of Elder Su and the others twitched. Everyone in the royal palace would only feel weak for a short period of time, so it wouldn't harm their cultivation or lives. Even if Mingshi Tang were to investigate the matter, he would have no choice but to do so in order to save Lu Yang. On top of that, Xianxia had successfully crashed the Qingyuan Empire pavilion, so everything was within his control. But if the emperor were to be castrated, that would be a huge matter. That would be equivalent to regicide. If word got out, not even Mingshi Tang would be able to contain his wrath. Men, help me hold him down. If I don't cripple that fellow, my surname isn't Sun. Sun Chong glared at the Chu Tianqing coldly. Ever since he had followed the old master, he had never suffered such indignity. Ever since he arrived at Qingyuan City, he was the first to be captured, and then Lu Yang. Do you really think that my brother Chang is a pushover? If you don't display your might, you won't know that I have 3 eyes. Yes. A few poison masters walked up to Chu Tianxing and held his limbs down. What are you doing? I am the emperor of Qingyuan Empire. What you are doing is unforgivable. Mingshi Tang won't let you off. Chu Tianxing had thought that Zhang Xian was just joking around, but seeing how serious Zhang Xian was, his face paled. He was the emperor of a conferred empire, the ruler of innumerable people. He had always been the one teaching others a lesson, but now, he was being held down and castrated. The stifled feeling left him on the verge of spurting blood. Mingshi Tang? Humph. If Mingshi Tang really wanted to interfere in this matter, he would have long gotten rid of you. Sun Chang waved his hand dismissively. Take off his pants. One of the poison masters hurriedly walked up to Chu Tianxing, but just as he was about to take off his pants, Elder Su suddenly walked up to him. Benefactor, I think it's best that you don't make a move on him. It's too cruel to get yourself covered in blood. Hearing Elder Su's advice, Chu Tianxing heaved a sigh of relief before turning to look at Elder Su once more with gratitude in his eyes. That old man might be a formidable poison master, but he still knew his limits. If he could survive this ordeal, he could be conferred the title of Marquis to express his gratitude. It's indeed a little cruel. Sun Chang frowned. What should we do then? He had only said that he would castrate Chu Tianxing out of a moment of anger, but after hearing Elder Su's words, he also felt that it was inappropriate. How about this? After a moment of hesitation, Elder Su flicked his wrist and took out a jade bottle. He took out a pill and passed it over to Chu Tianxing. Eat this. Eat it? Chu Tianxing was taken aback for a moment. However, the other poison masters weren't as good-tempered as Chu Tianxing. Seeing his hesitation, they grabbed his hand and stuffed the pill into their mouths. What's this? Sun Chang turned to look at Elder Su. The other party was telling him to stop, but he was feeding him a pill instead. What did he mean by that? Oh, this is a type of poison. After eating it, even without castration, it will fall off on its own. Furthermore, it's permanent, so it won't work even if you consume the Grand Intermittence pill. Not only is it not cruel, it will also prevent it from growing back in the future. Elder Su said. It will fall off on its own. Chu Tianxing's body swayed weakly, and he felt his vision turning dark. It was just a moment ago that he was thinking how kind the other party was to confer him the title of Marquis in the future. Yet, the other party actually fed him this poison. Chu Tianxing's face reddened in frustration, and he spurted a mouthful of blood. His body trembled violently, and he felt his lower body turning cold. It seemed like something had really fallen off. Unable to take it any longer, Chu Tianxing's vision darkened, and he fainted. This? What a potent poison! Seeing the blood flowing out of his crotch, Sun Chang looked at Elder Su in awe. Even without a saber, he was able to resolve the problem. As expected of the respected poison masters, their means were truly bizarre. Even if one were to be toyed to death, they wouldn't even know how they died. Wake him up and ask him where Lu Yang is being held. Sun Chang waved his hands casually, not bothering to deal with the dethroned emperor. Yes. The two poison masters walked over, and it didn't take long for them to find out where Lu Yang was being held. The means of poison masters were simply too fearsome. Even a man of steel would succumb under the effects of all kinds of poisons, let alone a pampered emperor. Rushing over to the underground prison where Lu Yang was being held, he saw the latter on the verge of death. Young master, walking up to Lu Yang, Sun Chang hurriedly took out a few recovery pills that the young master had given him back then and fed them to Lu Yang. Fearing that they would be severely injured after being captured, the young master had specially prepared some recovery pills and stored them in his storage ring in case of emergencies. It took a long while before Lu Yang finally recovered. He glared at Chu Tianxing, who was being pinned down by the crowd, and rage burned in his eyes. He had thought that the other party had invited him over out of goodwill to resolve the conflict between him and his teacher, but who could have known that he would be paralyzed and humiliated as soon as he arrived? I'm going to kill him. Roaring furiously, Lu Yang sent a kick toward Chu Tianxing. Pung! Chu Tianxing was sent flying once more, crashing into the wall and spurting large mouthfuls of blood. These are the boxing gloves you gave me. You can be my first test subject. Lu Yang took out the boxing gloves and wore them. Then, driving the Heaven's Path fist art, he punched Chu Tianxing. Pung! Chu Tianxing's chest immediately caved in, and his ribs shattered. Raising his fist, Lu Yang was just about to make another move when Elder Su's eyes suddenly narrowed. He's dead. He's dead? Taken aback, Lu Yang hurriedly turned his gaze over, only to see that Chu Tianxing's face was filled with horror. At some point in time, he had already breathed his last. This is bad. Seeing the emperor die before their eyes, everyone's face paled. Even Sun Chang's body stiffened. No matter how shameless and despicable the other party was, he was still the emperor of Qingyuan conferred empire. It was one thing to teach the other party a lesson or make him beg for death, but killing the other party directly was against the rules. This is bad. Elder Su exclaimed in horror. As much as they wanted to exact vengeance, the Mingshi Tang Empire would surely investigate the matter thoroughly, and none of them would be able to get away scot-free. Even if they were guilty, the Mingshi Tang Empire would have to conduct a trial before they could make a decision. Killing the other party was no different from challenging the authority of a conferred empire. I will take full responsibility for my actions. I am the one who killed him, so I will take full responsibility for it. Lu Yang clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. How do you intend to take responsibility for it? Sun Chang asked. You don't represent yourself but the young master. Lu Yang was rendered speechless. Indeed, no matter how he took responsibility, his teacher would be implicated in this matter. There was nothing he could do about it. From the moment he acknowledged Xianxia as his teacher, his fate had already been inextricably bound together with his teacher. What should I do then? Lu Yang's face reddened in agitation. No matter what, he was still a teenager. He was still able to cultivate diligently, but in the face of such a huge matter, he was already panicking. I don't know what to do either. Sun Chang shook his head. If only the old master was here. With his standing and strength, he should be able to resolve this matter easily. If the young master was here as well, given how intelligent and resourceful he was, perhaps, he might be able to resolve this matter as well. But, he really couldn't think of a good solution. The emperor of a conferred empire had been killed just like that. This was simply too huge of a commotion. Let's return to the combat master hall first and find a way to contact the young master. After thinking for a long time, Sun Chang still didn't know what to do. That seems to be the only way. Elder Su and the others knew that the young master of their benefactor was a 7-star master teacher who had successfully crashed the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. Thus, they had no choice but to approach the young master for help. The group quickly made their way back to the combat master hall. While they were leaving, in a corner of the royal palace, a figure struggled to stand up, but in the end, he failed. I'm in deep trouble. I have to inform the Mingshi Tang Empire as soon as possible. After recuperating for 6 hours, Xianxia felt that the medicinal effects of the pill had weakened. Thus, he stood up and left the royal palace. At this moment, the sky was already bright outside. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Mingshi Tang shop, the other party had already changed his clothes, and to his astonishment, he was actually a 7-star master teacher. Previously, Wuxi had listened to Xianxia's instructions and sent someone to follow Chu Tianxing to see if there was anything amiss. This was the person he had sent, thus, he went into hiding, intending to find evidence of the emperor. Yet, who could have thought that he would see the sight of Lu Yang and the others attempting to murder the emperor? Furthermore, he was also poisoned, and he didn't have the strength to stop them at all. Eldarin, you are here. Xianxia has been here since morning, and he is currently throwing a fit. Upon seeing Xianxia walking in, a master teacher hurriedly stepped forward to welcome him. Xianxia? Eldarin frowned. He's a quasi-8-star master teacher from the Qianchong Empire branch. Pavilion Master Go reported the matter of Xianxia's pavilion crashing back then to the headquarters, and they were dispatched here today, the master teacher explained. Quasi-8-star master teacher? Eldarin narrowed his eyes in astonishment. There were 2 titles between a 7-star master teacher and an 8-star master teacher, half 8-star master teacher and quasi-8-star master teacher. Upon reaching leaving Aperture Realm, one would be qualified to be called a half 8-star master teacher, and only upon reaching leaving aperture realm pinnacle would one be qualified to be called a quasi-8-star master teacher. The fact that Xianxia was a quasi-8-star master teacher meant that his cultivation had already reached leaving aperture realm pinnacle, putting him not too far away from reaching Saint Six Dan. At Saint Six Dan, the Grand Dominion realm, one would be able to form one's own dominion and wield absolute power within it. Yes. The master teacher nodded. You came at the right time. I'll report this matter to my superior, and he'll be the one to decide how to deal with this matter. Eldarin nodded. The murder of the emperor was already beyond his control, so he could only report the matter as it was. As such, he could only rely on the other party to decide how to deal with this matter. Following closely behind the combat master, it didn't take long for them to arrive at the main hall of the Mingshi Tang Empire. However, before they could even enter, a displeased voice sounded. Pavilion Master Go, Temple Master Tian, and so many 7-star master teachers have been killed. Yet, instead of looking for the culprit, you are treating this place as though nothing has happened. Have you forgotten the responsibilities of a master teacher, or have you simply grown lazy? You are truly a devious bunch. It's about time for your Qingyuan Empire branch to be reorganized. Where's Wu Ruffing? Didn't Pavilion Master Go say that he would be the temporary Pavilion Master? Where is he? Walking into the hall, they saw an elder standing at the center of the hall, bellowing furiously at the elders. Most likely, he was the legendary Xianxia. The elders lowered their heads, not daring to even breathe loudly. The other party represented the headquarters, and he was a quasi-8-star master teacher as well. Who would dare to refute his words? It was no wonder he was angry. The Mingshi Tang Empire, which had stood tall for more than 10,000 years, had lost both its pavilion master and vice pavilion master, as well as so many 7-star master teachers. On top of that, a 20-year-old young man had successfully crashed the Mingshi Tang Empire. Vice Pavilion Master Wu has gone into seclusion, one of the elders said. Seclusion? As the head of the Qingyuan Empire branch, he still has the cheek to go into seclusion after such a huge matter? How can he still be in the mood to go into seclusion? Hearing those words, Xianxia felt so furious that he could explode on the spot. To think that Vice Pavilion Master Wu would still be able to go into seclusion when the entire Qingyuan Empire branch was on the verge of destruction. What a genius! Bring him over to me. Right, bring that pavilion crasher Xianxia over as well. Xianxia flicked his wrist. Bring Xianxia over for what? Xianxia harumphed coldly. Everything that has happened in your Qingyuan Empire branch recently has something to do with him. I'd like to see just what kind of person he is to be able to wreak havoc in the Mingshi Tang Empire. As a master teacher, Xianxia had conducted a thorough investigation on the matter before coming to the Master Teacher Academy. The incident had started because Zhong Qingwang of Qingyuan Empire had captured a butler named Sun Chang. Due to that, the conflict had escalated, resulting in a pavilion crashing. It had only been 10 days since he had arrived at Qingyuan City, and yet, he had already caused such a huge ruckus. He really wanted to see just what kind of person Xianxia was and what kind of capabilities he possessed. Yes. One of the elders nodded and walked out of the room. Eldarin walked up to him. Xianxia, I am Eldarin Rufa, and I would like to report a matter to you. I have heard of you. You can be considered as a veteran elder of Qingyuan Empire. Feel free to speak your mind. Xianxia nodded. It's like this. Last night, the Emperor of Qingyuan Empire, Chu Tianxing, imprisoned Xianxia and Zhangxi's student, Lu Yang. Then, in the middle of the night, Sun Chang, along with some remnants of the Poison Temple, poisoned the guards of the royal palace to save Lu Yang, and on top of that, they even killed Chu Tianxing. Eldarin swiftly recounted what he had seen with his own eyes to Xianxia. Killed Chu Tianxing? Chu Tianxing is dead? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. That's right. Eldarin nodded. Who killed him? Xianxia asked anxiously. It's Zhangxi's student, Lu Yang. He killed him with a single punch. Eldarin replied. This? Killing the emperor of a conferred empire. That's an insult to the Mingshi Tang Empire. Damn it, damn it. Xianxi's face turned livid. the Mingshi Tang Empire protected the peace of the world. Even though Xianxia possessed unparalleled talent, he had wreaked havoc in the empire as soon as he arrived, and even the emperor was killed by his student. How was the Mingshi Tang Empire going to face the people of the empire? This was unforgivable. Bring Xianxia and his student here right now. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. Given how huge the matter was, he had to deal with it as soon as possible. Otherwise, even the headquarters of the Mingshi Tang Empire wouldn't be able to control the situation, let alone him. Yes, several elders accepted the order, turned around, and left. Not too long later, a plump man walked in. Paying respects to Xianxia. I am Xianxia, Xianxia's butler, Sun Chang. The plump man clasped his fist. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and asked, You are Sun Chang? To be honest, rather than saying that Xianxia was the source of everything, it would be more accurate to say that this fellow was the culprit. That's right. Our young master isn't in Qingyuan City at the moment, Sun Chang replied. Not in? Xianxia's complexion turned even more awful. Our young master and Wushi are out hunting down the culprit behind Pavilion Master Goes Deaf. In order to prevent the culprit from hearing the news, they purposely said that they were in seclusion. Sun Chang explained. He knew that the young master wasn't in seclusion, and since the other party was from the headquarters, he had to tell the truth. Hunting down the culprit? Hearing those words, Xianxia's complexion eased a little. Where's Lu Yang? Since Xianxia wasn't around, where was the culprit behind Emperor Goes Deaf? Why wasn't he here? Sun Chang replied awkwardly. He has also left Qingyuan City, and his whereabouts are unknown. Left? His whereabouts are unknown? What do you mean? An oppressive aura emanated from Xianxia, causing the surrounding crowd to tremble in fear. Xianxia glared at the plump man before him, seemingly intending to tear him apart. Reporting to Xianxia, after killing Emperor Chu Tianqing, Lu Yang felt guilty, so he secretly left. I don't know where he went either. Sun Chang replied. What he said was the truth. After returning to the Combat Master Hall, he had consoled Lu Yang for a while before hurriedly trying to contact the young master. However, even after trying for a long time, he was still unable to contact the young master. By the time he returned, the young master had already disappeared. All that was left was a letter. Secretly left? More likely, he is trying to escape. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He turned around and commanded, search the entire city right now and capture that escaped murderer, regardless of whether he is dead or alive. Yes. A group of master teachers swiftly left the area. As a mere butler, he actually dared to break the rules and bring his men into the royal palace to poison the guards. His crimes are unforgivable. Men, take Sun Chang away for the time being. Once we capture Lu Yang, we'll interrogate him as well. Xianxia bellowed. Hearing those words, another group of master teachers walked over. Take me away? And capture the young master as well? Not expecting Xianxia to make such a decision, Sun Chang's eyebrows shot up in displeasure. How brazen of you. Do you know who our old master is? I don't care who your master is. If a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Take him away. Xianxia waved his hand grandly, not giving Sun Chang a chance to refute. Sun Chang was just about to say something when an invisible force sealed his cultivation, preventing him from saying anything at all. Following which, two master teachers walked up to him and took him away. Woo, even though Sun Chang was on the verge of exploding, there was nothing he could do about it. He was the butler of the old master, and yet a mere quasi-8-star master teacher dared to treat him in such a manner. Capture all of the poison masters who are spreading the poison and keep a close eye on them. Make sure that they don't escape. Paying no heed to the furious plump man, Xianxia continued issuing instructions. Soon, Mingshi Tang mobilized all of his subordinates, and half a day later, Elder Su and the others were locked up in the prison once more. Following which, they continued their search, but even after flipping through the entire Qingyuan city, they were still unable to find Lu Yang. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Oblivious to the happenings here, Xianxia was staring at the massive human face in front of him. It's indeed a good idea to have Chu Tianqing invite Lu Yang over and imprison him to threaten me. However, there's something that I don't understand. Why would Chu Tianqing, as the emperor of the Qingyuan Empire, pledge his loyalty to you? In truth, not only was Xianxia perplexed by this matter, even the master teachers present were perplexed by it. Chu Tianqing was the esteemed emperor of the Qingyuan Empire, so why would he betray Mingshi Tang and betray mankind to collude with the otherworldly demonic tribe? One must know that if this matter were to be uncovered, Chu Tianqing would surely be executed on the spot. Why? Vicious sneered coldly. You'll have to ask Mingshi Tang yourself. Xianxia frowned. As the emperor of the Qingyuan Empire, he should be the one to command the entire world. But with Mingshi Tang around, what does he amount to? No matter what he does, he has to submit to your whims. To be honest, I've had enough of that. Vicious harumphed. With this inner demon under my control, do you think that it'll be difficult for me to tame him? This, Xianxia froze on the spot, unable to utter a single word. The other party was right. To be able to become the monarch of a country, one had to be a man of great talent and bold vision. Such a person would have to be restricted by the Great Hall of Fame no matter what he did. It was as if there was a sword hanging on his neck, ready to be cut down at any moment. He was clearly the emperor, but he had to listen to the orders of another. His dissatisfaction grew, and eventually, he found it hard to control it. Xianxia shook his head. Chu Tianqing could only see his authority being suppressed, but he had never considered the fact that if not for Mingshi Tang, the Qingyuan Empire would have long been conquered by the other empires or destroyed by the otherworldly demonic tribe. Without the skin, where would the hair attach itself to? Without Mingshi Tang, how could there be a prosperous empire? However, as simple as Chu Tianqing had made it sound, Xianxia knew that the truth was far more complicated than that. The reason why Chu Tianqing had chosen to go down the wrong path was because he had gone through some sort of ordeal that had eventually turned into an inner demon that he was unable to get rid of. That was the reason why the Qing Tian Emperor and Vicious had made use of him, resulting in such a huge mistake. Alright, there's a limit to my patience. Give me an answer as soon as possible, or else not only will your students and kin die here, all of you, including you, will die here as well. Unable to be bothered to waste any more time on words, Vicious roared once more. A powerful gust of wind blew down from the sky, causing the crowd to stagger unsteadily. They were unable to retaliate at all. As much as I dote on my students, using them as a hostage to force me to submit to the otherworldly demonic tribe. You are still thinking too lightly of me. Xianxia shook his head as his voice grew louder and louder. As a master teacher, I should set an example for my students and teach them. If I were to surrender, how could I educate my students better? How could I be a better teacher? I have already imparted to them what I should be imparting to them. If they are still unable to discern right from wrong and end up getting harmed instead, it can only mean that they are still lacking in their skills. Even if they are killed, there's nothing they can do about it. Even though he did not wish for anything to happen to his students, as a teacher, he was unwilling to set a bad example and lead his students down the wrong path. If that was the case, what would be the difference between being alive and being dead? There were things that humans should do, and things that they shouldn't, otherwise, how would they be any different from animals? This was his determination, and it was also the determination that a master teacher should have. Very well. Since that's the case, you can all die now. Seeing how the other party remained unmoved even after using the other party's students as a hostage, Vicious knew that it would be impossible for him to subdue the other party. Thus, without any hesitation, he roared furiously. Hong Long, a powerful might burst forth. Wushi and Hall Master Xing's faces reddened, and fresh blood spurted from their mouths. The other party's strength far surpassed theirs, and there was no way they could withstand it at all. Xianxia, hurry up and leave. Wushi bellowed furiously. There's no need to leave. He's stalling for time, but I'm doing the same as well. Xianxia chuckled softly as he turned to the massive face before him and said, Do you think that you have already won? What do you mean by that? Seeing that there wasn't the slightest worry or fear on the other party's face, Vicious' eyebrows shot up as an ominous premonition surfaced in his heart. It's nothing much. You are trying to gain full control over the island, and the reason why I'm saying so much to you is to stall for time. Xianxia replied calmly. If not for the fact that he was trying to stall for time, even if he had doubts in his heart, there was no need for him to waste so much time talking to the other party. Stall for time? What's the point of stalling for time? Stop trying to bluff. Vicious sneered. The Xianxia Emperor had spent countless celestial designers and blacksmiths to forge this head, and he had paid a huge price in order to gain full control over it. Even though his cultivation was only at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle, even a Grand Dominion Realm expert would find it hard to stand against him. Those fellows were only at leaving Aperture Realm Primary Stage or Intermediate Stage. What was the point of waiting for so long? Death would be the only outcome for them. Of course it's useful. Alright, I won't waste any more time with you. It has already been so long, so why aren't you coming out yet? Xianxia couldn't be bothered to waste his breath anymore. His bewitching voice echoed in the surroundings. Hearing those words, the crowd hurriedly turned their gazes to the surroundings, only to find that there was not a single soul to be seen. I thought that you had some helpers, but it turns out that you're just bluffing. Vicious sneered. This fellow had already used this trick once before, causing the Xianxia Emperor to be pierced through his anus, and now, he was trying to bluff again. If he really had a helper, he would have already arrived. Why would he wait for a while? Die. Vicious harumphed coldly once more as a powerful might descended from the sky. However, before it could descend, the crowd saw the giant head in the sky shake uncontrollably for a moment. Following which, the entire island began trembling uncontrollably. What's going on? What did you do? Vicious narrowed his eyes in astonishment. It's nothing much. I just enchanted the spirit of this island. Xianxia replied with a smile. Back when he was at the lowest level of the island with his clone, he had used the Library of Heaven's Path to check on the walls and the surroundings. To his astonishment, he realized that the entire island was a single entity. After learning all of this, he began to map out the path that he had taken, so how could he possibly not understand what was going on? Thus, he spent 2 hours to enchant the spirit of this celestial designer artifact. His movements were extremely discreet, and Vicious was still trapped by the altar back then, so he didn't notice it. Afterward, he released Vicious to buy time so that he could spread it across the entire island and gain control over the head. Naturally, Xianxia was more than happy to see the other party stall for time. After all, the more he fused with the island, the more he would fuse with the spirit that he had enchanted. By then, just like Hall Master Xing and Zhang Jiuxiao, it would be nigh impossible for them to separate from one another. Enchantment? Enchantment such a huge island? Vicious shrieked in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. He knew that even a 9-star spirit awakener would only be able to enchant swords, cauldrons, and the like. Furthermore, every enchantment would require a long period of rest. The puppet that the celestial designer artifact had forged had a diameter of 2 to 3 kilometers. How many times would it take to enchant a spirit artifact like that? How could anyone possibly do it? It seems like the Xianxia Emperor didn't inform you of the matter regarding the Spirit Awakener Guild. Xianxia shook his head. He had been worried that the Xianxia Emperor would take precautions against him once he learned that he had enchanted the Spirit Awakener Guild, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like he had been worrying too much. The Xianxia Emperor and the Vicious before him were completely different from one another. It would have been a miracle if the Xianxia Emperor had told him of such crucial information. This was good as well. If the Xianxia Emperor was caught off guard, he would be able to succeed. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been that easy for him to succeed. So what if you've enchanted me? I can still kill you. Vile bellowed furiously as his floating head struggled to return to the young man before him. However, the young man simply shook his head and raised his palm. Ha ha ha. Vile roared madly as his head struggled to return to the young man before him. Seethe. Spirit. Hung Long, as soon as those words were spoken, the island in the shape of a human face suddenly seemed to be welcoming spring. In the blink of an eye, innumerable plants sprouted all over the island. Cacti, foxtail grass, all kinds of flowers. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them all. Ah! Due to the interference of the spirit, Vicious began to fall into disarray. It was as if he was suffering from a split personality disorder. This, looking at Vicious once more, Wuxia, Hall Master Xing, and the others gulped down mouthfuls of saliva. Spirit Awakeners had always been synonymous with weak fighting prowess. They had never thought that they could be used in such a manner. Given the current circumstances, it should have been impossible for him to defeat the otherworldly demon before him. Yet, the otherworldly demon's mind had fallen into a state of chaos due to the means of a spirit awakener, threatening to collapse at any moment. Do you think that you can assimilate me with just this spirit? It's just an ordinary spirit. I can still kill you after destroying it. The floating head roared once more. No matter how powerful the other party's spirit enchantment ability was, it was only an ordinary spirit. At the very most, it could only render him incapable of controlling the island for a short period of time. However, given vicious strength, he could easily wipe the other party out. You are indeed capable of destroying it, but, Xianxia shook his head. You won't have the chance to do so anymore. A book materialized in Xianxia's hand. Vaguely, there was a finger and a heart drawn on it. It was the Book of Heaven's Path, and it contained the records of the Vicious that he had subdued. Vicious had once told him that the other party was the brain and eyes of the other party. Possessing the other party's body was impossible, and the only way to do so was to throw the other party's consciousness into a state of chaos. Vicious of the marshlands of the northern meadows had lived for tens of thousands of years, so it was nigh impossible for one to muddle his consciousness. However, knowing that the entire island was an artifact crafted by nature, and that the other party intended to use it as a head, the rest was simple. As long as he enchanted the spirit of the island in advance, and then invited the other party into the trap, a single head with two different wills would naturally result in chaos. Given Vicious strength, it wouldn't take too long for him to assimilate those wills, but how could he possibly give them the time and opportunity to do so? With a tap of his palm, the book in his palm slowly opened. The heart and the finger drawn within immediately flew into the sky. Rumble, as soon as it appeared in the air, it exuded an extremely strong slaughter chi that enveloped the entire island. Why you have other parts of me. Why can't I sense it? Panic and disbelief could be heard in the Vicious of the marshlands of the northern meadows. He was no longer as calm as before. Under normal circumstances, Xianxia should have been able to sense the other parts of his body even before coming into contact with him. This was the connection between their bloodlines. But why didn't he notice it even after entering his lair? Sense? Xianxia shook his head. He had used the Book of Heaven's Path to suppress his heart and finger. If the other party was still able to sense the existence of the heavens, wouldn't that mean that the other party had already surpassed the heavens? What a joke. Paying no heed to Xianxia's fear, Xianxia's will and the heart flew out and dived straight into the massive head. Walala, the head could no longer fly steadily in the air and would fall at any moment. Let's leave this place first. I'm afraid the battle between them will cause a huge commotion. Xianxia turned around and said. The two of them were fighting for control of the body, so they would definitely be fighting fiercely. They wouldn't be of much help here, and they might even be in danger. It would be better for them to leave first and wait somewhere further away. All right. Wuxia and the others nodded. Although they did not understand what was going on, the pressure around them had disappeared, and the danger had been resolved. He hurriedly flew into the distance. More than 10 minutes later, he stopped at a place about 100 kilometers away from the ghost cave. Although the island was huge, it was only the size of a broad bean in his eyes. It hung in the sky, swaying non-stop as if an intense battle was taking place. Xianxia, what's going on? Unable to hold it in any longer, Wuxia turned to look at Xianxia. Why would the book that Xianxia took out contain the will of the otherworldly demonic tribe? Just what was the relationship between that will and the teacher of the Qingtian Emperor? Everything was a mystery to them, and they could not understand it. The Qingtian Emperor's teacher is a powerful existence who has fought with Kongshi, and he has already reached the level of blood reincarnation. It just so happens that I managed to tame the other half of his body, Xianxia explained. An existence that fought with Kongshi? Doesn't that mean he's been alive since ancient times? Blood rebirth? The master teachers glanced at one another, and their throats went dry. The sight before them was simply too inconceivable. No matter how knowledgeable they were, they could hardly believe what they were seeing. An ancient monster who had survived since ancient times, was tamed by Xianxia, and he even wanted to possess the body of the young man before them. How in the world did he do it? I hope that you won't speak of what happened today to anyone else. Xianxia knew that the crowd would surely react in such a manner if he were to speak of it. No matter what, Vicious was still an otherworldly demon. If word were to spread that he had subdued such a fellow, it would surely affect his standing as a master teacher. Don't worry. Wuxia and the others hurriedly nodded. To be honest, even if they were to speak of what had happened today, they had to find someone to believe them first. A head that was 2 to 3 kilometers long. It was a blood reincarnation realm expert who had fought with Xianxia in the past. Just the thought of it was frightening. Xianxia, are you really a celestial master teacher? After a moment of silence, Zhang Jiuxiao couldn't help but ask. The others also turned their gazes over. They hadn't had the chance to ask about it when the otherworldly demon spoke of it previously, but now that Xianxia was right before them, they couldn't hold themselves back any longer. Knowing that the crowd wouldn't let the matter rest if he didn't speak of it, Zhang Xian didn't bother explaining himself. Hong Long Long, a unique aura emanated from his body. The faces of Zhang Jiuxiao and the others paled. Under this aura, there was no way they could resist it at all. It was as if a low-ranked master teacher had met a high-ranked master teacher, and they couldn't help but feel the urge to kneel down and acknowledge the other party as their teacher. As expected, the crowd clenched their fists tightly, not daring to doubt the other party anymore. They had only felt such an aura when they saw Xianxia's sculpture. It was an aura that pressed down on one's soul, leaving them with an indomitable will. It was something that couldn't be faked. To actually live in the same era as a celestial master teacher just like Xianxia, and we have actually gone through so much together, other than Wuxia, the other master teachers couldn't help but tremble in agitation. Celestial master teachers were only legends, and they didn't even dare to think about it in the past. Who could have thought that they would actually be able to see one with their own eyes? It's no wonder he was able to make tens of thousands of master teachers submit to him with his impartation of heaven's will, willingly addressing him as teacher, an elder of Mingshi Tang remarked. He had been wondering why Zhang Xian possessed such capability to make so many people acknowledge him as half a teacher, but it turned out that he was just like Xianxia, a master teacher acknowledged by even the heavens. Putting aside tens of thousands of master teachers, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration for all of the master teachers on the continent to address him as teacher. In other words, if he was allowed to continue growing, he might really become the world's teacher. I finally know why I can't surpass him. How can I surpass such a person? Zhang Jiuxiao felt a stifling sensation in his chest, and he felt like spurting blood. All along, he had viewed the young man before him as an imaginary rival, hoping to surpass him one day. But from the looks of it now, it seemed like it was impossible. It was no wonder he lost so tragically. There was nothing shameful about losing to a celestial master teacher. Even the genius of the Zhang clan won't be a match for that young man. However, with the resources of the Zhang clan, he is able to advance far faster than that young man. If the two of them were to meet, what would the outcome be? A thought surfaced in Zhang Jiuxiao's mind. Even though he had never met the genius of the Zhang clan with the purest bloodline, he had heard rumors that he was an unparalleled genius as well. He wondered how far he would be from the celestial master teacher. Would he suffer the same blow as her, unable to continue living on? If there's a chance in the future, I should let them meet him. Zhang Jiuxiao clenched his fists tightly as he thought. I hope that you won't spread the fact that I am a celestial master teacher. Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to Zhang Xian once more. After the incident in the Qingyuan Empire, he knew that there were otherworldly demonic tribe spies among the master teachers. If news of him becoming a celestial master teacher were to leak out, he would be in grave danger. Even though he possessed the fighting prowess of a leading aperture realm intermediate stage cultivator, he would still be unable to withstand a single blow from a true expert. Before he gained absolute strength, it would be best for him to maintain a low profile. Celestial master teachers are known to keep their mouths shut. Rest assured, Xianxia, we won't reveal it to you. Hall Master Xing and the others said. I swear on my identity as a master teacher that I'll be damned if I reveal it to you. One of the elders of the Mingshi Tang Academy said. Seeing that the elder had made his vow, the others quickly spoke up as well. I'll be troubling you all then. Zhang Xian waved his hand before turning his gaze back to the battlefield. While the others were unable to see beyond 100 li in the darkness of the night, Zhang Xian's eye of insight allowed him to see the faces in the distance clearly. The wills of the two sides clashed with one another, and they seemed to be locked in a stalemate. Even though the vicious he had tamed was far weaker than the vicious of the marshlands of the northern meadows, the latter's will had been thrown into disarray under the assault of the spirit. On top of that, controlling such a huge head took a huge toll on his strength, resulting in a significant decrease in his fighting prowess. It seems like there's no need to worry anymore. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia chuckled. The vicious he had tamed possessed a heart, which was equivalent to a source of energy. As such, its fighting prowess would only grow stronger and stronger. On the other hand, while the other vicious possessed a head, it was much weaker in terms of energy supply. Even though it was able to fight to a draw at the start, it would only grow weaker and weaker until it was eventually devoured by the former. Just as Xianxia had guessed, an hour later, the battle began to subside. The ferocious human face gradually began to change. "Wait here for a moment. I'll head over to take a look." Xianxia instructed the crowd before making his way forward. "Xianxia, I'll go with you. At the very least, we'll be able to look out for one another." Wuxia said anxiously. "There's no need for that. You'll only be a burden to me." Xianxia waved his hands casually as he swiftly made his way forward. "Wuxia. Master. It's fortunate that I didn't let him down. I've killed him." As soon as Xianxia arrived at the island, a voice sounded in his mind. It was the otherworldly demon he had tamed. "Good, good." Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. "Even though I've managed to kill him, I have sustained severe injuries as well. I might need to hibernate for a period of time." Vicious voice sounded once more. The last time he had devoured a finger, he had already hibernated for a very long period of time. This time, he had devoured a otherworldly demon that was even stronger than him. "Very well. However, given how big you are, how am I supposed to take you away?" Xianxia blinked his eyes in bewilderment. The human face before him had a diameter of 2 to 3 kilometers. There was no way he could store it in his storage ring. Even the myriad ant hive nest, which had grown significantly over the recent period of time, would not be able to store such a huge human face. "Master, rest assured. I can continue hiding in the Book of Heaven's path." Right after those words were spoken, the massive island jolted, and it disappeared into a book. This, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. The Book of Heaven's path actually had such an ability, even he was unaware of it. The book fell onto Xianxia's palm. Flipping it open, he saw a human head, a heart, and a finger floating within the book, reminiscent of a three-dimensional painting. Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. To be able to fit even the golden page on such a large island, as expected of a product of the Library of Heaven's Path. Putting away the golden page, Xianxia swiftly returned to the marshlands of the northern meadows. Even though the trip to the marshlands of the northern meadows had been a dangerous one, it had been a fruitful one as well. Putting aside the fact that Vicious would surely grow stronger after fusing with the golden page, just the 100 leaving Aperture Realm intermediate stage puppets would be a formidable fighting force. If he were to tame them and release them, even a Saint 6 Dam primary stage cultivator would be pummeled into a pulp. More importantly, these puppets were different from the otherworldly demon puppets he had tamed previously. As celestial works, they did not carry the aura of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Even in the Mingshi Tang headquarters, he would be able to use them freely. "Xianxia, where is the island?" Returning to the group, Wuxia and the others looked at Xianxia doubtfully. "This matter involves a lot of people, so I think it would be best for you not to ask about it," Xianxia said with a shake of his head. It was only a matter of time before his lies were exposed. Rather than that, he might as well not speak of it at all. "Yes." The crowd nodded. As curious as they were, they knew that Xianxia was a celestial master teacher, so they suppressed their curiosity. "Xianxia, should we report this matter to the Mingshi Tang headquarters?" While the crowd was leaving, Wuxia couldn't help but turn to look at Xianxia. It was fortunate that none of them had sustained any serious injuries after a night of trepidation. "Forget it." Xianxia shook his head. If Vicious was implicated, the golden page would surely be implicated as well. "This?" Wuxia hesitated for a moment before saying, "If we don't report it, we won't be able to explain the deaths of Pavilion Master Go and Vice Pavilion Master Tian." The Qingyuan Empire Mingshi Tang headquarters had lost 2 of their pavilion masters and 7-star master teachers. If they were to end the matter so weakly, the headquarters would surely send someone to investigate the matter, and that would be even more troublesome. Is that so? Xianxia rubbed his glabella in distress. According to his thoughts, it would be best if he took away the benefits in a low-key manner, and everyone pretended not to know. However, with so many things happening, it would be difficult to keep a low profile. If you take the initiative to report it to us, we will be able to decide what you want to hide. This will save us a lot of trouble. Wuxia knew what he was worried about. Despite his young age, Xianxia possessed an extremely composed personality. The fact that he was able to conceal the matter of the acknowledgement of a celestial master teacher until now was truly a role model. Such a low-key person naturally did not want to cause a commotion. However, if the matter was too big, they had to report it. If they reported it in advance, they could filter the news to a certain extent, which was beneficial to them. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out 2 corpses. These are the corpses of the Qing Tian Emperor. Report this to the headquarters and tell them that he was the culprit behind all of this, and he has already been executed. The corpse of the Qing Tian Emperor? Wuxia was surprised. Wasn't he already dead? Why did another one pop up? Seeing that Wuxia was perplexed, Xianxia quickly explained the situation to him, and it was only then that Wuxia came to a realization. As expected of an emperor who had lived for innumerable years. To be able to conjure up one clone after another, it was as if an unkillable cockroach. If not for the young man before him, they would have long been dead by now. Killing the emperor and the 10 great kings of the Qing Tian lineage is a huge merit. I'll report this matter to the headquarters right now and await their verdict. Wuxia understood Xianxia's concerns, so he decided not to bring up the matter of the island being turned into human heads anymore. Seeing that Xianxia had understood his intentions, Xianxia nodded. As long as it was something related to vicious, it was fine. So what if the Qing Tian Emperor was dead? It wasn't a big deal at all. He could make use of this corpse to explain the bizarre happenings in the Qingyuan Empire. Let's report this matter to our Mingshi Tang. We can request for a video recording so that the news can be more accurate. Ji Tianxiong interjected. That would be for the best. Wuxia's eyes lit up. He quickly turned to Xianxia to seek the latter's opinion. Mingshi Tang had an artifact that allowed them to send a video recording directly to the headquarters. Considering how important the Qing Tian Emperor's corpse was, it went without saying that they would have to send a video recording directly to the headquarters. Wuxia, why don't you head over to Jishi's place to explain the matter to the headquarters? I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be returning to Qingyuan City first. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before saying. Even though Vicious had said that he would use Lu Yang as a hostage, he had been feigning calmness. In truth, he had been wanting to head back to see what was going on. While Lu Yang did not have any outstanding personality traits, he was still his student from Tianqian Kingdom. It had been a year since he had last seen Lu Yang, and he had already developed a deep bond with Lu Yang. Knowing what Xianxia was worried about, Wuxia nodded. This? All right then. After the discussion was over, it was already noon when the group finally emerged from the marshland. Riding on an aerial Saint Beast, they arrived at the airspace above Northern Meadows City. Wuxia and the others descended from the aerial Saint Beast while Xianxia continued his journey to Qingyuan City. After the group left, Xianxia immediately entered the myriad ant hive nest without any hesitation. I'll kill you. As soon as he entered, he heard a furious roar. Pung 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 pung, following which, the sound of someone being pummeled could be heard. Xianxia's clone was furiously pummeling the Qing Tian Emperor's soul on the altar, not giving the latter any chance to recover at all. At this moment, the Qing Tian Emperor's soul was so thin that it looked as if it would dissipate at any moment. However, his face was still filled with savagery, as if he wanted nothing more than to tear the clone and Xianxia apart. All right, that's enough. Be good and don't move. Allow me to search your soul, Xianxia consoled as he placed his palm on the Qing Tian Emperor's head. With a thought, his massive soul flew out from his glabella. Tzzzzzz, before the horrified eyes of the Qing Tian Emperor, a thin thread seeped into the latter's consciousness. 2 hours later, Xianxian's soul returned to his body. Rubbing his glabella, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. At this moment, the Qingtian Emperor's consciousness was already on the verge of dissipating. Vicious has already fallen asleep. You should assimilate this fellow and devour him. Xianxian waved his hand. Before they could leave the marsh, Vicious had already fallen into a deep slumber, making it impossible for Xianxian to ask any questions. Since the other party was in a deep slumber, there was no point in keeping the Qingtian Emperor's primordial spirit. Thus, he might as well let his clone devour it. All right. Xianxian's clone said excitedly as he dragged the lifeless Qingtian Emperor back to his room. Not too long later, a scream of agony sounded from within. Shaking his head, Xianxian began browsing through the memories that he had just obtained from the soul search. The matter regarding Vicious was similar to what he had said to him. The reason why the Qingtian Emperor had pledged his loyalty to Vicious was because he wanted to obtain the latter's heritage and grow stronger. On the other hand, the reason why Vicious wanted to take him in as his disciple was so that he could use the latter's strength to search for other parts of his body to recover. In any case, both of them had their own motives. Vicious has only imparted the first 5 dawn of the Heaven's Path soul art to him. Through the soul search, Xianxian found the soul oracles that Vicious had imparted to the Qingtian Emperor, but they were only at St. 1 Dan to 5 Dan. It's indeed not that easy to convert a soul into a primordial spirit. Seeing that Xianxian had finished studying the Heaven's Path divine art, he sighed deeply. A primordial spirit was formed from the accumulation of one's soul into one's origin core, forming a nascent soul. It was a combination of one's Xianxia and one's soul. As such, even if one were to leave one's body, it would still possess the power of one's Xianxia. Soul oracles, on the other hand, focused purely on cultivating one's soul. Through the tempering of one's soul through various secret arts, one would be able to wield fighting prowess comparable to one's physical body. Due to the infusion of one's Xianxia into one's soul carried a sense of righteousness and righteousness. On the other hand, one's soul was incomparably cold and fearful of sunlight and lightning. This was due to the fact that one's soul didn't have a skeleton, making it extremely difficult to convert it into a primordial spirit. The leaving aperture ordeal was the greatest obstacle. As such, even though the soul oracles possessed great benefits, most of them would find it hard to advance any further after reaching the leaving aperture ordeal. Of 10,000 people, less than one would be able to overcome the lightning tribulation. The fact that the Qingtian Emperor was able to cultivate all the way to leaving aperture realm advanced stage showed that he was a genius among geniuses. However, the Heaven's Path soul art that I cultivate is of the yang attribute. After fusing with my embryonic soul, I should be able to overcome this problem. From the very start, Xianxian had been cultivating the Heaven's Path soul art, so he didn't possess the yin attribute. On top of that, he had tempered his soul with the lightning tribulation as well. Even though he was only at the embryonic soul realm, his soul had already achieved the same result as his primordial spirit. This was a problem that soul oracles often faced, but to Xianxian, it wasn't a problem at all. I have compiled the Heaven's Path soul art from the Terpsichore Guild, Spirit Awakener Guild, and the other guilds, and I have the Heaven's Path soul art from St. 1 Dan to St. 4 Dan. I can cultivate the first 2 Dan directly, but for the latter 2, I'll have to find concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Xianxian swiftly compiled the Heaven's Path soul art from the books he had learned in the Qingyuan conferred empire, and it didn't take him long to compile the first 4 Dan Heaven's Path soul art. The first 2 Dan could be cultivated with ordinary high-tier spirit stones, so it took him less than 4 hours to finish cultivating them. However, the last 2 required concentrated high-tier spirit stones, and he didn't even have a single one on hand at the moment. Thus, he could only wait until he reached the Qingyuan conferred empire. He had already wasted more than 10 days on this trip, so it should be about time for the rewards from the Combat Master Hall to arrive. After dealing with the Qingtian Emperor's primordial spirit, Xianxian released the puppets he had taken away. He had the inner demons leave one after another before using his impartation of Heaven's will to tame them. In less than 3 days, those fellows had all submitted to him, becoming his loyal subordinates. There was still some time before he arrived at Qingyuan City, so Xianxian wasn't in a rush. He began browsing through the Qingtian Emperor's storage ring. There were quite a few treasures inside, but there weren't any concentrated high-tier spirit stones. It seemed like the Qing Tian Emperor was a leaving aperture realm expert. Even if he had some concentrated high-tier spirit stones, he would have kept them for himself. Shaking his head helplessly, Xianxia could only make use of the remaining time to study and cultivate, not wasting a single second. While Xianxia was in a rush to return to the Qingyuan-conferred empire, Wu Shi and the others had also arrived at the Mingshi Tang residence in the northern Meadow City. After a series of formalities, Ji Tianxiong tapped his palm lightly, and a powerful aura burst forth. Following which, the silhouette of an elder slowly materialized before him. Empire Alliance head Mingshi Tang residence, 8-star master teacher He Xian. What happened? Why would you need to communicate with me through an image? The voice carried with it a strong sense of oppression. Reporting to Pavilion Master He, I am Vice Pavilion Master Mingshi Tang of Qingyuan City, Wu Ruffing. Wu Shi hurried forward. I know you. Pavilion Master He nodded. While the Qingyuan Empire could be considered as one of the weakest of the 8 empires under the Master-Teacher Alliance, it was still considered an independent entity. As such, Xianxia still knew a thing or two about the person in charge of the Master-Teacher Hall. It's like this. Vice Pavilion Master Tian, the matter regarding the death of Pavilion Master Go and the other Master Teachers has come to light, and I have specially come here to report it to you. Wu Shi said. Oh, you've already found out? Tell me. Hall Master He's eyes turned grim. The head of one of his subordinates' branches had been killed, and this was a huge matter. He had been keeping a close eye on the matter, but there had been no news from Songshi. Ordinary communication jade tokens could only transmit messages within 1,000,000 kilometers. Any further than that would require the help of a large-scale communication array. Ever since Songshi had arrived at Qingyuan City, he had not activated the formation, so he was not too sure what was going on. It's like this. Vice Pavilion Master Tian is the emperor of the Qing Tian lineage of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Wu Shi said the words he had prepared. Basically, there was not much deviation from the truth. The only difference was that the matter regarding Vicious was omitted. An otherworldly demon emperor has been lurking on the Master-Teacher continent for more than 2,000 years, planting more than 100 spies in Mingshi Tang, and yet, no one noticed him? Hall Master He was clearly in disbelief. If news of this matter were to spread, it would definitely cause an even greater uproar than the death of 10 Pavilion Masters Go. This was Mingshi Tang's dereliction of duty. Yes. Fortunately, under the leadership of Xianxia, we managed to kill him. Wu Shi flicked his wrist and 2 corpses fell to the ground. These are his corpses. Pavilion Master He hurriedly turned his gaze over, and not too long later, a grim expression appeared on his face. It's indeed the corpse of an otherworldly demon emperor. Otherwise, there's no way such a secret art could have been used. As Pavilion Master Mingshi Tang of the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion, he had a deep understanding of the otherworldly demonic tribe. He knew that only those who possessed the royal bloodline were capable of executing the soul-severing art. The fact that he was able to execute it meant that he had already ascertained the other party's identity. Not only so, Xianxia even killed all of the 10 great monarchs of the Qing Tian lineage, Wu Shi said. Killing emperors and kings. To single-handedly wipe out an entire branch of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Even though their bloodline is of the lowest tier, it's still a fearsome feat. Pavilion Master He nodded in agreement. The more he spoke, the more astonished he felt. It's no wonder why he's able to successfully crash the Sanctum Head Pavilion. His talent and insight are indeed formidable. He's already on par with some of the Inceptive sages. I wonder, where is this Xianxia now? The Qingyuan Emperor, Chu Tianqing, has pledged his loyalty to the Qing Tian Emperor, and he has captured the latter's student. He's currently in a rush to rescue the latter, Wu Shi explained. What a pity, Pavilion Master He sighed deeply. You single-handedly killed an emperor and 10 kings of the otherworldly demonic tribe, foiled their plans to invade mankind, and saved countless master teachers from a calamity. Your contribution is truly unparalleled. I'll now bestow upon him the position of a special elder of Mingshi Tang of the Empire Alliance. Yes. Wu Shi and the others clenched their fists tightly. The position of a special elder of the Empire Alliance might sound simple, but it represented an extremely high standing and dignity. Under normal circumstances, only a true 8-star master teacher was qualified to assume the position. To think that Xianxia would actually be appointed as a special elder. Putting aside him, even the head of the Qianchong Empire's Mingshi Tang Pavilion would have to address himself respectfully as a junior before him. I'll have someone prepare the certificate of appointment as soon as possible. When you return to Qingyuan City, activate the communication wall, and you should be able to receive it. Pavilion Master, he said with a smile. Thank you, Pavilion Master, he. Wushi hurriedly bowed deeply. There's no need to stand on ceremony. It's a huge contribution to slay the otherworldly demonic tribe and foil their plans. Wu Rufeng, you have also contributed greatly to this matter by assisting Xianxia. From today onward, you'll be the head of the Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang Pavilion, and you'll be given an opportunity to study in the Empire Alliance. Pavilion Master, he said. Yes. Wushi's face reddened in agitation, and his body trembled in agitation. Becoming a Pavilion Master meant nothing to him. What was more important was an opportunity to study in the Empire Alliance. An opportunity to study under the tutelage of an 8-star master teacher would be a huge boon to his cultivation and knowledge. It was something that most people could only dream of. The reason why Pavilion Master Go had wanted to retire peacefully was because he hoped that he would be able to obtain such an opportunity after his retirement. However, it was a pity that he had failed in his duties, and this opportunity was sealed. Combat Masters, you have cooperated with Xianxia and ventured into the perilous lands to kill the Qingtian Emperor. I'll report this matter to the Empire Alliance Combat Master Hall and reward you accordingly. After instructing Wushi, Pavilion Master, he turned to Hall Master Xing and the others. Thank you. Hall Master Xing hurriedly bowed. All right, send the corpse over as soon as possible. The corpse of the otherworldly demonic emperor will be of great help to us in our battle against the otherworldly demonic tribe. Pavilion Master, he said with a wave of his hand. Otherworldly demonic emperors would not leave the otherworldly battlefield easily, and each of them had many life-saving means at their disposal. As such, the difficulty of killing them was unimaginable. Even the headquarters did not have many corpses of otherworldly demonic emperors to study. Yes. Wushi nodded before arranging for an elder to send the corpse over. Only then did he respectfully bid Pavilion Master he farewell. Since we're done reporting the matter, let's return to Qingyuan City as soon as possible. After reporting the matter to Mingshi Tang, Wushi gestured for the others to borrow a saint beast from the northern Meadows City before swiftly making his way back to Qingyuan City. After flying for 6 days straight, Zhang Xian finally saw the buildings of Qingyuan City. On the way back, he received a message from Sun Chang. There were 2 of them. Firstly, they had gone to Royal City to save Lu Yang, and after the latter was rescued, he had killed Chu Tianqing in a fit of rage. Secondly, Lu Yang had run away from home and disappeared without a trace. Judging from the time, they should have killed Chu Tianqing in the middle of the night, and vicious will should have been extinguished at that time. Chu Tianqing had sacrificed his soul to vicious, so it's only natural that Chu Tianqing wouldn't be able to survive after vicious death. Upon receiving the message, Zhang Xian immediately understood what was going on. The emperor of the Qingyuan Empire had sacrificed his soul to vicious, willingly becoming the other party's puppet. Once the latter died, it went without saying that Chu Tianqing would die as well. As such, it was very likely that Chu Tianqing had not been killed by Lu Yang. Instead, his soul had been extinguished, resulting in the death of his physical body. If that was the case, it would not be a big deal. At the very most, he would have been reckless enough to save Chu Tianqing. Given his reputation as a combat master teacher pavilion crashing expert, it should not have been a big deal. Just that, why isn't Sun Chang replying to my messages? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes anxiously. Based on what Sun Chang had said, it should not be a big deal at all. However, he had been sending 8 messages to Sun Chang ever since he received the message. What in the world was going on? Also, where did Lu Yang go? It had been so many days since he had last seen him. Perplexed, as soon as Zhang Xian arrived in the sky above Qingyuan City, he immediately steered his aerial saint beast toward the residence of the Combat Master Hall. Principal Zhang, you are back. As soon as he landed, Ruohuan Gongzi rushed up to him. What's wrong? Seeing the agitated and anxious look on Ruohuan Gongzi's face, Zhang Xian frowned. Something big has happened. Ruohuan Gongzi hurriedly replied. Liu Yan has killed Emperor Chu Tianqing, and this has caused a huge uproar in the Qingyuan Empire. A master teacher who goes by the surname of Song has issued an order to execute Sun Chong's butler and the other poison masters who were involved in the rebellion at the square outside the royal palace. Execute Sun Chong and the other poison masters? Xianxia narrowed his eyes, and his face turned livid. The sun was already high in the sky, and it was already noon. In other words, they could execute Sun Chong and the others at any moment. Yes. The members of the Xianxia faction have all headed over to the execution ground, and they are planning to raid the execution ground. Ruohuan Gongzi hurriedly replied. Raid the execution ground? Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. Those fellows sure were gutsy. Even though they possessed fighting prowess comparable to those of the same cultivation realm, their cultivation was simply too low. There was not even a half-saint among them, so how could they possibly raid the execution ground? Most likely, they would be captured by the soldiers of the other party as soon as they arrived. Let's head to the square. Knowing that time waits for no man, Zhang Xian grabbed Ruohuan Gongzi and dashed toward the royal palace. Ruohuan Gongzi was still in the midst of a ruckus, but he knew that time was of the essence. Thus, Zhang Xian grabbed Ruohuan Gongzi and flew toward the royal palace. Along the way, he asked. Who is the master teacher who goes by the surname Song? Why did he execute Sun Chong? Nearly all of the master teachers of Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang were his students, and they could even be considered half a teacher to him. Why did he execute Sun Chong instead of investigating the cause of the emperor's death? It's said that Songshi is a quasi-8-star master teacher from Qianchong Empire, and as soon as he arrived, he took in Mingshi Tang of Qingyuan City, and everyone in the Qingyuan Empire has to heed his orders, Ruohuan Gongzi explained. He's from Qianchong Empire? Zhang Xian frowned. That's right. After Chu Tianqing's death, countless officials, nobles, and soldiers have surrounded Mingshi Tang's residence to wreak havoc. It has been several days since then, and they must have succumbed to the pressure. Ruohuan Gongzi said. Zhang Xian frowned. But that was to be expected. If the emperor of Qingyuan Empire didn't give a clear explanation for his death, wouldn't everyone in the empire feel threatened? Where's Liu Yang? Zhang Xian asked. Liu Yang has been missing ever since that day. Mingshi Tang has dispatched all of the master teachers, but none of them have been able to find him. We have no idea where he is either. The reason why Songshi executed Butler Sun and the others in public is simple. He wants to make use of public opinion to force the other party to show himself so that he can capture the culprit and give the Qingyuan Empire an explanation. Ruohuan Gongzi continued. Zhang Xian nodded. To think that the emperor of Qingyuan Empire would be killed, and even his guards would be knocked out by poison, if he didn't deal with this matter properly, it would only lead to greater conflict. But no matter what, if he wants to kill Sun Chong and the others, he'll have to step over my dead body. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. In the square outside the royal palace, there were at least 100,000 people gathered in the square, and at the very center of the square stood a massive platform. On it, Sun Chong, Elder Su, and the others were imprisoned with their cultivation sealed. From the looks of it, they would be executed at any moment. What should we do? Song Chao and the others looked at the crowd on the platform anxiously. They had been here since morning, but those who were imprisoning them were all Saint Realm experts and Primordial Spirit Realm elders. With their current strength, they wouldn't even be able to get close to them, let alone rescue them. I don't know either. Sun Chong is Principal Zhang's butler, and he went as far as to wreak havoc in Zhong Qingyuan Manor to save him. If Principal Zhang were to learn of his death, he would surely turn on him. Song Chao said. He had known Xianxia back when they were still in the League of Nations, and he knew that the other party was extremely protective of his subordinates. No matter what, Sun Chong was still his subordinate. If the other party were to kill him for no reason, wouldn't it cause a huge uproar? Perhaps, the entire Qingyuan royal city would be destroyed. What do the members of the Combat Master Hall say? They have received Principal Zhang's favor, so they can be considered as half a student of his. Why isn't a single one of them stepping forward this time? A member of the Xianxia faction harumphed furiously. In the past few days, they had been interacting with the members of the Combat Master Hall, and they had imparted innumerable battle techniques to them. Yet, when they were in trouble, the other party actually refused to step forward to help them. We can't blame them. A few division heads of the Combat Master Hall went to demand for Sun Chang a few days ago, but they were all detained by Xianxia. On top of that, he even issued a master-teacher order that all of the combat masters of the Combat Master Hall are to remain within the Combat Master Hall. Song Chao shook his head. Combat masters were equivalent to an army of master-teachers, and military orders were of utmost importance. A quasi-8-star master-teacher from the Qianchong Empire had issued a master-teacher order, and that was equivalent to a military order. No matter how indignant they were, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. It was the duty of a soldier to obey orders, and the combat masters were no exception. Without them, it would be difficult for us to save Sun Chang. The combat master hesitated for a moment before replying. It wasn't that they hadn't tried before, but with their cultivation, they couldn't even get close to the platform, so how could they possibly save him? I also know that raiding the execution ground is no small crime. Regardless of whether we succeed or not, there's a good chance that we will lose our master-teacher status or even be executed. At such a time, we can only rely on ourselves. Song Chao's expression was solemn. Robbing the execution ground of a quasi-8-star master-teacher was a crime punishable by death even if one were to fail. Those who dared to come here had already made up their minds to die. At this moment, it was indeed inappropriate for the Combat Master Hall to be dragged into this matter as well. Before Song Chao could finish his sentence, a voice could be heard. Who said you can only rely on yourselves? What? You don't treat us as brothers anymore? Everyone hurriedly turned their heads and saw a group of familiar faces appear in front of them. Xiao Qin, Shi Hao, Jiao Tan, Lu Jianling, Dong Rui, they were the familiar faces from the Combat Master Hall, numbering in the thousands. Why are you here? Weren't you strictly forbidden from leaving the Combat Master Hall? Song Chao exclaimed anxiously. The other party had clearly received the order not to move, so why would they appear here at this moment? We did receive the order, but the other party ordered us to leave the Combat Master Hall. From this moment onward, we are no longer combat masters. Shi Hao replied with a smile. No longer Combat Master Hall? Song Chao's body jolted in astonishment. Only then did he realize that the Combat Master Hall had actually taken off the Combat Master robe that symbolized their identity and donned ordinary clothes instead. You have all resigned from your identity as Combat Master Hall? This? Song Chao clenched his fists tightly as a surge of warmth flowed through his heart. Over the past few days, he had come to understand just how honorable the identity of Combat Master Hall was. In order to save Sun Chang, they had unhesitatingly given up the honor and perseverance in their hearts. The eyes of the Xianxia faction reddened in agitation. Combat masters have no choice but to obey Mingshi Tang's order. However, if we wish to save Sun Chang, we can only resign from our identity. Shi Hao shook his head. This way, we won't be bound by the order anymore. Jiao Tan nodded in agreement. But Song Chao wanted to say something, but in the end, he found himself unable to bring himself to do so. No matter what he said, it would only dull the luster of their relationship. Xianxia isn't just your principal, he's our teacher as well. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to reach our current level of strength, and we wouldn't have been able to understand that battle techniques can be executed in such a manner. He's a selfless person, and as the one who benefited from it, we can't just stand by and do nothing. Xiao Qin said. Indeed. Xianxia is the most magnanimous master teacher I have ever met. It's my fortune to be able to learn from him. Now that his men are in trouble, if we don't step in, are we supposed to wait for others to step in? Shi Hao looked at Zhang Xian and patted his shoulder. Why? Don't you think of us as brothers anymore? Of course not. Taking a deep breath, Song Chao suppressed the gratitude in his heart as he clenched his fists tightly. Indeed, this was the kind of charisma that Xianxia possessed. He was able to rally countless people to his side, and they were willing to work for him and help him, putting everything aside. Even he himself had a huge conflict with the other party back then. Every single day, he would be cheated of his high-tier spirit stones, and he would be so infuriated that he would kill the other party. But at this very moment, he had already become the other party's loyal subordinate. This wasn't just due to his charisma. More importantly, it was his magnanimity. As long as he grasped the precious heritage of others, he would impart it to them without holding back at all. Only a true teacher would have so many people willing to lay down their lives for him, not backing down or regretting their actions. Since you think of us as brothers, there's no need to waste your breath. Have you thought of how you are going to rob him? Let's do it together later on. Xianxia said with a smile. Knowing that there was no point in saying anything more, Song Chao decided not to argue any further. Later on, we'll be announcing his crimes before we begin the interrogation, so we intend to make our move at this moment. We'll use the method of the myriad star formation to attack him together. Even though we are still a distance away from reaching primordial spirit realm, with our combined strength, we should be able to put up a fight against a primordial spirit realm expert. The myriad star formation. It's indeed the best formation for teamwork. Xianxia nodded. The myriad star formation was a formation used by the Qingyuan Empire's military. It was able to gather the strength of an entire army together and launch a powerful attack on its target. Even though the members of the Xianxia faction weren't too powerful, being only a transcendent mortal 7 Dan or 8 Dan, when 10,000 of them worked together to form this formation, not even a primordial spirit realm expert would be able to withstand it. However, have you considered how you're going to bring him out of Qingyuan City after saving him? Xianxia asked. If he's unable to escape, what's the point of saving him in the short term? Song Chao and the others fell into deep thought. They knew that with their current strength, the chances of success were extremely low. As such, they were prepared to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. As such, they hadn't considered where they should place Sun Chang after saving him. However, with the addition of the Combat Master Hall, their chances of success had increased significantly. If they couldn't find a suitable place for Sun Chang, they could very well be captured again. Do you have a solution? Unable to think of anything, Song Chao asked. I do have a solution. That is, instead of raiding the execution ground, we should find a way to subdue Xianxia. Xianxia said. Subdue Xianxia? Indeed. Xianxia is the crux of the matter. As long as we can defeat him and force him to rescind the order to execute Butler Sun and the others, we'll be able to save Sun Chang and the others, Xianxia said. That's indeed the case. Song Chao and the others' eyes lit up. The reason why Sun Chang and the others were executed in public was due to Xianxia's order. As long as they could subdue Xianxia, they wouldn't be in any danger. What do you think we should do then? Seeing that the other party's solution was better, Song Chao and the others quickly turned their gazes to Xianxia. Simple. Listen to my orders later on, Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to speak of his solution, a resounding voice suddenly sounded, drowning out the voices of the several 100,000 cultivators in the square. I am Quasi-8-Star Master Teacher, Xianxia. An old man floated in the air above the stage as he surveyed the crowd with a dignified aura. Qiancheng Empire, Xianxia. Sun Chang has colluded with the members of the Poison Temple to poison the Qingyuan Empire royal family and kill the emperor of a conferred empire. This is a heinous crime and he will be executed by beheading. He's Xianxia? Xianxia and the others didn't think too much of it when they heard the name, but upon seeing the real person, they couldn't help but feel an immense pressure weighing down on them. A leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle expert was simply too powerful. It wasn't something that they could deal with just with numbers. Alright, it's already noon. Begin the execution now. Xianxia bellowed coldly. After taking a look around and confirming that Lu Yang was nowhere to be seen, Xianxia bellowed coldly. Voila, along with those words, a series of beheading blades rose into the air, ready to fall on Sun Chang, Elder Su, and the others at any moment. Knowing that it would be too late if they didn't make a move now, Xianxia bellowed, do it. Hung Long, following those words, countless Xianxia gathered together to form a massive Xianxia dragon, and it charged straight for Xianxia. Even though the 10,000 members of the Xianxian faction and several thousand members of the Combat Master Hall were not too powerful, their combined strength was still a formidable foe. The massive Xianxia dragon tore through space and appeared right before Xianxia. How dare you? Not expecting that someone would dare to raid the execution ground and make a move on him, Xianxia narrowed his eyes and raised his palm. Voila, a powerful surge of energy immediately froze the massive Xianxia dragon in midair. A leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle expert was infinitely close to reaching Grand Dominion Realm. How dare you raid the execution ground and make a move on an 8-star master teacher? I'll kill all of you right here and now. After blocking the attack, Xianxia sneered coldly as he tapped his palm lightly. Wang, countless floating beheading blades immediately flew toward the necks of Sun Chong and the others. However, before they could land, they suddenly froze in midair. Immediately after, a cold voice rang out. It swept up like a hurricane and resounded in everyone's ears. You are the one who killed me, Xianxia? Allow me to ask, how many heads do you have? Right after those words were spoken, a figure suddenly flew over, reminiscent of a deity. His figure was tall and slender, and his eyebrows were sharp as swords. He did not exude an aura that could shake the heavens or shake the earth, but he emanated a suffocating pressure that felt as if the slightest rebuttal would bring calamity upon them. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes carried a glint reminiscent of the sun, the moon, and the stars. Going against him felt as if one was looking down on the world and all living beings. It's Xianxia. Principal Zhang is here. They are saved. Song Chao and the others clenched their fists tightly in agitation, and their eyes reddened in agitation. The pressure that they had been under over the past few days was simply too great, to the point where they were on the verge of breaking down. It was fortunate that their principal was here. With him around, they felt as if they had found a pillar of support and direction. You are Xianxia? Xianxia frowned in displeasure. It's good that you're here. That will save us a lot of trouble. As a master teacher, I believe that you should understand the severity of your crime for neglecting your own disciple and allowing him to commit such atrocities. Considering that you are a genius and aren't in Qingyuan City, I'll be lenient with you. As long as you execute these people personally, I'll make a request to the headquarters to let you off the hook. Songxia's original intention of executing these people was to lure out Lu Yang, but who could have thought that Zhang Xian would be here instead? Since that was the case, this was for the best. A failure to educate is the father's fault, and a failure to teach is the teacher's laziness. His disciple had committed murder, and the person he had killed was the emperor of a conferred empire at that. Just this crime alone was enough to strip him of his qualifications as a 7-star master teacher, let alone cause such a huge commotion in Qingyuan City. However, the other party was a rare genius as well. As long as he came to his senses in time and separated himself from the poison masters and the troublemaking butler, there was still a chance that he could be saved. Disregard my family for the sake of righteousness? What lofty words! Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed. Why? Are you intending to raid the execution ground as well? Hearing the displeasure in Zhang Xian's tone, Songxia's face darkened. You are a master teacher, so you should pay attention to your identity and actions. The reason why I'm giving you this opportunity is because you are a talented individual, and you have contributed greatly to the Mingshi Tang Guild. Don't waste this opportunity. You should leave this opportunity to yourself. Seeing that the other party was asking him to kill Sun Chong, as if he was doing him a huge favor, Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. He raised his eyelids, and a powerful aura gushed forth from his body, surging right into the clouds. I'm giving you face. Don't fail to appreciate my kindness. Songxia waved his hands grandly, and anger could be seen on his face. To think that a mere 7-star master teacher would be so arrogant as to be oblivious to the fact that the other party was helping him. Give face? There's no need. I, Zhang Xian, have never needed anyone to give me face. With an ashen face, Zhang Xian slowly walked towards the stage. He was very angry. As a quasi-8-star master teacher, it was only right for him to investigate the deaths of Pavilion Master Go, Vice Pavilion Master Tian, and so on. There were so many things, but instead of investigating, he held on to his own people and refused to let go. Could it be that Elder Su, Sun Chang, and the others were capable of killing so many master teachers? Why did the headquarters send such a person who didn't know right from wrong and didn't know the severity of the matter? Audacious! Zhang Xian, don't think that you can do as you please just because you have crushed the Qingyuan Mingshi Tang branch. I am Songxia, a quasi-8-star master teacher. Under the orders of the headquarters, I am here to settle the matter regarding the Qingyuan branch. As a 7-star master teacher, how dare you speak so rudely? Where are your manners? Xianxia bellowed furiously. He had heard of the matter regarding the other party's pavilion crashing, and he knew that the other party was a top-notch genius. It was for this reason that he was given special treatment. It was one thing for the other party to not know how to express his gratitude, but to not have the slightest bit of etiquette. He was clearly looking down on him. Etiquette? I don't know. All I know is that they don't deserve to die. Proceeding forward, they soon arrived at the stage. It's not up to you to decide whether they deserve to die or not. Just the act of killing the emperor of a conferred empire and stirring up chaos in the Qingyuan branch is more than enough to warrant your death. As a master teacher, you should know this. Don't break the rules and ruin your own future. Sneering coldly, Xianxia raised his hand once more, and the beheading sabers that had fallen to the ground earlier floated up once more. Just as they were about to land on the heads of Sun Cheng and the others, a series of crisp sounds echoed. Pung! 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 More than 100 beheading sabers exploded simultaneously, shattering into dust before falling to the ground. How audacious of you! I finally understand why the Qingyuan Mingshi Tang branch has always been so peaceful. Yet, as soon as you arrived, you caused such a huge problem. A single piece of rat's feces has ruined the entire pot of porridge. You are truly unruly. Xianxia was so furious that he could explode on the spot. The other party was clearly going against him. He was really going to raid the execution ground. Shut the hell up. With a thunderous roar, Xianxia appeared less than 10 meters away from Xianxia. His eyes were sharp as lightning, and he harnessed an irrefutable aura. Hearing that Xianxia wanted him to shut the hell up, Xianxia trembled in fear. He was just about to speak when the other party's voice suddenly sounded like a firecracker. You want to talk about rules with me? General etiquette? Very well. When I, Xianxia, was investigating the culprit, stopping the otherworldly demonic tribe's plot, and killing the Qingtian emperor, where were you? When I, Xianxia, was in deep trouble, saving the lives of the master teachers, where were you? When I, Xianxia, was imparting knowledge to the master teachers, helping them resolve their injuries, and achieving breakthroughs in their cultivation, where were you? As a quasi-8-star master teacher, instead of trying to find the culprit and resolve the truth behind the deaths of the master teachers in the Mingshi Tang branch, you are standing here, shouting at the top of your lungs. Who gave you the guts and authority to do so? Who do you think you are? How dare you criticize me, Xianxia? Hong Long, Xianxia's voice boomed like a thunderclap, seemingly resonating with the heavens and earth. It was as if a surge of righteousness was gushing into the heavens, carrying with it a powerful might that no one dared to offend. Unable to utter a single word, Xianxia's face reddened, and he felt as if he would explode on the spot. Xianxia continued. Chu Tianxing, you chose to side with the otherworldly demonic tribe instead of investigating the matter. Tianqing is the clone of the otherworldly demonic tribe's emperor, but you chose not to investigate the matter. Go Tianzi, as the head of the Mingshi Tang branch, you neglected your duties and placed your trust in a traitor, causing the entire Mingshi Tang branch to fall into chaos. Yet, you chose not to investigate the matter. Yet, here you are, pursuing an insensible butler of mine relentlessly and seizing on several poison masters. I just want to ask, is this the authority bestowed upon you by the Mingshi Tang branch? Is this the responsibility of a quasi-8-star master teacher? Xianxia tried to speak once more, but he was interrupted once more. The reason why Kongshi established the occupation of master teachers was so that he could enlighten the masses and enlighten them. Furthermore, he imparted his teachings to the masses, and that was why he was conferred the title of the world's teacher. The purpose of the occupation of master teachers was to imitate Kongshi and open the spirit sea of the world to the masses. My disciple, Lu Yang, hasn't even reached Saint Realm yet. Do you think that he would have been able to kill a half-leaving Aperture Realm expert? If an emperor like Chu Tianqing could be killed so easily, is there even a need for the Qingyuan Empire to continue existing? Don't tell me that it was the poison masters who used poison. If my sources aren't mistaken, the poison they used was the scattering breeze powder. 20 years ago, when the otherworldly demonic tribe invaded, the Qingyuan Empire was nearly wiped out because of that very poison. Yet, they failed once every 20 years. Isn't the royal family prepared at all? Really? Did they side with the otherworldly demonic tribe, or is there some other problem? How can a conferred empire like that protect the human territories? Xianxia's voice grew harsher and harsher. This? Songsher's body trembled. Flinging his sleeves, Xianxian continued, not knowing what to do and what not to do, but grasping on to the most inconsequential matters. That's incompetence. Listening to the beguilement of the nobles and officials and acting according to their whims, that's unwise. As a quasi-8-star master teacher, not only did you not deal with the Mingshi Tang Empire, you even disregarded the lives of your colleagues and caused them to panic. That's incompetence. Ignoring the rebuttal of the Combat Master Hall, you trapped the head of the Combat Master Hall and allowed them to issue orders recklessly. That's an abuse of power. Not knowing what to do, that's an abuse of power. Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and continued, Songsher, let me ask you this. Do you have the face to call yourself a quasi-8-star master teacher? Pooh. Songsher's face reddened, and he spurted a mouthful of blood. His body swayed weakly, and he nearly plummeted to the ground. Without even using a single move, you managed to make Songsher spurt blood and nearly plummet to the ground? Gulping down a mouthful of saliva, Song Chao and the others stared at one another with ghastly pale faces. They had already come up with a plan before they attempted to raid the execution ground, but in the end, they realized that even with so many of them working together, they were still no match for Songsher. If they were to make a move, there was no way they would be able to escape alive. They thought that they would be doomed, but who could have thought that Songsher would appear, and without even using a single move, he was able to make Songsher spurt blood with just a few words. Young master. Aren't you a little too good at persuasion? Sun Chong, who was being held captive, was dumbfounded. Persuasion? Cough cough. Elder Su choked on his saliva. Benefactor, what should we do now? There's no need to panic. Didn't I say it before? Young master will surely make a move. Even if he doesn't, the old master will. They won't just stand by idly and watch as something happens to me. With them around, we'll be safe. Sun Chong muttered as he yawned. Over the past few days, not only did he not suffer any injuries, he even seemed to have gained weight. It was as if he had been too exhausted from cultivating and had gone to the Mingshi Tang prison to rest for a few days and take a vacation. Benefactor sure has a good attitude. Hearing those words and seeing the other party's actions, Elder Su was rendered speechless. He couldn't help but wonder. Why was this benefactor so different from the one he had met before? The previous benefactor was valiant, decisive, and exceptionally intelligent. Even in the face of a huge problem, he was able to maintain his composure and not lose his dignity. But this, being imprisoned in the Mingshi Tang prison, eating a meal for 5 people and sleeping all the way until the next morning. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem to be the same. But then again, the other party's disposition and actions were indeed 1 in a million. Even though he had been sentenced to death by the Mingshi Tang prison, the other party was still able to remain calm and composed. Even he couldn't match up to this capability. Perhaps, this was the reason why the founder had chosen the benefactor. I recommend Lao's book, Boundless Dantian. It's a masterpiece, so don't miss it. You sure have a sharp tongue. Spewing a mouthful of blood, Songsher finally managed to catch his breath. We still need to verify whether what you have said is true or not, but Sun Chong colluded with the members of the Poison Temple to launch a sneak attack on the Qingyuan royal family, knocking out more than 10,000 people before killing Emperor Chu Tianqing. There's no doubt that the evidence is irrefutable. If we don't kill him, how can we uphold justice? If everyone does such a thing, what will happen to the dignity of the Mingshi Tang faction? How can the hearts of the people remain calm? It wasn't that he wanted to kill those people, but if he didn't do so, the hearts of the people would be at peace. If everyone were to kill the emperor, wouldn't the entire master-teacher continent fall into chaos? Continue with the execution. Songsher bellowed as he turned to the master-teachers of the Mingshi Tang faction. No matter what the outcome was, there was no doubt that Sun Chong and the others were guilty of the crime. After causing such a huge commotion, if they didn't make a move right now, what would happen to their dignity as a quasi-8-star master teacher? Since you refuse to listen to my advice, very well. Bring him down. Seeing that Songsher was still intending to make a move, Zhang Xian waved his hand grandly. Them? Do you think that you can make a move on me? Xianxia roared furiously as his body trembled in rage. He glared at Song Chao and the others with disdain. Even though those fellows who had come to raid the execution ground had the advantage in numbers, their cultivation was simply too weak. Even if there were 30,000, 50,000, or even 100,000 transcendent mortal 7-dan cultivators, they wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on his body. Saint 6-dan Grand Dominion Realm, also known as the Invincible Realm, allowed one to wield their dominion and disregard all who stood before them. Even though Xianxia hadn't reached that level yet, he was already very close to it. If a bunch of insignificant figures of that level were to be able to harm him, they could just forget about living. It seems like you don't know how fearsome a quasi-8-star master teacher can be. Sneering coldly, Xianxia raised his hand, and an invisible will swiftly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it had already shrouded Song Chao and the others. Under the might of his will, the members of the Xianxia faction and Combat Master Hall felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. They found themselves unable to move at all, let alone retaliate. It is indeed terrifying, seeing that the other party had managed to subdue Song Chao and the others without doing anything overboard. Xianxia turned to Xianxia and asked calmly, "But, who said anything about letting them make a move?" "Not them?" Xianxia was taken aback. He was just about to speak when he suddenly sensed a blazing Xianxia dragon charging right toward him. Xianxia hurriedly turned around, and with just a single glance, his eyes narrowed in astonishment. The ones who had made a move were not the people who had come to raid the execution ground but the master teachers of the Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang Empire. At this moment, they were actually attacking him. "Break!" But before he could be shocked, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. The prowess of a leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle Cultivator was incomparably powerful, such that it felt as if the heavens and earth had been turned upside down. However, as powerful as it was still a far cry from matching up to the massive dragon of Xianxia below. Kacha! Kacha! With the sound of ribs shattering, Songxia's face reddened as the massive dragon struck him squarely in the chest and sent him flying into the air. You might be a quasi-8-star master teacher, but all of the master teachers of the Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang Empire can be considered as my students. Looking at the disbelieving Songxia, Xianxia shook his head and said, "You want my students to deal with me? How can you possibly win?" The master teachers of the Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang Empire had listened to his lecture back when he had crashed the Qingyuan Empire pavilion, so they could be considered as half a teacher to him. On top of that, he had successfully crashed the Qingyuan Empire pavilion, so they would listen to his orders unconditionally. It would not be a big deal for them to teach this stubborn fellow a lesson. After sending Songxia flying with a single move, Xianxia turned his attention back to Songxia. Instead, he leaped onto the stage and flicked his wrist. Voila, the shackles binding Sun Chong and the others immediately shattered. "You have been wronged." After saving the crowd, Xianxia sighed deeply. Even though the Mingshi Tang Empire was not a place that could be punished severely, it was inevitable that they would be placed under immense pressure. "Young master, you must redress my grievances." Sun Chong's eyes reddened as he rushed forward. Seeing how his benefactor's calm demeanor suddenly changed in the blink of an eye, Elder Su couldn't help but sigh deeply. As expected of his benefactor, the speed at which he changed his attitude sure was fast. "I'll meet up with Song Chao and the others first. There's still some matters here that I have to deal with." Seeing that Sun Chong seemed to have gained some weight, Xianxia frowned. However, knowing that this wasn't the time to be discussing such matters, he waved his hand. Even though he had saved Songxia, the matter had not been resolved yet. Ordinary civilians were still unaware of the truth, and if they were to spread rumors, it would only sully Songxia's reputation. More importantly, he had beaten up a quasi-8-star master teacher. If he didn't deal with the matter properly, his master teacher status would be severely affected. Yes. Knowing that the young master would surely be able to resolve the matter properly, Sun Chong nodded before leaping down from the stage with the others. "If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll let you know the price of being disrespectful to a high-ranked master teacher." Hong Long, shortly after dealing with the matter, a furious roar sounded. Songxia descended from the sky with a ferocious look on his face. As a quasi-8-star master teacher of the Qianchong Empire, he was actually sent flying by someone in a remote place like Qingyuan Conferred Empire. He was so infuriated that he could explode on the spot. If he didn't get the other party back, his reputation would be completely ruined. A master teacher wasn't just a teacher, but a reputation as well. If he couldn't salvage his reputation, what dignity would he have left in the future? Driving his Xianxia furiously, Xianxia suppressed the wound on his chest. While in midair, he flicked his wrist and struck down with his palm. Descending from the heavens? The master teacher who Zhang Jiuxiao had asked earlier narrowed his eyes in astonishment. This move bore some resemblance to the one Xianxia had used against Pavilion Master Go back then. Both of them were descending from the heavens, and even before they landed, they would already be able to suppress the surroundings. I don't see any descending from the heavens. All I see is a cauldron descending from the heavens. A master teacher beside him exclaimed with a pale face. Cauldron? The master teacher was stunned for a moment before hurriedly turning his gaze towards Xianxia, and his lips twitched uncontrollably. Unknowingly, a massive cauldron had appeared above the quasi-8-star master teacher, and it was descending at an incredible speed. Pung! Before Xianxia's palm strike could reach Zhang Xian, one of the cauldron's legs had already struck him between his legs. Ah! With a cry of agony, Xianxia plummeted from the sky and crashed into the stage, creating a massive crater. Following which, he curled up into a ball with a pale face. From the looks of it, if not for his superior cultivation, he would have already fainted from that blow. The mouths of the master teachers twitched uncontrollably. They didn't know how the other party felt, but they felt pain just by looking at it. They only felt a chill between their legs, and their hearts ached. It seemed like they could offend anyone but that cauldron. That was too vicious. You. I'll kill you. Struggling to his feet, Xianxia glared at the golden origin cauldron with murderous intent, seemingly wanting to tear it apart. As the genius of the pavilion crashing, he dared not kill Zhang Xian, but since a mere weapon dared to do such a thing to him, there was no way he could let it go. But before he could finish his words, Jin Yuanding's massive bottom suddenly appeared right in front of him once more. He had been caught off guard by Zhang Xian's sneak attack earlier, but this time, he was prepared for it, so how could he possibly be struck once more? He raised his finger and tapped lightly in midair. In an instant, the air above the stage seemed to have turned viscous, and Jin Yuanding's charging momentum abruptly came to a halt. Even though a leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle Master Teacher was injured, his true fighting prowess was still frightening. Even though he was not as powerful as vicious, he was still stronger than the Qingtian Emperor. Jin Yuanding was only a leaving Aperture Realm Advanced Stage cultivator, and he had not learned any battle techniques yet. All he knew was how to charge forward recklessly. There was no way he would be able to withstand such an attack. Die. Freezing Zhang Xian in midair, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a sword appeared in his hand. The sword glinted brilliantly in the air. As expected of a quasi-8-star master teacher from Qiancheng Empire, he was able to take out a Saint-tier intermediate-tier artifact right from the get-go. In fact, it did not pale in comparison to Jin Yuanding at all. Master, save me. Seeing that he was about to be struck by the sword, Jin Yuanding cried out in fright. However, before he could finish his cry, a calm voice suddenly sounded in his head. Even though he's a leading Aperture Realm Pinnacle expert, he hasn't reached Grand Dominion Realm yet, so there are many flaws in his body. Move slightly to the left and open the lid of the cauldron. After that, descend onto the stage and attack from 3 meters away. There's a flaw in his Bianmen acupoint, so this is how you should attack him. The entire process took less than a tenth of a breath, and the sword chi was already right before Xianxia's eyes. Knowing that there was no time to waste, Jin Yuanding did as his master instructed, and his massive body abruptly moved slightly to the left. Wang, the sword chi struck the lid of the cauldron, and as if striking a drum, a deafening explosion sounded. Feeling a sharp pain in his spirit, Jin Yuanding hurriedly opened the lid of the cauldron, and his massive body abruptly sank downward. Hong Long, a deafening sound burst forth from the cauldron, striking right at Xianxia, causing his vision to blur for a brief moment. Even though it was not a demonic toon's attack, the sound was extremely loud, and it was not any weaker than a demonic toon's attack. Gotcha! After doing so, Jin Yuanding abruptly sank downward, creating a huge crater in the floor of the elevated platform. The elevated platform was constructed using pillars instead of stone, so there were many empty spaces beneath it. As soon as Jin Yuanding landed on the cauldron, the viscous space around him lost its effect. With a swift leap, he arrived at the location that Zhang Xian had pointed out earlier and charged right at Songshi's flaw. Songshi's face warped in astonishment. He raised his hands to block the attack, but while he managed to block the cauldron, he failed to block the leg of the cauldron, and it kicked at him once more. Gotcha! The sound of an egg cracking echoed in the air. Ah! Songshi fell to his knees, and his back was bent even more than before. I will kill you. Songshi's face was pale, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. Due to the excruciating pain, he could not even speak properly. How can you be so impudent? Don't you know how to hold back at all? Zhang Xian's face darkened. He walked up to Songshi and said, Songshi, I'm sorry. I've spoiled this cauldron too much, causing her to be impudent. I've already reprimanded her. Speaking up to this point, Songshi lowered his head and sighed deeply. He took out a dagger and passed it over. Why don't you cut it off? Pooh. Spurting a mouthful of blood, Songshi's body swayed weakly, and he fainted. For a quasi-8-star master teacher to come to the weakest conferred empire of the master teacher continent, Zhang Xian thought that he should bring absolute authority with him. Yet, not only did all of the master teachers disobey him, they even ended up being crippled by a cauldron. What was even more infuriating was that the other party even pretended to be innocent, even though your actions of offering pointers to the cauldron are minimal. As a combatant and a quasi-8-star master teacher, I am still able to see through it easily. You were the one who guided the weapon to pummel me, and yet, you pretended to be ignorant. This has nothing to do with you. Can you be any more shameless? Tisk your head. Even though I'm crippled, it's still better than nothing. Seeing that the other party had fainted, Zhang Xian shook his head. He put away his dagger and pinched Songshi's philtrum to wake him up. After which, he turned to Jin Yuanding and bellowed with a livid expression, How dare you? Hurry up and apologize. Yes. Jin Yuanding's plump body walked over like a duck. With a sincere look on his face, he said, Songshi, I apologize for my wrongdoings. Why don't I let you kick me a few times? After saying those words, he spread open the cauldron's legs. Pooh. Yet another mouthful of blood spurted from Songshi's mouth. What the heck do you have to let me kick you? Besides, I am a quasi-8-star master teacher. To have my vitals kicked and then have someone else kick me. Do you still have any dignity left? Zhang Xian, how dare you break into a prison and ignore the rules of the master teacher pavilion? You have no respect for your elders, and you even used a weapon to attack me. With a savage look on his face, Songshi shook off Zhang Xian's support. Report it? That's right. Songshi gritted his teeth. All right then. Jin Yuanding, I'll leave Songshi to you. Take good care of him. Zhang Xian waved his hands. All right. Filled with excitement, Jin Yuanding raised his thick cauldron leg, seemingly ready to kick out again at any moment. Songshi subconsciously took 2 steps back. He was just about to drive his Xianxia to put up a desperate fight against Zhang Xian when the roar of a saint beast suddenly echoed in the sky. Following which, he saw a fiery cloud flying over from afar. It's a Saint 6-stand saint beast, the fire cloud saint bird. Songshi narrowed his eyes in astonishment. A thought suddenly struck him, and he exclaimed in agitation, That's Yaoshi from the Empire Alliance. Yaoshi Tian? Zhang Xian frowned as he activated his eye of insight to peer in the direction of the fire cloud. Standing on the back of this flaming cloud saint bird was a woman in her 40s. She was dressed in plain clothes, and her appearance couldn't be considered too beautiful. In fact, she was quite lacking when compared to Wei Ronxue. However, her temperament was elegant, and she gave off an otherworldly feeling. She was like a fairy. This was especially so for the great teacher emblem in front of his chest. There were 8 stars shining brightly, and under the illumination of the sun, it was extremely dazzling. 8-star master teacher? She was actually an 8-star master teacher. In other words, even at the very least, her cultivation had reached Saint 6-dan Grand Dominion realm, making her an invincible expert. Amidst Zhang Xian's shock, the flaming cloud saint bird had already arrived above his head. Following which, Yaoshi leaped down from the back of the beast and began walking down slowly. I am an 8-star low-tier master teacher from the Empire Alliance, Xianxia. On orders from the headquarters, I am here to investigate the death of Pavilion Master Go. Is Vice Pavilion Master Wu of the Qingyuan Empire around? Before he could even get close, the elegant voice rang out. You are here to investigate the death of Pavilion Master Go? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before realization struck him. Back when he had successfully crashed the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, Pavilion Master Go had requested the headquarters to dispatch a quasi-8-star Master Teacher, Xianxia, to investigate the matter. However, Pavilion Master Go had died along with several other 7-star Master Teachers, and as the implications of the matter were too great, Wuxia had requested for Pavilion Master Go's assistance as well. This time, the Qianchong Empire had no choice but to report the matter to the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion and request for Xiaoxi's assistance. Due to the time difference, the aerial Saint Beasts that the two of them were riding on were traveling at an incredible speed, surpassing the range of communication through ordinary communication jade tokens. As such, they were unaware that Xiaoxia was coming. Qianchong Empire 7-star Master Teacher Xianxia pays respect to Xiaoxia. Xianxia stepped forward and clasped his fist. Quasi-8-star Master Teacher was just a term that the populace used to refer to experts as a form of respect and reverence. In truth, he was still considered a 7-star Master Teacher. I met you when I went to the Qianchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion to conduct a lecture. Xiaoxia turned around and asked doubtfully, what are you doing here? The injuries on your body. With her eye of discernment, she could immediately tell that the other party was injured at his crotch. How could a quasi-8-star Master Teacher, a leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle expert, be injured there? Reporting to Xiaoxia, I am here on orders from the headquarters to investigate the matter of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion crashing, but as soon as I arrived, I discovered that not only have Pavilion Master Go and Vice Pavilion Master Tian been murdered, even the Emperor, Chu Tianqing, has been killed. The murderer has escaped, but his accomplice didn't manage to escape. According to the rules of Mingshi Tang, he was executed on the spot. Who could have thought that not only did Xianxia, disregard the rules of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, he even abducted Chu Tianqing and severely injured me. Xianxia swiftly recounted the matter to Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, I beseech you to redress my grievances. Abducted Chu Tianqing? Injured you? Xiaoxia turned to Xianxia with a frown. You are Xianxia? Is he speaking the truth? I was the one who abducted Chu Tianqing, and the one who injured him was my weapon, Jin Yuanding. Xianxia clasped his fist. With so many people witnessing the matter, there was no use denying it. Thus, he might as well admit to it. Regardless of Xianxia's identity, he is still a representative of the headquarters. Do you know how serious the crime is for you to disobey the orders of the envoy and assault Chu Tianqing? Xiaoxia asked. She had heard that Xianxia was the young man who had successfully crashed the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. To be able to challenge the entire Mingshi Tang Empire Master Teacher Pavilion at such a young age, it was hard to imagine how talented he was. As long as he didn't die, he would surely have a bright future ahead of him. Since that was the case, why would he commit such an unwise act and ruin his own future? Reporting to Xiaoxia, this matter has grave implications. As a 7-star Master Teacher, it goes without saying that I know what the crime is, but I did it out of desperation. I didn't want our Mingshi Tang Empire to be deceived and mocked by others. Xianxia bowed deeply. Deceived? Xiaoxia was perplexed. That's right. Xianxia nodded. Vice Pavilion Master Tian is an otherworldly demon. He is the reincarnation of the Qing Tian Emperor of the Qing Tian lineage, and his very nature is that of an otherworldly demon. He colluded with Zhong Qingwang and the Qingyuan Emperor Chu Tianqing to undermine the stability of mankind. Xianxia swiftly went through the matter regarding Tianqing and the otherworldly demons. However, he omitted the part regarding vicious. This, after hearing Xianxia's explanation, Xiaoxia could not help but ask, this matter has grave implications. Do you have any proof? This matter involved a Vice Pavilion Master and the Emperor of a conferred empire. If something were to go wrong, the reputation of the entire Mingshi Tang Empire would fall into the gutter. Wuxia and the others have already reported this matter to the Alliance branch. If Xiaoxia doesn't believe me, you can contact them. We have the corpse of the Qing Tian Emperor as proof, Xianxia said. Even though the Qing Tian Emperor and Tian Qing were dead, as long as the Mingshi Tang Empire branch wanted to investigate the matter, they would still be able to find out the truth. Seeing how confident Xianxia was, Yaoshi nodded. I'll contact the headquarters to look into this matter. I'll give you a clear answer on the matter. However, even if there is a problem with Chu Tianqing, I'll have to report this matter to the headquarters first so that Mingshi Tang Empire branch can deal with it. Your student killed Chu Tianqing and colluded with the poison masters to poison the entire royal palace. While Songshi's decision to execute Chu Tianqing might be a little biased, it's still to appease the hearts of the people. Aren't you being a little too disrespectful by charging over and injuring him with a weapon? Mingshi Tang's goal was to appease the hearts of mankind. Sun Chang and the others had poisoned an entire royal palace and killed an emperor. Even if they had killed a traitor of mankind, it was still a violation of the rules. It was just like how a murderer had to be punished by the law. No matter how much one hated the murderer, one couldn't make a move personally, or else one would have committed a crime. That was exactly what they were doing at the moment. Even though killing Chu Tianqing was a good deed, it was still against the rules. In order to appease the hearts of the people, even though it was a little biased to execute him, it wasn't a big deal. Yet, as a 7-star master teacher, you actually charged over and pummeled the envoy of the Qing Tian Empire branch. Yaoshi, that Xianxia is too arrogant. Not only is he disrespectful, he has no regard for the rules set by Mingshi Tang at all. We have to punish him severely, or else how can we appease the masses? Hearing Yaoshi speaking up for him, Songshi gritted his teeth. If his identity as a man was crippled, he would surely find it irreconcilable. Shut up. But before Songshi could finish his words, Zhang Xian's face suddenly darkened. Songshi nearly exploded on the spot. Yaoshi didn't give you permission to speak, so how dare you interrupt me? How dare you interject before an 8-star master teacher? Is this what you call disrespectful? Zhang Xian interjected with a wave of his hand. Songshi's face paled. It was indeed disrespectful of him to interject before Yaoshi had given him permission to speak. Seeing that Songshi had nothing to say, Zhang Xian decided to ignore him. Clasping his fist, he said, Yaoshi, this matter isn't as Songshi has said. There's more to it than meets the eye. Songshi, you said that Sun Chang colluded with the poison masters of the Poison Temple to assault Royal City, but the truth is that Elder Suyu and the others are no longer poison masters of the Poison Temple but combat masters of the Combat Master Hall. Combat masters? Indeed. Elder Suyu and the others used to be poison masters, but due to their benevolence, they have already been recruited by the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall. This matter has already been reported to the headquarters of the Combat Master Hall, and the new progeny of combat has already given his approval. You can look into this matter, Zhang Xian said righteously. The progeny of combat was Xingyang, so it was only a matter of a single word from him. Besides, Elder Suyu and the others had indeed been recruited by the Combat Master Hall, and they had already received their approval. They were no longer poison masters but true combat masters of the Combat Master Hall. Oh? Yaoshi turned to Songshi and asked, Songshi, have you looked into this matter yet? It's true that they have joined the Combat Master Hall, but a leopard cannot change its spots. The fact that they have secretly forged poison is proof of that, Songshi replied with a reddened face. He knew that the other party had been recruited into the Combat Master Hall, but he didn't think too much of it. A leopard cannot change its spots? To think that a master teacher would say such words. Songshi, if you have been sucking on your mother's milk when you were young, are you still sucking on your mother's milk now? Zhang Xian flung his sleeves coldly. I would like to continue recommending Lao's old book, Boundless Dantian. It's the pinnacle of the reincarnation of the strong, and it's already finished. Also, it's already the end of the month. Do you still have a monthly pass? Audacious. Songshi was on the verge of exploding from rage. We master teachers teach through words and deeds. While imparting knowledge to others, we can also change one's nature and develop in a better direction. If it's as you said, it's hard to change one's nature. What's the use of master teachers then? Are you denying Kongshi's ideals and Mingshi Tang? Zhang Xian bellowed. I didn't mean that. Songshi's body swayed weakly. Denying Kongshi's ideals and Mingshi Tang. Even if he was given 10 guts, he wouldn't dare do such a thing. Then, are you denying the progeny of combat and the Combat Master Hall's decisions? Xianxia asked. I didn't mean that. Songshi clenched his jaws tightly. While the combat masters were under the control of Mingshi Tang, the standing of the progeny of combat was simply too high. It wasn't something that an insignificant figure like him could criticize. Then, what do you mean? While the world is in chaos, I am the only one who is sober. Xianxia asked. Songshi's face reddened. He knew that he would fall into a trap if he allowed the other party to continue questioning him. Thus, he hurriedly turned to Yaoshi and clasped his fists tightly. Yaoshi, we master teachers are well aware of what the poison masters have done. Putting aside the vile nature of their cultivation techniques, some of them even use human blood to nurture their venomous insects. I don't know why those fellows were recruited into the Combat Master Hall, but based on my conjecture, it's probably just a disguise to imprison them to prevent them from committing any evil deeds. They aren't really acknowledging their identities. Vile nature of their cultivation techniques? Xianxia interjected. As a master teacher, you should seek truth from facts. You're lying through your teeth. May I know what crime that is? What nonsense are you spouting? Songshi spat through gritted teeth. Nonsense? Turning to Elder Su and the others, Xianxia said, Everyone, I'll have to trouble you to drive your cultivation techniques and show Songshi whether it's a vicious technique or not. Yes. Elder Su and the others nodded as they drove their Xianxia, and surges of auras burst into the sky. These auras were upright, without the slightest hint of malice or malevolence. On the contrary, they felt a sense of warmth and comfort. Songxian was stunned. As a quasi-8-star master teacher, Xianxia had seen plenty of poison masters in his time, and every single one of them carried lethal poison. Yet, not only did he not feel that way, he even felt warmth in his heart. Paying no heed to Yaoshi's shock, Xianxia clasped his fist and asked, Yaoshi, may I know if they practice the vicious art? Yaoshi shook her head and said, Their Xianxia is pure and light, and it has nothing to do with viciousness. Indeed. They have already turned over a new leaf and become members of the Combat Master Hall. Yet, Songshi still treats them as poison masters and calls them vicious. May I ask what exactly is vicious? Did you come up with that on your own? Xianxia stared at Songxian, refusing to budge an inch. Songshi's body trembled as he found himself at a loss for words. When he captured Elder Su and the others, they didn't put up any resistance at all. As such, he didn't know that poison masters were capable of cultivating such an upright cultivation technique. Even if their cultivation technique isn't as sinister as before, it's a fact that they were able to poison everyone in the royal palace to death. No matter what you say, it won't change anything. It took a long while for Songshi to recover from his shock. Since that's the case, allow me to explain the matter to you in detail so that you can give up on it. Xianxia waved his hand grandly as he turned to the 8-star master teacher before him and said, Yaoshi, I would like to tell you the ins and outs of this matter so that you can judge it for me and the others. Feel free to speak. Yaoshi nodded. It's like this. The Qingtian Emperor of the Qingtian lineage is not only a powerful soul oracle, but he also wields extraordinary strength. He also possesses a secret art that allows him to capture one's soul. In other words, no matter how powerful you are, as long as you aren't stronger than him and are within a certain range, he can easily capture your soul and assimilate it into nourishment for his cultivation. Capture one's soul and assimilate it? That's right. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia took out an altar and placed it on the ground. This is one of the formations that he uses. If Yaoshi doesn't believe me, you can take a look for yourself. It was the altar that Xianxia had used to capture the Qingtian Emperor. These secret inscriptions, taking a closer look, Yaoshi's expression gradually turned grim. Even though I've never seen such an altar before, it's true that soul oracles possess a secret art that allows them to advance their cultivation by consuming the souls of others. It's for this reason that the Qingtian Emperor was eliminated by the Mingshi Tang back then. Even though she had never seen such an altar before, with her eye of discernment as an 8-star master teacher, she could easily tell that it was extremely effective against one's soul. If one were to use it in conjunction with a secret art, it might really be able to extract one's soul from one's body. Indeed. To be honest, the Qing Tian Emperor isn't the only one who possesses such a secret art. Chu Tianqing, who is loyal to him, has also learned it. Xianxia said. Chu Tianqing could be a soul oracle as well? Yaoshi frowned. That's right. Xianxia nodded. Do you have any evidence? Yaoshi asked. Learning the secret art of the soul oracles and pledging loyalty to the otherworldly demonic tribe was a huge crime. Even though Chu Tianqing was already dead, without any evidence, it was still slander. There's no need for that. Elder Bai, I'll have to trouble you to bring the corpses of Xianxia, Pavilion Master Go, and the other 7-star master teachers over here. With an impassive look on his face, Xianxia instructed. Yes. Beneath the stage, an elder of the Mingshi Tang sect turned around and walked out of the room. This elder had accompanied him to Qianxia's residence to capture Vice Pavilion Master Tian, so they were already acquainted with one another. Not too long later, Elder Bai returned, and with a flick of his wrist, a row of corpses fell to the ground. Knowing that this matter was of grave importance, the Mingshi Tang sect had specially treated these corpses. Even after so many days, they still looked extremely lifelike, as if they had just died. Yaoshi, you can examine these corpses carefully to see if there's anything in common with them. Xianxia gestured. Yaoshi stepped forward and examined the corpses carefully, and the more she examined them, the tighter her frown became. These corpses were completely intact, and there was not the slightest injury on them. However, their souls had already dissipated, vanishing completely. These are all corpses whose souls have been destroyed. Yaoshi said after examining the corpses. These are all 7-star master teachers whose souls were captured and obliterated before their deaths. Furthermore, there's one thing that all of these 7-star master teachers shared before their deaths: they had come into contact with Chu Tianqing. You can check on this in the Master Teacher Pavilion. Xianxia said. Chu Tianqing had once come to visit Zhong Qingwang, so he had come into contact with these people. Previously, he had not thought much of it, but after learning that Zhang Xian was loyal to Vicious in the marshlands, it became much easier for him to figure out what was going on. Without a medium, no matter how formidable Vicious was, it was impossible for him to kill someone from tens of thousands of li away. The reason why he was able to do so was probably because Emperor Chu Tianqing had come into contact with these master teachers and brought them fine wine and delicacies. I can testify that on that night, when Chu Tianqing came to visit Zhong Qingwang, he brought a lot of fine wine for everyone to drink. I can also testify that I can swear on my identity as a master teacher for every word that I have said. Right after Zhang Xian said those words, many of the master teachers beneath the stage immediately shouted in agreement. Back then, Chu Tianqing's passionate attitude was still fresh in everyone's mind. You mean to say that Chu Tianqing used a secret art to kill so many master teachers? Hearing the testimonies of so many people, Yaoshi could not help but ask doubtfully. Even if he isn't the culprit, there's no doubt that he has something to do with it. Xianxia said. Even though Wu Shi and I were able to deduce that there was something wrong with Chu Tianqing, we didn't dare to make a move on him. After all, if we were to kill him, the Qing Tian Emperor, who was hiding in the marshlands of the northern meadows, would surely flee. Thus, under the pretext of going into seclusion, the two of us secretly gathered 9 experts and headed to the marshlands to kill the Qing Tian Emperor. Even though it was fraught with danger, we still managed to succeed. I have already told you about this matter. Yaoshi nodded. Zhang Xian had already told her about this matter earlier. Even though we left discreetly, as the emperor of an empire, we still noticed that something was amiss a few days later. Most likely, Chu Tianqing also realized that we had leaked the matter, so he decided to make a final stand against us. A final stand against us? Indeed. Based on my conjecture, there's a good chance that Chu Tianqing is using a secret art to capture souls to sacrifice all of the living beings in Qingyuan City in order to raise his cultivation. It's impossible for him to kill so many experts at once, but since it's limited to those beneath Saint Realm, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to slaughter several million cultivators. Once he succeeds, the entire capital will be reduced to a living hell. Zhang Xian said with a compassionate voice. Xianxia, you mean to say that Emperor Chu Tianqing intends to kill all of the living beings in Qingyuan city beneath Saint Realm? How is that possible? Surely he can't be that insane. Xianxia did not bother to conceal his voice at all, and a huge commotion broke out beneath the stage. No one dared to believe what they were hearing. This piece of news was simply too shocking. It was beyond imagination. I believe that there's no need for me to elaborate on the consequences of betraying humanity. Once it's exposed, he'll become the enemy of the entire master-teacher continent, and there's no doubt that he'll end up doing anything more extreme than that. Xianxia harumphed. This? The crowd fell silent. In the face of life and death, there was no one who could maintain their composure. No one could be certain of what they would do. It's precisely because of this concern that I specially instructed Sun Chong, Lu Yang, Elder Su, and the others before setting off. If anything were to happen, even at the risk of being misunderstood, they had to save lives. This is the duty that master teachers should fulfill. That's why Lu Yang snuck into the royal palace and feigned arrest while Sun Chong, Elder Su, and the others poisoned all of the guards. It seems like recklessness is the best way to resolve this issue. It's a way to minimize the impact while saving lives. As such, I feel that not only are they not guilty, they are even meritorious in saving lives. For such meritorious subjects to be sentenced to death by the indiscriminate Xianxia, how can I just stand by idly and watch? If I were to allow such a thing to happen, where is the fairness of the Mingshi Tang? Where is our honor? The more he spoke, the more agitated Xianxia became. His furious voice echoed throughout the entire capital. Hearing those words, Elder Su and the others glanced at one another in bewilderment. To save the people from calamity. Why did we suddenly become so noble all of a sudden? But what Xianxia said, why didn't they have any impression of it at all? In a single night, Chu Tianqing had knocked out more than 10,000 people in the royal palace, rendering them powerless to resist. While it was true that he had done it to save Chu Tianqing, it was still a little too shocking. If he had done it not to save Chu Tianqing but to kill Chu Tianqing, who in the world would be able to stop him? Once the news spread, everyone would surely feel threatened. The other conferred empires would surely be on the verge of exterminating Chu Tianqing. It was for this reason that Xianxia had sentenced Chu Tianqing to death without much hesitation. Even Yaoshi had silently agreed to it, thinking that it was not a big deal. Xianxian's soul depth had reached 25.1, and his worldly insight was a form of knowledge. He was able to see through their concerns and thoughts clearly. He knew that if he didn't have a suitable reason, no matter how well he spoke, it would be difficult for him to escape punishment. Thus, he first gave Elder Su and the others an official identity before pinning a groundless crime on Chu Tianqing. This way, they would not have acted recklessly. Instead, the Combat Master Hall had cooperated with the master teachers to save Chu Tianqing. If the other conferred empires were to learn of this, they would surely not say anything about it. Elder Su was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. He turned to look at Xianxia with a look of admiration in his eyes. Within such a short period of time, he was able to analyze the thoughts of Xianxia and Yaoshi, as well as the thoughts of Mingshi Tang and all of the cultivators in Qingyuan city. Furthermore, he was able to find the most suitable reason to resolve the problem with a single move. This was something that most people in the world were incapable of. His reflexes and thoughts were truly fearsome. Why do I feel like this young man is our true benefactor? Elder Su muttered as he glanced at Xianxia once more before turning his gaze to Sun Chong. This was how their benefactor was like. He possessed extraordinary reflexes and intelligence, and he was able to do everything calmly and unhurriedly. He was completely different from the fatty who had been captured with them earlier. Other than being a glutton and a lazy person, there did not seem to be any other good points about the fatty. Sun Chong, perplexed, Elder Su was just about to probe the fatty when the latter abruptly took several steps forward. Yaoshi, I am the Sun Chong who is about to be beheaded. With a clear voice, Sun Chong placed his hands behind his back and a proud expression on his face. At the same time, his voice echoed throughout the square. We were unwilling to speak of this matter because we didn't want to cause chaos and panic. Since young master has said it, I'll admit it. The reason why young master Lu Yang and I killed Chu Tianqing was because we saw that he was up to no good. He was planning to sacrifice everyone in the capital. Although our strength isn't great and our reputation isn't that great, if we can use our lives to exchange for the lives of the entire city's people, it would be a glorious death. With that, Sun Cheng walked in front of the crowd, his back ramrod straight, as if he were ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of humanity at any time, but no one understood him. I see, he did it to save us. What a joke, we thought he was a traitor. Chu Tianxing actually sided with the otherworldly demonic tribe and even threatened to sacrifice all of us. His crimes are unforgivable. Only after seeing it with my own eyes did I realize how noble Sun Cheng and the Poison Masters, no, Combat Masters, are. We have really wronged them. Hearing Sun Cheng's explanation and witnessing with their own eyes how he would rather die than submit, how he would rather be killed than to instill fear in the hearts of the crowd couldn't help but feel moved. The master teachers of Mingshi Tang Academy couldn't help but feel ashamed. Even though they were master teachers, they were still far from matching up to these people. This, Elder Su's lips twitched once more. You are committing evil, you clearly killed him by accident, alright? And most importantly, you even wanted to take a knife and castrate him. You are the one who is committing evil, so when did you become Chu Tianxing? More importantly, you only know how to eat and sleep. When did you ever sacrifice yourself for the cause? But, in this aspect, you do resemble our benefactor a little. Elder Su rubbed his glabella in distress. Previously, he had suspected that Xianxia, was his benefactor. However, after seeing Sun Cheng's demeanor, he realized that he bore some resemblance to his benefactor, making it hard for him to tell the difference anymore. This fellow. He only knows how to act cool. Unlike Elder Su, upon seeing Sun Cheng's actions, Xianxia couldn't help but rub his glabella speechlessly. If only he could be half as low profile as I am. No matter what he did, he would always try to avoid trouble as much as he could and keep a low profile whenever possible. Yet, this fellow loved to stand in the limelight. Who did he learn that from? But this was fine too. As long as he could stir up public opinion, the matter would be resolved. Even if Xianxia felt that there was something amiss with the matter, he would still agree to it. More importantly, the betrayal of an emperor was a huge blow to the Master Teacher Pavilion's reputation. Through this, the Master Teacher Pavilion would be able to gain the upper hand in this matter. If they knew about Chu Tianxing's evil deeds beforehand, they would have made preparations in advance. Not only would their reputation not be tarnished, it would even be elevated to a whole new level, thus earning the respect and admiration of others. Under such circumstances, as long as one wasn't a fool, he would surely agree to it. As expected, before Xianxia could finish his thoughts, Xianxia suddenly nodded and looked at him grimly. I didn't think that Chu Tianxing would be so despicable. Since the truth has come to light, I'll request for a reward from the headquarters so that we can make up for our mistakes. Xianxia, hearing Xiaoxi's verdict, Xianxia's face paled. I still think that there's something fishy about this matter, and I'll have to look into it. To make such a verdict was no different from saying that he had been incompetent in his work, and that he had betrayed the loyal ones. Just this crime alone would make it impossible for him to clear his name. Enough. Xiaoxi's face darkened as she flung her sleeves furiously. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? As a quasi-8-star master teacher, you didn't investigate the matter properly before deciding to judge him. How can you face the authority that Mingshi Tang has entrusted to you in the future? Xianxia's body trembled. Alright, I'll report your incompetence to the headquarters. Just wait for your punishment. Xianxia said with a wave of her hand. It's all your fault. Xianxia had thought that it would be an easy task, but who could have thought that things would turn out this way? He turned to glare at Xianxia with eyes brimming with hatred. If not for this fellow. If he had dealt with this matter properly, even if he didn't achieve a meteoric rise, he would still have been able to rise steadily. In fact, he might even have been rewarded by the higher-ups, allowing him to surpass his leaving Aperture Realm bottleneck and reach Grand Dominion Realm. But it was a pity that everything had come to naught. More importantly, he had been slapped in the face in public, and that thing of his had been crippled as well. The grudge between them could be said to be irreconcilable. With a flick of her wrist, she took out her master teacher emblem, and with a tap of her finger, a droplet of fresh blood floated on it. Following which, a resounding voice echoed in the air. Xianxia, you instigated so many master teachers to make a move on me and humiliate me. On top of that, you even crippled me with your own weapon. I, Xianxia, in the name of a 7-star master teacher, hereby issue a challenge to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Following which, a brilliant burst of light burst forth from the emblem, soaring into the sky. Xianxia, you sure are brazen. Not expecting the fellow to be so indignant as to issue a challenge to the Master Teacher Pavilion, Yaoshi's face darkened. If there was a conflict between master teachers that they couldn't resolve, they could apply for a Master Teacher Pavilion challenge. Through the emblem, they could report the matter to the headquarters, and the headquarters would decide on the matter based on the strength of the person they wanted to challenge. This was the best way to resolve a conflict between master teachers. Once both parties agreed to it, not even an 8-star master teacher like her would be able to stop them. Why wouldn't I dare? I accept your challenge. Xianxia nodded in response. To forcefully snatch Xianxia from the other party's hands and humiliate him so badly that he spurted blood. Not to mention, he did it in front of so many people. If Xianxia could swallow this humiliation, he would be truly shocked. It was within his expectations that such an outcome would occur. Xianxia. Yaoshi hurriedly turned her gaze over, wanting to persuade Xianxia otherwise. However, as soon as she agreed to it, Mingshi Tang suddenly sensed something. Hong Long, on the Master Teacher Tower not too far away, a brilliant ray of light burst forth, and in the blink of an eye, it formed 2 massive words, accept. Even though Xianxia was a quasi-8-star master teacher, he was still a 7-star master teacher. On the other hand, Zhang Xian had just successfully crashed the Master Teacher Pavilion, and he was still in the midst of his rise. As such, the headquarters had determined that the two of them would stand a chance against one another. It's good that you dare to accept my challenge. Xianxia was a little surprised to see the other party agreeing to his challenge without any hesitation. Gritting his teeth, he said, I'll issue a challenge. You can decide the content of the duel. Since he had issued a challenge, it went without saying that the other party should be the one to decide the content of the duel. You want me to decide? Very well then. Knowing the rules of the duel, Zhang Xian looked at Xianxia calmly and said, I challenge the impartation of heaven's will. His soul depth had already reached the level of an 8-star master teacher, and he had the advantage of being a celestial master teacher. If he were to challenge the impartation of heaven's will, putting aside this fellow, even the average 8-star master teacher would be no match for him. Since this fellow was looking for a thrill, there was nothing for him to hesitate about. Impartation of heaven's will? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. The other party had caused all of the master teachers in the Qingyuan Empire Mingshi Tang Empire to willingly acknowledge him as their teacher. He had long heard that the other party's soul depth was definitely higher than his. If he were to choose the impartation of heaven's path, there was a good chance that he would be crushed. However, as a leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle expert who had undergone 4 lightning tribulations, he possessed a powerful primordial spirit and a calm soul depth. On the other hand, the other party's cultivation was only at embryonic soul realm pinnacle. As long as he prepared in advance and chose the content of the duel, there was a good chance that he would emerge victorious. Alright, I'll agree to it. However, I'll decide the content of the duel. There were many types of impartation of heaven's will duels. While the other party could decide the content of the duel, he would be the one to decide. Of course. Zhang Xian waved his hand casually. Regardless of the content of the duel, he had never been afraid of anyone before. All right then. Xianxia turned to Yaoshi and clasped his fist. Yaoshi, may I borrow your brush of heavenly impartation for a moment? Brush of heavenly impartation? Yaoshi was taken aback for a moment before her face darkened. Are you intending to challenge the most difficult of the impartation of heaven's will? Heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy? It's already the end of the month. As everyone can see, Laowa is just like Zhang Xian, clumsy with his words, and he doesn't know how to ask for monthly votes. If you have any, please give it to him. Take pity on an honest person who is diligently updating his novels. Tomorrow is the sports meet, and I'll be busy the entire day. Don't worry, I won't stop updating even if I work until midnight tonight. That's right. Xianxia gritted his teeth as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy? Zhang Xian was taken aback for a moment before he nodded. Having read all of Mingshi Tang's books in the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Academy, he already had a clear understanding of such duels. Normal impartation of heaven's will would require a certain number of cultivators to conduct a lecture within a limited period of time so as to assess their affinity with one another. The higher the affinity, the better the result. The heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy wasn't too different from the heavenly impartation of a mentor's calligraphy. The only difference was that the brush of heavenly impartation was a tool. The brush of heavenly impartation was neither a saint artifact nor a spirit artifact. Instead, it was a unique artifact that had been infused with the will of a master teacher. It was able to discern the language of a master teacher, and as long as it was in line with the profundities of the great Tao, it would automatically record down the profundities of the master teacher's words. If other cultivators were to observe the words recorded by it, they would be able to listen to the impartation of heaven's will personally, thus speeding up their cultivation. Of course, the words would completely disappear after one look. There were two reasons why it was the most difficult duel of the impartation of heaven's will. Firstly, the brush of heavenly impartation of heaven's will was already a common occurrence for it. In order to make the brush of heavenly impartation of heaven's will work, the knowledge that it imparts must be unique and unique. Secondly, it was extremely taxing on one's soul depth, far surpassing that of a lecture from a master teacher. Under normal circumstances, a single word from a master teacher would cost a master teacher a soul depth. Many 7-star pinnacle master teachers found themselves unable to move the brush of heavenly impartation even after a single lecture. Even quasi 8-star master teachers were unable to lift their brush of heavenly impartation at all. 10 words was their limit as well. Heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy. Every time you execute it, your state of mind will be severely damaged. Are you sure you want to compete in this? Xianxia Tian's expression turned ugly when she heard that the competition was actually like this. Making the brush of heavenly impartation right on its own was extremely taxing on one's mental state. The slightest mistake could cause one's mental state to collapse, and one's many years of cultivation would be destroyed in a single day. Thus, this kind of competition was not only difficult, it was also dangerous. Yes. Xianxia replied resolutely. This? Xianxia paused for a moment before turning to look at Xianxia. Xianxia, what do you think? If you think it's too difficult, you can reject it. After saying those words, he sent a telepathic message to Xianxia. Xianxia has studied the heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy, and he has even created a good result in the 8 characters. You have never come into contact with the brush of heavenly impartation before. Since no one had ever tried moving the brush of heavenly impartation before, and they didn't know the rules of the brush of heavenly impartation, almost no one could succeed. The reason why Xianxia dared to challenge the Qianchong Empire was because he possessed the brush of heavenly impartation, and he had created a record of 8 characters in the past. 10 was the limit of a quasi 8-star master teacher. Even in the Qianchong Empire, those who could achieve 8 characters could be considered as one of the best. It could be said that this challenge was extremely beneficial to him, but for Xianxia, it was extremely difficult. No need, I'll take this one. Knowing that the other party meant well, Xianxia nodded to express his gratitude. It was just the heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy. Even though Xianxia had never come into contact with it before, it should not be too difficult. All right. Seeing the nonchalant look on Xianxia's face, Xianxia shook her head. With a flick of her wrist, a golden brush appeared before everyone and floated quietly in the air. The brush was around a qi long, and there was no ink on its surface. Scanning it with one's spiritual perception, one could feel the unique aura of a master teacher emanating from it. This is the brush of heavenly impartation. Who wants to go first? With a tap of her finger, the brush floated quietly between the duo. Since Xianxia was the one who suggested the duel, I'll let him go first. Xianxia said modestly. He had read through the records of the heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy, but he had never tried it himself, so he wasn't too sure about the rules. Thus, it was better to let the other party go first. All right. Xianxia walked up to Xianxia, and his eyebrows shot up as his mouth began moving. He didn't make any sound, but he used his Xinqi telepathy instead. If you use Xinqi telepathy, your impartation of heaven's will be more effective. It'll be easier for you to move the brush of heavenly impartation. Fearing that Xianxia wouldn't understand, Xianxia discreetly sent a telepathic message to him. Xianxia nodded in response. Teaching a single person and teaching a group of people were two completely different concepts. It was similar to tutoring. If a teacher were to deal with a single person, the effect would be better. If the teacher were to deal with multiple people at once, the effect would be worse. Through Xianxia telepathy, Xianxia's strength would be more focused. Xianxia's mouth opened and closed as he spoke non-stop. It didn't take long for his forehead to be covered in sweat. However, the brush before him remained motionless, as if it had been nailed to the air. Xianxia extended his spiritual perception into the brush, and he could sense that Xianxia's soul depth was swiftly plummeting. After an unknown period of time, the stationary brush abruptly shook. With a slight twist, a massive character appeared in the air. Impartation of void. It was not a language that Xianxia was familiar with, nor was it the language of the otherworldly demonic tribe or the beast tribe. Instead, it was a language that he had never seen before. While he had no idea what it was, with just a glance, he seemed to be able to understand the meaning behind it. Just sweep your spiritual perception over it, and you'll be able to learn it. However, as soon as you sweep your spiritual perception over it, the words will vanish, Xianxia instructed telepathically. Heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy was a type of impartation of heaven's will. It allowed one to drive one's Xianxia automatically, and as long as one's spiritual perception came into contact with it, one would be able to cultivate uncontrollably. However, it was a single-use item. No matter how incredible the cultivation technique was, it could only be shown to one person once. It could be said that it was a stored copy of impartation of heaven's will that could be carried around or gifted to others. This was precisely the reason why it was so valuable that it was practically impossible to buy it. As the first character appeared, cold sweat began to pour down Xianxia's forehead. Following which, the second, third, and fourth characters appeared. As the number of characters increased, Xianxia's face grew paler and paler. It seemed like his soul depth was already reaching its limit. A quasi-8-star master teacher's soul depth was above 23, so it was impossible for him to exhaust his soul depth in a single go. If he were to do so, it would result in his soul collapsing, and inner demons would be born. Under normal circumstances, his soul depth would be below 15. Activating his Eye of Insight, Xianxia took a closer look. As the number of characters increased, Xianxia's body began to sway more and more violently, and his primordial spirit seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It was fortunate that he had overcome 4 lightning tribulations, or else he would have already succumbed to the pressure. 6, 7, 8. I've already reached 8 characters. I've already reached his previous record. 10 minutes later, 8 characters were floating quietly in the air, emanating a unique glow. 8 characters was Xianxia's highest record, but this was already his limit. His body began to sway uncontrollably, and it looked like he would collapse at any moment. At the same time, his face had also turned as pale as a sheet of paper. If you continue on like this, you might inflict severe damage to your body. Seeing that Xianxia had no intention of stopping, Xianxia frowned. Regardless of whether it was impartation of heaven's will or cultivation, one had to know one's limits well. If one were to exceed the limits of one's body, it would result in irreparable damage. As a 7-star pinnacle physician, Xianxia had a deep understanding of one's body. If he were to continue on like this, he might just be able to surpass his limits and achieve results that he had never been able to achieve before. However, the damage to his body would be permanent, and this was especially so for his soul depth. There was a good chance that he would be unable to advance any further in the future. To a master teacher, being unable to raise his soul depth was equivalent to being stuck at quasi-8-star for the rest of his life. Even though Xianxia's complexion had turned incredibly awful, he still showed no signs of stopping. All of a sudden, he spurted a mouthful of blood, and he seemed to have aged several times over. Voila, the brush swayed in the air for a moment before writing the final character. Pung. After that, Xianxia seemed to have exhausted all of his strength, and he collapsed to the ground. His vision darkened, and he fainted. Sigh, why bother? Why bother? Seeing how Xianxia had exhausted all of his strength in order to achieve victory, Xianxia shook his head with a bitter smile. To pay such a heavy price in a fit of pique, that fellow sure was stubborn. Walking up to Xianxia, Xianxia placed his finger on Xianxia's acupoints and discreetly infused a surge of Xinqi into his body. Only then did Xianxia slowly open his eyes. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia struggled to his feet with a livid face. There's no need for you to fawn over me. I won't appreciate your kindness, I don't need your kindness. Xianxia shook his head. Saving Xianxia was only a matter of honor as a master teacher. It was meaningless to him whether he had done it or not. After waking up, Xianxia swallowed a pill, and his complexion recovered slightly. He turned to Yaoshi and said, Yaoshi, I have completed the heavenly importation of Mentor's calligraphy. You have written a total of 9 characters. Even though you haven't broken the record of 10 characters for quasi-8-star master teachers, it's still a feat rarely seen in 100 years. Yaoshi nodded. 9 characters might not mean much among 8-star master teachers, but among quasi-8-star master teachers, Xianxia was definitely the cream of the crop. Even the pavilion master of the Qianchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion might not be a match for him. Thank you for your testimony, Yaoshi. Seeing that the other party had acknowledged the result, Xianxia turned to Xianxia and said, Xianxia, let's begin. All right. Xianxia nodded. He had seen how Xianxia had executed the heavenly importation of Mentor's calligraphy earlier, so he had already grasped the method of the importation of heaven's will. Very soon, Xianxia walked up to the floating brush of heavenly importation of Mentor's calligraphy, and with his hands behind his back, he sent a telepathic message over as well. The brush was initially swaying in the air, but along with Xianxia's telepathic message, it suddenly froze on the spot, as if it had been nailed to the ground. It has already been an hour, so why hasn't there been any movement at all? Indeed. Could it be that none of Xianxia's words have been acknowledged? If that's the case, we're in deep trouble. Even after waiting for an hour, there was still no movement from the brush. Everyone stared at one another in bewilderment. Given how long it had been, Xianxia should have written around 7 to 8 characters already. Why was there no movement from Xianxia at all? Could it be that he had failed? Thank you to book friend, Mingxi, for your 100,000 yuan tip. On the 1st, Lao will head to Shanghai to participate in the writer's salon, and he'll only be back on the 10th. It's impossible for him to add more chapters for the time being. I'll make up for it when he returns. Sigh, I'll try my best to keep updating. If I keep updating, everyone will have to give me monthly votes. I wrote the first 2 chapters today at 4:30 am, and I'll have to spend the entire day under the sun. Woo 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 woo. Xianxia has never come into contact with the heavenly importation of Mentor's calligraphy, so he isn't familiar with the characteristics of the brush of heavenly importation. Even though his soul depth is high, it's unlikely that he'll be able to emerge victorious. Xianxia must have made use of this to challenge Xianxia. This is probably the reason why he chose to end Xianxia's undefeated streak. As expected of a quasi-8-star master teacher. None of them are easy to deal with. It seems like he has already seen through Xianxia's flaws, and that's why he chose to challenge him. After waiting for a while longer, the brush of heavenly importation still remained motionless. At this point, the crowd below could no longer hold themselves back anymore. Even though the heavenly importation of Mentor's calligraphy was a type of importation of heaven's will, it was much more difficult to master. Many master teachers with high soul depth and formidable importation would find it difficult to make the brush of heavenly importation right on their first try. This was probably the case for Xianxia. Benefactor, Xianxia, Elder Su asked worriedly. The reason why their benefactor's young master was challenged was because he wanted to save them. If he were to be punished because of this, they would be unable to rest easy. Don't worry. Our young master has never lost to such a challenge before. Sun Chong waved his hand nonchalantly. It had been nearly a year since he met the young master, and he had weathered countless storms together. How could he possibly lose to such a minor challenge? Just as Elder Su was filled with confidence, the young master on the stage suddenly stretched his back lazily and took a few steps back. I'm done. After saying those words, Xianxia fell silent. Sun Chong's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The brush of heavenly importation hadn't even moved, and the brush of heavenly importation was already done. Wasn't the young master supposed to be invincible? Could it be that he had no choice but to admit defeat? Seeing Xianxia's actions, Yaoshi's face warped in astonishment. Xianxia, there's no time limit to the heavenly importation of Mentor's calligraphy. I know, Xianxian replied with a wave of his hand. After saying so much, I should be able to defeat him, right? Defeat him? Xiaoxia nearly choked on her saliva. The brush of heavenly importation hasn't moved since you started speaking, as if it's asleep. How can you possibly defeat him? He hasn't even written a single word yet? Xianxia was also stunned for a moment before he sneered coldly. Considering how the other party was able to make all of the master teachers in the Qingyuan Empire Mingshi Tang Pavilion acknowledge him as their teacher and successfully crash their pavilion, it was likely that the other party's soul depth had reached a level that was on par with his. He had been worried that the other party's soul depth would exceed 9 words, but from the looks of it now, he had been worrying for nothing. If he had known that Xianxian was such a noob, he wouldn't have wasted his mental fortitude to write the 9th character. What a waste. Teacher Yao, the results are out. You saw it with your own eyes, and you were the one who brought the brush of heavenly importation here. Xianxia clasped his fist and stepped forward. This? Yao Shitian hesitated. A master-teacher duel was only conducted when there was a conflict between 2 master teachers. Once one of them admitted defeat, the victor would be able to kill the other party without being punished. Zhang Xian had just killed the Qingtian Emperor and saved the lives of so many people in Qingyuan Conferred Empire. If they were to punish him too harshly, it would be hard for the headquarters to justify their actions. May I know what kind of punishment Xianxia will mete out to Xianxia after winning the duel? He has just made a huge contribution to the human race, and he is also a super genius who has successfully crashed a pavilion. Xianxia paused for a moment before reminding Yao Shitian, Teacher Yao, don't worry. I won't kill him. However, I won't let him off so easily for insulting my dignity and tarnishing my reputation. I'll cripple him and make him suffer the same fate as me. After that, I'll destroy the spirit of that cauldron who injured me, and I'll make her apologize publicly. Xianxia declared savagely. Make him suffer the same fate as you? Yao Shitian's lips twitched. Even though she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she could tell that that fellow had been reduced to a eunuch by Zhang Xian's cauldron. If Zhang Xian suffered the same fate as him, wouldn't he have to castrate the other party as well? However, as harsh as this condition was, as long as one could purchase the grand intermittence pill, one would still be able to recover. At the very most, one would just have to suffer some pain and humiliation. As for the destruction of the cauldron spirit and the public apology, that was even simpler. All right then. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia turned to Zhang Xian and said, Xianxia, victory and defeat are common occurrences in battle. As long as you don't lose your life, there's always a chance for you to make a comeback in the future. After saying those words, Xianxia shook his head and scanned the surroundings. With a resounding voice, he said, all right, I'll announce the result now. But before he could finish his words, Zhang Xian suddenly waved his hand and said, Yao Shi, isn't this not the end yet? Why are you announcing the result now? Not the end yet? The brush of heavenly importation didn't manage to write a single word under your importation of heaven's will. The result is already clear, so how can you say that it's not the end yet? Xianxia sneered coldly. With so many witnesses, and Yao Shi standing before him, there was no point in denying it. Isn't there a time limit to the importation of heavenly importation of Mentor's calligraphy? The brush of heavenly importation hasn't moved yet, but that doesn't mean that it won't move later on. Zhang Xian shook his head. Later on? You must be joking. The brush of heavenly importation is already over, and it hasn't moved yet. As a 7-star master teacher, can't you just admit to your loss? Xianxia sneered coldly. Zhang Xian shook his head. Just as he was about to explain, Yao Shi suddenly sighed deeply and said, Xianxia, the fact that the brush of heavenly importation hasn't moved yet means that you've already lost. Lost? Zhang Xian sighed. Yao Shi, can't you tell? Tell what? Yao Shi frowned. Since you can't tell, helpless, Zhang Xian glanced at the motionless brush of heavenly importation in displeasure and bellowed, hurry up and write. What are you playing dead for? After listening to the lecture for such a long time, the brush of heavenly importation was still playing dead in the air. The brush of heavenly importation has been nurtured by countless master teachers of the Mingshi Tang school, and it carries the will of a teacher within it. Hearing Xianxia scolding the brush of heavenly importation, everyone was stunned. Xiaoxi's vision darkened, and she nearly fainted on the spot. The brush of heavenly importation was incomparably prideful. Even Pavilion Master he didn't dare to speak to it in such a manner. Yet, this fellow actually dared to scold it. Putting aside writing, it was already a blessing that it didn't draw on its face. Clutching her forehead, Xiaoxia was at a loss as to what to do when a commotion suddenly broke out beneath the stage. Countless people shrieked in agony, as if they had seen something inconceivable. What's wrong? Frowning, Xiaoxia raised her head to take a look, and with a single glance, she froze on the spot. The motionless brush of heavenly importation suddenly began moving. Its golden color turned white, and a gentle glow seemed to be emanating from it. Following which, the spiritual energy in the air swiftly gathered. In the blink of an eye, all of the spiritual energy within a radius of 100 li was drawn in and infused into the brush of heavenly importation. Jai. Under the immense influx of spiritual energy, the brush of heavenly importation seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, and a crisp sound echoed in the air. This is, Xiaoxia clenched her fists tightly as her body trembled. Disbelief surfaced on her beautiful face. The brush of heavenly importation achieved a breakthrough? While the brush of heavenly importation wasn't a saint-tier artifact, it was still divided into different grades. It was just like the difference between wool and weasel hair. The difference between a brush of heavenly importation nurtured by a 9-star master teacher and an 8-star master teacher was bound to be vastly different. The brush of heavenly importation that Xiaoxia was using was only an ordinary brush of heavenly importation. It wouldn't be too difficult for it to compose the heavenly importation of Mentor's calligraphy of an 8-star low-tier master teacher. Under normal circumstances, for the brush of heavenly importation to achieve a breakthrough, it would require the nourishment of a high-tier master teacher. But, how could it achieve a breakthrough after just a short lecture from Xianxia, not to mention, it caused such a huge commotion? Kacha, just as Xiaoxia was at a loss for what to do, the brush of heavenly importation suddenly moved and began writing swiftly. In the blink of an eye, lines of words appeared before everyone's eyes. 1, 2, 3. 87. It's writing too quickly. I can't even count it. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Look. It's writing too quickly. It's starting to smoke. Someone exclaimed. Smoke? With an awful look on his face, Xianxia hurriedly turned his gaze to the sky and saw the brush of heavenly importation not too far away. The speed at which it was writing was so fast that it was leaving a trail of white smoke behind it. Back when he was using the heavenly importation of Mentor's calligraphy, the other party had been unable to move at all, as if he was suffering from constipation. Yet, this time around, it was as if he was venting a flood. The difference can't be that big. This is, the heavenly resonance beacon smoke. Unlike the shocked crowd, Xiaoxia Tian gulped down a mouthful of saliva and spoke with a trembling voice. Heavenly sound wolf smoke? Xianxia frowned. Even though he was a quasi-8-star master teacher, he had never heard of this name before. Even though the brush of heavenly importation cherishes its words as if they are made of gold, and it rarely moves its brush. However, as soon as it encounters a formidable importation of heaven's will, it will start writing as if a puff of smoke. In other words, the brush of heavenly importation is capable of recording all of the profundities that a master teacher has imparted to it. Yao Man Tian's fists turned white. In full detail? How is this possible? Xianxia could hardly believe what he was hearing. No matter how accurate the importation of heaven's will is, there are bound to be some words that don't carry much meaning, so the brush of heavenly importation won't record them down. No matter how perfect a lecture was, no matter how good a teacher was, it was impossible for every single word to be meaningful. There were bound to be some useless words in between. No matter how formidable the importation of heavenly importation was, it was not a secret manual where every single word had to be carefully considered. This was precisely the reason why the brush of heavenly importation of Mentor's calligraphy was selective in how it recorded words. There are indeed many words that don't carry much meaning, but there's a possibility. Have you forgotten about it? Yao Man Tian asked with a bitter smile. A possibility? Xianxia was stunned for a moment before a thought suddenly struck him, and his body stiffened like a wooden stick. Is Xiaoshi referring to the importation of heavenly importation of heavenly importation of heavenly importation? Indeed. Only importation of heavenly importation can produce the heavenly importation of heavenly importation. Yao Mantian replied. This. But he's only a 7-star master teacher. Xianxia stared at the brush of heavenly importation in disbelief. As expected, the brush of heavenly importation continued to write faster and faster, leaving behind afterimages. At this moment, lines of words were floating in the air above the stage, devouring the spiritual energy that had just gathered, as if they would soar into the sky at any moment. This is way too exaggerated. It's impossible for me to stop. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Xianxia felt as if he had just received 10,000 points of damage. They were both 7-star master teachers, so why was there such a huge difference between them? His heavenly importation of mentor's calligraphy had left him unable to move his brush at all. On the other hand, the other party's brush was as swift as a cheetah, and the more he wrote, the more excited he became. Could it really be that only 9-star master teachers were capable of reaching such a level? Legend had it that every single word spoken by a 9-star master teacher harbored profound meaning behind them, making them as valuable as pearls. Putting aside a lecture, even just a few words from a 9-star master teacher would be able to benefit from them. Even though the young man before him was talented, he was still only a 7-star master teacher. How could he possibly reach such a level? More importantly, after a short lecture, the brush of heavenly importation actually achieved a breakthrough. Let's see what he's talking about. Unable to believe his eyes, Xianxia hurriedly turned his gaze to the words in the air. With a single glance, he couldn't help but tremble. Even though he wouldn't be able to comprehend the profoundness of the words without using his spiritual perception, as a quasi-8-star master teacher, he was still able to decipher the meaning behind the words. It pointed straight at the essence of cultivation, leaving one unable to extricate themselves from it. I mustn't look at it. Otherwise, I'll become his student. Biting his tongue, Xianxia hurriedly closed his eyes. If he were to cultivate according to the other party's instructions, it would mean that he had accepted the other party's favor and become half a teacher. He was here to challenge the other party, not to acknowledge the other party as his teacher. But, this cultivation technique is simply too profound. If I study it carefully, I might just be able to reach Grand Dominion Realm directly. Xianxia clenched his jaws tightly. He knew that he wouldn't be able to escape his student status if he were to look at it, but if he were to not, he would feel indignant. The cultivation technique was simply too good. Just like the brush from before, he couldn't hold himself back at all. There should be 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Forget it, there should be more than 9 words. There's no need to continue writing. In truth, not only was the crowd shocked, even Xianxia was dumbfounded. It took him a long moment before he finally regained his senses. After calculating the number of words, he felt that he should be able to emerge victorious. Thus, he turned to Xiaoshi and said, Xiaoshi, this should be considered my victory, right? Xiaoshi's eyebrows shot up. Xianxia had fainted and spurted blood, but he had only managed to write 9 words. Yet, in the blink of an eye, you had already written 3,000 words. Oh, 2,000 more words, 5,000 words. If Xianxia's victory, what would? Of course you won, he hurriedly nodded. Yes. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia raised his head and saw that the brush was still writing. It had already written more than 8,000 words. I said enough. Didn't you hear me? Xianxia frowned in displeasure. What the hell, I've already told you to stop, so just stop obediently. Do you think you're amazing if you keep writing and writing? Xianxia. The brush of heavenly importation is under the control of every single word. It writes as many words as you say. It can't control itself, and it can't stop. Seeing that Xianxia was getting angry, Xiaoshi explained with a bitter smile. It wasn't that the guy in the air didn't want to stop, but there was no other way. Every word was too amazing. Even for 9 stars great teachers, not all of them would be able to do this. So that's how it is, all right. Scratching his head, Xianxia waited for a while longer. Eventually, the brush in the sky finally came to a halt. Like a tired pug, the tip of the brush fell apart, looking as though it had lost all will to live. You finally stopped, Xianxia shook his head. However, barely after he said those words, the brush suddenly struggled to fly up once more, and it began writing the words that he had just said. You. Are you done yet? Xianxian's face darkened. The brush continued, Are you done yet? Xianxian was frenzied. Yao sure. Look. The brush, Yao sure, look. This. Perhaps Xianxia has spoken too much earlier. Even though he hasn't used his impartation of heaven's will yet, the brush is still recording his words on its own accord. Yao Shi's lips twitched as she spoke. This was the first time she had seen such a situation, so she could only speculate. You'd better retract the brush of heavenly impartation then. Otherwise, I fear that the entire Qingyuan city will be filled with its words. Looking at the words in the sky, Xianxian realized that there were more than 10,000 words in the sky. At this rate, the words had already covered half of the square. If this continued, the entire sky above Qingyuan city would be filled with words. All right. Seeing that the words that Xianxia had just spoken were being written down once more, Yao Shi could not help but sigh helplessly. Just as she was about to keep the brush of heavenly impartation back into her storage ring, the brush of heavenly impartation suddenly shuddered before falling to the ground. This is, Yao Shi hurriedly rushed forward to take a look, and her face immediately darkened. It fainted from exhaustion. Even though the brush of heavenly impartation was not a saint-tier artifact or a spirit-tier artifact, the fact that it was able to recognize the impartation of heaven's will meant that it possessed a certain level of sentience. After writing so many words, it had depleted all of its energy, and it had finally reached its limit. It fainted from exhaustion? There's such a thing? Hearing Yao Shi's words, a huge commotion broke out amidst the crowd. All of the master teachers looked as if they had seen a ghost. The brush of heavenly impartation of Mentor's calligraphy had already fainted from exhaustion after writing more than a few words. Yet, Xianxia had actually caused the brush of heavenly impartation to faint from exhaustion, and yet, he was completely fine. Did the difference have to be that huge? Pooh. Unable to suppress the injuries on his body any longer, Xianxia spurted a mouthful of blood as a look of despair appeared on his face. He had spurted blood and depleted his soul depth. It had not been easy for him to reach the highest level he had ever recorded, but the other party had actually managed to surpass him by 1,000 times with just a few words. More importantly, the other party had actually caused the brush of heavenly impartation to faint from exhaustion. Was he still human? Even 9-stars master teachers would not be able to do such a thing. Xianxia, what should we do with these words? Yao Shi asked as she stowed the unconscious brush of heavenly impartation into her storage ring. The entire sky was filled with words, so it would be up to the other party to decide what to do with them. This? Xianxian raised his head to take a look, and he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. With so many words blocking out the sun, it was indeed a little unsightly to leave them here. To be able to compose the heavenly impartation of heavenly impartation for so long. This cultivation technique is bound to be compatible with the world. I'm willing to use 2 saint intermediate tier artifacts to purchase it. What do you think, Xianxia? Seeing the troubled look on Xianxian's face, Yao Shi stepped forward and clasped her fist. Others might not understand the value of the words in the sky, but she knew full well that they were priceless. Purchase? Xianxian was taken aback. These words could be sold? That's right. Yao Shi nodded. As long as you store these words in a book using a unique method, you'll be able to use them to study them. These words might look like words, but they were actually impartation of heaven's will. No matter who obtained them, as long as they used their spiritual perception to study them, they would benefit immensely. Even as an 8-star master teacher, Xianxian would benefit greatly if he could learn them. Thus, putting aside 2 saint intermediate tier artifacts, he would not be stingy even if he had more. 2 saint intermediate tier artifacts in exchange for these words? Isn't this considered as a priceless treasure? Hearing the conversation between the duo, the master teachers beneath the stage were dumbfounded. Saint intermediate tier artifacts were extremely valuable, and there were only a handful of them in the entire Qingyuan Empire. If converted to high-tier spirit stones, they would be worth several tens of thousands, yet, Yao Shi actually took out such a valuable artifact in exchange for these words. His generosity was truly unbelievable. 2 saint intermediate tier artifacts? After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia shook his head. He had always relied on his strength and wits in battle, so he did not have much of a need for weapons. Not to mention, he already had Jing Yuanding with him. No matter how many Saint Intermediate tier artifacts he had, it would be a waste. Xianxia, if you think that the price isn't good enough, we can still negotiate. Seeing Xianxia shake his head, Yaoshi continued. 3 Saint Intermediate tier artifacts is still negotiable. This isn't about the Saint Intermediate tier artifacts. Xianxia waved his hand as he scanned the surroundings. With a resounding voice, he said, Chu Tianqing has committed a heinous crime, and he deserves to die. However, the civilians of Qingyuan City are innocent. They nearly suffered an undeserved calamity. With the Mingshi Tang Empire guarding the city, the otherworldly demonic tribe was able to infiltrate the city. In the end, this is the fault of us master teachers. Thus, in order to make up for it, I have decided to gift this heavenly impartation of Mentor's calligraphy to you. We'll let everyone know that our master teacher pavilion will correct our mistakes and punish our wrongdoings. Are you really going to give such valuable words to us? Are you really going to give away something worth 3 Saint Intermediate tier artifacts just like that? Hearing Xianxia's decision, the civilians of Qingyuan City clenched their fists tightly as their eyes reddened in agitation. To view money as nothing more than dirt, not even sparing a glance at Saint Intermediate tier artifacts. This was the mark of a true master teacher. Master teachers are supposed to guard the city. Initially, after the incident with Temple Master Tian and Chu Tianqing, I had already begun to doubt the capabilities of the Mingshi Tang Empire. However, from the looks of it now, Mingshi Tang Empire is indeed Mingshi Tang Empire. Indeed. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to live such a peaceful life. Previously, when the civilians of Qingyuan City learned that the Vice Pavilion Master and the Emperor had betrayed humanity, even though they did not voice it out, they still harbored some doubts in their hearts. After all, the Mingshi Tang Empire's credibility had already plummeted to rock bottom. But with Xianxia's righteous actions, they regained their confidence. Xianxia is truly a righteous man. I was too narrow-minded. Hearing those words and seeing the agitated expressions of the crowd, Yaoshi clasped her fist and looked at Xianxia in awe. Initially, she had been thinking about how she could erase the repercussions of this matter and restore the prestige of the Mingshi Tang Empire, but from the looks of it, there was no need for her to do so. As long as Xianxia was around, no one in Qingyuan City would be affected by Chu Tianqing's matter anymore. In just 2 short hours, Xianxia had already established his unparalleled authority in the Qingyuan Empire. To be able to neutralize a calamity so effortlessly. As expected of a peerless genius who had successfully crashed a pavilion. Even she couldn't hold a candle to him in terms of skill. Alright, I'll now announce the results of the Master Teacher Challenge. Using the heavenly impartation of Mentor's calligraphy, Xianxia is the victor. Shaking her head, Yaoshi decided not to think about it anymore. Then, her voice echoed throughout the entire capital. Good. Good. Xianxia is the victor. This is great. Everyone cheered. You all, not expecting Xianxia to garner so much respect and admiration in such a short period of time, Xianxia's face paled. Xianxia, since you've won, how do you intend to deal with Xianxia? After announcing the results, Yaoshi turned to look at Xianxia once more. Yesterday, it rained for the entire day during the sports meet, and I was freezing to death. When I returned at night, I felt like I had caught a cold, so I ate some fast food and fell asleep before 9. I woke up at 5 in the morning and started writing my story. I still have to continue being a judge during the day. Don't worry, I won't stop writing. Hearing Yaoshi's question, the crowd turned their gazes over. They had heard what Xianxia had said earlier. Not only did he want to cripple Xianxia, he even wanted the latter to apologize to him. Now that the tables had turned, they could not help but wonder how Xianxia would deal with the situation. However, given the other party's actions, it was not too much. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to see how Xianxia would deal with him. If the victor of the Master Teacher Challenge were to make a request, it would be impossible for him to reject it. Xianxia wanted to kill Sun Chang, Elder Su, and the other meritorious figures, but he was deceived. I have no grudges with him, and I have no grudges with him. If you really want to blame it on me, it's my weapon that went too far. Xianxia waved his hands. The young man before him had already received the punishment he deserved. There was no point in pursuing the matter any further. On the contrary, it would only make him seem narrow-minded and intolerant. As expected of Xianxia, he sure is magnanimous. Indeed. They are both master-teacher Mingshi Tang, but why is there such a huge gap between them? Huge gap? They aren't even on the same level. From now on, Xianxia will be my idol. I'll fight anyone who dares to vie with me. He's my idol as well. Hearing those words, the crowd beneath the dueling ring was filled with admiration. Even Xiaoshi couldn't help but nod in agreement. It was no wonder Xianxia was able to reach such heights at such a young age. Just the breadth of mind he had was something that no ordinary person could match up to. Even though Xianxia is a magnanimous person, Xianxia, as the envoy of the master-teacher pavilion, didn't investigate the cause of the incident before passing down the punishment on his own accord, nearly causing a huge disaster. I'll report this matter to the headquarters and have them deal with it. Yaoshi said. It was just that Xianxia had won the master-teacher challenge. In truth, Xianxia had made a huge mistake, and he had to be punished. Otherwise, Mingshi Tang would have no respect for the rules anymore. Thank you, Xianxia. Thank you, Yaoshi. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the verdict. He looked at Xianxia again with admiration in his eyes. Previously, when the other party instructed the artifact to cripple him, he had been so furious that he could not help but want to kill the other party. But now, every single step that the other party took had a motive behind it, and every single action that the other party took represented the identity and responsibility of a master teacher. No matter what, he could not bring himself to hate the other party. Perhaps this was a true master teacher. You're welcome. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With a faint smile, he raised his head and pointed at the words in the sky. Rumble, the first character immediately burst forth, and concentrated spiritual energy burst into the surroundings, shrouding the entire Qingyuan capital. In the blink of an eye, all of the living beings in Qingyuan city heard a resounding voice echoing in the depths of their souls, leaving them intoxicated. Pa 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 pa, the words exploded one by one, and the sound grew louder and louder. The way of cultivation is to use the body as heaven and earth, and the spirit as yin and yang. Hearing those words, Yaoshi and Xianxia were both stunned. Previously, they had already known that the Heaven's Path divine art was extraordinary just by looking at the words, but only after hearing it for themselves did they realize just how profound it was. Compared to the content of the words, the cultivation technique that they were cultivating was as slow as a snail, not even worth a mention at all. Xianxia has converted the heavenly impartation of Mentor's calligraphy written by the brush of heavenly impartation into impartation of heaven's will. Suppressing her urge to cultivate, Yaoshi raised her head to take a look at the crowd. At this moment, all of the cultivators in the square were seated cross-legged on the ground, and they were driving their Xianxia according to the Heaven's Path divine art. Palipala, not too long later, as if setting off firecrackers, countless cultivators began making breakthroughs. That is, it was understandable that such a profound Heaven's Path divine art would cause those who heard it to come to a realization and achieve breakthroughs. However, the chickens and the birds in the sky also began making breakthroughs. This was way too exaggerated. It's not just the birds. It seems like the livestock and poultry are making breakthroughs as well. Astonished, Yaoshi extended her spiritual perception outward, and she immediately saw donkeys, wild horses, geese, chickens, and so on and so forth. Every single one of them seemed to be cultivating, and their auras were soaring. Yaoshi's lips twitched, but just as she was about to retract her spiritual perception, her body jolted once more, and she nearly fell to the ground. Wasn't that iron pipe bent just now? Why did it suddenly become straight? Unbeknownst to him, some of the curved iron pipes in front of the high platform had become straight and upright, making them look like soldiers, valiant and valiant, to be able to make even metal pipes straighten. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva, Yaoshi looked at Xianxia once more, and she felt as if she was about to go insane. This was no longer something that could be achieved through simple impartation of heaven's will. It's the heart of a teacher, coming to a realization. Yaoshi's eyes lit up in excitement. Only the heart of a teacher could wield such power. Who could have thought that the young man before her would actually be able to comprehend this at such a young age? It was no wonder he was able to present those words to the crowd without any reservations, showing consideration for Mingshi Tang. If I can accept such a formidable genius as my student, a thought suddenly surfaced in Yaoshi's mind. As talented as the other party was, the Qingyuan Empire was still too backward. It was ranked the weakest among the conferred empires. If she could accept him as her student and bring him to the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Academy, he would be provided with the best resources and connections. With that, he would be able to raise his cultivation swiftly. If the other party were to shine brilliantly in the future, her reputation as his teacher would surely soar. I'll ask him later. Watching as the words in the air dissipated one after another, Yaoshi suppressed her urge to ask Xianxia about it and waited patiently for the impartation of heaven's will to end. In a smithy at the edge of Qingyuan City, in an intricately constructed room, an old blacksmith was busy smithing the items in his hands. "Old Joe, I'm still lacking 18 metal pots. You must finish them for me by today." An old man walked up to him and said with a smile. The old man before him was neither a blacksmith nor a celestial designer. He was just an ordinary blacksmith who forged pots and pans to earn his living. "There's no need to rush me. You can rest assured that I'll complete the task by today." The old blacksmith chuckled as he struck the metal hammer in his hands a few times. Like a magic wand, the appearance of the items in his hands immediately changed. "The two of us have known each other for several decades. Of course I can trust you," the old man replied with a smile. He had been with the old blacksmith for several decades now, and their relationship had already turned from a business relationship to a friendship. The metal pots and ladles that the old blacksmith forged were incomparably exquisite and beautiful. If he were to take them out to sell, it wouldn't be long before they were sold out. His business was extremely good, such that even some nobles would buy to purchase them. As such, he would always come here to stock up on his goods. Wait here for a while. I'll be done with my work in the afternoon, and we can have a cup of tea together." The old blacksmith chuckled, but just as he was about to bring his hammer down once more, he suddenly heard a series of clanging and swaying sounds in the room. Raising his head to take a look, he saw the pots and pans hanging on the wall moving on their own despite the absence of wind. They leaped in joy and walked out of the room in an orderly manner. This, unable to believe his eyes, the old blacksmith rubbed his eyes furiously. Those metal pots and pans were supposed to be devoid of spirit. Why would they suddenly move out of the room? What's going on? Seeing a bunch of metal pots and pans rushing out of the room, the old man who had been talking to him earlier was also dumbfounded. He hurriedly asked. "I have no idea either." The old blacksmith looked as if he was on the verge of tears. He had spent a great deal of effort to forge these metal pots and pans. If they were to escape, where could he find another one in the future? With a jolt of his body, the old blacksmith stood in front of a pot. Just as he was about to stop it, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm. The metal hammer in his hand had escaped his grasp and run out of the room. "Don't run." This metal hammer had been with him for several decades, and it was his livelihood. Just as the old blacksmith was about to chase after it, his vision suddenly darkened. The metal door before him had smashed right into his head, sending him flying back. Before he could even react, he felt the room shaking violently. He hurriedly chased after the metal hammer. "My house ran away as well?" The old blacksmith was frenzied. It was one thing for the pots and pans to run away, but even his house had run away. Where was he supposed to live in the future? How was he supposed to continue smithing? "Old Liang, don't you have an aerial spirit beast? Hurry up and take a look at what is going on. What happened to my house and my smithing?" Unable to take it any longer, the old blacksmith exclaimed anxiously. "All right." Old Liang, who had been talking to him a moment ago, nodded. He hurriedly beckoned for an aerial spirit beast to come over. Stepping onto the back of the aerial spirit beast, they dashed into the distance. Not too long later, he returned with a ghastly pale face, as if he had seen a ghost. "What's wrong? Is it a bandit who wants to steal my treasures?" the old blacksmith asked anxiously. He had heard that there were some formidable bandits who were capable of snatching the belongings of others even from a distance away. Could it be that his metal pots and pans had been affected by such means, causing them to lose control of themselves and flee? "It isn't a bandit." Old Liang gulped down a mouthful of saliva, and with a hoarse voice, he said, "Instead, it's Xianxia who is conducting a lesson. This is the last day of the month. It would be a waste if I don't cast my monthly vote now." "Xianxia is conducting a lesson?" The old blacksmith was taken aback. He listened intently, and as he expected, a faint voice could be heard from afar. Due to the distance, he was unable to hear it clearly. However, as soon as he heard it, he could feel the Xianxia in his body pulsating intensely, driving it according to the other party's words. "This is the importation of heaven's will?" The old blacksmith's throat went dry as he came to a realization. His eyes lit up, and he could no longer suppress the agitation in his heart. Even though he was only a blacksmith, he still knew quite a bit about the legends of master teachers. The importation of heavens will imbue the pots and pans with spirit. If he were to sell them in the future, their prices would surely reach an astounding level. In the past, given his skills, he could sell a single metal pot for a single gold coin. But now, he might not even be able to sell it for a single middle-tier spirit stone. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to capture those escaped pots first, who, some time later, the old blacksmith finally caught up with the pots and pans. Holding the metal hammer in his hand once more, he suddenly felt a sense of kinship with the hammer. It was as if the hammer had grown out of his hand, weightless. "With this, I won't have to wait until the afternoon. I'll be able to knock out the 18 metal pots in no time. My life will be changed greatly." The old blacksmith clenched his fists tightly as he looked at the source of the voice. Kneeling on the floor, his eyes reddened in agitation. "Thank you, Xianxia." Similar scenes were occurring all over the streets and alleys of Qingyuan City. On top of raising one's cultivation, Xianxian's impartation of heaven's will was extremely effective in other supporting occupations as well. Some apothecaries were unable to forge pills, but after listening to Xianxian's lecture, they were able to succeed swiftly. Some saint beasts were unable to conceive due to their powerful bloodlines, but after listening to Xianxian's lecture, they were able to conceive a pair of twins. Pada, the final word in the air dissipated, and all of the cultivators in the square recovered from their cultivation. Their eyes glowed with excitement. While the heavenly impartation of Mentor's calligraphy could only be used by a single person to cultivate, Xianxia's heavenly impartation of Mentor's calligraphy was actually able to produce a resounding voice that was similar to the impartation of heaven's will. This was truly inconceivable. "Teacher." They kneeled on the floor in awe. Those who cultivated his cultivation technique were half a teacher to him. From this day onward, all of the master teachers and cultivators in Qingyuan City would have to thank Xianxian. To be able to convince the masses with a single word, to be able to settle the entire continent with a single word. This is what a true master teacher is like. Looking at everyone's gazes of worship, Xianxia sighed inwardly. Even though she was an 8-star master teacher, she wasn't capable of such a feat. The talent of Xianxian had far surpassed their expectations. In fact, he could even be considered to be on par with the science of some sage clans. Furthermore, despite so many people acknowledging him as their teacher, there was not the slightest bit of excitement or complacency on their faces. Just this attitude alone was enough to ensure that they would be able to walk further and further. "I must take him in as my student," he quietly clenched his fists. No matter how talented the other party was, he had yet to reach the level of an 8-star master teacher. Given her identity, there was still a chance for her to take him in as her student. As long as he succeeded and nurtured with great effort, his name would definitely resound throughout the continent. "Xianxia, may I know if you're interested in studying in the Empire Alliance so that you can quickly raise your cultivation?" With such thoughts in mind, Xianxian couldn't help but turn his gaze over. Empire Alliance? Indeed. There are the best cultivation technique manuals and cultivation resources here. If you agree to become my student, I can bring you there and provide you with the best cultivation technique manuals and connections. I guarantee that you will become a true 8-star master teacher within 50 years. Hearing those words, Xianxian shook his head. Xianxia said. 50 years? Xianxian shook his head. I'm not interested. It had taken him so many years to become an 8-star master teacher. By now, the grass on his grave was already several zhang tall. To others, becoming an 8-star master teacher before 70 was a huge temptation, but to Xianxian, it was as slow as a snail. This is a good opportunity for you. The Empire Alliance is deeply rooted, and there are many factions within it. Without a leader to lead you, it'll be easy for you to run into trouble. Seeing that Xianxia had rejected her offer, Xianxia explained. Factions? The Empire Alliance is an alliance that consists of not only the 8 conferred empires, but there are also a few sage clans as well. These powers have banded together to form the Empire Alliance. As such, due to the conflict of interests between the various powers, Mingshi Tang has split into several factions. If you don't get a clear understanding of these factions or choose to side with one of them, it'll be difficult for you to advance forward, Xianxia said. The reason why I want to accept you as my student isn't to take advantage of you but to guide you along the way so that you can assimilate into the Empire Alliance and gain its acknowledgement. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, it'll be useless. Given how large the Empire Alliance is, it doesn't lack geniuses. Xianxia nodded in response. He had read the relevant books on the Empire Alliance, so he knew the structure of the Empire Alliance. Just as Xianxia had said, the 8 conferred empires were only a portion of the Empire Alliance. There were also some sage clans and sects that couldn't be considered to be too powerful under the Empire Alliance. Similar to the League of Nations, there were also sects like the Fleeting Cloud sect and Frigid Gale sect beneath it. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Different powers occupied different territories, so it was natural that they would be divided into many different powers. It was nigh impossible for one to enter the Empire Alliance without joining it. How about it? Do you want to consider it? Xianxia asked. This Mingshi Tang is divided into many factions, and the headquarters just let it develop like this? Xianxia was puzzled. Along the way, Mingshi Tang had always been united. Why did it sound a bit messy in a high-level place like the Empire Alliance? When Kongshi established the Mingshi Tang Society, he once said that if the human race wanted to develop rapidly, they must liberate their nature, and there must be internal competition and strife. Otherwise, if everyone is at ease, how can we surpass the other professions? Xianxia laughed. This? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before nodding. The rules of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy were the same. As long as they didn't encounter anything that harmed the human race, they basically didn't care and allowed the students to fight amongst themselves. Only with competition would there be progress. If they followed orders from above, they would be able to gather combat power in a short period of time. However, after a long period of time, they would become mediocre and would no longer be able to display the greatness of the number 1 job. It had to be said that the rules set by Kongshi were indeed excellent. It was also for this reason that the Mingshi Tang Society was able to deal with their own affairs as long as it wasn't too much for them to handle. There was no need for them to report the matter to the headquarters and have them send someone over. This was also the reason why talented individuals were able to emerge from the Mingshi Tang Society endlessly. Over the past several dozen millenniums, no other occupation had been able to stand against them. Only the fittest would survive. Only by constantly choosing the best would they be able to retain the best. This kind of conflict is the most troublesome. Xianxia rubbed his glabella in distress. To be honest, he hated such factions the most. It was simply a waste of his energy. Indeed, but there's nothing we can do about it. Unless we become an elder of the Mingshi Tang Society, we'll have to face all kinds of restrictions and sanctions. Xianxia said. Elder? The elders of the Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion have the right to vote when making decisions. Just this in itself is enough to make them a target that no one would dare to offend, Xianxia replied. That's right. How can one become an elder? Xianxia was a little tempted. He did not want to get involved in the affairs of the various factions. If he could become an elder, not only would he be spared from such trouble, he would also be able to enjoy the corresponding resources. Become an elder? Xianxia was rendered speechless. This fellow sure was daring. Even an 8-star low-tier master teacher like her was unable to become an elder, and yet, a mere 7-star master teacher like him was already thinking about it. Aren't you thinking too much? Suppressing her displeasure, Xianxia explained, in order to become an elder of the Mingshi Tang Society, one must first become an 8-star master teacher and possess a cultivation of Saint 7 Dan. More importantly, one must also obtain the pavilion master's approval. Otherwise, don't even think about it. At this point, Xianxia Tian sighed deeply. My teacher is an 8-star middle-tier master teacher, and he has been applying for the position of an elder for the past 30 years, but it's a pity that he has never succeeded. If her teacher was an elder, he would have long been sent to a better location to cultivate. He wouldn't have been sent to such a poor place to clean up the mess. If even her teacher was not qualified to become an elder, the young man before her was only a 7-star master teacher. No matter how talented he was, it was useless. The higher the rank of a master teacher, the more talented he would be. If pavilion master he had agreed to allow others to become an elder so easily, there wouldn't have been only 12 elders of the Mingshi Tang society after so many years. That is indeed difficult. Hearing that even Xianxia Tian's teacher had failed, Xianxia scratched his head awkwardly. Even an 8-star middle-tier master teacher with a cultivation of Saint 7 Dan was unable to do so. It went without saying that it would be impossible for him to do so. Indeed, Xianxia Tian nodded. As a member of the Mingshi Tang society, it's impossible for him to extricate himself from the conflict of the Mingshi Tang society. Thus, he can only choose a side and join one of them. Even though my teacher isn't an elder, he's one of the many managers of the Mingshi Tang society. Becoming my student is equivalent to joining our faction, and it'll save you a lot of trouble. Just as Xianxia Tian was about to explain the matter to Xianxia, a powerful gust of wind suddenly blew in the air, and a massive saint beast slowly descended from the sky. Following which, several figures descended from the sky. Wushi, Hall Master Xing, Xianxia replied with a smile. They were none other than Wushi and the others. They had rushed back from the northern Meadow City. Xianxia, I have already reported the matter to Mingshi Tang Society, and Pavilion Master he has rewarded me accordingly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wushi said with a smile. He raised his palm, and a ray of light shot toward Mingshi Tang. Hong Long, it was as if some kind of formation had been activated, and a powerful surge of energy shrouded the surroundings. Knowing that it was an order from the headquarters, all of the master teachers and combat masters turned their gazes over with grim expressions. Qingyuan Empire Mingshi Tang Xianxia, foiled the conspiracy of the otherworldly demonic tribe and killed the Qingtian Emperor and the 10 great kings. He has contributed greatly to the Qingyuan Empire, and he has been appointed as an honorary elder of Mingshi Tang Society. A grand voice echoed in the air. Thanks to Book Friend, actually simple, for tipping me 100,000 yuan, making me the 59th alliance leader of this book. Hong Long, as soon as those words were spoken, a unique energy immediately shrouded Xianxia. Following which, a unique token materialized in his palm. On the front of the token was the emblem of the Empire Alliance, and at the back were the words specially appointed. It emanated an imposing aura. Specially appointed elder? I'm going to become an elder just like that? Xianxia was stunned. It was just a moment ago that Xianxia said how difficult it was to become an elder, such that it was practically impossible for him to become one, and yet, in the blink of an eye, he was bestowed with such an identity. This was way too easy. Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia, only to see her face flushed crimson, and her body trembled uncontrollably. It seemed like she was on the verge of tears. It was no wonder why she would react in such a manner. Her teacher had spent a lot of time and effort on this matter, only to fail. On the other hand, the other party was only a 7-star master teacher, and he hadn't even gone to the Empire Alliance yet, but he had already been appointed as an elder. Did it have to be so fast? Thank you. Knowing that Wushi and the others had attributed all of the credit to him, Xianxia did not turn down the offer. Other than appointing Xianxia as an elder, he also announced that Wushi would be the next head of the Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang Pavilion. Xianxia and Pavilion Master Wu, I'll leave the matters here to you too. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't be staying here any longer. Xianxia clasped his fist and bade farewell to Xianxia. The trouble that Sun Chang and the others had caused had already been resolved, so there was no point in him staying here any longer. Dealing with the Mingshi Tang Pavilion and the Qingyuan Empire's affairs was much more proficient than he was. Xianxia, now that Chu Tianxing is dead, the Qingyuan Empire will be without a leader. Who do you think should be the next emperor? Seeing that Xianxia was about to leave, Wushi hurriedly asked. The Qingyuan Empire couldn't afford to be without a leader for a single day. Chu Tianqing was dead, so they had to find a suitable successor. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before the Qingyuan Empire was swallowed up by the other empires. Chu Tianqing has a son named Chu Xiang. He's a decent person, and he's on good terms with me. I can consider him, Xianxia said. Previously, when Sun Chang explained that he was going to the royal palace to rescue Chu Xiang, he had sent him a message. Even though Chu Tianqing was somewhat lustful toward women, he was actually quite talented. If he were to become the next emperor, he would probably fare better than Chu Tianqing. Yes. Wuxia quickly nodded. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian leaped off the stage and walked up to Sun Chang and the others. Where's Lu Yang's letter? Let me see. Shortly after Chu Tianqing's death, Lu Yang had disappeared, leaving only a letter behind. Xianxia had spent so many days searching for him, but he was still unable to find him. Considering how Zhang Xian had caused such a huge commotion, it was likely that the other party had already left Qingyuan City. Sun Chang did not know why he left, and when he left, he only left a letter behind. Now that the crisis was over, it was a good time to take a look. The letter says that it has to be opened personally by young master, so I didn't dare to open it. Sun Chang passed the letter over. Taking it, Zhang Xian took a look at it. Lines of words immediately appeared before his eyes. Teacher, I'm sorry, but I have to leave now. Killing Chu Tianqing and stirring up trouble is just one of the reasons. More importantly, I don't want to be a burden to you. You have already done too much for me. The handwriting was neat and clear, and it carried a sense of resolution. Soon, Zhang Xian finished reading it, and he shook his head in disappointment. He finally understood why Lu Yang had left without bidding farewell. As the first male student to be accepted into the academy, he had entered the academy earlier than Jingyang, Lu Cheng, Yuan Tao, and the others. Now, Jingyang had become the progeny of combat, Lu Cheng had gone to the ancient land of soul oracles, and Yuan Tao had returned to the Yuan clan. Of the 3 female students, one had gone to the Glacier Plain Court, one had entered the Poison Temple, and the last had joined the Spirit Awakener Guild. Only he had not accomplished anything at all, and he was still following behind his teacher. It was unimaginable how much pressure he was under. It was one thing for him to expend his teacher's resources, but he could easily be used as a hostage by others as well. He was finding it hard to withstand the immense pressure he was feeling. Perhaps, only by leaving his teacher would he be able to avoid being used as a hostage and not put his teacher in a difficult position. After much contemplation, he decided to leave without any hesitation. Sigh. You are my student, how can you be a burden? Zhang Xian sighed. Even though Lu Yang was not particularly outstanding among his 7 direct disciples, he was still the one who had brought him up step by step from Tianqian Kingdom. He had already regarded the other party as his child, so how could he possibly think of him as a burden? Young master, what should we do about young master Lu Yang? Sun Chang had also finished reading the letter at this moment, and he couldn't help but ask. There's no need to look for him. Given his capability, it's impossible for him to find him. We can only wait for him to think things through and contact me on his own. Zhang Xian shook his head. Lu Yang was his direct disciple, and he had studied under him for nearly a year now. Not only had his cultivation improved significantly, his other aspects had also grown by leaps and bounds. If he really wanted to hide from Lu Yang, he would be the only one who would be able to find him. Even a 7-star master teacher wouldn't be able to recognize him. I have neglected his feelings. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. The fact that Jing Yang had become the progeny of combat had left a huge impact on Lu Yang. As fellow disciples, Zhang Xian was already able to bring honor to his teacher, but he could only rely on his teacher. It was not hard to imagine how dejected he felt. However, it was a pity that he had been too busy to notice this, or else such a thing would not have happened. Nurturing a student isn't just about cultivation and capability. Zhang Xian sighed deeply once more, and his heart was filled with disappointment. Over the past year, he had been focused on raising their cultivation, but he had not taken into consideration their feelings. They were not just fellow disciples, but they would also compete with one another and compete with one another. Of the 7 of them, 6 had already made a name for themselves. It was impossible for him to not feel pressured being the last one. In the sky far away from Qingyuan City, a beautiful figure was seated cross-legged on the back of a ferocious beast. Her eyes were tightly shut, and a surge of pure Xianxia was flowing through her meridians, producing a peculiar sound. Gotcha. Some time later, as if some kind of barrier had been broken, the young lady slowly opened her eyes. I've finally made a breakthrough. After a period of relentless cultivation, she had finally made a breakthrough. While she was still a distance away from reaching Saint Realm, it was no longer too far away. Xianxia, I'll look for you when my strength is on par with yours, the young lady said with a determined look in her eyes. She was very fond of the talented master teacher who had taken her in as his maid, but she also knew that following behind the other party would only lead to greater and greater despair. Since that was the case, she would just have to cultivate diligently so that the other party would spare her another glance. Over the past 10 days or so, she had thought about many things, and she had come to understand many things. Leaving was not to give up or admit defeat. It was just so that she could have a better reunion with him. She wanted to have the courage to speak to him as an equal when they met again. Qiao, while Xianxia's thoughts were running wild, a sharp cry suddenly echoed in her ears. Following which, she felt the ferocious beast beneath her trembling uncontrollably, as if it was facing an existence that she dared not offend. Raising her head, she saw a light green beast slowly flying over from the horizon. This beast was over 10 meters long, and it was extremely beautiful. This was especially so for its 9 tails. Not only did it not seem like a burden to her, it even felt like it could control space itself and soar into the sky. This is a Saint Nine-Dan beast. 9-tailed celestial phoenix? The young lady's body stiffened in disbelief. She had not been in Qingyuan City for too long, but she had learned quite a lot, especially regarding saint beasts. Based on what she knew, the beast that had just appeared before her was an extremely rare Saint Nine-Dan beast, the 9-tailed celestial phoenix. Ordinary cultivators would find it difficult to even lay their eyes on it, so why would it appear here? While Xianxia was still in shock, she saw a figure standing on the back of the celestial phoenix. She was wearing a veil over her face, making it impossible to discern her appearance and age. However, she had a tall and slender figure that did not pale in comparison to her at all. Just from her appearance alone, she could tell that she was a rare beauty. To be able to stand on the back of a saint beast of such caliber, it was clear that she was an extremely powerful individual. Not daring to hesitate, Xianxia hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. There was no way she could afford to offend such a formidable expert. Who? The 9-tailed celestial phoenix came to a halt not too far away. You are fair? A faint and crisp sound rang out. The veiled lady on the back of the celestial phoenix had a pair of eyes reminiscent of the stars in the night sky. Yes. The young lady nodded. She was no other than Fair, who had just bid farewell to Xianxia. My teacher wishes to take you in as his disciple. May I know if you are willing to accept him? The young lady asked with a smile. Her voice was reminiscent of an oriole, crisp and pleasant to the ears. This, Fair's body stiffened in disbelief. The other party was riding on a Saint Nine-Dan beast, and her cultivation was unfathomable. Did that mean that the teacher she spoke of was even more formidable? May I know who your teacher is? The young lady asked. My teacher is a 9-stars master teacher from the Mingshi Tang headquarters, Elder Ji Ruochen, the young lady replied calmly. 9-stars master teacher? An elder of the Mingshi Tang headquarters? Fair's breathing hastened, and she found it hard to wrap her head around the situation. I am just an ordinary lady from a Tier 1 empire, and I have never met or heard of Jishir before. Why would he accept me as his student? Happiness had come so suddenly that she found it hard to believe. I don't know either. Teacher has instructed me to do so. The young lady shook her head before turning to Fair. Are you willing to leave with me? If you are, you can leave with me. If you aren't, I'll return to report on the matter. Of course I'm willing. Fair hurriedly nodded. If she could become the disciple of a 9-stars master teacher, her cultivation would surely soar by leaps and bounds. Perhaps, she might even be able to catch up to Xianxia. This was definitely much better than fumbling around on her own. This was an opportunity that countless people dreamed of. She would be a fool if she were to let it slip by. All right then. Follow me then. Seeing that Yufeier had agreed to it, the young lady raised her hand, and Yufeier's body immediately flew forward. In the blink of an eye, she landed on the back of the nine-tailed celestial phoenix. Hung long, before Yufeier could react, the nine-tailed celestial phoenix beneath her abruptly disappeared from the spot, as if teleporting several thousand li away. How fast? Yufeier's face flushed red as she looked in the direction of Qingyuan City once more. Clenching her fists tightly, she muttered, "Xianxia, wait for me. I'll definitely stand before you openly and force you to make your choice. This is the last 5 hours of this month. It would be a waste if I don't cast my monthly ticket. Xianxia, this is the reward that the headquarters are giving you for the Combat Master exchange this time around." Zhang Xian led Sun Chang and the others back to the Combat Master Hall, and it did not take long for Hall Master Xing to arrive before them. Back then, during the exchange between the 4 great Combat Master Halls, the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall had been the only one to win all 20 slots. As a result, they had received a commendation from the headquarters, and the reward had already been sent over through a special channel. There are a total of 120 concentrated high-tier spiritual stones, which is 20 more than what I expected. However, with my authority, I can only use half of them, which is 60. With a flick of his wrist, he took out several jade boxes and passed them over. 60 high-grade refined spiritual stones? Not bad. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but sigh. My hard work and training was not in vain. Tough training? Hall Master Xing's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. You promised to help them with their training and gave them a plan. Yet, after which, you disappeared and ran off to crash the Master-Teacher Pavilion. You didn't even turn up for the duel. If this was considered hard work, then what was the point of a person who had truly trained hard? Thanks a lot. Ignoring the other party's twitching eyelids, Zhang Xian opened the jade box, and sensing the concentrated spiritual energy within, he nodded in satisfaction. With so many concentrated upper spiritual stones, he would be able to advance his cultivation to a higher level. While it was his duty as a master teacher to raise the fighting prowess of combat masters, there was no way he would turn down an opportunity to reap some benefits from it. This is what I promised before, it's nothing. If Xianxia doesn't need anything else, I won't disturb your cultivation. Knowing that Zhang Xian would surely cultivate now that the spirit stones had arrived, Hall Master Xing bade him farewell and left. The moment he left, Zhang Xian did not hesitate for long. With a sway of his body, he entered the myriad ant-hive nest. He had long obtained the Saint Four Dan Primordial Spirit Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art, and the only thing he had been lacking was concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Since he had obtained them, it went without saying that he would have to raise his cultivation as quickly as possible. After all, he had been stuck at St. 3 Dan Pinnacle for more than 10 days now. It was about time for him to make a breakthrough. Everything was fake. Strength was the most important thing. Without strength, his girlfriend might be someone else's. After adjusting his state to his peak, Zhang Xian sat down cross-legged and flicked his finger. A spirit stone leaped out from the jade box. Under the enhancement of the formation, surging and pure spiritual energy quickly gathered around his body and was about to surge into his body through his acupoints. Still not enough, knowing that Zhang Xian's demand for spiritual energy was much greater than that of ordinary cultivators, Zhang Xian continued tapping on it. So, the remaining 50 or so upper-grade spirit stones flew out one by one and scattered around his body, landing in specific positions. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy in the 60 concentrated high-grade spirit stones became as viscous as liquid. If it were anyone else, it was highly likely that they would have difficulty breathing under such circumstances. Not only would they not be able to cultivate, but their cultivation would also regress. It was like fine wine. If the alcohol content was low, it would be very comfortable to drink. If the alcohol content was too high, it would become alcohol, and drinking it would be fatal. If the concentration of spiritual energy was too high and the rate of absorption was insufficient, there would be a reversal in the flow of spiritual energy, just like how water flowed from high to low. It could easily lead to the collapse of one's cultivation or even death. However, such a situation wouldn't occur to Zhang Xian. After being tempered by the quintuple incandescence golden body and the heaven's path physical body, his physical body was already comparable to a Saint intermediate tier artifact. On top of that, he had cultivated the Heaven's Path soul art, making his soul incredibly powerful. As such, the more spiritual energy he had, the better. More and more spiritual energy gathered, and when it finally reached a certain density, Xianxia opened his mouth wide and inhaled deeply. Hung Long, the concentrated spiritual energy immediately gushed into his body through his acupoints and mouth before swiftly gathering in his dantian. In his dantian, the 10-meter-tall nascent soul danced excitedly upon seeing the influx of spiritual energy. It devoured the spiritual energy in large gulps, and it was undergoing a metamorphosis. Saint 4-Dan primordial spirit realm meant that one had to absorb spiritual energy to nourish one's nascent soul so that it could evolve into a primordial spirit of the same size as a human. Now that the nascent soul realm was filled with spiritual energy, and Xianxia had already memorized the Heaven's Path divine art, the nascent soul was undergoing a metamorphosis at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, its aura was also growing stronger and stronger. Kacha! Kacha! Kacha, along with the transformation of the nascent soul, the concentrated high-grade spirit stones were also sucked dry of spiritual energy, and with a crisp cracking sound, they began shattering one after another. What a huge consumption! Xianxia's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. He had thought that he would be able to raise his cultivation from embryonic soul realm pinnacle to primordial spirit realm pinnacle with just 50 concentrated high-grade spirit stones, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like he had been too naive. The further one cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, the purer and more concentrated spiritual energy one had to absorb. At this point, Xianxia was starting to feel that he was starting to run out of concentrated high-grade spirit stones. Wealth, companionship, technique, and land. Indeed, wealth is of utmost importance. Without resources, no matter how talented one is, it would be useless. Xianxia sighed deeply. He had been thinking of achieving a breakthrough to Saint 7-Dan as soon as possible so that he would have the strength to stand against the genius of the Zhang clan, but from the looks of it, it wasn't going to be that easy. Just gathering the required high-grade spirit stones was already a huge problem. Kacha! 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 Finally, after consuming 32 concentrated high-grade spirit stones, Xianxia finally managed to overcome some kind of bottleneck and overcome the bottleneck of the embryonic soul realm. Hung Long, Xianxia's aura abruptly changed. He had reached Saint 4-Dan primordial spirit realm. With a breakthrough in his cultivation, Xianxia immediately felt his mind becoming clearer. At the same time, his physical body and soul had undergone a transformation, becoming more resilient and powerful. Not only so, his reflexes had also become much faster. In his previous battle with the leaving aperture realm expert, his Xianxia and strength had not been weak at all. However, his reflexes had still been a little too slow. If not for the Eye of Insight, he might not even have been a match for the Qingtian Emperor's clone in Qingyuan City. But now, he could crush it with a single finger, and it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Continue. Seeing that he still had some concentrated high-grade spirit stones left, Xianxia calmed his mind and closed his eyes to continue cultivating. An hour later, the remaining 28 concentrated high-grade spirit stones had all been shattered, and his cultivation had successfully reached primordial spirit realm intermediate stage. Xianxia raised his hand and clenched it lightly, and the surrounding space immediately froze. Incredible! Feeling that his grasp of space had advanced a step further, Xianxia's eyes lit up. With my current strength, even if I encounter the Qingtian Emperor of the marshlands of the northern meadows, I should be able to slay him easily. Advancing from embryonic soul realm to primordial spirit realm intermediate stage was a 3-stage advancement, but his fighting prowess had increased by more than twofold. With his current strength, if he were to encounter the Qingtian Emperor once more, he would be able to kill him easily without resorting to any tricks or clones. In other words, his fighting prowess was already comparable to a leaving aperture realm advanced stage expert. In fact, he might even be able to put up a fight against ordinary leaving aperture realm pinnacle experts. In the leaving aperture realm, every single cultivation stage would have to undergo a lightning tribulation, and the gap between each cultivation stage was as vast as a chasm. To be able to challenge opponents stronger than him without even achieving a breakthrough, it would surely frighten others to death. But of course, if he could not even achieve such a feat with the Heaven's Path divine art, Heaven's Path battle technique, and the eye of insight, he would be a goner. It's a pity that I only have 60 concentrated high-grade spirit stones. I won't be able to push my cultivation to primordial spirit realm pinnacle. Xianxia shook his head. If he had another 60 concentrated high-grade spirit stones, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to reach primordial spirit realm pinnacle. By then, he would be able to put up a fight even against leaving aperture realm pinnacle experts. Even without Jin Yuanding, he would still be able to defeat a master teacher of Songshi's caliber easily. Hall Master Xing can only use 60 concentrated high-grade spirit stones. I really can't take all of their rewards. The Combat Master Hall had given him 120 concentrated high-grade spirit stones, but given Hall Master Xing's authority, he could only use half of it. If he could use the rest, he would surely be able to advance his cultivation further. But of course, one mustn't be too greedy. Taking out half of it was already a huge amount. If he were to use it up, how would the combat masters of the Combat Master Hall be able to cultivate? After getting used to his newfound strength, Xianxia finally left the ant-hive nest. Young Master, Pavilion Master Wu of the Mingshi Tang Hall has requested for you to pay a visit to the Mingshi Tang Hall after you come out of seclusion. As soon as Xianxia walked out of the room, he saw Sun Chang walking up to him. Pay a visit to the Mingshi Tang Hall? Xianxia frowned. It hadn't been too long since he returned. What was he going to do there? Pavilion Master Wu said that the envoy from the Sanctum of Sages has arrived, and he's asking if Xianxia is interested in participating in the selection of the sages. Sun Chang pondered for a moment before replying. The envoy from the Sanctum of Sages has arrived? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Previously, Musher had told him that there was a good chance that Lozozi was in the Sanctum of Sages, and if he wanted to look for her, he would have to enter the Sanctum of Sages. However, it wasn't that easy to enter the Sanctum of Sages. There was a limit to the number of slots. Back then, Xianxia had told him that the envoy from the Sanctum of Sages would arrive in 20 days. Calculating the time, it had been 20 days since he had parted with Musher, so it was indeed about time for the envoy to arrive. I'll head over to take a look. Since Lozozi was involved, Xianxia immediately headed in the direction of the Mingshi Tang Hall without any hesitation. Not too long later, he arrived at the Sanctum of Sages. Xianxia. As the teacher of all the master teachers in the Sanctum of Sages, as soon as he stepped into the Sanctum of Sages, countless master teachers immediately clasped their fists and bowed to him. He is Xianxia? How handsome! I am his loyal fan. I want to bear his child. A commotion broke out in the surroundings. After the heavenly impartation of Mentor's calligraphy, Zhang Xian had taken over Zhang Jiuxia's position and become the idol of the youths of the Qingyuan Empire. Upon seeing him, the youths who had come to study under Mingshi Tang Hall were overwhelmed with agitation. This isn't the life that I want. My heart feels so tired. Seeing the fervent gazes of the crowd, Zhang Xian sighed helplessly. To be honest, all he wanted was to live a low-profile life, study quietly, advance his cultivation quietly, and live the life of a handsome man. To be so infatuated with so many people, this was not the life that he liked. Zhang Xian turned around and saw that the millstone bottom who had been infatuated with Zhang Jiuxiao back then was also in the crowd. Upon seeing Zhang Xian looking at her, she shrieked incessantly, as if she wanted to charge forward and pin him down to the ground. Thus, her sorrow deepened. Forget it, it's about time for me to leave Qingyuan City, Zhang Xian sighed. He had been in Qingyuan City for more than 20 days now, and it was about time for him to leave. I must obtain the slot to enter the Sanctum of Sages. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly as a glint flashed across his eyes. Seeking monthly tickets on the first day of the month. Under the lead of one of the master teachers, they soon arrived at a massive hall. Pavilion Master Wu, Yao Shi, and the others were seated in the room. Seated on the guest seat was a middle-aged man dressed in embroidered robes, and behind him stood two young men. Taking a closer look, the middle-aged man's aura was concealed within his body, reminiscent of a bolt of lightning, making it impossible to gauge his cultivation. The two young men had primordial spirits residing within their bodies, harnessing immense strength. Surprisingly, they were both primordial spirit realm intermediate stage experts. Judging from their age, they were probably in their 30s as well. For them to wield such strength at such a young age, one could only use the word fearsome to describe them. Most likely, they were even stronger than Zhang Jiuxiao. Xianxia. Upon seeing Xianxia, Pavilion Master Wu stood up and introduced with a smile, "This is the welcoming envoy of the Sanctum of Sages, Zhao Xingma." "Zhao, this is the person I told you about, Xianxia. His talent is unparalleled, and not just in the Qingyuan Empire, he's likely to stand at the top of the 8 conferred empires as well." Zhao Xingma took a look at Xianxia before nodding expressionlessly. It was as if he was already used to such introductions. Seeing that Zhao Xingma wasn't too interested in him, Xianxia couldn't be bothered with him either. Zhang Jiuxiao, Mingshi Tang, and the dozen or so young geniuses from the Qingyuan Empire were also in the room. "Since everyone is here, let's begin." A moment later, 2 more people entered the room. Zhao Xingma seemed to be in a hurry, so he instructed with a frown. Pavilion Master Wu nodded before sweeping his gaze across the room. "Everyone, I believe there's no need for me to introduce Xiao to you all. He's the welcoming envoy of the Sanctum of Sages, and he's in charge of the selection. Next, I'll have him explain to us how the selection will be conducted and what we need to prepare." The crowd immediately turned their gazes over. "There's no need for any preparation. I'll just state my requirements straight away. Those who don't meet my requirements, there's no need to waste any time." Raising his eyebrows, Zhao Xingma waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "I believe that all of you should have some understanding of the Sanctum of Sages. In order to enter the Sanctum of Sages, the first requirement is to become a 7-star master teacher before 30, and your cultivation must be at least at St. 3 Dan embryonic soul realm or above. Everyone here seems to be a suitable candidate, but in my opinion, the higher your cultivation, the better. So far, there are only 2 St. 4 Dan cultivators who have reached St. 4 Dan. Since they are staying behind, the rest of you can return to your residence." The selection is over? Isn't this too childish?" Everyone looked at one another in dismay. They did not expect that only 2 of them would be eliminated based on their cultivation. The Sanctum of Sages isn't a master-teacher academy. As long as you meet the requirements, it will accept you. It's the highest academy on the master-teacher continent, and it specializes in grooming sages. If you are lacking in strength, don't waste your time here." Zhao Xingma frowned. "I don't have that much time to waste on you." Not." Expecting the other party to be so direct, Pavilion Master Wu felt a little awkward. Isn't it a little too arbitrary to decide based on one's cultivation? "Zhao, do you want to take another look? There are many master teachers in the Sanctum of Sages. While their cultivation might not be too high, they should be able to hold their own in other aspects." "There's no need for that. I have only gone through the preliminary selection. I will have to undergo a semi-selection once we reach the Qianchong Empire, and the final selection once we enter the City of Sages. If my cultivation hasn't even reached Primordial Spirit Realm yet, I won't be able to clear the semi-selection. It would be a waste of my time to bring you along." Zhao Xingma said with a wave of his hand. "Forget it." Hearing Zhao Xingma's words, Pavilion Master Wu could only shake his head with a bitter smile. He turned to the crowd and said, "There's no need to feel discouraged. Cultivate diligently, and you'll be able to make significant improvements no matter where you go. There's no need for you to go to the Sanctum of Sages." "Yes, Pavilion Master Wu." Knowing that Pavilion Master Wu's words were meant to console them, the dozen or so geniuses could only shake their heads and leave. In truth, they also knew their limits. While their cultivation and talent weren't too weak, they were still a far cry from matching up to Xianxia and Zhang Jiuxiao. There was no way they would be selected to enter the Sanctum of Sages in Qingyuan City. After the crowd left, leaving only Xianxia and Zhang Jiuxiao behind, Zhao Xingma's gaze turned to them. "The Sanctum of Sages selects the cream of the crop of mankind. In the future, they'll be able to rule over a region and become a formidable figure. If you want others to submit to you, there's no need for words. Strength is the most important factor. As such, strength is the most important factor in determining one's standing." Xianxia nodded in agreement. Schemes and disguises might be able to intimidate others for a short period of time, but what truly won others over was one's own strength. Take the current him for example. There was no one in the Qingyuan Empire who could match him, and with this backing, he had nothing to fear. If he were to rely solely on disguises, it would only be a matter of time before he was seen through. Therefore, the heroes of a region never relied on schemes, but on their fists. If they were unconvinced, they would just crush them until they submitted to him. Mingshi Tang's righteousness was just one of the reasons why he ruled over the world. More importantly, he wielded absolute fighting prowess that no other occupation dared to refute. In the past, there had been two major occupations in the world, soul oracles and poison masters. The former had been eliminated, and even now, their lineage had been severed. On the other hand, the latter had been chased into a corner, not daring to reveal his true identity. This was not tyranny but authority. By the same logic, the reason why Saint clans were feared by others was not because they had produced a sage in the past, but because they still possessed a formidable foundation and strength. Only with fists could there be benevolence. Without sufficient strength, no matter how much one spoke, it would all be meaningless. Zhang Jiuxiao also responded with a sigh, full of emotions. Even though he was from the Side family, if his cultivation had reached Saint 6 Dan or 7 Dan by now, he would still have been highly regarded by his clan. He wouldn't have ended up in a small conferred empire vying for a slot. Seeing that the two of them understood his intentions, Zhao Xingma nodded before pointing to the two young men behind him. These two are auditing students of the Sanctum of Sages. They aren't particularly outstanding, but they aren't weak either. Furthermore, they are able to form a unique collaborative formation with one another. Whoever among you can withstand 3 blows from them will be considered to have passed the test. Voila, as Zhao Xingma spoke, the two young men stepped forward and released their auras. In an instant, the entire hall turned cold, and one could feel a heavy pressure pressing down on them. How powerful, even though they hadn't crossed blows yet, just from their aura alone, Xianxia could tell that while the two of them were only at primordial spirit realm intermediate stage like him, they wielded fighting prowess comparable to primordial spirit realm pinnacle cultivators. If they were to work together, they would be able to put up a fight even against ordinary leaving aperture realm primary stage cultivators. In other words, even a leaving aperture realm expert like Pavilion Master Wu might not necessarily be a match for the both of them. But, they were only auditing students. If so, how powerful would the true students of the Sanctum of Sages be? Which of you wants to go first? After introducing Zhang Xian, Zhao Xingma turned to Zhang Xian. Zhang Jiuxiao assessed the duo before him for a long moment before shaking his head with a bitter smile. Xianxia, I didn't know that you were intending to enter the Sanctum of Sages as well. Since you are going, I think I'll just forfeit. Forfeit? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He was still thinking that there would be a battle, but who could have thought that the genius of the Zhang clan would actually forfeit? Indeed. Rather than humiliating myself, I might as well forfeit, Zhang Jiuxiao sighed helplessly. He had come all the way from his clan to vie for the only slot in the Sanctum of Sages, so naturally, he was filled with yearning for the Sanctum of Sages. He had thought that he would be able to succeed, but who could have known that Zhang Xian would suddenly appear? He had thought that he would stand a chance against the other party due to his talent, but after learning that the other party was a celestial master teacher, he dared not think too much about it. A figure like that was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. He was not someone whom he could stand a chance against. Not to mention, based on his current strength, it was unlikely that he would be able to withstand 3 blows from the other party. Seeing the look on Zhang Jiuxiao's face, Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before raising his head to look at Zhao Xingma. Zhao, you said that whoever is able to withstand 3 blows from the two of them will be able to clear the examination, right? That's right. Zhao Xingma nodded. Very well. If both of us are able to withstand their blows, does that mean that the Qingyuan Empire will have 2 slots to enter the Sanctum of Sages? Zhang Xian asked. Both of us are able to withstand their blows? Zhao Xingma sneered coldly. There's a good chance that none of us will be able to do so. That might not necessarily be the case. Zhang Xian shook his head. Previously, due to Lozozi, he had been prejudiced against the Zhang family. However, after interacting with them for a period of time, he realized that Zhang Jiuxiao was a little arrogant, but he wasn't as bad as he thought. The slot to enter the Sanctum of Sages should have belonged to Zhang Jiuxiao, and it was for this reason that Zhang Jiuxiao had left his hometown and stayed in Qingyuan City for several years. Zhang Jiuxiao could not help but feel bad for snatching it away from him. If both of you are able to withstand 3 blows from the two of you, I might consider it. However, don't overestimate yourself. It won't be that easy to withstand 3 blows from the two of them. Seeing the confident look on Xianxia's face, Zhao Xingma reminded him. He did not believe that a master teacher from a measly conferred empire would be able to withstand 3 blows from the two of them. You only have to consider it. Whether we can withstand 3 blows or not will depend on our own strength, Xianxian replied with a smile. It's good to be confident, but let's hope that it isn't arrogance. Zhao Xingma said with a frown. Alright, which one of you wants to go first? I'll go first. Xianxian walked up to Zhang Jiuxiao and released his strength. Primordial Spirit Realm Intermediate Stage Cultivation, his strength seemed insignificant before the two young men. You sure talk big. You talk big. Let us brothers see what kind of strength you have. The two young men sneered coldly as they walked up to Xianxian's sides. Even though they had not made a move yet, they had sealed off all signs of life in the surroundings, leaving one feeling as if one had been locked in a cage. To be able to exert psychological pressure and hypnosis before even making a move, not bad, Xianxian nodded in approval. As expected of experts from the sanctum of sages. To be able to induce psychological pressure before even making a move, those with weaker mental fortitude would immediately panic. If such emotions were to fester, it could very well affect the outcome of the battle. The slightest carelessness could very well result in one admitting defeat before even making a move. Your fighting style is not bad, but you are still a little lacking in terms of mental fortitude. Xianxian raised his chin and placed his hands behind his back as he slowly took a step forward. The other party was intending to exert pressure on him, so he was intending to make a move when the pressure was at its peak. This move might have been effective against Zhang Jiuxiao, but against him, it was too weak, putting aside the fact that his soul depth had already reached 8-star intermediate tier. Even if he was no match for the other party, he was still not someone that could be suppressed by such a move. Hong Long, Xianxian's movement was extremely light, but in the eyes of the two young men, it felt as if a massive mountain was crushing down on them, leaving them flustered. Following which, a buzzing sound echoed in their heads. The pressure that they had exerted on the other party earlier immediately came crashing back at them, and the two of them felt their heads spinning. Terpsichore? Zhao Xingma's eyebrows shot up. Even though Xianxian had his hands behind his back, he was still able to execute a Terpsichorean soul attack in an instant. Not only did he nullify the two young men's soul attack, he even counterattacked, leaving the two young men panicking. To be able to see through the intent of the attack in an instant, he was able to make the auditing student of the sanctum of sages suffer. This fellow was indeed not weak. Let's begin. Zhao Xingma said with a wave of his hand. Hong Long, his voice might not have sounded too loud to the ears of an outsider, but in the ears of the two young men, it felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck them, pulling them out of their dazed state. Damn it! Only then did the two young men realize that they had fallen for Xianxian's trick, and their faces reddened in fury. They were intending to teach the other party a lesson, but in the blink of an eye, they ended up losing their sense of self instead. Voila! Xinqi gushed out from Xianxian's acupoints, sealing the space around him. The two young men raised their hands, and their palms struck down simultaneously. This move was incomparably well coordinated. Be it in terms of Xinqi or strength, they had reached the very pinnacle. Even a leaving Aperture Realm primary stage expert would find it hard to escape if they were trapped in this move. However, it was a pity that Xianxian was not a leaving Aperture Realm primary stage expert but a leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage expert. With a smile on his face, Xianxian opened his mouth slightly. You have hit the wrong person. His voice carried a special charm, like a lover's whisper. When the two of them heard it, they couldn't help but blush. In an instant, the palms that were about to land on Xianxian's body changed direction and landed on each other's chests, just as he had said. Bang! Bang! With two muffled groans, they flew backward at the same time. Initially, they were supposed to attack Xianxian, but in the end, it turned into a fight between the two of them. Demonic tune? Zhao Xingma froze in place. Is this guy trying to intimidate me? Just now, he had used a shout to wake the two of them up from their stupor. Although he had done it discreetly, the other party must have seen through it. Therefore, he had used the same demonic sound technique to make them kill each other, His motive was very simple, he knew demonic tunes as well, it was clear that this was a show of force to him. It was also a warning, blaming him for interfering in the competition. Interesting fellow. Understanding this, Xianxia didn't get angry. Instead, he felt a little curious about Xianxia. Those who were able to enter the sanctum of sages were either the offspring of powerful clans or unparalleled geniuses. In the future, they were bound to stand at the pinnacle of the master-teacher continent. If they didn't dare to retaliate in the face of unfair treatment, how could they possibly stand at the top? As such, Xianxia's warning to the two of them was also a kind of test. He wanted to see how the other party would react. Who could have thought that the other party would return the favor in their own coin, without the slightest bit of suppression or grievance? Just this attitude in itself was enough to ensure that he wouldn't be put at a disadvantage. None of the auditing students of the Sanctum of Sages are pushovers. Being put at a disadvantage once is equivalent to exposing your trump cards as a demonic tunist and terpsichore. It won't be easy for you to withstand the remaining 2 blows. Chuckling softly, Xianxia turned his attention back to the dueling candidates. Even though the 2 young men in charge of the examination were still young, they were bound to have passed the examination in order to become an auditing student of the Sanctum of Sages. To think that they would be able to defeat them with just demonic tunes and terpsichore was really looking down on them. As expected, as soon as the 2 young men were sent flying, they immediately regained their senses. Their eyes narrowed, and killing intent surged from their bodies. They were here to take the examination, not to put on a show. To think that a fellow from a backwater village would actually launch 2 consecutive sneak attacks on them and humiliate them. They were so furious that they could explode at any moment. Stabilize your soul. Guard against his soul attack. The young man on the left bellowed as he pressed his palm against the space behind him. After which, he clenched his fist tightly, and the surrounding space immediately froze. To think that a primordial spirit realm intermediate stage cultivator would actually be able to execute the spatial freezing technique that only leaving aperture realm experts were capable of. Don't worry, at this moment, the young man on the right also realized what was going on and pushed his fist forward as well. The spatial freezing of the 2 overlapped with one another, causing the surrounding space to become even more corporeal. It felt as if one had fallen into a swamp, hindering one's ability to advance or retreat. Incredible. Xianxia nodded in approval. Under normal circumstances, if 2 leaving aperture realm experts were to execute the spatial freezing technique at the same time, it was very likely that they would clash with one another and cause the surrounding space to distort. This was precisely the reason why the combined might of leaving aperture realm experts was not 1 + 1 = 2, but 1 + 1 = 0 point something. This was the first time Xianxia had seen something like this, but the 2 of them were executing completely different spatial freezing techniques. As expected of those from the Sanctum of Sages, just their combat instincts and reflexes were already far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. But to Xianxia, the spatial freezing technique might have been difficult to overcome, but to him, it was a walk in the park. Taking 2 steps forward, he tapped his finger forward. See la, it was as if something had exploded on the spot. As if a punctured balloon, several surges of air immediately burst forth in all directions. Pung! Pung! The 2 young men on the left and right did not expect the spatial freezing technique they had set up to be broken so easily, and they even suffered a backlash from it. They retreated 2 steps simultaneously as their faces paled. It's been 2 moves already. You've been the ones attacking me, so it's about time for me to make a move. Xianxia chuckled softly. As long as he could withstand 3 moves from them, he would be considered to have cleared the trial. He had been taking the brunt of their blows for the first 2 moves, but since this was the final move, he might as well take the initiative. Come. The eyebrows of the 2 young men shot up as they stacked their palms together. In an instant, an invincible aura burst forth from them. It seemed like they had also realized how powerful the young man before them was, so they dared not face him head-on. I feel bad for injuring you too, so I apologize in advance. Seeing that even a leaving aperture realm intermediate stage cultivator would have to retreat under the combined might of the duo, Xianxia clasped his fist apologetically. Injured? You're courting death. The 2 young men nearly exploded in rage. To apologize before even executing the final move. Hugging your head, let's talk about it after we win. Furious, the two young men unleashed their combined might without holding back at all. As if a cannonball, it tore through the air, threatening to tear the entire hall apart. But before it could even reach Xianxia, the surrounding air had already been compressed, and the wind howled furiously, threatening to tear his skin apart. How powerful! Zhang Jiuxiao's face paled. It was at this moment that he finally understood why Zhao Xingma was so confident. It would be difficult for them to withstand 3 moves simultaneously. Putting everything aside, just this move alone was more than enough to deal with all of the secret arts that he had learned in the past. Zhang Jiuxiao turned to look at Xianxia worriedly, only to see the latter standing calmly in the face of the ferocious attack. Without using any battle technique or movement technique, he simply swatted it away as if he was swatting a fly. Let's end this. Pada. Pada, along with those words, the Xinji cannonball formed by the two young men dissipated in the blink of an eye, as if it had never been there in the first place. In the next instant, the two of them were sent flying like ping-pong balls. Who? With 2 resounding thuds, they crashed into the wall, and large mouthfuls of blood spewed from their mouths. The combined might of the 2 sanctum of sages listening in on the duel was actually unable to withstand even a single slap from him. Does this count as a pass? After sending the duo flying, Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows to look at Zhao Xingma, as if he had just done something insignificant. Given that you are of the same cultivation realm, it's still possible for you to overcome the 2 of them in a single move. Zhao Xingma nodded. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little perplexed. It was clear that the young man had gone easy on them in the first 2 moves, but why did he end up injuring them in the final move? Could it be that the combined might of the 2 of them was so strong that they were unable to control themselves? Thank you. Jiuxiao, you should go. You should be able to withstand 3 moves. Zhang Xian turned to Zhang Jiuxiao and said. Me? Right now? Zhang Jiuxiao was taken aback. The 2 of them were heavily injured, and it wouldn't be appropriate for them to go up just like that. There are 2 of them, and there are 2 of us as well. I fought 1 round, so it's not unfair for you to go up, Zhang Xian said with a smile. Yes, hearing those words, Zhang Jiuxiao immediately understood what was going on. The young man had intentionally injured the 2 of them in order to help him. This way, he would have a chance of surviving 3 moves. Zhang Jiuxiao was moved, but he knew that this wasn't the time to be dwelling on such matters. Thus, he walked up to the 2 young men and clasped his fist. Please enlighten me. Damn it. Hearing the conversation between the 2 of them and seeing that the fellow was really shameless enough to challenge them, the 2 young men felt so stifled that they could explode at any moment. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen someone as shameless as this. We are already so injured that we can't even stand up. How are we supposed to fight you? Zhao Shi has said that as long as you can withstand 3 moves from the 2 of you, he'll consider adding an additional slot to our Qingyuan Empire. If you can't defeat him, it'll be equivalent to admitting defeat, and Zhang Jiuxiao will be the victor. Zhang Xian. Win? Dream on. Even if you put your life on the line, you won't be able to withstand 3 moves from us. Gritting their teeth, the 2 young men leaped down from the wall and prepared to charge forward. All right, the 2 of you should rest here. Zhao Xingma said with a wave of his hand. Zhao Shi, the 2 young men panicked. It was all their fault. It had only been a short while, but they were already injured. Clearly, Zhao Shi was angry that he refused to allow them to fight. It's not your fault. It's Zhang Shi's fault. Zhao Xingma waved his hand and stood up. With a light chuckle, he said, I'll assess Zhang Jiuxiao personally. Personally test? Zhang Jiuxiao's face paled, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He understood the meaning behind Zhang Xian's words. Zhang Xian wanted to injure the 2 young men so that they wouldn't be able to fight anymore so that he could claim the slot for free. Yet, who could have known that the young man before him would actually disregard his identity and make a move personally? The 2 listeners were already so powerful. If the guide were to really make a move, how could he possibly withstand it with his strength? Zhang Xian frowned. As a guide, isn't it a little too much of a bully to deal with a junior? Don't worry, I'll suppress my cultivation to primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, the same level as you all. Zhao Xingma asked. This? Zhang Xian paused for a moment. I'll still have to withstand 3 moves before I pass? Not bad. Zhao Xingma nodded. The energy in his body surged, and in just a short moment, he had suppressed his cultivation to primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, putting him on par with the other two. Xianxia frowned. To be honest, even though Zhang Jiuxiao had suppressed his cultivation, his eye of discernment and knowledge were still there for all to see. It would still be extremely difficult for Zhang Jiuxiao to last 3 moves against him. In fact, it could even be said to be impossible. I'll have to trouble you, Xianxia. The reason why I'm unable to clear the Sanctum of Sages is because my cultivation isn't up to par, and I haven't put in enough effort to enter the Sanctum of Sages. Seeing how Zhang Xian was speaking up for him, Zhang Jiuxiao was deeply moved. With a smile, he took a step forward. As a member of the Zhang family, it wasn't to the extent where he couldn't afford to lose. Rumble, he released his strength. Even though his strength was inferior to that of the 2 listeners, his determination was unshakable, without the slightest bit of fear. Zhao Xingma nodded. The very act of him exerted immense pressure on others. For Zhang Jiuxiao to be able to withstand it and face him head-on, it was truly courageous of him. Of course, in order to become a student of the Sanctum of Sages, courage and insight were not enough. What was more important was strength. Without strength, everything would be in vain. Hold on, having made up his mind, Zhang Jiuxiao's body tensed up, ready to make a move at any moment. But at that moment, Zhang Xian's voice sounded once more. What now? Zhao Xingma frowned. There were so many things to do. Why are you so close to Zhang Jiuxiao? Why did you pass by yourself? Why did he have to pass as well? Most master teachers would choose to remain aloof when faced with such a matter. Don't you know what kind of person you are bargaining with? Do you not know what kind of person you are negotiating with? Even if Zhao is in a rush, I don't think he will rush by 10 minutes or 20 minutes. With a smile, Zhang Xian walked up to Zhang Xian. Zhao Xingma didn't know what he was getting at. It's like this. I have just fought a battle, and I would like to share my insights with him. Zhang Xian turned to Zhao Shi and said, Zhao Shi, as the guide, you should at least give us some time to exchange our insights, right? All right. Zhao Xingma frowned in displeasure, but he still nodded in response. Even if he had more than 10 minutes, it wouldn't be of much help. If it was so easy to increase one's strength, everyone would be an expert. Thank you. 9 firmaments, come here for a moment. Zhang Xian said with a smile. Knowing that the other party was doing this for him, Zhang Jiuxiao walked up to Zhao Xingma without any hesitation. However, just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw a massive cauldron falling from the sky, heading straight for Zhao Xingma. Zhang Jiuxiao's face paled, and he nearly died from fright. Who was the other party? The guide of the Sanctum of Sages was at least Saint Sixdan. Even if he had suppressed his cultivation to primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, he still wouldn't be someone whom Zhang Jiuxiao could afford to assault. Just as Zhang Jiuxiao was about to shout for help, Zhang Xian's body suddenly jolted, and a powerful might burst forth from his body. As if a sword, he charged right at Zhao Shi, intending to tear him apart. It's over, Zhang Jiuxiao's body trembled as he burst into tears. So be it if I fail the trial, surely there's no need for you to kill the other party's guide for me. If I succeed, I will surely become a fugitive of Mingshi Tang. This sight left not only Zhang Jiuxiao speechless, even Pavilion Master Wu and Yao Shi nearly fainted on the spot. To make a move on Zhao Shi. That was simply too reckless. If Zhang Jiuxiao were to get angry, not only would he lose his slot, he might even strip them of their slots. However, everything had happened too abruptly. Even they were unable to stop it in time. Humph. Zhao Xingma's eyebrows shot up as he drove the Xinqi in his body. Using his finger as a sword, he thrust it forward. Even though his cultivation had been suppressed to primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, his attack had displayed his eye of discernment, as well as his deep understanding of combat. His finger was aimed right at Zhang Xian's blind spot. Not only would he be able to stop the latter, he would also be able to stop the cauldron above him, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. To be able to accomplish this while being caught off guard, his eye of discernment and combat experience left even Zhang Xian in awe. Hula, however, before his finger could reach Zhang Xian, the latter's silhouette suddenly blurred, and he appeared beneath the cauldron in the sky. Raising his palm, he caught the cauldron in his palm. His action was not a sneak attack but a rescue. My apologies, Xianxia. My cauldron has been spoiled too much by me, and it doesn't think before acting. I didn't expect it to suddenly attack me, and I was frightened when I first saw it. That's why I rushed over to save you. Did I hurt you? Xianxia stowed the cauldron into his storage ring before turning to look at Zhao Xingma with an awkward look on his face. Save you? Zhao Xingma was infuriated. Using one's body as a sword to wield strength reminiscent of a dragon, ready to strike at any moment. Who in the world would save someone like that? This isn't saving you but killing you. Alright, if not for my swift reflexes, I might have already been sliced in two, not to mention, this cauldron actually sat down right at my head. Do you think that it will end with just a single "I didn't expect it"? Indeed. I am the principal of a Tier 1 Empire Master Teacher Academy in Hanyuan, and this cauldron is the guardian treasure of the academy. It has always been protecting me, the principal of the academy. It sensed Xiaoxi's strength and thought that you were going to harm me, so it made a move. With an apologetic look, Xianxia hurriedly clasped his fist. With a livid face, Zhao Xingma waved his hand and said, "Alright, hurry up and impart your experience to me. I'll give you 10 minutes. The other party had pushed all the blame onto the weapon as soon as he spoke. After all, he couldn't possibly hold a grudge against a cauldron, could he? For a guide envoy of the Sanctum of Sages to pummel the owner of a mere weapon over a grudge, that would be embarrassing enough. Not to mention, this cauldron was the guardian treasure of the Master Teacher Academy, and it must have contributed greatly to the Master Teacher Academy. Even as a high-tier Master Teacher, he couldn't afford to offend it so easily. Nodding, Xianxia returned to Zhang Jiuxiao's side, and with a stern look on his face, he sent a telepathic message to Zhang Jiuxiao. Even though Xiaoxia has suppressed his cultivation, given your current strength, you still won't be a match for him. However, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to withstand a few blows from him. I'll impart 3 moves to you now. Study them carefully, and when you make a move later on, regardless of what kind of moves the other party uses, repeat them repeatedly. Do you understand? Yes. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. As a celestial master teacher and a celestial master teacher who had done so much for him, he didn't doubt Xianxia's words at all. I'll go through them in detail, and you just have to go through them in your mind. Don't use them so that he'll be on guard against you, Xianxia continued. The other party's strength and eye of discernment were far above that of Zhu Hong's. Even when he was imparting a move to the other party, he still ended up being pummeled by Xiaoya and the others. These 3 moves were just to counter the other party's flaws, and they were meant to catch the other party off guard. If the other party were to see them and be on guard against them, they would be rendered useless. Knowing this, Zhang Jiuxiao listened attentively to Xianxia's explanation, and it didn't take him long to grasp the Xinqi circulation of the 3 moves. While driving his Xinqi, Zhang Jiuxiao's mind was working furiously. These 3 moves were extremely simple, not as profound as battle techniques. In just a few minutes, Xianxia was already well versed in them, as if he had been executing them for decades. Xiaoxia, please calm down. Xianxia's cauldron is indeed reckless. This morning, it pummeled Xianxia from the Qianchong Empire into a eunuch. Seeing the awful complexion on Zhao Xingma's face, Wuxia stepped forward to explain the situation. Even though he had no idea why Xianxia would choose to assault Xiaoxia and stop at the crucial moment, given their relationship, he had no choice but to cover up the matter for Zhao Xingma. Pummeled him into a eunuch? Unaware of what had happened in the morning, Zhao Xingma frowned at Xianxia. Yes, Wuxia swiftly recounted the events that had taken place in the morning to Zhao Xingma. Even though he hadn't been there personally, he had heard the other master teachers talking about the matter over the period of time that he had spent back in the city. That cauldron is indeed reckless. Hearing Xianxia's words, Zhao Xingma shook his head. To use a weapon to cripple a quasi-8-star master teacher, the other party was truly brazen. But of course, the one who was even more brazen was Xianxia. Not only did he dare to stand up to a quasi-8-star master teacher, but in the end, he was the one who was punished instead. Since we are done with our exchange, Xiaoxia, it's time for the duel. Just as Zhao Xingma was about to learn more about that fellow, he suddenly heard Xianxia's voice. Turning around, he saw that Zhang Jiuxiao had already arrived at the center of the hall, and the energy in his body had already reached its peak. Very well. Let me see what kind of experience he has imparted to you. Making a rough calculation, it had only been 5 to 6 minutes. Zhao Xingma looked at Zhang Jiuxiao with a perplexed expression. What kind of valuable experience was the other party intending to impart to him? Zhao Shi, I hope that you can forgive me if I offend you later on. Zhang Jiuxiao clasped his fist apologetically. Offend you? Feel free to use whatever strength you have. If you can withstand 3 blows from me, I'll consider giving you an additional slot. Zhao Xingma nodded. Thank you. I'll be making my move then, hula, but before Zhao Xingma could finish his words, Zhang Jiuxiao had already made his move. He raised his right leg and kicked right in between Zhao Xingma's legs. Zhao Xingma's face turned livid. Not expecting the other party to aim for his crotch right from the start, Zhang Jiuxiao's face immediately turned livid. He had just heard that the cauldron had crippled Xianxia, and this was the first move that Zhang Jiuxiao would make. Could it be that Zhang Xian wanted Zhang Jiuxiao to target his crotch? Zhao Xingma was extremely displeased. Even though he was furious, there was nothing he could do at this moment. His body swayed as he dodged to the side. No matter how strong the other party was, and whether or not they could withstand it, they couldn't take it head-on. It wasn't that they were afraid of being crippled, but that they couldn't afford to lose face. Voila, just as his body moved to the side, he saw the other party's 2 fingers pointing at his armpit. The ferocious attack on his crotch just now was actually a feint. The real aim was here. If you attack my crotch and infer that I will dodge, there will be an opening under my armpit when I use my movement technique. Zhao Xingma narrowed his eyes in disbelief. The spot where the other party's finger was pointing at was precisely the Ming Men of his cultivation technique. Once struck, his entire body would immediately go numb, and he would lose all fighting prowess. Both sides were fighting, so it was impossible for them to have pointed at this position by coincidence. They must have made a prediction beforehand. To be able to make him fall into Zhang Xian's rhythm with just a single move and deduce the flaws of Zhang Xian's moves. Wasn't his comprehension of battle a little too frightening? What a cunning fellow. He used psychological warfare on me right from the start. As a Saint Six Dan master teacher, Zhang Xian possessed a sharp mind. Seeing through the other party's ploy, he was able to figure out what was going on in an instant. Pavilion Master Wu had intentionally told Zhang Xian that Xianxia had been crippled, leaving a subconscious thought in Zhang Xian's mind. Following which, as soon as Zhang Jiuxiao arrived, Pavilion Master Wu immediately attacked Zhang Xian's position. Naturally, Zhang Xian had thought that Zhang Jiuxiao would make a move, but he didn't expect that it was just a feint. Before they could even begin, they had already fallen for the other party's psychological warfare. Amazing. If it were any other ordinary primordial spirit realm cultivator, it would be difficult for them to reverse the situation within 10 moves, but I'm different. Zhao Xingma's eyebrows shot up as he swiftly turned his body to the side to dodge Zhang Xian's attack. Fingertips against fingertips, he wanted to use his own martial skills and strength to break through his opponent's attack, turning from passive to active. Despite being at the same cultivation realm as Zhang Jiuxiao's finger was far more concentrated than Zhang Jiuxiao's. Before it could even reach Zhang Jiuxiao, it already sounded like it was tearing the air apart. Seeing the might of the finger, Zhang Jiuxiao was startled. Knowing that he didn't dare to take it head-on, he hurriedly retracted his finger. However, due to his nervousness, his body tilted to the side, and he was caught off guard. His head was facing the finger head-on. Zhao Xingma frowned. With the strength of his finger, once it landed on the other party's head, the other party's head would definitely explode on the spot. It could be said that the other party would definitely die. Making a move on a junior would incur the wrath of others, and if he were to kill the examinee as well, there was no need for him to be the envoy anymore. Humph. The surging true qi made him groan uncontrollably, and his face flushed red. If Zhang Xian hadn't suppressed his cultivation, this bit of backlash wouldn't have been a problem at all. However, given that he was only at primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, not to mention that he had used his full strength, it was inevitable that he would be injured. Voila, he retracted his finger, not wanting to kill Zhang Jiuxiao. However, Zhang Jiuxiao had already predicted his reaction. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Jiuxiao had already arrived before him and rammed his shoulder into Zhang Jiuxiao's chest. Even if he didn't sustain any injuries, it would still be difficult for him to escape unscathed. Feeling stifled, Zhao Xingma raised his palm and slashed it downward. Suppressing his cultivation to fight with the other party, if he were to retreat now, where would he put his face in the future? It was as if the sun had fallen to the ground, carrying with it an inescapable might. Judging by the time, Zhang Jiuxiao would have been struck by the palm before he could even reach Zhang Jiuxiao, severely injuring him. I'm sorry, just as Zhao Xingma was wondering what kind of move Zhang Jiuxiao would use to gain the upper hand, he suddenly heard a calm voice. Following which, he felt a numbing sensation in his armpit. Unknowingly, Zhang Jiuxiao's finger had already appeared on his Mingmen. Voila, Zhao Xingma's strength immediately receded, and in the blink of an eye, he felt powerless. Seeing that his attack had succeeded, Zhang Jiuxiao didn't continue attacking. Instead, he hurriedly took a step back and said apologetically, "It's fortunate that Zhao Shi went easy on me." Humph. Driving his Xianxia to recover, Zhao Xingma felt stifled, but he couldn't find the words to say. If the other party had seized the opportunity to attack his Ming men, he would have surely been pummeled. If that had happened, he would have died from embarrassment. Zhao Shi, if you really wanted to kill me, you would have died in the second move. Actually, I resorted to shameless means. Seeing that Zhao Xingma was displeased, Zhang Jiuxiao continued apologizing. In the second move, Zhang Jiuxiao's finger had continued moving forward, and before he could even get close to Zhang Jiuxiao, his head would have exploded. Thus, he forcefully retracted his Xianxia and sustained injuries, thus allowing him to succeed in his sneak attack. It could be said that he had made use of Zhang Jiuxiao's compassion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive. The second move. A win is a win, there's no reason for that. Zhao Xingma waved his hands impassively. I can give you 2 slots to the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, but this is only the preliminary round. I hope that you'll be able to hold on to your 2 slots in the secondary round. Otherwise, it'll still be useless. Even though the other party had plotted against him, the final result was that not only did the other party survive 3 moves, he even managed to subdue him. Just based on this point alone, it was a real victory, without any adulteration. Since that was the case, there was no harm in giving them an additional slot. However, whether or not they would be able to obtain this slot would depend on their performance in Qiancheng Empire. Did you impart those experiences to him? Putting this matter aside, Zhao Xingma turned to look at Zhang Xian. Regardless of whether it was in terms of Xianxia strength or reaction speed, it was impossible for Zhang Jiuxiao to achieve such a feat thus. The only possibility was that the young man before him had been sharpening his spear at the last minute. I just casually came up with 3 moves. I apologize for the humiliation I've shown Zhao Shi. Knowing that there was no way he could hide it from the other party, Zhang Xian clasped his fist. Casually came up with 3 moves? Zhao Xingma sneered. Casually came up with 3 moves? You were able to deduce that my movement technique would be delayed leaf steps, and the flaw would be in my armpit. On top of that, you were able to deduce that I wouldn't kill you. Instead, you retracted your strength and retreated half a step, allowing Zhang Jiuxiao to strike my Ming men. There was no such thing as luck in a battle. Of the 3 moves that Zhang Jiuxiao had executed earlier, the first was a psychological battle, the second was a desperate battle, and the third was a trick. To be able to pull off such a feat, the other party must have thought through his battle strategy thoroughly and come up with such a plan. To be able to pull it off so casually, you must be joking. Perhaps I was just lucky. Zhang Xian nodded. The reason why he had instructed Jing Yuanding to launch a sneak attack on Zhao Shi was so that he could compile a book in the Library of Heaven's Path. With the book in hand, he would be able to discern the other party's moves and flaws, and it would be much easier for him to design a counterattack. However, he couldn't reveal the details of the Library of Heaven's Path, so he could only play dumb. Luck? Knowing that Zhang Shi wasn't willing to talk too much about it, Zhao Xingma couldn't be bothered to probe any further. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and said, with just a few casual pointers, you were able to defeat me within 3 moves. Since that's the case, I'll still suppress my cultivation. Do you dare to challenge me? Challenge you? You'll still suppress your cultivation to primordial spirit realm intermediate stage? Zhang Xian was taken aback. That's right. Zhao Xingma nodded. His interest in the young man before him had been piqued. To be able to severely injure 2 auditing students of the Sanctum of Sages within 3 moves. To be able to cause him to suffer a loss with just a few casual pointers, how powerful would the other party be if he were to use his full strength against the other party? Forget it. I fear that I won't be able to control my strength properly and might end up injuring myself. Xianxia shook his head. Don't worry. As soon as I feel that I'm going to injure you, I'll release my seal immediately. I guarantee that you'll be fine. Noticing the apprehension in the other party's voice, Zhao Xingma reassured him. In a battle between opponents of equal strength, it was indeed easy for one to lose control over one's strength. However, Zhao Xingma was a Saint Six Dan expert. If he were to face any danger, he would be able to release his seal easily and control his strength. Seeing that the other party had misunderstood his intentions, Xianxia replied awkwardly, I didn't say that I would be injured. I was just worried that you wouldn't be able to withstand my attacks. Zhao Xingma nearly exploded from rage. It was one thing for an envoy from the Sanctum of Sages to challenge him to a duel, but to think that he would actually be afraid of injuring him. This was truly intolerable. You don't have to worry about me getting injured. Given my strength, it'll be difficult for me to sustain any injuries. Zhao Xingma harumphed with a livid expression. This? Xianxia hesitated. Don't worry, just make your move. No matter how talented you are, your eye of discernment is nothing in the eyes of the experts of the Sanctum of Sages. Placing his hands behind his back, Zhao Xingma spoke with the disposition of an expert. The Sanctum of Sages was the greatest academy on the master-teacher continent, and even the sage clans had sent their juniors there to study. From this, one could see just how deep the foundation of the Sanctum of Sages was. How could a country bumpkin like him possibly defeat it so easily? The only reason he had fallen for the other party's trick earlier was due to a moment of carelessness. Now that he was fully prepared, how could it be that easy for him to defeat the other party? Since that's the case, I'll give it a try then. Seeing how confident the other party was, Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. He had just achieved a breakthrough, so he wanted to test his strength against someone. Since the other party was so confident, he should give it a try as well. Let's begin. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Xingma clenched his fists tightly and infused his strength into his body. In his view, while the other party's talent was decent, the other party was a little too arrogant. This was a good opportunity for him to teach the other party that there was always someone stronger in the world. Alright, I'll begin now. Xianxia nodded as he reminded the other party. With a cold sneer, Zhao Xingma leaped forward. Just as he was about to make a move, a palm print suddenly appeared right before his eyes. It felt as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, and a torrent of energy. Pooh! All of Zhao Xingma's movements were immediately suppressed. Before he could even catch his breath, he was struck squarely in the chest, and his entire body was sent flying. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Boom 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 boom, driving his Jinqi, Zhao Xingma attempted to neutralize the other party's attack, but his eyes suddenly narrowed once more. Following which, he saw countless palm prints descending upon him once more. This time, it wasn't just a single palm print but 1,000. Hong Long, his back crashed heavily into the wall of the Hall of Sages, creating a massive crater. Hula, unable to hold himself back any longer, Zhao Xingma hurriedly undid his seal and managed to fend off the other party's attack. However, just as he was about to heave a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard Xianxia's voice. It was filled with loneliness. I thought that you were really formidable, but you were actually sent flying with less than 1/5 of your strength. What are you bragging about? Pooh! Zhao Xingma spurted yet another mouthful of blood. Even though he did not amount to much in the Sanctum of Sages as a welcoming envoy, there had never been a genius who had been able to beat him up so badly in the many years he had been in the Sanctum of Sages. More importantly, he had been beaten up and looked down on. The stifling feeling left him on the verge of exploding. Hold it in, taking a few deep breaths, Zhao Xingma suppressed the stifling feeling in his chest before leaping out from behind the wall. Looking at the young man before him, he muttered, "You are indeed formidable. Even in the same cultivation realm, I am no match for you. Zhang Jiuxiao. Could it be that you are both from the Zhang clan?" Even though he felt indignant after losing so tragically, it would only be more embarrassing if he were to deny it. Thus, he might as well just admit it. Zhao Xingma suddenly recalled a matter as he spoke the names of the duo. If they were geniuses from the Zhang clan, it was understandable that he was no match for them in the same cultivation realm. While the Sanctum of Sages did not fear those from the sage clans, a mere teacher like him was no match for them. Jiao Xiao is from the Zhang clan, but I am not. Zhang Xian shook his head. All of a sudden, he fell into a daze. My body is parentless, and I was born in the Xianxia kingdom. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything strange about it. But I am afflicted with the innate fetal poison that only 8-star poison masters and above are capable of. He had never thought of this matter before, so he didn't think much of it. However, upon coming to a realization, he realized that something was amiss. According to the words of the Sage Yuan clan, Tianxian Kingdom was an ancient land that could help their descendants recover their bloodline. Most of the descendants of the sage clans would be exiled there, and once their bloodline reached a certain level, they would be brought back. Could it be that, just like Yuan Tao, he was a descendant of the Zhang clan who had been exiled to the outside world? If that was the case, it would make sense why a lad from Tianxian Kingdom would be afflicted with such a potent poison. His current comprehension of poison had reached the level of a 7-star, but he was still unable to resolve the innate fetal poison. In fact, he was even unable to resolve the innate poison body. Judging from his current knowledge, the poison was probably at the very pinnacle even among grade 9 poisons. In other words, the culprit was at least a 9-star poison master. Furthermore, the culprit was one of the strongest among them. There was no way that an expert of his caliber would come all the way to Tianxian Kingdom to deal with an insignificant figure. Could the person who had been possessed really be a member of the sage Zhang family, just like Zhang Jiuxiao? It's no wonder I feel like pummeling Zhang Jiuxiao the moment I see him. Could it be because of our bloodline connection? Rubbing his chin, he pondered. I should find an opportunity to take a look at his bloodline and study it. Knowing that Zhao Shi was standing right before him, Zhang Xian decided to put aside his thoughts for the moment. I thought that you were a member of the Zhang family as well. Zhao Xingma shook his head. Since the two of them weren't from the Qianchong Empire, it would only make things more awkward if he continued asking. Thus, he changed the topic and said, since the two of you have passed the test, follow me to the Qianchong Empire. The candidates from the other empires have already gathered there, waiting for the second round. Qianchong Empire? Yes. We'll leave now. I'll give each of you 2 hours to pack up. After 2 hours, we'll set off directly. Zhao Xingma said. The reason why he said that he was in a hurry was because the semester of the Sanctum of Sages was about to begin. As the furthest conferred empire from the Sanctum of Sages, the Qingyuan conferred empire had to make haste. Otherwise, if they failed to return to the Sanctum of Sages in time for the inauguration ceremony, it would be difficult for the newly recruited students to obtain a student status. 2 hours? Zhang Xian did not expect the matter to be settled so quickly. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to Zhao Xingma and said with a grim expression, right, Zhao Shi, there's something that I would like to ask you. It's extremely important to me, and I hope that you can give me an accurate answer. As long as it's something that I know, I won't hide it from you, Zhao Xingma replied with a nod. I would like to ask if the little princess of the Luo clan is in the Sanctum of Sages as well? Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly as he stared fixedly into Zhao Xingma's eyes. If Lozozi was not in the Sanctum of Sages, it would be meaningless for him to go there. It would be better for him to head to the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Academy and raise his cultivation first. The little princess of the Luo clan? Zhao Xingma frowned. Why are you asking about her? It's very important to me, so I hope that I can hear Zhao Shi's answer. Zhang Xian clasped his fist. Forget it. Seeing the sincerity in Zhang Xian's eyes, Zhao Xingma shook his head and said, she's indeed studying in the Sanctum of Sages, and she has already entered the inner sanctum. She possesses incredible talent, but for some reason, she left the Sanctum of Sages some time ago. When I came over, I heard that the Luo clan had found her, and they were intending to send her back. As for whether she has returned or not, I'm not too sure. She's really in the Sanctum of Sages? Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like Musher's guess was spot on. Regardless of whether Lozozi had returned or not, as long as she was a student of the Sanctum of Sages, he would surely be able to find out more about her. By then, he would be able to meet the other party and discuss with her how they should deal with the engagement with the Zhang family in the 3rd month of next year. You know the little princess? Zhao Xingma asked in bewilderment. Based on what I know, the little princess has a cold personality. You can say that I know her. Xianxia nodded. If he were to say that the other party was his girlfriend, he would probably scare the other party to death. The Luo clan has a marriage alliance with the Zhang family, and since you aren't a member of the Zhang family, it would be best for you not to disturb the little princess. Otherwise, I fear that things might get troublesome. Seeing the emotions in Zhang Xian's eyes, Zhao Xingma hesitated for a moment before advising against it. The little princess of the Luo clan doesn't just possess a high cultivation, her beauty is also top-notch. She's the #1 beauty of the entire Sanctum of Sages. There are many young geniuses who are her admirers, but due to the marriage alliance with the Zhang family, those who dared to act rashly were all taught a harsh lesson. Even though Zhao Xingma's words were vague, Zhang Xian still understood what he was trying to say. He had seen Lozosi's true appearance through the eye of insight, and Yu Fei'er, Luo Qiqi, Hu Yaoyao, and the others were far from being able to match up to her, so it was only natural that they would be admired by others. It seemed like the Zhang family was an extremely domineering person who would teach those who dared to harbor any ill will a lesson. Thank you for your reminder. Knowing that Lozozi was in the Sanctum of Sages, Zhang Xian felt reassured, so he paid no heed to Zhao Xingma's reminder. If there was a resonance with Zhang Jiuxiao's bloodline, it would mean that he was a member of the Zhang family. He would be able to get along well with Zhang Jiuxiao, and at the same time, he could also find the unparalleled genius whom he was going to marry and teach her a lesson, but if that was not the case, there was even less of a need for him to worry about it. In any case, he was going to kidnap the bride anyway. If anyone dared to stop him from finding Lozozi, he would just have to cripple them first. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had sufficient strength. Let's set off here in 2 hours. Zhao Xingma said with a wave of his hand. Thus, Zhang Xian and Zhang Jiuxiao turned around and bade farewell. After returning to the Combat Master Hall, Zhang Xian fetched Sun Chang and bade farewell to Hall Master Xing and the others from the Xianxian faction. Before coming to Qingyuan City, there were still Wang Ying and Lu Yang, but now, only Zhang Xian and Sun Chang were left. His direct disciples were leaving one after another, and he felt an indescribable sense of disappointment. Young Master, Hu Yaoyao sent a messenger over, saying that she possesses exceptional talent, and she has been recommended to the Terpsichore Guild headquarters. She left Qingyuan City half a month ago. Following behind Zhang Xian, Sun Chang suddenly recalled a matter and reported. I see. Zhang Xian nodded. Hu Yaoyao was known as the bewitching demon, and her figure was comparable to that of Lozosis. Such a person was born with a bewitching physique, making her suitable for Terpsichorean arts. It was no surprise that she had been selected by the Terpsichore Guild headquarters. Also, when young master went to visit Mingshi Tang earlier, Chu Gongzi paid a visit and said that he wanted to thank you in person. He's currently the heir apparent to the Qingyuan Empire, and with the support of Mingshi Tang and the Combat Master Hall, there shouldn't be any problems. Sun Chang said. With just a few words, Zhang Xian had already confirmed Chu Gongzi's identity. With Hall Master Wu and Hall Master Xing, 2 leading Aperture Realm experts who had overcome lightning ordeals, backing him, there should be no one who would dare refute him. As for the members of the Xianxian faction, they intend to stay in the Combat Master Hall and raise their cultivation as soon as possible, so they won't be accompanying young master, Zhang Xian said. The cultivation of the members of the Xianxian faction was simply too low, and they would only become a burden to the Qingyuan Empire. Thus, it was better for them to stay in the Qingyuan Empire and cultivate diligently. Understanding this logic, Zhang Xian nodded and said, let's go. Returning back to Mingshi Tang, Zhang Xian saw that Zhao Xingma, Zhang Jiuxiao, and the others were already prepared. Zhao Shi and the others were riding on a Saint Six-Dan pinnacle beast, and the house on its back was extremely spacious. It would not be a problem for them to carry a few more people. After bidding Pavilion Master Wu and the others farewell, Zhang Xian leaped onto the back of the beast, and with a flap of its massive wings, he began making his way toward the Qianchong Empire. The Qiancheng Empire is the strongest of the 8 conferred empires, and Pavilion Master Mingshi Tang has already reached half-Grand Dominion realm. He's a true quasi-8-star master teacher, and he's far stronger than Xianxia. Seated in the room on the back of the beast, Zhang Jiuxiao explained. Since Zhang Xian had chosen to stay in the Qingyuan Empire for several years, it went without saying that he had made ample preparations beforehand. Half-Grand Dominion realm? Zhang Xian nodded. Xianxia was only at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle, a far cry from reaching Half-Grand Dominion realm. We'll have to undergo the secondary selection once we arrive at the Qiancheng Empire, so I'll give you some pointers over the next few days. Cultivate diligently and raise your cultivation by a large margin, or else I fear that it'll be difficult for you to clear the secondary selection. Zhang Xian instructed. Even a Grand Dominion Realm aerial Saint Beast would take at least 6 to 7 days to travel from the Qingyuan Empire to the Qiancheng Empire. This was a good opportunity for Zhang Xian to give him some pointers so that he could raise his cultivation as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it would really be a waste of the slot that he had fought so hard for. Thank you, Xianxia. Zhang Jiuxiao quickly nodded. With the other parties I have discernment and capability, he would surely be able to raise his cultivation swiftly if he were to offer pointers to him personally. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Zhang Xian waved his hand casually. At this moment, he suddenly recalled a matter, and he turned to Zhang Jiuxiao and said, Right, Jiuxiao, give me a droplet of your blood essence. I'll look into it and see if there's any way for me to raise your bloodline. Blood essence? All right. Without any hesitation, Zhang Jiuxiao tapped his finger lightly, and a droplet of blood flew into his palm. I'll go and study it. You should cultivate according to the cultivation method that I've taught you previously. Taking the blood essence, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He wrapped the blood essence with his Xianxia and returned to his room. With a wave of his hand, he set up a soundproofing barrier and entered the myriad ant hive nest. Studying the myriad ant hive nest required absolute silence, so this was the safest place to do so. After finding a place to sit down, Zhang Xian placed Zhang Jiuxiao's blood essence in front of him, and with a tap of his finger, a droplet of blood essence flew toward the other party. There's no resonance at all. It seems like I'm not a member of the Zhang family. After observing the blood essence for a moment, Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. Based on his examination, Zhang Jiuxiao's blood essence didn't resonate with the blood in his body at all. In other words, the body that he had taken over had nothing to do with the Zhang family. It seemed like he had been thinking too much. To be afflicted with the innate fetal poison despite not being a member of the Zhang family. Which poison master is he? He sure has nothing better to do, for such a formidable poison master to come to a remote place like Tianshan Kingdom to poison an unknown fellow. He must be sick in the head. However, it didn't matter to him whether the other party was a member of the Zhang family or not. If the other party was a member of the Zhang family, he would just have to beat up any genius who married Lozozi in the future. If the other party wasn't a member of the Zhang family, it's indeed difficult to raise one's bloodline. Knowing that he wasn't a member of the Zhang clan, Zhang Xian took a moment to examine his bloodline, only to realize that it was simply too difficult for him to achieve a breakthrough in his bloodline. But that was to be expected. If it was that easy to raise one's bloodline, everyone would have become a core disciple by now. Before leaving the myriad ant hive nest, Zhang Xian recalled that his fighting prowess had increased significantly, so he confidently challenged his clone to a duel. Unsurprisingly, he was pummeled once more, nearly losing his life. Compared to others of the same cultivation realm, he could be said to be invincible. However, compared to his clone, he was still a far cry from it. Just the thought of it left him feeling stifled. Returning to the back of the aerial spirit beast, Zhang Xian continued to offer pointers to Zhang Jiuxiao. As expected of the prodigies of the Zhang clan. Even though the purity of his bloodline was lacking, his aptitude for learning was far superior to that of the members of the Xianxia faction. In just 6 short days, he seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Even though he was still at primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, in a one-on-one fight, the 2 auditing students might not be a match for him. His pointers go straight to the crux of the matter. There are many details that even I might not have been able to notice. Zhao Xingma was astonished to see Zhang Xian's pointers. Even he was unable to see through some of Xianxia's flaws, and yet, the other party was able to point them out without any mistake. The other party's eye of discernment was truly frightening. It was no wonder he was able to successfully crash the sanctum of sages. His eye of discernment paired with his state of mind. It seemed like Xianxia would be able to shine brightly in the sanctum of sages in the future. We have arrived at the Qianchong Empire. On the seventh day, a huge city appeared in front of them. Judging by the time, the candidates from the other empires should have arrived by now. Let's go straight to Mingshi Tang, Zhao Xingma said as he stood in front of the window. Along the way, Xianxia had learned that Zhao Shi was in charge of the selection of candidates from the 8 conferred empires. The other empires had gone to the Qingyuan Empire earlier than them, and they were the last to arrive. Those who had passed the initial selection had already come to the Qingyuan Empire. Looking at the time, it was about time for the secondary selection. May I know, how many candidates have passed the initial selection? And how many candidates will be selected in the secondary selection? Xianxian asked. Qianchong Empire has 3 slots, and the 3 stronger conferred empires have 2 slots each. Chongyuan Empire, Qianyun Empire, and Qingyuan Empire each have 1 slot each. As such, there are a total of 13 candidates from the 8 conferred empires. Of the 8 conferred empires, there are also the 10 Tier 3 sage clans. Each of them has 2 slots, so there are a total of 33 candidates. After the secondary selection, there will only be 20 left. Zhao Xingma said. That's good. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. 20 out of the 33 candidates was already more than half of the total. It shouldn't be too difficult for him. Don't let your guard down just because the ratio is high. Those who are able to make it into the top 33 candidates are all geniuses among geniuses, experts among experts. You can imagine how difficult it will be to stand out among them. Seeing Xianxian's relaxed expression, Zhao Xingma couldn't help but exclaim. The Qingyuan Empire was one of the weakest conferred empires. Even if one were to stand out in the Qingyuan Empire, it would still be difficult for one to emerge victorious in the secondary selection. You are invincible among primordial spirit realm intermediate stage cultivators, such that even I am unable to defeat you. However, the requirement for the Sanctum of Sages is that you must be a master teacher below 30. In other words, you won't be facing ordinary primordial spirit realm experts. Leaving Aperture Realm? Indeed. There's a genius from the Qianchong Empire who has reached Leaving Aperture Realm. Even though he hasn't undergone the lightning tribulation yet, his fighting prowess is still formidable. Even among the sage clans, there are a few who have reached Leaving Aperture Realm as well. They are the true experts. Zhao Xingma nodded. It was true that Xianxia was a powerful opponent in the same cultivation realm as him, but the opponent he was facing wasn't of the same cultivation realm. Furthermore, it was impossible for the other party to suppress his cultivation to primordial spirit realm intermediate stage before fighting him. Thus, it wasn't as easy as he thought it would be to stand out among the 33 candidates. Let's just deal with whatever comes our way, Xianxia replied calmly. It would have been better if he hadn't said those words, but for some reason, he felt excited instead. Even though his current cultivation was only at primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, his fighting prowess was already comparable to a Leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage cultivator. Previously, when he was fighting with Zhao Xingma, he had only used a fifth of his strength in case he went too far. If the other candidates were strong enough, he might be able to give them a try. Seeing the other party's expression, Zhao Xingma knew that his words had fallen on deaf ears. Thus, he shook his head and said no more. The saint beast beneath him leaped into the air, and it began making its way toward the majestic city. Not too long later, Qianchong Empire's Mingshi Tang appeared before them. As soon as the crowd landed on the ground, they saw several elders rushing up to welcome them. Zhao Shi, the elder standing at the very front, was in his 60s. His face was fair and clean-shaven, and he had a pair of slanted eyebrows. Dressed in a green robe, he exuded an imposing aura. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia discreetly assessed the other party and noted that the other party's cultivation had already surpassed the Leaving Aperture Realm, reaching half-grand Dominion Realm. The remaining few cultivators were not weak either. Just like Xianxia, they were all Leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle cultivators. As expected of the number 1 conferred empire, just these few elders alone were more than enough to topple the Qingyuan Empire without any resistance. Zhao Xingma nodded, and just like before, he said impassively, "Pavilion Master Yu, these two are Zhang Xian, Xianxia, and Zhang Jiuxiao, Xianxia from the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion." After which, he turned around and said, "This is the head of the Qianchong Empire's Mingshi Tang branch, Yu Ichuan. Paying respects to you, sir." Upon hearing that the other party was the pavilion master, Zhang Xian and Zhang Jiuxiao hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Jiao Shi, this way please." Pavilion master Yu shot a glance at them, but he didn't pay them any heed. Instead, he gestured to them and led the way. If I recall correctly, Songshi is his brother-in-law. He was sent to the Qingyuan Empire to temper himself so that he could be promoted to a vice pavilion master, but, Zhang Jiuxiao explained. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. It was no wonder pavilion master Yu didn't show any courtesy at all. It turned out that he harbored hostility toward him. Under normal circumstances, Songshi should have investigated the matter thoroughly before making a move. Yet, he ended up executing Sun Chang, Elder Su, and the others. This was a huge problem in itself, so it was understandable that he would be punished. However, if he were to be punished, not only would it be impossible for him to be promoted to a vice pavilion master Yu's reputation would also be tainted by nepotism. Let's go. Knowing that there was a reason for the matter, Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered with it anymore. In any case, the Qianchong Empire was only a temporary residence for them, and they wouldn't be staying there for long. It didn't matter whether the other party's attitude was good or not. At the very most, they would just have to avoid the other party. Most likely, Mingshi Tang had cleared the area in advance, so there weren't many people around. All they could see were the master teachers who had come to welcome them. Even the weakest among them was a 7-star pinnacle master teacher, and there were at least several hundred of them. They sure have deep foundations. Walking in the passageway, Zhang Xian remarked. A 7-star pinnacle master teacher was equivalent to a primordial spirit realm pinnacle master teacher. Even in the Qingyuan Empire, there were only a handful of such masters, but in the Qianchong Empire, they were as common as cabbages. As expected of the number 1 conferred empire. The reason why the Qianchong Empire is so powerful is due to its rich spirit stone mine. On top of that, with the support of Mingshi Tang, it took many years for it to grow to its current scale. Noticing Zhang Xian's astonishment, Zhang Jiuxiao sent a telepathic message to him. He had done his homework on the Empire Alliance, so he was well aware of the situation. Spirit stone mine? Zhang Xian frowned. It said that there's a concentrated high-tier spirit stone mine in the Qianchong Empire. It's for this reason that many experts have been attracted to the Qianchong Empire. As a result, the Qianchong Empire has grown stronger and stronger. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. In terms of cultivation, wealth, companionship, technique, and location, wealth was of utmost importance. As long as one had money, there would be countless people willing to serve the Qianchong Empire. With more experts, the Qianchong Empire would be able to groom more experts, and thus, the Qianchong Empire would grow stronger and stronger. Who would be willing to serve the Qianchong Empire when it was impoverished? Not even the powerful Mingshi Tang would be able to establish such an empire. There's a concentrated high-tier spirit stone mine here? Zhang Xian's breathing hastened. That's right. It seems like the concentrated high-tier spirit stone mine in the other empires originates from here. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. If I wish to earn concentrated high-tier spirit stones, where should I go? Zhang Xian asked anxiously. It just so happened that he was in dire need of high-tier spirit stones to raise his cultivation. Since there was a spirit stone mine in the Qianchong Empire, he should be able to find a way to earn more concentrated high-tier spirit stones. I'm not too sure about that, but it said that there's an underground black market in the Qianchong Empire, and there are quite a few concentrated high-tier spirit stones there. If you need them, you can head there to take a look. Zhang Jiuxiao pondered for a moment before continuing. However, I'm not too sure about the exact details. I'll ask around later. Zhang Xian nodded. Even though Zhang Jiuxiao's fighting prowess was lacking and his talent was not worth mentioning, he was still a very reliable person. Since he had made such a solemn vow, it was unlikely that his words were baseless. Besides, regardless of whether the Qianchong Empire had a spirit mine or not, as the number one conferred empire, it was bound to have quite a number of concentrated high-tier spirit stones. If Xianxia could find someone to trade for them, he might just be able to raise his cultivation to primordial spirit realm pinnacle. While Xianxia was deep in thought, the crowd had already arrived at a vast hall. Seated according to the host and the guest, Pavilion Master Yu waved his hand grandly and said, "Let's welcome the geniuses who have cleared the preliminary selection." A master teacher backed out of the room, and not too long later, a group of young men walked in. There were both men and women, and they were dressed in master teacher robes with 7 stars embroidered on their chests. After looking around, Xianxia nodded. Just as Zhao Xingma had said, the cultivation of these people was not weak at all. Even the weakest among them had reached primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, just like Hall Master Xing, and the strongest among them had reached quasi-leaving aperture realm. To be able to become a 7-star master teacher before 30, his cultivation had even reached such a level. There were indeed geniuses everywhere, and they were no weaker than him. "Zhao Shi, it must have been tiring for you to rush back and forth from the various empires. Thus, I've specially prepared a banquet to welcome you. Let's just treat it as a day of rest and continue with the secondary selection tomorrow. What do you think?" Pavilion Master Yu chuckled. "All right." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Xingma nodded. Even though he was in a hurry, he didn't mind waiting for half a day. It was a good opportunity for the geniuses who came to take the test to relax in advance and face the crueler test. "Serve the wine and the dishes." Pavilion Master Yu nodded. With a wave of his hand, a group of apprentices walked out, and it didn't take long for all kinds of delicacies to be served. It seemed like the other party had calculated the timing of Zhao Shi's arrival and made preparations in advance. As expected of the number one conferred empire in the master-teacher continent. Very soon, the table was filled with delicacies and delicacies. The dishes were made from the meat of saint beasts and some valuable medicinal herbs, and the one who had cooked them was probably a highly skilled gourmet. Not only was the food delicious, it was also able to bring out the spirit within it. Eating it would cause one's xinqi to surge, and it would be extremely beneficial to the advancement of one's primordial spirit. I'm afraid the value of this table is no less than 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Zhang Jiuxiao sighed. So expensive? Zhang Xian was stunned. Back then, he had put in a lot of effort just to earn 1,000 high-tier spirit stones, but now, a single meal was worth that much. Wasn't this a little too frightening? Look at that golden tiger beast liver. Not only does it require a Saint 1 Dan golden tiger beast to be killed, it also requires a total of 4 Saint-tier medicinal herbs, river breath grass, peeper root, clear zero flower, and 5 flavored ox leaf. These 4 types are all around 50 years old, and each of them is worth more than 100 high-tier spirit stones. Putting them together, coupled with the godly cooking skills of the gourmet, 1,000 high-tier spirit stones might not even be enough. Zhang Jiuxiao said slowly. Hearing Zhang Xian's explanation, Zhang Xian realized that it was indeed the case, and he couldn't help but feel a little curious. Gourmet was an occupation of the lower 9 paths, and it was impossible for it to become a supporting occupation. As long as one was a master teacher, no one would bother to learn it. Yet, Zhang Xian actually knew so much about it. I love delicacies, so I've done quite a bit of research on them. The Zhang family also has a gourmet who provides the ingredients for them, so I've learned a thing or two from them as well. Zhang Jiuxiao replied with a nod. Gourmet was just a minor skill in the eyes of ordinary master teachers. However, if one were to pair them well, they could form a medicinal cuisine that was on par with pills. The reason why Zhang Xian was able to wield such strength despite being a member of the Side family despite being only 27 years old was due to the combination of food. Incredible! Zhang Xian complimented. While he did have some understanding of gourmet, it was limited to appraising, pill forging, and the like. He had never read any books on this occupation before, so he couldn't be considered as an expert. How can there be no wine when there's food? While the duo was chatting with one another, Pavilion Master Yu suddenly flicked his wrist and took out a gourd of wine. This is the Tianqian brew brewed by Old Man Tianqian. I don't think I need to explain how valuable it is, right? I was fortunate enough to obtain a gourd of it, and I stored it for 300 years. Since Xiaoxia is here today, I decided to take it out and enjoy it together with you. Is there anyone who is interested in a cup? Pavilion Master Yu chuckled softly as he uncorked the cork of the gourd and poured a cup full of wine. The translucent wine was reminiscent of amber or crystal. It hung on the wall of the cup, emanating a rich fragrance that filled the entire hall. Just a single whiff of it was enough to whet one's appetite. Good wine. Xianxia nodded in approval. Even though he hadn't tasted it yet, the fact that he could smell its fragrance from such a distance away meant that the purity of the Xianxia brew was far superior to those that he had tasted previously. Old Man Xianxia is a renowned wine saint in the Empire Alliance. It's said that the wine he brews is capable of intoxicating even a Saint Seven Dan expert. The Xianxia brew is the wine that he specializes in, and it's extremely rare and valuable. Countless people have gone to great lengths to obtain a cup of it, but to no avail. Yet, Pavilion Master Yu is actually taking it out for everyone to try? Zhang Jiuxiao's eyes glowed in agitation. Is the wine famous? Of course. It's priceless. Even 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones wouldn't be able to buy a cup of it, Zhang Jiuxiao explained. 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, to buy a cup of wine? Zhang Xian's lips twitched. Even the entire Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall only had 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, and yet, it was only enough to buy a cup of wine. Who in the world would be so insane as to do such a thing? You better believe me. Concentrated high-tier spirit stones might be rare, but it's still possible to obtain them as long as one has a mine. However, Old Man Tianxin's Xianxia brew isn't something that can be bought with money. It requires luck as well, and if one is unlucky, they might not even be able to find it. Zhang Jiuxiao shook his head. Seeing how excited Pavilion Master Yu was, Zhang Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't have any particular desire for fine wine. On the contrary, he felt that drinking too much would only bring him trouble. As such, he wouldn't even try it if he had nothing better to do. Judging from the other party's reaction, it was clear that if 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones were enough to buy it, he would definitely fork out the money without any hesitation. This attitude left him feeling a little helpless. Was the wine really that delicious that anyone would be willing to spend so much money just to buy it? Zhang sure doesn't like to drink, and he's not a gourmet either. It's normal for him to be ignorant. Just look at their reactions. Zhang Jiuxiao knew that there were those who liked the wine, and there were those who didn't. Them? Zhang Xian raised his head, and only then did he realize that as Pavilion Master Yu filled the cup with wine, the entire hall had erupted into an uproar. Everyone's eyes were reddened, and they stared at the cup intently, wishing that they could snatch it away. Pavilion Master Yu, there are so many of us here, and there's only a single cup of wine here. It doesn't seem right for us to give it to anyone, right? Why don't we set a rule and decide who gets to drink it based on their own ability? After a moment of commotion, a young man spoke up. Yunsure is right. Old Man Tianxin's wine should be given to those who are qualified to drink it. Otherwise, it would be a complete waste. Regardless of the rule, I'm drinking this cup of wine. Stop bragging. It's still not certain who will get it. The moment the first young man spoke up, the crowd immediately nodded in agreement. Considering how valuable the Xianxia brew was, it was impossible for everyone to get a cup of it. If anyone wanted to drink it, they would have to show some ability to win the respect of the crowd. Silence. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Pavilion Master Yu chuckled softly. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, he said, "Everyone is right. There's only a single cup of wine here, so naturally, it should be given to the most capable person. Of course, there's no need to decide on the rule, and there's no need for a competition either. I already have an answer in mind as to who this cup of wine should be given to. In my heart, he is the strongest and most capable person." Oh? The strongest? May I know who he is? To be praised by Pavilion Master Yu, I would like to see if he's qualified. Hearing Pavilion Master Yu's words, the crowd immediately turned their gazes over. They were all geniuses amongst geniuses, experts amongst experts. To claim that someone was the strongest among them without even going through a competition, how could they possibly be impressed by him? That person isn't too famous, but ever since he came from Qingyuan Kingdom, he has successfully crashed 2 pavilions consecutively. On top of that, he has even brought about a change in the Qingyuan Empire, and he has accepted countless master teachers as his students. It hasn't been long since he made a name for himself, but everything that he has done has become renowned throughout the Qingyuan Empire. Pavilion Master, you said. Successfully crashed 2 pavilions consecutively? Brought about a change in the Qingyuan Empire? He came from Qingyuan Kingdom? Taken aback, the crowd quickly turned their gazes to Xianxia and Zhang Jiuxiao. As the last two to arrive, it went without saying that they were the geniuses of the Qingyuan Empire. Indeed, he's Xianxia, Xianxia. Pavilion Master, you pointed. That fellow sure knows how to get someone else to do his dirty work. Xianxia frowned in displeasure. To intentionally take out a cup of wine to attract the crowd's attention, and when the crowd was riled up, he said that he would give it to him. On the surface, it was a compliment to elevate himself, but in truth, he had ended up drawing the ire of the crowd. Just a single cup of wine had brought him countless enemies. What a cunning fellow! Xianxia is my brother-in-law, and he's a little rash. When he went to the Qingyuan Empire to settle some matters, he might have made some mistakes. It's thanks to you that he corrected his mistakes and prevented a huge disaster from befalling him. I'm very grateful for your help. To be able to identify the root of the problem within such a short period of time and resolve it in an orderly manner, thus preventing the Qingyuan Empire from falling into chaos and restoring Mingshi Tang's prestige once more. Even I wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Here, I toast this cup of wine to you. With a light chuckle, Pavilion Master Yu waved his hand, and the cup of wine on the table immediately floated into the air. Hearing those words, Zhangxian's complexion turned incredibly awful. First, he admitted to the relationship between him and Xianxia, and then, he said that he was impressed by the other party. On the surface, it might seem as if he was being honest, but in truth, he was trying to draw everyone's ire over to him. Not only would he not fall into the trap of others, he would also be able to embarrass himself. As expected of Pavilion Master Mingshi Tang of the First Conferred Empire, he sure was vicious. As expected of a despicable master teacher, he was even scarier than a true despicable person. If he were to reject Xianxia, he would appear weak on the surface. In the future, he would not be able to raise his head before the crowd. If he were to accept it, there would naturally be people who were unwilling to accept it. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Just as Xianxia was contemplating how he could resolve this crisis, Pavilion Master Yu suddenly chuckled softly. With a tap of his finger, the wine cup and wine floating in front of him flew straight toward him. It seemed that the other party didn't give him a chance to refuse. I hope that Xianxia won't refuse. This is a small token of my appreciation. Hula, the wine cup was brought to him. In an instant, a strong pressure was transmitted from the wine cup, as if it was going to crush his body. Feeling this surge of energy, Xianxia frowned once more. The other party delivered the wine cup to Xianxia at a leisurely pace, and there was a hint of friendliness in it. However, in truth, he was intending to use some underhanded means to intimidate Xianxia. Once he failed to catch it, the wine within would spill out. Not only would he be disrespecting his master, but he would also be unappreciative of his kindness. There was no need for him to say anything. The people around him, who were already unconvinced to begin with, would all attack and beat him up. This fellow had pretended to be a good person, displaying his magnanimity, and even tricked him in the process. Impressive. Thank you for your kindness, Hall Master Yu. If it had been anyone else, they would have surely been caught off guard by the other party's abrupt move and ended up making a fool of themselves. However, Xianxia was different. Activating his eye of insight, he was able to see through the trajectory of the Xinqi harnessed within the attack. Without much movement, he gently raised the chopsticks in his hand and suddenly pointed forward. The speed of the chopsticks was not fast, but it carried an invincible spear intent. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the wine cup. With a pop sound, it pierced a hole in the surrounding Xinqi. His Xinqi scattered like a punctured balloon. Without any support, it plummeted straight to the ground. His chopsticks trembled, and with a light pinch, the wine was caught between them. This series of actions was as smooth as flowing water. It was as if Yu Ichuan had quietly delivered a bottle of fine wine to him, and he had casually received it with his chopsticks. Outsiders couldn't see anything, but Pavilion Master Yu's face couldn't help but darken. Even a primordial spirit realm pinnacle cultivator would not have been able to withstand the might that he had left behind in the wine cup. Yet, the young man before him had actually managed to withstand it with ease. His control over his strength had already reached an astounding level. According to the news, wasn't the reason why this Xianxia was so strong was because of that human furnace? Since when did he become so powerful? The matter of Zhao Xingma being pummeled badly in the examination was a matter of pride, so there was no way he would speak of it. Naturally, there was no need for Hall Master Wu, Yaoshi Tian, Zhang Jiuxiao, and the others to speak of it. Therefore, even the Qianchong Empire Mingshi Tang Hall Master didn't know that Xianxia's cultivation had skyrocketed and he was invincible among his peers. The only information he had was from Song Xian. On the other hand, Songshi had suffered a loss at the hands of Zhang Xian, so naturally, he had described the other party as a despicable person who had used a weapon to launch a sneak attack. As for the rest, he was too embarrassed to say anything else. Due to the disparity in information, things didn't go as smoothly as before. However, as shocked as he was still the head of a Hall Master Hall, so he didn't show the slightest hint of emotion on his face. With a light chuckle, he said, "Xianxia, please." After saying that, he raised his glass and drained it. Zhang Xian chuckled as he raised his wine cup. Just as he was about to speak, the young man named Xianxia abruptly stood up and exclaimed, "Wait a moment." Everyone turned to look at him. "Master Yun, what happened?" Yu Ichuan asked. "Pavilion Master Yu, as everyone has said earlier, the wine will go to the one who is capable. You said that Xianxia is the strongest among us, but I don't quite agree with your words, so I would like to challenge him. May I know if that's possible?" Clasping his fist, Yunshi turned to Zhang Xian with a provocative look in his eyes. No one would miss out on the Tianqian brew brewed by old man Tianqian. For it to be given to a fellow from Qingyuan conferred empire for no reason at all, not only would he be indignant about it, the others would be as well. Indeed, I think that it's best for us to have a duel. We are well aware of the situation in Qingyuan conferred empire, and if I'm not mistaken, Xianxia is only at St. Four Dan primordial spirit realm intermediate stage. With such strength, he should be on par with a student like me. I don't think that it's appropriate for him to be qualified to drink the wine. Xianxia, since we're all going to take part in the secondary selection, why don't you show us how strong you are first? Everyone stared at Zhang Xian with hostile gazes. It seems like I have underestimated the prowess of the wine. Seeing their attitude, Zhang Xian couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. He had thought that it wouldn't matter who drank the wine, but who could have known that it would be so powerful? I have already given the wine to Xianxia, so it's up to him to decide how he wants to deal with it. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Since the flames had already been lit, all that was left was for him to reap the spoils of war. All right then. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Yunshi's eyes lit up. With a cold sneer, he turned to Zhang Xian and said, "Xianxia, do you dare to have a duel with me? If you win, the wine will be mine." "Oh? What if I lose?" Zhang Xian said as he held on to the wine cup in his hand. "Lose?" Yunshi's lips curled up. "Don't worry, I won't lose. It's not up to you to decide whether I will lose or not. Even if I am weaker than you, I still have a chance of winning. If I win, I'll give you the wine, but if I lose, won't I be taking advantage of you?" Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at Yunshi intently. "What do you think we should do then?" Yunshi was taken aback for a moment before harumphing coldly. Pavilion Master Yu was the one who had given the wine to Zhang Xian. If he were to lose, he would lose the wine. On the other hand, if he were to win, he wouldn't be able to fulfill the terms of the bet. Simple. You and I both know the value of the Tianqian brew. This cup is worth 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. How about this? Instead of betting 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, I'll bet 5 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. If I lose, I'll take the wine away, and if I win, the concentrated high-tier spirit stones will belong to me. Zhang Xian replied with a smile. This Yu Ichuan's motive was to embarrass him, but, if he were to make use of this opportunity, he might be able to extort the wealth of these geniuses. These geniuses might not be able to take out 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, but if it was 5, given their standing, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to do so. 5 concentrated high-tier spirit stones? Not expecting the stakes to be so high, Xianxia frowned hesitantly. It's fine if you don't dare to. Pardon me, I'll drink the wine first. Unable to be bothered to say anything more, Xianxia raised the cup and gulped it down. Hold it for a moment. But barely after raising the cup, yet another master teacher suddenly bellowed loudly. Following which, another master teacher stood up and said, "Old Yun, since you don't have the guts, this cup of wine will belong to me." After saying those words, the master teacher flicked his wrist, and a jade box appeared before everyone's eyes. Opening it, 5 concentrated high-tier spirit stones appeared within. Here are 5 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Take a look at them. With a flick of his wrist, the high-tier spirit stones flew over. Catching them, Xianxia took a look at them and nodded. That's right. Very well, let's begin then. The primary selection tests one's strength, so I'll challenge you to a duel. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Seeing that Xianxia had accepted his challenge, the master teacher chuckled softly before walking to the center of the hall. Even though there were 30 geniuses seated on both sides of the hall, there was still an empty space of several hundred square meters at the center. This space wouldn't affect the duel at all. Duel? At this moment, Xianxia seemed to have lost all of his previous confidence. He looked at the master teacher warily and asked, "May I know how high your cultivation is?" "I am a primordial spirit realm pinnacle cultivator. If you are afraid, I can suppress my cultivation to primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, just like you." Seeing Xianxia's attitude, the master teacher sneered. To think that Xianxia would be so weak even before the duel. It was clear who was going to emerge victorious. That would be for the best. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia put down his wine cup and stood up before walking into the empty space at the center of the hall. "I am Bei Empire's Lu Chongxin." Seeing the other party walking over, Lu Chongxin's eyebrows shot up as he suppressed his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, just like Xianxia. "Qingyuan Empire's Xianxia." Xianxia nodded. After a moment of hesitation, he clasped his fist and said, "I beg of you to go easy on me." I will." It was just a moment ago that Xianxia had been demanding for a bet with him, but in the blink of an eye, Lu Chongxin sneered in disdain. He flicked his wrist, and his palm reddened. "Let's begin." He stepped forward and clawed at Xianxia. Lu sure might seem reckless, but he's actually extremely careful. He executed his Ironheart palm right from the start. To be able to clear Zhao Shi's selection, that means that he has withstood 3 blows from the 2 spectators. How can Lu Shi possibly be that reckless? He's just putting on a show to make Xianxia lower his guard. In truth, he'll have to be extremely careful in a real battle. The cultivators who were familiar with Lu Chongxin discussed among themselves. Those who were able to emerge victorious from a conferred empire and get selected were no ordinary characters. Even though Xianxia's performance was subpar, Xianxia still wouldn't let his guard down. Voila, as Xianxia's palm fell, the surrounding space reddened, as if it was being burned by charcoal. Ironheart palm was the ultimate technique of the Bei Empire's Mingshi Tang school. It was a saint intermediate battle technique, and when executed with full strength, it wielded incredible might that was on par with the Grand Constellation Finger. Good move. Xianxia seemed to have been riled up by Xianxia's attack. With a roar, he flicked his wrist and charged forward. This move of his was also a saint intermediate battle technique, Cloud Crane Palm. Despite its forceful appearance, it was actually extremely agile. Clearly, Xianxia didn't dare to face Xianxia's Ironheart palm head-on. Trying to pull a fast one? Dream on. Chuckling softly, Lu Chongxin pressed his palm downward, and the surrounding space seemed to have been shrouded, preventing Xianxia from executing the ingenuity of the Cloud Crane Palm. Brute force conquers 10 moves. With his powerful Xianxia cultivation, Xianxia was able to suppress Xianxia's maneuver. Pung, as the 2 palms collided, Xianxia's face paled. He was forced to retreat several steps, as if unable to withstand Xianxia's overwhelming strength. His palms began to distort, and they began trembling uncontrollably under his sleeves. I thought that you would be formidable, but to think that you would be able to drink with such puny strength. Lu Chongxin's eyebrows shot up as he laughed heartily. Hearing those words, Zhang Jiuxiao's lips twitched. Xianxia, when did you become so weak? Let's hope that Lu Shi will be lucky. Zhang Xian looked at Zhang Xian sympathetically. Every time Zhang Shi acted in such a manner, someone would be doomed. Zhang Xian had been through it many times, so he had some experience with it. Zhao Xingma and the two young men in charge of the examination were also rendered speechless by the sight before them. They had seen with their own eyes how monstrous Zhang Xian was. Even if Lu Chongxin had some talent, he was still far from matching up to Zhang Xian. Despite the huge gap between them, Zhang Xian's body was still trembling uncontrollably, unable to retaliate at all. There was no way they would believe this to be real. It's a pity that Lu Chongxin snatched it away. If only I knew that he's so weak, I would have gone up. I've lost this opportunity, and I'm not fated with the Tianqian brew anymore. Contrary to their thoughts, the other young men were filled with regret upon seeing this sight. According to what pavilion master you had said, Zhang Xian was the strongest expert in his eyes. After all, 5 concentrated high-tier spirit stones was not a small sum. They had thought that Zhang Xian was an expert among experts, but who could have thought that he would be so weak? Voila! While everyone had different thoughts, Lu Chongxin, who was in the middle, roared and pounced toward Zhang Xian. In the blink of an eye, it was as if he had grown 8 arms, and the howling of the wind filled the surroundings. Saint Intermediate Tier Battle Technique, 8-Armed Ape. This move was powerful and swift. It felt as if a torrential storm had descended upon one, making it impossible for one to guard against it. It seemed like he had already seen through Zhang Shi's true strength, and he was intending to end the battle swiftly. Seeing Zhang Xian's sudden burst of strength, Zhang Shi's face paled in fright, and he subconsciously curled his body into a ball. Since he was unable to withstand Zhang Xian's attack, he decided to take it head-on with his back. This was the most passive way of fighting, and he was already at his wits' end. Can someone like that be considered a genius? Pavilion Master Yu sneered coldly. Songshur had sent a message over saying that he had suffered a setback in the hands of a person named Zhang Xian, and he had even been crippled into a eunuch. He had thought that the other party would be a formidable opponent, but who could have thought that the other party would be so weak? It seemed like he wouldn't have to make a move at all. This time, he would be severely injured by Lu Chongxin. Ah! Shaking his head, Pavilion Master Yu picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks. Just as he was about to put it into his mouth, the curled-up Zhang Xian suddenly lost balance, and he staggered forward. This time, by moving his head forward, it was equivalent to directly charging into the opponent's palm wind. It was completely an action of courting death, however. Lu Chongxin's face warped in horror. He immediately tried to retreat, but it was already too late. The other party's head struck Lu Chongxin's chest, and his body stiffened. A mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth, and in the blink of an eye, he was sent flying before crashing heavily onto the ground. His vision darkened, and he passed out. Zhang Xian didn't think that he would be able to send a person flying just from his fall. Feeling giddy, he stood up and spun around twice on the spot with a look of disbelief on his face. I won? He didn't know what was going on, but the people around him all widened their eyes. Lu Chongxin's 8-armed ape is extremely ferocious, but in truth, it's just to hide the Ming men in front of his chest. It's like a crab that has powerful pincers, but once its spine is grabbed, it's basically a decoration. This guy panicked and fell down, and just happened to dodge the opponent's 8-arms attack, and hit this flaw. What dogshit luck. My luck is indeed good. However, the Tianqian brew isn't something that can be drunk just because you are lucky. Strength is also required. Soon, the crowd came to their senses, and their faces were filled with disdain. To think that this fellow would be able to win through sheer luck. I've won. These concentrated high-tier spirit stones are mine. Finally coming to a realization, Zhang Xian excitedly stowed the concentrated high-tier spirit stones on the table into his storage ring before raising his wine cup and saying, "Everyone, I believe that you have all witnessed my strength, right? Since that's the case, allow me to enjoy this cup of fine wine." Witnessed your strength? How can he be so thick-skinned? It's as if he wasn't the one who screamed earlier. To think that he would dare to act so arrogantly after winning by sheer luck, I can't hold it in anymore. I want to have a duel with him. Hearing those words, a huge commotion broke out amidst the crowd. Pa! Xianxia slammed his palm on the table, and he stood up. Once more. Lu Chongxin might have lost, but I haven't. Here are 5 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. If I lose, I'll give them to you. If I win, the wine is mine. Xianxia walked to the center of the room and narrowed his eyes. If he had known that Xianxia was so weak, he would have long charged at him instead of waiting until now. You still want to duel? Xianxia shook his head in horror. Forget it. I've just fought a battle, and I've expended a lot of energy. Expended a lot of energy? Xianxia clenched his jaws tightly. If there was anyone who had expended a lot of energy, it was Lu Chongxin who had expended a lot of energy, alright? You were the one who sent Xianxia flying with your head, and you didn't use any Xianxia at all. How could you possibly have expended a lot of energy? That's right. Forget it. Xianxia waved his hand as he raised the Tianqian brew once more, ready to gulp it down at any moment. How about this? I'll give you some time to rest. Here are 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. If I lose, I'll give them to you. If I win, I'll take the Tianqian brew. Seeing that Xianxia was feeling a little guilty, Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out 2 jade boxes. With a flick of his finger, they flew over and landed on the table. Are you afraid? For Pavilion Master you to praise him so highly, could he be a coward? This? Xianxia lowered his head to take a look. It was hard to tell whether it was because he had too many concentrated high-tier spirit stones or because he had listened to Xianxia's words, but he hesitated for a moment before taking a deep breath. Gritting his teeth, he seemed to have made a huge decision. Fine, I'll have a battle with you. However, the prerequisite is that you have to suppress your cultivation to the same level as me. No problem. Unlike Lucier, I want to use a weapon. Seeing that Xianxia had agreed to it, Yunshir's lips crept up. With a flick of his wrist, a meteor hammer appeared in his grasp. Saint Intermediate Tier Artifact, the Violet Gold Meteor Hammer. You want to use a weapon? Xianxia hesitated for a moment before nodding. Are you certain that you want to use it? Of course. Yunshir replied with a smile. All right then. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia walked to the center of the room and asked, Is this meteor hammer your weapon? That's right. Yunshir replied proudly. This was a weapon that he had obtained by a stroke of luck, and it had never failed him. Even though Xianxia had managed to defeat Lu Chongxin through trickery, at the cost of 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, he dared not let down his guard. Thus, he took out his weapon. With this weapon in hand, even a quasi-leaving Aperture Realm expert would not have to fear him, let alone a mere Primordial Spirit Realm intermediate stage cultivator. I have a weapon as well, but it seems to be a little heavy. I might not be able to control my strength well in a battle. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before looking at Yunshir hesitantly. Heavy weapon? You want to compete with me in terms of weapon weight? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I like heavy weapons the most. Hearing those words, Yunshir nearly fainted from laughter. Is there something wrong with this fellow's head? What I use is a meteor hammer. Compared to my weight, with a single strike, be it a sword, saber, or spear, they would only be able to defend passively. Compared to my weight, he had lived for many years and fought in countless battles, but this was the first time he had seen a weapon that was heavier than his. Since that's the case, let's begin then. Xianxia nodded reluctantly. Take out your weapon and let me take a look. Yunshir burst into laughter. With a flick of his wrist, the meteor hammer floated into the air, and the metal chains on it fluttered even though there was no wind. It felt as if it would strike out at any moment and crush Xianxia into meat paste. I have already taken it out, but before Yunshir could finish his words, the young man before him suddenly shrugged. Yunshir was taken aback. The other party was completely empty-handed. Why would he take out his weapon? Be careful of your head. Just as Yunshir was perplexed by the situation, a master teacher by the side suddenly shouted. My head? Taken aback, Yunshir hurriedly raised his head, and what he saw caused his eyes to narrow in astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, a massive cauldron had appeared above him, and as soon as it saw him, it charged right toward him. Exclaiming in shock, Xianxia tried to dodge to the side, only to realize that the cauldron was simply too powerful. It had already frozen the surrounding space. Pada, with a resounding explosion, a huge depression appeared in the ground. Xianxia's vision darkened, and he was smashed to the ground. His legs were protruding from the feet of the cauldron, and they were twitching non-stop. My weapon is really heavy. Shaking his head helplessly, Xianxia walked back to the table and put away the 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Then, with a wave of his hand, he stowed Jing Yuanding into his storage ring before turning to Xianxia, who was convulsing and spurting blood on the ground. With a calm voice, he said, using a weapon. You have lost. Pooh. Xianxia spurted blood even more violently than before. This is cheating. He's from the Qingyuan Empire, so how could he have such a powerful cauldron? That fellow is probably at least at the leaving aperture realm. The first time was due to luck, and the second time, he relied on his cauldron. That fellow sure is shameless. A huge commotion broke out in the surroundings. Under normal circumstances, it should have been a duel between the two of them, and both of them should have displayed their cultivation. Yet, this fellow actually used a powerful weapon to crush the other party to such a state. This was way too unconventional, but Xianxia was the one who had challenged Xianxia to a duel of weapons, and before the duel, the other party had made it clear that his weapon was extremely heavy. Even though he had made it clear beforehand, the other party still ended up being careless. Just that. Everyone wanted to see your cultivation, but you used a weapon to suppress me. Where is your dignity? 2 consecutive victories are more than enough to prove my strength. If there are no objections, I'll be the strongest among you all, and I won't stand on ceremony with this cup of wine. After putting away the concentrated high-tier spirit stones that Xianxia had lost, Xianxia picked up the cup of wine and swirled it around in satisfaction. In an instant, the aroma of wine permeated the surroundings. Prove your strength? Seeing how gleeful Xianxia was, the faces of the crowd flushed crimson. The first time was due to luck, and the second time, he used a weapon. What strongest? Experts were forged through fighting, not through shamelessness and self-promotion. Xianxia, I'm unconvinced by your strength. Do you dare to have a duel with me? Another master teacher stood up and emanated his aura, causing the entire hall to freeze in place. Half-leaving aperture realm expert, the true experts of the younger generation finally couldn't stand it any longer, and they were about to make a move. Xianxia, this is third young master Shui from the Shui clan, Shui Ning. Zhang Jiuxiao sent a telepathic message to Xianxia. Shui clan? Even though it's a tier 3 clan, it's not to be underestimated. Their heritage is on par with that of the Qianchong Empire, Zhang Jiuxiao continued. Even though the sage clans weren't top-tier clans, they still had a long heritage and cultivation techniques that suited their bloodline. They weren't something that ordinary empires could compare to. This third young master Shui was only a half-leaving aperture realm cultivator, but in terms of fighting prowess, even a leaving aperture realm cultivator who had undergone a lightning tribulation wouldn't necessarily be a match for him. Thank you for your reminder. Nodding, Xianxia lifted his head and frowned. You want to drink the Tianqian brew as well? It's not just the Tianqian brew, third young master Shui harumphed coldly. It was only a cup of wine, but Pavilion Master Yu had said that he would give it to the strongest person in the Tianqian brew. It would have been one thing if third young master Shui's strength was truly outstanding. However, he had won 2 consecutive victories through trickery, and his cultivation was only at primordial spirit realm intermediate stage. How could they, as members of the sage clans, allow someone of such cultivation to drink the wine so freely? What else do you want? Xianxia asked warily. Nothing much. It's very simple. I'll offer you 10 high-tier spirit stones as well. If you win, the Tianqian brew will belong to me. If you lose, the high-tier spirit stones will belong to you. Shui Ning said. This, Xianxia paused for a moment before continuing. I have just fought 2 rounds, and I've already depleted more than half of my Zhenqi. How about this? I'll take out 15 high-tier spirit stones and compete with you. Depleted? Shui Ning's eyelids twitched. You had just thrown a cauldron out and knocked Xianxia down. how did you deplete your Xianxia? Fine, 15 high-tier spirit stones it is. Knowing that arguing with the other party would only infuriate him to death, Xuanning waved his hands grandly. Based on the strength that Xianxia had exerted and his reaction speed, it would be a walk in the park for him to emerge victorious. Besides, they had done business with the Qianchong Empire every year, so 15 concentrated high-tier spirit stones was nothing to them. Very well. Xianxia nodded. You want to use a weapon too? If I don't use weapons, you can't use a furnace either. Based on strength alone, a fair duel. Xuanning hurriedly said. Although he wasn't weak, when he encountered the other party's cultivation furnace, his only option was to flee. Since this was a competition, he had to set the rules in advance. Hearing that he couldn't use weapons, Xianxia seemed to shrink back a little. To enter the sanctum of sages, one has to rely on one's own cultivation and strength, not external influence. Do you feel that you're not strong enough and don't dare to agree? Seeing his attitude, third young master Shui sneered, if that's the case, I advise you to put down the Tianjin brew as soon as possible. You don't deserve to possess such strength. Alright, since no one is using it, it's fair. Forced into a corner, Xianxia gritted his teeth and raised his head. Then let's begin. With a flick of his wrist, the jade box containing the spirit stones flew over. Xianxia grabbed it and placed it on the table. At the same time, he placed the fine wine on the table before heading back to the main hall. Humph. Harumphing coldly, third young master Shui couldn't be bothered to speak anymore. With a swift step, his silhouette blurred as he dashed forward. Even though he had suppressed his cultivation to primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, his speed was still as swift as lightning, making it hard for others to see through his movements. Making use of his speed, he flicked his fingers downward. You're much stronger than Lu Chongxin and Yunshi. With just a single move, Xianxia could tell that the strength of the other party was much stronger than the other two. Thus, he immediately retreated backward and countered with his finger. Grand Constellation Finger. Seeing how fast Xianxia was, third young master Shui swiftly changed his attack, as if playing a zither. Saint Intermediate Tier Battle Technique, Half Veil of the Lute, Pipa. Pipa, with a series of crisp sounds, the 5 fingers collided with the Grand Constellation Finger, resulting in a series of sonic booms. Xianxia's face paled, and he hurriedly retreated several steps. Heh. Seeing that his attack had succeeded, third young master Shui swiftly increased the speed of his fingers, and his zither string-like Xianxia swiftly filled the air, sealing off the area around him. Seeing how powerful third young master Shui was, fear surfaced in Xianxia's eyes. Every time he raised his hands and legs, he would keep them half a qi away from his body. He swiftly formed a defensive barrier around himself. Third young master Shui's attacks were all blocked outside the barrier, rendering them completely useless. To think that you would be so capable, seeing that his attacks were blocked, third young master Shui's eyebrows shot up. In the first round, the other party had won by a fluke, and in the second round, the other party had relied on his weapon. In his eyes, the other party was just a fellow who was fishing for fame. However, after exchanging a single blow, he immediately realized that the other party's display of weakness was just a cover. But, the other party only knew how to defend. Compared to him, the other party was still lacking, thus, third young master Shui turned his finger into a fist and charged straight for Xianxia. Saint Intermediate Tier Battle Technique, 100 Vying Barges. The might behind this fist was no weaker than Lu Chongxin's 8-armed form of the ape. Wasn't the other party's defense as strong as a tortoise shell? Since that was the case, he should just shatter the tortoise shell with his fist, pa 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 pa. In the blink of an eye, he had already thrown over 100 punches. However, no matter how powerful his offense was, the other party's defense was even stronger. Despite so many attacks, he was still unable to shatter the other party's defense. On the contrary, the tortoise shell had become even tougher. That fellow sure is scheming. He's clearly not weak, but he intentionally feigned weakness so as to make use of this opportunity to earn some spirit stones. However, even though he managed to block so many of third young master Shui's punches, he must have sustained some injuries as well. At this moment, the others also realized that Xianxia wasn't as simple as they thought. They were all top-notch master teachers, and it was one thing for the other party to feign weakness once or twice, but if they still couldn't see through it 3 times, they wouldn't be worthy of being called geniuses. However, while Xianxia's fighting prowess wasn't as bad as they thought, it wasn't too bad either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so weak that he couldn't even retaliate. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Xuaning's Xianxia is incomparably powerful. Those 100 punches are just his warm-up. Let's see how long Xianxian can last. Indeed. I've fought with third young Master Shui before, and the more punches he executed, the greater the strength he exerted. Even though Xianxia is a little shrewd, it's still impossible for him to defeat third young Master Shui. Amidst the crowd, 2 young geniuses nodded in agreement. These 2 young geniuses had reached quasi-leading aperture realm, making them the strongest of the group. With just a glance, they could tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Xuaning's fighting prowess was still nothing compared to them, but he could be considered to be one of the stronger ones among the 33 examinees. With such strength, it was hard for them to believe that they wouldn't be able to defeat a mere primordial spirit realm intermediate stage cultivator from Qingyuan Empire. Look, Xuaning's speed is getting faster and faster. After a moment of battle, one of the quasi-leaving aperture realm young geniuses exclaimed. Raising their heads, they saw that the third young master of the Shui clan was moving as swiftly as a specter. His movements were so swift that it felt as if the air around him was being torn apart. Due to how fast he was moving, the crowd felt a little dizzy just by looking at him. He's actually able to defend against that? A moment later, they realized that even though Xianxian had been on the defensive all this while, making him look like a candle in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment, he was still able to withstand every single one of Xuaning's attacks, not leaving any openings for Xianxian to exploit. Even if he's able to defend against Xianxian's attacks, he won't be able to hold on for too long. The second quasi-leaving aperture realm young geniuses remarked with a deep frown. Under normal circumstances, even he would only be able to dodge Xuaning's ferocious attacks and find an opportunity to counterattack. Yet, that fellow actually managed to withstand every single one of Xuaning's attacks. What a tortoise. However, it was likely that Xianxian wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. Not only was Xuaning's attacks powerful, they were also infused with hidden force as well. After so many consecutive punches, even he was unable to withstand them, let alone Xianxian. To be able to withstand my attacks for so long. I admit that I have underestimated you. However, let's end this here. Just as the 2 young geniuses had guessed, third young Master Shui's face reddened in anger. Roaring furiously, he drove his Xianxia into a frenzy. After being unable to subdue Xianxian for so long, he began to get frustrated, and he decided to use his trump card. He had intended to use this move in the secondary selection, but against such a tortoise shell, he couldn't hold back anymore. Boom, with the surge in his strength, his movement speed increased as well. It was as if 8 afterimages had appeared around Xianxian. Following which, his Xianxia swiftly formed a circle around Xianxian and slowly seeped into his tortoise shell. This is the Shui clan's golden silk thread. The first quasi-leaving aperture realm young geniuses exclaimed in astonishment. He actually managed to master that move. Golden silk thread, the second young geniuses asked in bewilderment. The Shui clan's golden silk thread relies on one's Xianxia to form a sharp blade using one's movement technique. If executed properly, it can even slice a Saint intermediate tier artifact in half. The first young geniuses said with clenched fists. This move is extremely powerful. If Xianxian were to continue defending like that, there's a good chance that he would be bound by the golden silk thread. Even if he doesn't die, he would surely be severely injured. It's that formidable? The second young geniuses gulped down a mouthful of saliva as he hurriedly turned his gaze over. However, with just a single glance, he was stunned. What is Xianxian doing? When he looked over, the first person couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. Trapped in the middle of the golden silk thread, Xianxian began swaying uncontrollably as if he was drunk. At the same time, he began performing some bizarre movements. It felt as if he was dancing, but at the same time, it also felt as if he was at a loss of what to do. Hula, as soon as the movements came to an end, third young Master Shui, who was in the midst of executing the golden silk thread, suddenly lost control of his movements. But all of a sudden, he lost control of his movements and was sent flying, crashing into one of the pillars in the hall. Following which, his face reddened, and he vomited. After vomiting, his body convulsed. Putong, he fainted. This, not expecting the ferocious third young master Shui to suddenly vomit and faint, the second quasi-leaving aperture realm young geniuses widened his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that he spun too fast and too many times and ended up vomiting? Even an ordinary cultivator would find it hard to withstand the strain of spinning in circles for too long, resulting in nausea and vomiting. In order to execute the golden silk thread, Shui-san had spun so many times and so quickly. Could it be that he was suffering from the strain as well? Of course not. The first quasi-leaving aperture realm cultivator shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, it was Xianxia who executed the ability of a terpsichore, and Xuening was caught off guard and fell for it. Putting aside the fact that primordial spirit realm pinnacle cultivators no longer possessed the reflexes of ordinary cultivators, even if they did, the other party must have undergone intensive training to be able to execute such a move. Otherwise, if he were to vomit while Xianxia was completely fine, what was the point of fighting him? Terpsichore? It's true that his movements were bizarre, but he wasn't wearing any fancy clothes, and he didn't make any exaggerated movements, and yet, he was able to strike Xuening? The second quasi-leaving aperture realm cultivator couldn't believe what he was hearing. Xuening's strength couldn't be considered as the strongest among them, but he was definitely one of the stronger ones. Regardless of whether it was his willpower or his cultivation, there was no way he could have struck a man who wasn't wearing any fancy clothes, and he didn't have any elegant movements either. How could he have fallen for the terpsichore's trick? Aren't terpsichores supposed to be beauties that are pleasing to the eye? Only then can one be intoxicated by them. Could it be that Xuening was interested in men? Every movement of a formidable terpsichorean is infused with the art of delusion. Under normal circumstances, it would have been difficult for Xianxia to strike Xuening in such a manner. However, the other party had been on the defensive for a very long time, and in a moment of desperation, he revealed an opening in his defense. The first quasi-leaving aperture realm cultivator explained helplessly. Even though their fighting prowess was on par, he had a deeper understanding of terpsichore, whereas the other party specialized in other aspects. Passively defending, exhausting one's energy to induce a change in one's state of mind, and waiting for an opportunity to strike. It's no wonder Pavilion Master you said that Xianxia is the strongest among us. After hearing the explanation, the second quasi-leaving aperture realm cultivator turned to look at the young man who was happily keeping the spirit stones with a grim look on his face. Initially, he had thought that the other party had relied on luck to defeat Lu Chongxin, Yunshi, and the others. However, after seeing the other party's actions, he realized that there was no way the other party would be an ordinary person. I'm interested in such an expert. Brother son, allow me to give it a try. Otherwise, I'll give it a try. The second quasi-leaving aperture sovereign nodded. Under normal circumstances, even though the Tianqian brew would drive anyone crazy, given their strength, they should still be able to hold themselves back. There was no need for them to rush over to snatch it. However, the bizarre behavior of Xianxia had piqued their interest. Our strength is similar. If you can't do it, I can't do it either. There's no need for me to embarrass myself anymore. The first quasi-leaving aperture realm expert shook his head and reminded, don't use any weapons in the battle later on. Seal your primordial spirit tightly to prevent his terpsichorean dance, N. The second young man nodded before standing up and clasping his fist. Xianxia, I am Qianchong Empire Master Teacher Ma Minghai. I seek your guidance. Qianchong Empire? Putting away the spirit stones, Xianxia was still in the midst of thinking that Pavilion Master Yu was a good person, earning him so much just by casually giving him a cup of wine. However, he suddenly heard a shout and turned his gaze over. That's right. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Ma Minghai smiled lightly. I wouldn't dare. Xianxia sat down. Ma Minghai's body swayed. This conversation. Why was it so illogical? If you don't dare to accept my challenge, can you not act so brazenly? I'm willing to offer 15 concentrated high-tier spirit stones as a wager as well. Ma Minghai gritted his teeth in frustration. I've exhausted myself too much earlier, and I don't have the strength to fight anymore. 20, I don't have any more than that. Ma Minghai clenched his fists tightly, but before he could finish his words, the young man had already arrived at the center of the hall. Flinging his sleeves, he said with the air of an expert, why didn't you say so earlier? I've already recovered. Let's begin. Ma Minghai felt so stifled that he found it hard to breathe. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone as shameless as this. The other party clearly wanted him to use spirit stones as a wager, but the other party insisted that he was exhausted. Can't you have some dignity? Feeling stifled, Ma Minghai was just about to speak when a telepathic message suddenly sounded in his ears. Don't be affected by his words. He's intentionally trying to infuriate you so that you won't be able to think straight. It was the brother-son from before. Ma Minghai nodded in agreement. It was true that he had been infuriated by the other party earlier, but it seemed like the battle had already begun. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia calmed himself down before flicking his wrist and taking out 20 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. With a light flick, he placed them on the other party's table before leaping to the center of the hall. Please. Ma Minghai had already recovered from his earlier rage. Please. Xianxia nodded. Boom, without wasting any time, Ma Minghai had already suppressed his cultivation, and with a reverberation reminiscent of an explosion, he charged right at Xianxia. His movements were different from those of the previous few. He didn't use any flashy moves, just ferocious and ferocious, leaving one with no choice but to guard against him. Not bad. Xianxia complimented. As expected of a genius, he mustn't be underestimated. Xianxia hadn't used his full strength in the past few battles, so the other party must have noticed something amiss. That's why he had given up on using flashy moves and used his most ferocious attacks. This way, even if Xianxia wanted to use other means, he wouldn't be able to do so. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia surged, and a river seemed to form between the two of them. Instead of using spatial seal, he had used his own Xianxia. Even though he had only used less than a tenth of his full strength, it was still not something that an ordinary cultivator could deal with. His aura surged, and it was as if a silver waterfall had appeared in the hall. It was so dazzling that it was hard to discern what was going on. This? Lu Chongxin, who had already regained consciousness, gulped down a mouthful of saliva. All along, he had thought that the other party had only managed to defeat him due to sheer luck, and he had been filled with indignation. However, upon seeing this sight, he realized that if the other party had intended to make a move against him, he would have been unable to withstand this move. Good. Ma Minghai roared in excitement as he rubbed his hands together and formed a sword with his fingers. See la, a surge of sword chi burst forth, and in the blink of an eye, it sliced the river of Xianxia into two. What powerful sword intent! Xianxian's eyes lit up. He had faced many experts in the past, but he had never seen such a pure sword intent. It was already on par with a fifth of his, as expected of an expert from the Qianchong Empire. His first move was already beyond ordinary. Xianxia raised his index and middle finger, and with a light pinch, he managed to catch the sword chi. Then, with a twist of his finger, he shot it back. He managed to catch such a ferocious sword chi? Brother Sun narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Even though Ma Minghai's sword chi had been significantly weakened after piercing through the river of Xianxia, it was still not something that an ordinary cultivator could catch. One would have to possess exceptional eye of discernment, strength, and swordsmanship in order to do so. Even he was incapable of such a feat. Could it be that Xianxia was really a wolf in sheep's clothing? Was he actually an expert amongst experts? Formidable. Let's see if you can withstand this move of mine. Seeing that his sword chi had been caught by the other party and was even being countered by him, Ma Minghai did not show any fear. Instead, his eyes gleamed in excitement as he roared once more. Sword chi burst forth from his body, and in an instant, it seemed as if countless swords had materialized around him. There were at least several hundred of them, covering the entire sky. These swords were formed from sword chi, but if they were to strike one's body, they would be able to pierce through one's skin and inflict severe injuries. It's the sea of 1,000 sharp swords. To be able to gather so much sword intent without using a sword, how powerful must he be if he were to use a weapon? There's no way I'll be able to withstand it. All of the geniuses present had grim looks on their faces. Qianchong Empire had a sword lagoon, and as such, the experts who came from there had a unique understanding of swordsmanship. There were many sword arts in the Sword Lagoon, and one of the most formidable sword arts was the Sea of Thousand Sharp Swords. Just by executing it, one would be able to release sword chi that was impossible to defend against. Just like everyone else, Xianxia was also taken aback by the sight before him. To be able to execute so many sword chi in the blink of an eye, the other party was indeed formidable. Even though the other party was still a far cry from matching up to him, there was no way that Sun Chong would be a match for Xingyang, Wang Ying, and Lu Yang. With a light chuckle, Xianxia opened his mouth and sucked in deeply. Voila! In an instant, the sword chi in the air was gathered together and headed straight for Xianxia's mouth. Jai! Jai! In the blink of an eye, the sword chi was swallowed into Xianxia's stomach. The faces of the surrounding crowd paled in fright. There was so much sword chi that they couldn't even dodge in time, and yet, that fellow actually opened his mouth and swallowed them all. I'll return it to you. Before they could recover from their shock, Xianxia, who had just swallowed the sword chi, let out a roar, and the innumerable sword chi in his stomach actually formed a short sword made entirely out of xinqi. With a roar, the short sword pierced toward Ma Minghai. The short sword grew to a length of over 3 zhang, and before it could even reach Xianxia, it was already tearing through the air, threatening to crush him. Ah! Not expecting Xianxia to have such a move up his sleeves, Ma Minghai's face paled. In the blink of an eye, the strength in his body surged, and he found himself unable to suppress it any longer. Pung, retreating more than a dozen steps, Ma Minghai's sleeves were torn to shreds under the might of the sword chi. It was only by reverting back to quasi-leaving aperture realm that he was able to withstand the attack. Even so, the excruciating pain that he felt as if his body would be torn apart. You are very strong. Taking a deep breath, Ma Minghai was just about to continue suppressing his cultivation to execute his strongest move when a voice suddenly sounded. All right. You aren't a match for Xianxia. Turning around, Ma Minghai saw Pavilion Master Yu waving his hand. Yes. Ma Minghai exhaled deeply. Even though he felt indignant, he knew that Pavilion Master Yu was right. It was unlikely that he would be a match for the young man before him at the same cultivation realm. Everyone here has witnessed how powerful Xianxia is. Alright, let's end the duel here. Pavilion Master Yu waved his hand disappointedly. He had been intending to make use of the crowd to teach that fellow a lesson, but who could have known that not only would he fail, he would even allow the other party to stand in the limelight instead. End the duel here? Do you think that you can just bully me? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Xianxia raised his eyebrows and interjected. His voice grew louder and louder, causing the entire hall to buzz. I, Xianxia of the Qingyuan Empire, wish to challenge Pavilion Master Yu of the Qianchong Empire to a duel. Tomorrow will be the day of the National College Entrance Examination. I wish for everyone to pass the examination and enroll into your favorite schools. Laowa is only 18 this year, and he is preparing for the National College Entrance Examination as well. I hope that everyone here will give him more monthly votes as a form of encouragement. Thank you. He's challenging Pavilion Master Yu? Pavilion Master Yu is a half-grand Dominion Realm expert. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe what they were hearing. Pavilion Master Yu was the head of the Qianchong Empire Mingshi Tang Pavilion, and his cultivation had reached half-grand Dominion Realm. To challenge him. Was Xianxia insane, or was he being too arrogant? You're challenging me? Not expecting the other party to say such words, Pavilion Master Yu was stunned for a moment before narrowing his eyes. That's right. Xianxia chuckled softly. What's wrong? You don't dare? From the very start, the other party had been making things difficult for him, and he had used all kinds of excuses to infuriate him. Earlier, when he had shown weakness, the others had still been willing to offer him high-tier spirit stones. Now that he had exposed his true strength, no one would be so foolish as to challenge him. Since that was the case, he might as well settle his grudge. You're not trying to set me up, let's see if you have the strength to back it up. Audacious! One of the elders behind Pavilion Master Yu stood up and bellowed, Xianxia, mind your words. You're just a 7-star master teacher from a Tier 1 empire while Pavilion Master Yu is a quasi-8-star master teacher. Do you think you're qualified to challenge him? Qualified? Xianxia chuckled softly as he flicked his wrist, and an emblem floated in the air. I am a specially recruited elder of the Empire Alliance Mingshi Tang Pavilion. May I know if I'm qualified? A specially recruited elder of the Empire Alliance? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Their faces flushed red, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They were well aware of how powerful the Empire Alliance Mingshi Tang Pavilion was. Becoming a manager of the Empire Alliance meant that one was an expert among experts. As for being a specially recruited elder, that was an insurmountable position. Pavilion Master Yu's body stiffened in shock as well. Clearly, Xianxia hadn't informed him of this matter, so he was unaware of it. If he had known about it beforehand, he wouldn't have dared to make a move against an elder of the Empire Alliance. Why, you're qualified. The elder who had just spoken trembled, and his face paled. With his eye of discernment, he could tell that the emblem was real. In other words, despite the young man's low cultivation and low rank, he was a bona fide elder of the Empire Alliance. This kind of identity was definitely something they could only look up to and not dare to offend. It's good that you're qualified. After retrieving the badge, Xianxia turned to Yu Ichuan and asked, Hall Master, do you dare to agree? I purposely used this cup of heavenly time wine to provoke everyone to challenge me. My goal was only to avenge the death of my brother-in-law. Given that we are all master teachers, we should be able to discern that much. Why? After provoking an elder of the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Academy, you decided to back down? A feud between your wife and your brother? Who knows what happened? I arrived early, so I heard some news. Something has happened in the Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang Empire, and Pavilion Master Yu sent his wife's younger brother over to deal with it. However, due to his poor handling of the matter, he was accused of abusing his authority, and not only was he crippled, he was even punished by the Alliance. There's such a thing? It's no wonder I felt that something was amiss with Pavilion Master Yu. Hearing those words, how could they possibly not understand what was going on? They turned to look at Yu Ichuan in astonishment. They had thought that Pavilion Master Yu was a daring man, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like he was just a petty person. What a brilliant method to throw it down on the surface. Since Elder Zhang wishes to have a duel with me, I'll accept it. Seeing that there was something amiss with the gazes of the crowd, Yu Ichuan clenched his fists tightly and narrowed his eyes. Since he was already in a tight spot, he had no choice but to accept the duel. However, he was also smart enough to address Xianxia as Elder Zhang. This was a clear indication that he was the weaker party in this duel. Voila, standing up, Yu Ichuan walked to the center of the hall and chuckled softly. Xianxia, as a specially recruited elder of the Empire Alliance, I'm willing to duel with you to learn from you. There's no need for me to suppress my cultivation, right? You aren't going to suppress your cultivation? Pavilion Master Yu is intending to duel with Xianxia with his half-grand Dominion Realm cultivation? Xianxia is only at Primordial Spirit Realm intermediate stage. Even with that cauldron artifact, it's hard to say whether he'll even be able to defeat a leaving Aperture Realm cultivator. For a half-grand Dominion Realm cultivator. Isn't this a little too much? That's indeed a little too much. I was still doubting whether Xianxia's words were true or not, but from the looks of it now, it's definitely true. A huge commotion broke out. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in disdain as well. Old but not dead as a thief. As the head of the Mingshi Tang Pavilion, as well as a quasi-8-star master teacher, Pavilion Master Yu was indeed capable of pulling off one trick after another within the confines of the Empire Alliance. First, he addressed him as Elder Zhang, using his identity to subdue him, and then, he lowered his stance. Since he was an elder of the Empire Alliance, why would he have to suppress his cultivation to guide the other party? In an instant, he had taken the initiative. It seemed like Pavilion Master Yu had also realized that he wasn't a match for Xianxia in the same cultivation realm, so he wanted to pummel him. All right. Exhaling deeply, Xianxia nodded. The other party wanted to torture him. That would depend on whether his fangs were strong enough or not. It seemed that the people who wanted to torture him along the way, who luckily didn't die, most of them had become his disciples. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Zhang. Pavilion Master Yu chuckled softly as a glint flashed across his eyes. He stretched his body, and the Xianxia in his body began to surge furiously. His aura swiftly soared into the clouds as if a massive dragon. As a half-grand Dominion realm expert, his strength had already surpassed that of Vicious. In an instant, the space around him seemed to have completely congealed, rendering him unable to move at all. Hula, pushing his aura to its limits, Pavilion Master Yu flicked his wrist, and a sword appeared in his hand. Xianxia flowed through the sword, causing a buzzing sound to echo in the air. With just a look, it was apparent that the sword was of a very high tier, reaching Saint Intermediate tier at the very minimum. Wielding a weapon of that caliber, his cultivation, and his deep understanding of swordsmanship. His prowess was definitely frightening. He's even taking out his sword? It's obvious that he's trying to show off his strength to Xianxia. To challenge him in public and reveal the truth. It's only natural that he has to win back his dignity. Xianxia is probably going to be in deep trouble this time around. Everyone frowned upon hearing those words. Pavilion Master Yu's fighting prowess was already formidable even without using a weapon. If he were to wield a sword as well, unless one had reached Grand Dominion realm, it was likely that no one would be able to defeat him. Taking out a weapon. Does that mean that I'm allowed to use a weapon in battle? Xianxia chuckled softly. Pavilion Master Yu nodded. I specialize in swordsmanship, so naturally, I hope to receive Elder Zhang's guidance. Since you're using a weapon, can I use one as well? Xianxia asked. Feel free to do as you wish. Pavilion Master Yu nodded. He had seen the other party's cauldron, and while it was indeed powerful, it was only on par with a leading Aperture Realm advanced stage cultivator, so it was unlikely that it would be a match for him. Very well then. Xianxia nodded as he flicked his wrist. Voila, more than 100 puppets appeared before him. They were the celestial designer puppets that he had obtained from Vicious back at the marshlands of the Northern Meadows. These puppets were forged by celestial designers, so they did not carry the aura of an otherworldly demon. They were not soulless metal humanoids either, so they could only be used as weapons. That's my weapon. Xianxia chuckled softly. Attack together. Give him a good beating. Yes. The puppets had already submitted to Xianxia, so upon hearing the order, they immediately roared furiously and charged right at Pavilion Master Yu. Even though they were only at leaving Aperture Realm Intermediate stage or Advanced stage, the combined might of 100 of them was truly formidable. With a series of swift attacks, powerful might fell upon Pavilion Master Yu, and in an instant, the entire hall felt as if it had been plunged into hell. Yu, clearly not expecting the other party to bring out so many powerful puppets at once, Pavilion Master Yu's face warped in horror. He raised his sword, intending to slash one of the puppets in half, but in that moment, he suddenly felt two powerful punches coming from behind him. Before he could even turn around, the attacks from above, below, and behind him had already struck his flaws. It was as if the other party had seen through the flaws in his swordsmanship in advance and made use of them to their advantage. It's the coordination formation of the Combat Master Hall, and it's being guided by someone. Pavilion Master Yu narrowed his eyes as his body stiffened. If they were just ordinary puppets, with his half-grand Dominion realm cultivation, he would have been able to hold his ground even if he were to lose. However, the other party had seen through his flaws in advance, and he even had the puppets form the most profound coordination formation of the Combat Master Hall. This was truly dangerous, as Xianxia had expected. Even after enduring a few blows, he was unable to injure a single one of the puppets. On the other hand, he felt a sharp pain all over his body, as if he was being torn apart. Pung 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 pung, Pavilion Master Yu forcefully withstood a few blows, but the number of punches and kicks he received only continued to increase. 10 minutes later, his eyes were already swollen to the point where he could barely open them anymore. No matter how powerful he was, it was no different from being surrounded by Combat Master level puppets. If only I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have used my weapon. Pavilion Master Yu felt as if he was about to burst into tears. It was just a moment ago that he had confidently declared that as long as he didn't suppress his cultivation, he would be able to deal with the other party. Who would have thought that the other party would be able to bring out so many puppets so casually? Puppets were also a type of weapon, so it was not against the rules of the Combat Master Hall. More importantly, it was just a moment ago that he had confidently declared that the other party could do as he pleased. Great, he really could do as he pleased. The others gulped down a mouthful of saliva as horrified expressions appeared on their faces. It was fortunate that they hadn't allowed the other party to continue using his weapon. Otherwise, even with so many of them working together, they still wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Jiaoshi, I beseech you to save Pavilion Master Yu. Seeing how badly Pavilion Master Yu was being pummeled, the elder who had spoken earlier clasped his fist and pleaded. Zhao Xingma raised his eyebrows as he casually picked up a piece of fatty meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Pavilion Master Yu was the one who agreed to the duel, so there's nothing I can do. Even if he could save Pavilion Master Yu, he wouldn't do so. As a student of the Sanctum of Sages, if he couldn't even retaliate in the face of such bullying, how could he still be a master teacher? Besides, even I was pummeled into a pig's head. Aren't you courting death by picking on him? Pavilion Master Yu, seeing that Pavilion Master Yu wasn't going to make a move, the elder couldn't help but turn his gaze over. At this moment, Pavilion Master Yu was already lying on the ground. Footprints could be seen all over his face, and blood spurted from his mouth as he convulsed. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Xianxia realized that Pavilion Master Yu could very well lose his life on the spot. Thus, he ordered his puppet to stop. Pavilion Master Yu, you used your weapon, and so did I. It's a fair fight, so you should have nothing to say now that you've lost, right? After keeping the puppet away, Xianxia pinched Yu Ichuan's philtrum to wake him up. Then, he looked at Xianxia earnestly. Fair? Fair? Pavilion Master Yu spurted another mouthful of blood. You call it fair when more than 100 people are ganging up on me? If Pavilion Master Yu thinks that it's unfair, I can fight with you without using my weapon. I have fought 4 rounds consecutively without any rest. Even though you have only fought 1 round, I don't mind it at all. Xianxia. Pooh. Pavilion Master Yu spurted another mouthful of blood. He had fought 4 rounds, but he was already on the verge of losing his life in a single round. How could he possibly fight with Pavilion Master Yu when he couldn't even move at all? Pavilion Master Yu, does this mean that you're agreeing to it? Since that's the case, I'll have to force myself to fight with you. Seeing that Pavilion Master Yu wasn't responding at all, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly, ready to strike. I admit defeat. Pavilion Master Yu hurriedly said. He had no choice but to admit defeat. In his current condition, he was already unable to fight. If he were to continue fighting with Pavilion Master Yu, he might very well die here. To think that a half-grand Dominion Realm expert would be forced to admit defeat by a Primordial Spirit Realm intermediate stage lad. The more he thought about it, the more stifled he felt. It's all that fool Xianxia's fault. The more he thought about it, the more furious he felt. If not for Xianxia feeding him false information, he wouldn't have been reduced to such a state. Previously, he was already crippled, but now, he was crippled as well. It's good that you admit defeat. Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia straightened his back and said, as Pavilion Master Mingshi Tang, instead of thinking about the future of mankind, you only care about your own interests. If I wasn't strong enough today, not only would I have made a fool of myself, I might even have sustained severe injuries, making it difficult for me to leave this place. I'll report this matter to the Alliance, and I'll let them decide how to deal with it. It was one thing for the other party to use fine wine to attract enemies to him. At the very most, the other party would just teach him a lesson. More importantly, Xianxia did not suppress his cultivation and even used a weapon, if not for so many puppets, if they hadn't been able to see through his flaws, and if they hadn't imparted the puppet combat master collaborative offense to him, the one who would have been severely wounded would have been him. Regarding Xianxia's matter, Xianxia had been very fair. Yet, Xianxia still refused to let him off the hook. Just based on how magnanimous he was, it was clear that he was unworthy of being the head of Mingshi Tang. Pavilion Master Yu's face paled. He was a specially hired elder of the Alliance. The moment he said that, it basically meant that his political career had come to an end. Alright, everyone, please continue. I'm going to rest first. Xianxia knew that he would only incur more displeasure if he were to stay here any longer. Thus, he turned around and walked out. As soon as he stepped out of the door, 2 acolytes came up to him and led the way. Regardless of whether he had gotten into a conflict with Pavilion Master Yu or not, as a guest of the Qiancheng Empire, Mingshi Tang had already prepared a residence for him. Zhang Jiuxiao, Sun Cheng, and the others also followed closely behind him. After returning to his room, Xianxia entered the myriad ant hive nest. Even though the banquet had been a little unpleasant for him, he had earned a total of 50 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. This was a good opportunity for him to push his cultivation from primordial spirit realm pinnacle to half-leaving aperture realm. With this level of strength, even if he didn't rely on his puppets, he would still be able to put up a fight against Pavilion Master Yu. Sitting down cross-legged, Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out all of the concentrated high-tier spirit stones that he had just obtained. Opening all of his acupoints, he infused spiritual energy into them and converted them into Heaven's Path Xianxia. Boom! Some time later, he successfully achieved a breakthrough to Primordial Spirit Realm Intermediate Stage. Primordial Spirit Realm Advanced Stage, Kacha. 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 Not too long after Xianxia reached Advanced Stage, just as he was about to push for Pinnacle, he suddenly saw the 50 concentrated high-tier spirit stones shattering into dust. As my cultivation rises, the effectiveness of concentrated high-tier spirit stones is getting weaker and weaker. Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. Ever since he had achieved a breakthrough to Primordial Spirit Realm, he had felt that the effectiveness of concentrated high-tier spirit stones was getting weaker and weaker. He had thought that he would be able to push his cultivation to Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle with so many concentrated high-tier spirit stones, but it was a pity that he had only managed to raise his cultivation by a small stage. It seemed like he would have to find even higher-tier spirit stones in order to achieve a breakthrough swiftly. Let's head out to take a look. With the concentrated high-tier spirit stones depleted, Xianxia could only back out of the ant-hive nest and walk out of his room. Young master, seeing that Xianxia had returned, Sun Cheng and Zhang Jiuxiao hurriedly walked up to him. Jiuxiao, are you familiar with Qiancheng City? Bring me around. I want to see if there's a place where I can exchange or earn some concentrated high-tier spirit stones, Xianxia said. I had been to Qiancheng City once 3 years ago, so I can be considered to be familiar with the place. Is Xianxia in urgent need of concentrated high-tier spirit stones? Zhang Jiuxiao asked doubtfully. Didn't he just earn a few dozen concentrated high-tier spirit stones at the banquet? Why would he ask for more? Xianxia nodded, not bothering to explain the matter. If he were to tell Zhang Jiuxiao that he had already used up all of the concentrated high-tier spirit stones he had earned at the banquet, would he really die from shock? How much do you need? Zhang Jiuxiao asked. The more the better. It would be best if you have around 300 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, Xianxia replied. Based on his current rate of depletion of concentrated high-tier spirit stones, he would require at least 100 concentrated high-tier spirit stones to reach Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle. Considering that his soul cultivation was only at St. Tu Dan at the moment, he would require close to 200 concentrated high-tier spirit stones to reach Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle. 300? Zhang Jiuxiao's lips twitched. That's a huge sum. Even in Qiancheng City, it would be difficult to find one. While the Qiancheng Empire had spirit mines, concentrated high-tier spirit stones were not as common as cabbages. Those who were able to take out 300 concentrated high-tier spirit stones were bound to be extremely powerful. There are only 3 places that are able to take out so many concentrated high-tier spirit stones at once. The first is Mingshi Tang, which is here. The second is the Qiancheng royal family. The third is the underground black market that I mentioned earlier. Zhang Jiuxiao paused for a moment before replying. Mingshi Tang has concentrated high-tier spirit stones? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before nodding. But that was to be expected. Most of the talented master teachers were able to take out 10 to 20 concentrated high-tier spirit stones easily, so it shouldn't be too difficult for Mingshi Tang to take out 300 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Should I beat up Pavilion Master Yu once more and force him to take out his concentrated high-tier spirit stones? Xianxia stroked his lower jaw and fell into deep thought. Forget it. I have just beaten him up. If I do it again, my reputation will be tarnished. A moment later, Xianxia shook his head. He had just beaten Pavilion Master Yu up so badly. If others were to hear that, he might as well give up on his position as a master teacher. No matter what, he was a person who valued his reputation and standing. If he were to do so, he would be no different from a thug on the streets. If I don't look for them at Mingshi Tang's place, I don't have any connections with the Qiancheng royal family. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia asked, where is the underground black market you spoke of? If I don't have anything to trade for, how do I earn it? The underground black market is located outside of Xianxia City. Xianxia replied. If I don't have anything to trade for, the fastest way to earn money is through gambling. Gambling? Gambling with one's life. Xianxia nodded. That's one of the best ways to earn money. There's a ring of death in the underground black market. If you wish to earn money, you can challenge it. If you win a match, you'll be rewarded with a high-tier spirit stone. If you win 2 matches consecutively, you'll be rewarded with 2 high-tier spirit stones. If you win 3 matches consecutively, you'll be rewarded with 3 high-tier spirit stones, and so on. Of course, it's just a small sum of money that you can earn from fighting in the ring. As long as you win 10 matches consecutively, you'll be crowned with the title of Champion of 10, and you'll be given the opportunity to compete with the previous Champion of 10. At this point, there are many wealthy individuals who place their bets on the Ring of Death, and if you bet correctly, you'll be able to earn a huge sum. To be honest, those who are able to become Champion of 10 are practically invincible existences among their peers. While the battle between the two can attract the attention of many and earn many high-tier spirit stones, the slightest carelessness could result in one's death. Every year, countless experts are pummeled to death in the Ring of Death. As such, the Ring of Death is also known as the Ring of Death. I see. Xianxia nodded as his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He was invincible among his peers. If he were to participate in the Ring of 10, wouldn't he be able to earn a huge sum of money? Xianxia, your strength is indeed fearsome, but I think that it's best that you don't participate in the Ring of Death. Sensing the other party's thoughts, Xianxia hurriedly shook his head. Why? Xianxia was perplexed. Xianxia should be well aware of his strength, and yet, the other party was still advising him not to go. Could it be that there was someone stronger than him in the Ring of Death? Other than forbidding the use of powerful weapons, the Ring of Death has no rules at all. Poison, hidden weapons, schemes. There are all kinds of means in the ring. Putting aside master teachers, even combat masters might not be able to last till the 10th match. Xianxia said with a bitter smile. I was curious about the Ring of Death back then, so I went there once, but I was defeated in the 5th match. In view of their standing, master teachers wouldn't use many means in a battle. On the other hand, those who participated in life and death duels every day were willing to use all kinds of means as long as they could kill. You weren't able to last till the 6th match? Indeed. The Ring of Death's Ring of 10 is a trial in which you will fight 10 consecutive matches without stepping down. Even though your opponents are randomly chosen, they tend to grow stronger and stronger. Some of them specialize in physical strength, some of them specialize in the soul, and some of them even possess bizarre means that make it nigh impossible to guard against them. The reason I lost was due to my exhaustion after fighting 5 matches consecutively. That's how I ended up allowing that fellow to take advantage of me. Xianxia said. Bring me over to take a look. Xianxia. Going through consecutive life and death battles was indeed a torment to one's mind and body. But to him, it was nothing at all. Xianxia, are you sure that you want to go? Seeing that the other party was still adamant on the matter, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. If there's any danger, it would be best for you to admit defeat right away. Don't worry. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes. If what the other party said was true, that he could earn spirit stones just by fighting in the Ring of Death, he should be able to earn enough for the black market to close down. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. The official account has released Xianxia's admission ticket. Feel free to take a look. You can search for Sweeping the World on WeChat and follow me. The underground black market was located beneath a manor on the outskirts of the city. Before they even arrived, Xianxia and Xianxia had already changed their attire to casual attire, reminiscent of a noble scion who was out for a stroll. It's said that the founder of the Qianchong black market was a downtrodden scholar. After seeing through the fickleness of the world, he decided to abandon his studies and pursue the martial path. Thus, in order to vent his frustrations, he decided to create this black market. Here, as long as you have money, you can buy whatever you want. As long as you have money, you can vent your frustrations to your heart's content. Of course, the cost of living here is extremely high as well. It can be said to be the biggest money-squandering ground in the entire Qianchong city. Zhang Jiuxiao explained as they proceeded forward. For such a place to exist so openly. Is the Qianchong Empire, the Mingshi Tang, or the royal family not concerned about it? Zhang Xian asked in bewilderment. Even a foreign master teacher like Zhang Jiuxiao was aware of it. Yet, the royal family and the Mingshi Tang simply allowed it to develop without interfering? It's not that they don't want to interfere, but they want to stabilize the situation. Zhang Jiuxiao shook his head. Stabilize the situation? Zhang Xian was perplexed. Even though they hadn't arrived yet, based on what Zhang Jiuxiao had said, the black market was a place without any rules or regulations. It was already unstable in the first place, so how could it possibly be for the sake of stability? The larger the city, the more cultivators there are, the more scarce resources there are. Thus, in order to raise their cultivation, there will be fights, and even robberies. Such situations happen every single day. Even the royal family and the master-teacher pavilion are unable to eradicate them completely. Zhang Jiuxiao said. Zhang Xian nodded. The need for resources for cultivators was similar to the need for food and water. If there wasn't enough food, there would be chaos. This was something that couldn't be helped. No matter how powerful the Mingshi Tang was, it couldn't possibly eliminate the most basic needs of cultivators. If it were to do so, it would be going against human nature. The underground black market might seem shady, but it provides a channel for people to vent their frustrations. Here, as long as one has money, one can buy whatever one wants. And if one wishes to earn money, one has to work harder on one's cultivation and battle. This creates a unique cycle. Even though the number of deaths has increased, the stability of the city has been stabilized. Zhang Jiuxiao shook his head. Where there is light, there is shadow. There were scums among the master teachers. Cultivators didn't cultivate their state of mind, and if they didn't have a place to vent their frustrations, there was no guarantee that nothing would happen to them. Zhang Xian came to a realization. If the water is too clear, there will be no fish. If a person is too observant, he will have no disciples. Back then, Kongshi was also able to tolerate poison masters. Although the existence of the black market did not conform to the rules, if it could reduce crime, it did have a meaning. Just like in his previous life, even though certain professions were clearly prohibited, and many people knew where they were located, these professions were still able to exist. It wasn't that the crackdown wasn't strong enough, but that it was able to satisfy the demand and reduce crime. If they were to completely annihilate them, not a single one of them would remain. The security of the society would be greatly challenged. The Qianchong Empire's underground black market was one such example. On the surface, it seemed to be against the rules, but in reality, it would save them a lot of trouble. Naturally, the imperial family allowed him to do as he pleased. As for the Mingshi Tang, as long as it didn't destroy the stability of the human race and didn't do anything harmful to the human race, it was natural to pretend that it didn't exist. It seemed like there were similar places in Hongyuan City and Qingyuan City as well. It was just that he hadn't spent too much time in those cities, so he hadn't paid too much attention to them. We're here. While Zhang Xian was deep in thought, he suddenly heard Zhang Jiuxiao's voice. Raising his head, a massive manor came into view. Warrant. But before he could reach the manor, two green-robed men suddenly blocked his path. They were actually primordial spirit realm experts, and they carried killing intent on them. With just a look, it was clear that they had killed many people before. Flicking his wrist, Zhang Jiuxiao passed an object over. After inspecting the object, the green-robed man nodded and passed 2 strips of black cloth over. Zhang Jiuxiao gestured for him to cover his eyes. After covering his eyes as well, Zhang Xian realized that the black cloth could not only block one's vision but also one's spiritual perception, making it impossible for one to perceive one's surroundings. Under the guidance of the green-robed man, they walked for around 10 minutes before they finally arrived at a certain location. Only then did they finally relax. A massive shopping mall appeared before their eyes. There was a huge flow of people that stretched as far as the eye could see. Even though they were underground, under the illumination of the night illumination pearls, it was as bright as day. Zhang Xian blinked his eyes in bewilderment as he scanned his surroundings. He had been to plenty of shopping malls and workshops, and he had seen quite a few large-scale ones as well. Even though the scale of the shopping mall wasn't too big, the items that were sold here were astounding. Black gold crystal ore? How can one buy such an item? After taking a few steps forward, Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Black gold crystal ore was a treasure that Wu Yangzi had left behind. It was so rare that one couldn't even find it in Qingyuan City. Yet, there was actually a stall here selling it. Even though he was witnessing it with his own eyes, he still found it hard to believe. Black gold crystal ore might be rare, but it's not impossible to obtain it. It's not a big deal that it's being sold here. Seeing Zhang Xian's expression, Zhang Jiuxia chuckled softly. He had also reacted the same way when he first entered the black gold crystal Oregon. He found it hard to believe, but as time went by, he got used to it. Cultivation technique manuals, Saint intermediate tier artifacts, personal privacy, all kinds of information. It's indeed a black market. There's anything that can be found here. After walking for a moment, Zhang Xian shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. It was indeed a black market. Anything that was illegal or illegal could be found here. Are there any half-leaving aperture realm and leaving aperture realm cultivation technique manuals here? Zhang Xian asked as he walked up to the stall where the cultivation technique manuals were sold. Yes, there are. Depending on the tier, the price will be different as well. An old man looked over lazily. As this was a black market, there was no need for him to worry about being robbed. Tier? Price? Tell me about it, Zhang Xian said. Take a look for yourself. After saying those words, he casually gestured to the wall. Zhang Xian turned his gaze over, and what he saw was a clear price tag on the wall. Saint intermediate tier cultivation technique manuals cost at least 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Lower-tier cultivation technique manuals were slightly cheaper. It wouldn't cost much to buy a single cultivation technique manual, but Zhang Xian needed more than 1,000 of them. This was definitely a huge expenditure. How many leaving aperture realm cultivation technique manuals do you have here? Zhang Xian asked. There are a total of 52 leaving aperture realm cultivation technique manuals and 327 half-leaving aperture realm cultivation technique manuals. They are all on the bookshelf in front of you, and they are all sealed with seals that prevent you from using your spiritual perception. Which one do you wish to buy? Pay me the money, and I'll make a copy of it for you. Rest assured, the cultivation technique manuals here are very detailed. Even the Qianchong royal family's hidden dragon art and pavilion master Yu's split swordsmanship are included here. The price is also very fair. The elder waved his hand casually. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to the bookshelf in front of him. There were indeed quite a few books on it, but they were all sealed with seals that prevented him from using his spiritual perception. However, he didn't need his spiritual perception to read the books. Sweeping his gaze across the books, Zhang Xian muttered, "Flaws." Voila, all of the books on the bookshelf were copied. With a single sweep of his consciousness, he converted them into his own knowledge. The quality of these cultivation technique manuals wasn't low, but there were too few of them. It was a pity that he couldn't compile them into a Heaven's Path divine art. There's indeed a copy of the royal family's hidden dragon art and pavilion master Yu's split swordsmanship manual. Isn't this black market a little too powerful? Going through the contents of the books in his head, Zhang Xian couldn't help but sigh in awe. Ever since he came to Tianxian Kingdom, the cultivation technique manuals of the royal family had always been the greatest of secrets. It was impossible for outsiders to pry into them. Yet, this black market was actually able to obtain them and sell them directly. Just the thought of it was frightening. Which one do you wish to buy? I'll make a copy for you right now. Seeing that Zhang Xian had already scanned through the books, the elder said. There's no need for that. Zhang Xian shook his head. He had already collected all of the books in the Library of Heaven's Path, and there were even flaws in them. These books were of no use to him at all. Besides, he was poor at the moment. Even if he wanted to buy them, he wouldn't be able to do so. Seeing that Zhang Xian wasn't interested in buying them, the elder turned his gaze away. He had seen plenty of people like this every single day, so he was already used to it. Leaving the bookstall, Zhang Xian continued onward. There were all kinds of treasures along the way, and there were even grade 7 pinnacle pills for sale. Xianxia, up ahead is the place where you can exchange for concentrated high-tier spirit stones. If you have any ordinary high-tier spirit stones or other artifacts, feel free to use them to exchange for them. Of course, the price will be very low, so it's not worth it. After walking for a moment, Zhang Jiuxiao pointed ahead. Zhang Xian turned his gaze over and saw a long and narrow counter. There were only 2 attendants at the counter, and there weren't many customers. Walking up to the counter, Zhang Xian took a look at the exchange table on the wall, and his lips twitched. It was indeed a scam. Under normal circumstances, the exchange rate for concentrated high-tier spirit stones was 1,000 to 1. Yet, the exchange rate for concentrated high-tier spirit stones was 3 times that, to 3,000 to 1. In other words, 3,000 high-tier spirit stones were required to exchange for a concentrated high-tier spirit stone. If an ordinary person were to exchange for a concentrated high-tier spirit stone, they would have already depleted all of their wealth. A primordial spirit realm intermediate tier artifact would normally cost around 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, but here, it was only worth 3 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Even a leaving aperture realm saint intermediate tier artifact would only be worth 2 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Ding ding does seem to be quite valuable. I should be able to sell it for around 30 high-tier spirit stones. Calculating the price of Jin Yuan Ding in his heart, Zhang Xian stroked his lower jaw. Even though he had earned quite a bit from selling the cloud mist flower and robbing the 10 great kings and the Qing Tian emperor, he had only earned around 50 to 60,000 high-tier spirit stones in total. Furthermore, he had used quite a bit of them to cultivate his soul, so he only had around 40,000 high-tier spirit stones on hand. In other words, if all of them were used to exchange, there would be no more than 10 of them. On the other hand, if he were to sell Jin Yuan Ding, he would be able to get close to 40 high-tier spirit stones. It was still a good deal. Forget it. That fellow is extremely loyal to me, and he has helped me many times. I can't possibly sell him. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian decided not to think about this matter anymore. Instead, he turned to the attendant. I want to exchange for high-tier spirit stones. How much? The waiter on the opposite side looked over with an indifferent expression. How much do you think I can exchange for? Hong Long, with a loud explosion, a huge pile of high-tier spirit stones, weapons, medicinal herbs, and ores fell to the ground, creating a huge cloud of dust. So much? The attendant abruptly stood up. The attendant was only in his 30s, and his cultivation was only at half saint. Initially, he did not pay much attention to the high-tier spirit stones that he was exchanging for, but upon seeing the countless items on the floor, his eyes immediately widened in astonishment. As the prices in the black market were exorbitant, very few people would choose to exchange for high-tier spirit stones here unless they were in urgent need. Thus, it was inconceivable that a random customer would actually throw out so many items at him. Gongzi, are you exchanging for all of these items? The attendant took a moment to recover from his shock, and he asked. Zhang Xian nodded. Some of these items were stolen from the Qing Tian lineage, and some were extorted from the Qingyuan royal family. In the past, they could have been considered as invaluable treasures to him, but after his cultivation reached primordial spirit realm advanced stage, they were no longer of any use to him. Rather than keeping them to himself, he might as well exchange them for high-tier spirit stones and raise his cultivation. Alright, I'll go through the calculations right now. Knowing that a big customer had arrived, the attendant hurriedly rushed into the black market, and it did not take long before he returned with an old man. After going through the items, the old man looked at Zhang Xian and said, all of your items should be worth 113 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Here is the list. Zhang Xian waved his hand and said, there's no need for that. Just hand over the spirit stones. He had already made a rough calculation when he was going through the items, and it was roughly the same as what the other party had calculated. All right. Bring the concentrated high-tier spirit stones over, the old man nodded. The attendant walked into the black market, and not too long later, he returned with a storage ring. Grabbing the storage ring, Zhang Xian took a look at it. 113 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, no more, no less. Zhang Gongzi, since you have exchanged more than 100 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, you have automatically become an esteemed guest of our black market. It just so happens that we have an auction open to esteemed guests tonight. Would you like to participate in it? The old man asked with a smile as he passed a token to Xianxia once more. To be able to exchange so many concentrated high-tier spirit stones at once, he could be considered as a big customer even in the black market. Auction? Xianxia shook his head. I'm not interested at the moment. What he lacked right now was spirit stones. Everything else didn't matter to him. Gongzi, there's no need for you to turn me down so quickly. Perhaps you might change your mind, the old man said with a smile. Oh? Among the items up for auction this time around, there are 2 Leaving Aperture Realm Intermediate Stage Saint Intermediate Tier artifacts and a quasi-grade 8 pill that can recover all of a Leaving Aperture Realm cultivator's strength within 3 breaths. It's one of the best items for overcoming the Leaving Aperture ordeal. The old man said. In the Leaving Aperture ordeal, if one's strength was insufficient, it would be easy for one to be killed. In order to prevent any accidents, many people would spend a great deal of money to buy quasi-level 8 medicinal pills that could recover their essence in a short period of time, allowing their strength to remain at its peak. With such a thing, the success rate would be much higher. Of course, the price of this item was also very expensive. It was not something that ordinary people could afford. Forget it. Xianxia continued to shake his head. After cultivating the Saint Ascension Decipher, the Jinqi in his body was boundless. Pills of that caliber were not of much use to him. As for Saint artifacts, he already had Jin Yuan Ding and his puppets, so he did not really care about the rest. If young master is not interested in these, the last one will definitely like it. The elder chuckled softly before turning his gaze back to Xianxia. Oh? Xianxia was confused. Bedstead disquisition. The old man said. Bedstead disquisition? Xianxia frowned. He had never heard of this name before. It said that Sage Luo passed by this place back then, and Pavilion Master Yan came to pay him a visit. Seeing that Sage Luo was resting, she stood motionlessly on the spot for 3 days and 3 nights, causing snow to fall all over her body, making her look like a snow sculpture. Out of sincerity, Sage Luo sat on the bed and began lecturing. Heavenly flowers fell from the sky, golden lotuses burst forth from the ground, and origin energy shrouded the world. Pavilion Master Yan recorded down the teachings of her teacher, and it became known as the Bedstead Disquisition. The old man explained. Sage Luo? Xianxia frowned. The old ancestor of the Luo clan, Luo Tianyun. The old man nodded. It said that this ancient book contains some of the secrets of the Luo clan's cultivation technique. If one were to study it diligently, they would be able to gain a deeper understanding of space. However, no one has been able to find it for many years. It was only recently that someone happened to find it, and it ended up here. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. He wasn't too interested in ancient books, but since the Luo clan was involved, he couldn't help but feel a little tempted. If he could comprehend some of the secrets of the Luo clan's cultivation technique through this, it would surely be of great help to him when he sought out Lozozi in the future. May I know how much this ancient book will sell for? Xianxia pondered for a moment before asking. If he knew the price in advance, he would be able to find a way to earn some money. Even though he had exchanged more than 100 concentrated spirit stones, it was still far from enough to purchase something as valuable as this. Even though the Bedstead Disquisition wasn't written by Sage Luo personally, it contains the teachings of him. Even if only a 10th or 20% of it remains, it's still an invaluable treasure to primordial spirit realm and leaving aperture realm experts. Given that the starting bid is already more than 500 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, the final price is likely to be more than 1,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Gongzi, if you wish to purchase it, you'll have to prepare some concentrated high-tier spirit stones in advance. The old man said. In his view, the fact that the young man before him was able to take out so many items meant that he was a wealthy young master. It shouldn't be too difficult for him to gather several hundred concentrated high-tier spirit stones. All right. Xianxia pondered for a moment before nodding. Reserve a seat for me. I'll make some preparations first. I'll rush over before the auction starts. There was still some time before nightfall, so he could head over to the Ring of Death to see if he could earn 1,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Yes. The old man nodded before instructing his subordinate to make the necessary arrangements. Let's go. After dealing with the matters here, Xianxia beckoned Zhang Jiuxiao over and had the latter lead the way to the Ring of Death. The Ring of Death was located at the very center of the underground black market. Before entering, Zhang Jiuxiao first checked the candidates' cultivation before handing them a token that represented their cultivation. Seeing that Zhang Xian had already reached Primordial Spirit Realm Advanced Stage, Zhang Jiuxiao was rendered speechless. The other party's rate of improvement left him a little frenzied. The first time they met, the other party was only at Spiritual Perception Realm, but in just a few days' time, the other party had already reached Primordial Spirit Realm Intermediate Stage, the same level as him. 2 hours ago, when he fought with Pavilion Master Yu and the other party's cultivation hadn't changed at all. All along, he had thought that he was a genius, but after seeing the other party's improvement, he realized that he was simply too lacking. They weren't even on the same level at all. It's only because I have accumulated enough cultivation that I made a breakthrough. Seeing the devastated look on Zhang Jiuxiao's face, Zhang Xian consoled him. You have accumulated enough cultivation? Hearing those words, Zhang Jiuxiao felt even more devastated. Others usually took 10, 20, 30 years to accumulate their cultivation, but that fellow only managed to accumulate it in a single day, 2 days. There was no way he could compete with him. Forget it, he's a celestial master teacher. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Jiuxiao sighed. If a celestial master teacher was just like him, how could he possibly receive the acknowledgement of the heavens? Which of you will be participating in the Ring of Death? While Zhang Jiuxiao was still deep in thought, a young manager walked over and asked. Zhang Xian nodded. All right then. I'll explain the rules and requirements of the Ring of Death. Those who wish to participate in the Ring of Death will have to pay 2 concentrated high-tier spirit stones as the registration fee. During the duel, weapons, hidden weapons, and the like will have to be provided by the venue. You are not allowed to bring them in yourself. This is for the sake of fairness. The young manager explained. Zhang Xian nodded. He had already guessed that weapons were not allowed in the Ring of Death. Otherwise, even if one were to bring a powerful weapon, it would be impossible for them to stand against the Ring of Death. Also, if you win 5 matches consecutively, someone will open the bet. Due to the stakes involved, you are not allowed to admit defeat unless you are half dead or crippled. You have to be mentally prepared for this. The young manager continued. Half dead or crippled? Zhang Xian frowned. Zhang Jiuxiao hadn't mentioned this before. That's right. The stakes involved in opening the bet are huge. If one were to admit defeat intentionally despite being able to win, it would be a huge blow to the reputation of our market. Therefore, once anyone is found to have admitted defeat or admitted defeat on purpose, they will be severely punished. The young manager said. I understand. Zhang Xian nodded. Even though he didn't agree with this rule, he knew that if the rules weren't followed, there would be no point in the Ring of Death. It would be impossible for countless people to place their bets on it. Alright, that's all. If you wish to continue with the duel, I'll register your name right now. Those who aren't, please head to the spectator stand. After saying what needed to be said, the young man said. Zhang Xian nodded. He took out 2 spirit stones and paid the registration fee before passing the storage ring over to Zhang Jiuxiao. Help me place my bets. Bet everything on me every single time that I win, alright. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. The reason why the other party was here was to earn spirit stones, so it went without saying that he knew how to place his bets. After instructing the other party, he was brought to the spectator stand while Zhang Xian was brought to the backstage to make preparations. Hong Long, passing by the spectator stand, Zhang Xian glanced in and saw that there were people fighting on the dueling ring. Zhenqi rumbled in the air, and countless excited roars could be heard. Tear him apart! Tear him apart! Roars echoed in the air. Looking at the dueling ring through the doorway, Zhang Xian saw a middle-aged man dressed in metal armor roaring furiously as he lifted up a challenger. The middle-aged man was extremely large, standing at around 2 meters tall. The moment he lifted the challenger up, it was as if he was grabbing a little chick. Si la, with a loud roar, the challenger was torn into two, and fresh blood splattered all over the ground. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up, and he clenched his fists tightly. He had fought with countless opponents, but this was the first time he had seen someone so violent. It was as if the other party treated human life as nothing more than a joke. Previously, when he saw all kinds of goods on sale, he thought that the black market was no different from other shopping malls. However, after seeing this sight, he realized that the black market was indeed a black market. Life was worthless here, unless one possessed strength surpassing that of others. Otherwise, it was only a matter of time before he lost his life on the dueling ring. It was no wonder Zhang Jiuxiao had backed down after just 5 matches. The psychological impact was simply too great. How is it? It's not too late to back out now. Seeing the change in Xianxia's complexion, the young man beside him sneered. He had seen many scions of prestigious clans acting arrogantly before coming to the dueling ring, but after witnessing the cruelty of the dueling ring, they would be frightened out of their wits, unable to even walk. There's no need for that. Xianxian shook his head. What he was shocked by was the internal strife of mankind, not the bloodlust or fear. In terms of terror, who could possibly be more fearsome than the otherworldly demonic tribe, vicious, bloodthirsty, and ferocious? At times, they would not even spare their own brethren. The first time he met them, he had already been told that they would commit suicide. How could they possibly fear a battle between humans? It's good that there's no need for that. Let's go in. Seeing that Zhang Xian's expression had returned to normal so quickly, the young man was a little surprised. Walking down the stairs, it did not take long for them to arrive at a room. The walls of the room were filled with all kinds of Saint Lotier weapons. Most of them were Saint Lotier, and they did not possess any spirit, making them easier to control. You can choose any of these weapons you like. You can choose any one of them, or even 10 of them. However, if you break any of them, you'll have to compensate for it. The young man pointed casually. Zhang Xian nodded. He scanned his surroundings before walking up to a saber rack. There were more than 100 kinds of sabers placed on the rack. There was a saber rack, 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 and a saber rack. Zhang Xian brushed his fingers across each of the weapons, and he casually picked up one that seemed a little heavy. After swinging it around a few times, he shook his head and put down all of the weapons. Forget it, there's no need for that. Zhang Xian chuckled softly and shook his head. You aren't going to use any weapons? The young man was perplexed. After witnessing the cruelty of the dueling ring, most of the participants wished that they could carry all of their weapons with them in case of an emergency. Yet, this fellow just casually touched all of them. Wasn't he being a little too arrogant? If I can't defeat them, no matter how many weapons I have, it won't matter. Zhang Xian nodded. All right then. The young man pushed open the other door of the room and followed behind Zhang Xian. Entering the room, he saw dozens of people seated cross-legged in their respective rooms. Each of these people reeked of blood. With one look, one could tell that they had killed many people. Wait here. When it's your turn, just come out. With that, he turned around and left. Zhang Xian looked around. Although the dozens of people in the room were cultivating, they were all paying close attention to their surroundings, secretly on guard. It was as if they would attack anyone who came near them. Did you just arrive? You've never participated before? After finding a place to sit down, a calm voice sounded in his ears. Turning around, Zhang Xian saw a young man in his 30s. There was a deep scar on his face, and blood was seeping out of it. It seemed like he had just sustained an injury, and he had yet to recover from it. The surrounding crowd was somewhat cold. The fact that the other party had taken the initiative to speak to him surprised Zhang Xian. You can tell? Those who have participated in the Ring Master Teacher Tournament have eyes reminiscent of wolves, filled with savagery. Otherwise, they would only be courting death. You look like a sheep, so why can't I tell? The scarred youth sneered. In the arena of life and death, strength was certainly a factor, but the most important factor was ruthlessness toward one's enemies and oneself. Only then would one instill fear in others. The young man before him had a dazed expression on his face, and with a single look, it was clear that he was a noble scion who had never experienced anything. A sheep? Xianxia shook his head. Wherever he went, he would cause a huge ruckus, and countless master teachers would feel a headache for him. Yet, in the eyes of the other party, he was actually a sheep. It seemed like the other party's temper was a little too good. Of course. Those who have never participated in the ring of life and death are no different from sheep. To tell you the truth, the best I can do is to win 6 matches consecutively. It's a pity that the 7th student is too strong, and I have exhausted too much of my Xianxia. Otherwise, I would have been able to clinch the title of champion of 10 by now. The scarred youth said proudly. Incredible. Xianxia nodded sincerely. For a genius like Zhang Jiuxiao to be able to win 6 matches consecutively, it was already incredible that the other party could win 6 matches consecutively. Jia, while they were chatting, the door in front of them suddenly opened. Following which, everyone felt a killing intent gushing forth, exerting immense pressure on them. It's him? Xianxia frowned. The other party was none other than the fellow who had torn another student to shreds on the dueling ring earlier. This fellow was extremely tall, reminiscent of a metal tower. He was dressed in a heavy armor that was as crimson as blood, creating a bizarre sight to behold. This is the strongest existence in the black market at the moment, Hong Yang. Seeing that Xianxia didn't recognize him, the scarred youth nodded in admiration. He's also known as the King of 100. King of 100? Xianxia was taken aback. He won 100 matches consecutively? It's not just 100 matches. Rather, he defeated 10 King of 10 consecutively. On top of that, all of the fellows who challenged him were torn to shreds. The scarred youth said fearfully. He was impressed by Hong Yang's strength, but at the same time, he was also fearful of the other party's brutality. He wasn't the only one. Upon seeing Hong Yang walk out, the others also grew wary. Scram! Hong Yang walked over to a corner of the room and bellowed at the 2 young men cultivating on the floor. Not daring to even breathe loudly, the 2 of them turned around and left. Voila, the towering Hong Yang sat down, took out a pill, and swallowed it. Immediately, his aura seemed to be boiling up. As soon as he sat down, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. The crowd quietly backed away, creating a large space for him. He's actually at primordial spirit realm advanced stage as well. Xianxia was able to see through the other party's cultivation realm. Just like him, the other party was also at primordial spirit realm advanced stage. However, even though they were at the same cultivation realm, the killing intent that the other party exuded was heavy and powerful. Even before the battle had begun, he could already feel immense pressure from it. Xianxia activated his Eye of Insight, intending to take a closer look at the other party's strength. However, at that moment, Hong Yang suddenly raised his head and looked at him. What powerful senses! Xianxia's eyes narrowed. As expected of an existence who had defeated 10 King of 10 consecutively. His senses were truly frightening. Just by looking at him for a moment longer, he was able to determine the other party's location from the crowd. With this kind of sixth sense, it would be impossible for Xianxia to assassinate him. Life and death situations can temper one's fighting prowess. Even though that person is at primordial spirit realm advanced stage, even a half-leaving aperture realm master teacher might not be a match for him. In fact, if he were to be placed in the same cage as a combat master, he would surely be the one to survive. Xianxia nodded. Strength wasn't the only factor that determined a person's strength. One's ability to comprehend and utilize danger was crucial as well. It was just like how an ox was stronger than a wolf, but if they were placed in the same room, the one to die would surely be the ox. Hong Yang was a wolf, or more accurately, a hungry tiger. If he were to encounter him, he would immediately bare his sharp fangs, making it difficult for anyone to stand against him. Newcomer, scram to the side. Is there a place for you here? While Xianxia was still in the midst of his thoughts, a cold voice suddenly sounded. It was one of the 2 young men whom Hong Yang had chased away earlier. Unable to find a place to sit, the other party vented his anger on Xianxia. Is your name inscribed here? Xianxia said nonchalantly without standing up. Hong Yang's words frightened Xianxia so much that he dared not stay any longer. To charge at a newcomer as soon as he saw him, oh? It seems like the newcomers these days are really formidable. Xianxia, it seems like you don't pose much of a threat to me. Seeing that not only did the newcomer refuse to budge, the crowd, who had been in the midst of their cultivation, opened their eyes in disdain, as if they were watching a commotion. You want to inscribe my name? Hee, since that's what you want, I'll do it for you right now. The young man known as Xianxia didn't expect a newcomer to stand up to him. Narrowing his eyes, he harumphed coldly, and before he could finish his words, a dagger had already appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he stabbed it toward Xianxia's forehead. His movement was swift and without the slightest hesitation. It was as if the target he was stabbing was a tree branch or a plant rather than a person. If Xianxia were to be stabbed, his head would surely explode, and he would die on the spot. Killing someone just because of a disagreement? Xianxia frowned in displeasure. It was one thing for the other party to be so vicious if it was a grudge of life and death, but just because he refused to budge, the other party actually dared to make a move. Disregarding the other party's life as if it was nothing more than a joke. Wasn't this a little too vicious? Xianxia raised his finger to meet the dagger. Ding, it struck the back of the dagger, and with a woo, the Saint Lotier artifact broke into two. So, you do possess some strength. No wonder you dare to act so arrogantly. Having his weapon snapped with a single finger, Xianxia was stunned for a moment before he smacked his lips in excitement. He had thought that the other party was a rookie whom he could deal with easily, but from the looks of it, the other party wasn't as simple as he thought. Tzzzzzzzzzz. Without any unnecessary movements, several daggers suddenly appeared in Xianxia's hand, and they flew toward Xianxia's upper, middle, and lower body. The upper body was aimed at Xianxia's eyes, the middle body was aimed at his heart, and the lower body was aimed at Xianxia's thighs. This move was both vicious and swift. If it had been an ordinary primordial spirit realm advanced stage cultivator, even a genius like Xianxia would have found it hard to dodge it. Incredible! Seeing that Xianxia had launched so many attacks without any warning, Xianxia couldn't help but nod in approval. As expected of a fellow who had been through many life and death situations, he had cultivated his killing techniques to the point of perfection. Regardless of which part of the dagger he blocked, he would surely be struck by the other two, making it extremely dangerous. However, against Xianxia, this kind of attack was ineffective. Xianxia drew a semicircle in midair, and 3 daggers immediately appeared in his hands. They danced about non-stop as if caught alive. You have really piqued my interest. Seeing that his second attack had been blocked by the other party so easily, a hint of killing intent flashed across Xianxia's eyes. Just as he was about to make a move, a nonchalant voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Primordial Spirit Realm Advanced Stage Xianxia, the duel begins now. You will face Meng Fuxing. It's my turn. Paying no heed to Xianxia, Xianxia stood up and walked toward the dueling ring with widened strides. Heh, you want to leave after provoking me? I won't let you off so easily. Seeing that Xianxia was about to leave, Xianxia flicked his wrist once more, and 2 more daggers flew toward Xianxia's back. A gust of wind blew, and a cold gust of wind pierced right into Xianxia's skin. It's Xianxia's lethal 3 styles. Even if there aren't 100 people who die from this move every year, there should be at least 80. How fearsome. It's so fast and vicious that it's impossible to defend against it. He's practically invincible among his peers. That newcomer is dead meat. Seeing the 2 daggers flying toward Xianxia, the faces of the crowd turned grim. Even though Xianxia's fighting prowess paled in comparison to Wang Hongyang's, he was still a renowned figure in the underground black market. This was especially so for the inexhaustible supply of daggers that he carried with him, as well as the formidable lethal 3 styles. Due to that, countless people had been killed. Yet, this newcomer actually dared to provoke Xianxia head-on, resulting in him using his killing move. That was practically a death sentence for him. The crowd quickly turned their gazes toward the young man, but the latter didn't even turn his head around, as if unaware of the daggers behind him. The scarred young man panicked. He was just about to warn Xianxia when his vision suddenly blurred. Following which, the other party's shoes suddenly moved, striking the daggers. It was hard to tell whether his eyes were playing tricks on him, but before he could confirm it, the daggers suddenly whizzed through the air and were sent flying several times faster than before. What? Xianxu's face turned livid. Before he could even react, Puha, the daggers had already pierced through his wrists. The powerful impact sent him flying backward, and he was nailed to the wall behind him like a cross. No matter how hard he struggled, he was unable to break free. Just by touching the daggers with his shoes, not only did he neutralize Xianxu's lethal 3 styles, he even nailed him to the wall. What kind of strength is that? That newcomer is no pushover. Is there going to be another conqueror of 10? I don't know, but given his strength, he should be able to win 7 or 8 consecutive matches. Looking at the groaning Xianxu who was nailed to the wall, the crowd couldn't help but raise their guard. Even though they couldn't see through Xianxian's strength, the fact that he was able to pin Xianxu to the wall so effortlessly showed that his strength was not to be underestimated. Perhaps, he might very well become the new conqueror of 10. Interesting. Hong Yang took a glance at the sight before closing his eyes once more. Xianxian's earlier move might have been impressive, but it was nothing much to him. If he couldn't kill Xianxian with a single punch, he could just throw another punch. The dueling ring was not large, and there was a unique formation set up around it. It was like a cage, and once one entered it, it would be impossible to escape. Sign a life and death agreement. Before Xianxian could reach the dueling ring, a middle-aged man in charge of the dueling ring passed a contract over to him. Lowering his head to take a look, a drop of blood flew over. Then, he heard countless thunderous roars. Looking up, there were about 500 to 600 people in the stands around the arena. There were men and women, old and young. Everyone's eyes were red, and they were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Watching a battle of life and death, you can enjoy the excitement. More importantly, you can gain a lot of experience from the battle of life and death. Soon, he understood what they were thinking. A life and death battle was not something that could be seen casually. It was very stimulating for cultivators and they could learn a lot from it. Perhaps this was the main reason why the underground black market thrived. Stepping onto the dueling ring, a young man was already standing there. His arms were crossed in front of his chest, and his face was filled with arrogance and indifference. It was as if this duel was just a formality. It should be the Meng Fuxing that the voice had mentioned earlier, the one who had fought with him. Alright, I'll end this as soon as possible so that I can earn more spirit stones. There's no time to waste. Calculating the time, Xianxian realized that there wasn't much time left until the start of the auction. Not wanting to waste any more time, he stretched his back lazily and bowed deeply. Pardon me. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right before the young man, and his palm shot forward to grab the ladder. This move wasn't too powerful, but it enveloped the entire area in an instant. It felt as if a massive fishing net had wrapped around the young man, preventing him from escaping. I won't. Not expecting Xianxian to make a move right after bowing, the young man, Meng Fuxing, was shocked. He tried to dodge, but it felt as if he had fallen into a swamp. Xianxian's palm landed on the young man's face, and before the young man could say a word, he was already knocked to the ground. His vision darkened, and he fainted. Before going up the dueling ring, Xianxian had already made up his mind. Since he couldn't go easy on his opponent, he would have to knock him out. If he was knocked out, he wouldn't be able to retaliate at all. Naturally, he would be deemed to have admitted defeat. I should be considered to have won the first round, right? Seeing that no one was announcing the results, Xianxian placed his hands behind his back and raised his head. Still, no one was saying a word. Xianxian glanced around, only to see that not only was the crowd not shocked, they were also looking as if they had seen a ghost. Zhang Jiuxiao was also among the crowd, clutching his forehead as he shouted something. However, due to the formation around him, he couldn't hear a single word. What's wrong? Seeing that the crowd's reaction was different from what he had expected, Xianxian was perplexed. He was just about to speak when the formation around the dueling ring suddenly opened, and another young man walked in. Upon seeing Meng Fuxing lying on the ground, his eyes widened in shock. You're the second person to challenge me? The conqueror of 10 had to face 10 opponents consecutively, and yet, another one had already appeared. This meant that this was the second person to challenge him. I am. Meng Fuxing. You are? Then, this? Xianxia was stunned. If this fellow was the first person to challenge him, then, who was the one who had just been knocked out? The judge. Meng Fuxing's lips twitched. Xianxia's eyelids twitched. There's a judge for this duel? How refreshing. What kind of duel doesn't have a judge? Meng Fuxing asked. Xianxia's body swayed weakly. What the heck was this? Usually, the judges would stand below the dueling ring, and yet, this fellow was standing on the dueling ring despite his young age. How could he have imagined that, to knock out the judge before even meeting him, this dueling ring, I won't be disqualified, right? Xianxia finally understood what Zhang Jiuxia was saying, and he was rendered speechless. It wasn't easy for him to make the first move, but he ended up knocking out the other party's judge. Would he be disqualified because of this? That shouldn't be the case. There aren't any rules here, Meng Fuxing nodded as he recovered from his shock. Let's begin. In the first place, there were no rules in the underground black market. Knocking out a judge might have been against the rules elsewhere, but in the underground black market, it shouldn't have much of an effect. Hula, right after those words were spoken, Meng Fuxing charged forward with a deafening roar. In the blink of an eye, a lotus blossomed in the air. Saint Intermediate Tier Battle Technique, 1000 Buddha Lotus Leaves. It had to be said that Meng Fuxing wasn't weak at all. Even if he couldn't match up to Chen Su, he shouldn't be too far off. With just a single move, he was able to seal off the surrounding air, causing the surrounding air to churn furiously, threatening to explode at any moment. Good move. Seeing that his first opponent was already so formidable, seemingly even stronger than the judge, Xianxia opened his palm and charged forward once more. Voila, just like the previous move, it felt as if he was descending from the heavens, intending to knock out the other party's brains. This move wasn't a battle technique or a top-notch cultivation technique, but a simple grab. However, for some reason, as soon as his palm fell, it felt as if it was impossible to dodge. The palm collided with the other party's palm, and Meng Fuxing's face paled. He was forced to retreat a few steps before collapsing weakly to the ground. How powerful. What kind of move is that? It's most likely some kind of palm art. However, to be able to knock Meng Fuxing out with a single palm strike, that means that he should be able to defeat at least 5 people. That's not necessarily the case. The stronger a move is, the more Xianxia it will consume. Given how powerful that move is, it's hard to say whether he'll be able to hold on until the very end. A huge commotion broke out beneath the dueling ring. Even though Xianxia was a little reckless, knocking out the judge as soon as he stepped onto the dueling ring, it was still a testament to his strength. However, strength wasn't enough. Endurance was more important. Every year, there would be countless people competing for the title of Conqueror of the 10 Crowns, but there weren't too many who managed to clear it. I am Tan Shiyu. Please enlighten me. After knocking out Meng Fuxing, it didn't take long for another young man to step onto the dueling ring. This young man was slightly stronger than the previous young man, but he still wasn't a match for Xianxia. After a single strike, the young man's face was struck, and he too collapsed onto the ground. After defeating 5 people consecutively with a single slap, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little fatigued. Sweat was dripping down his forehead, and his arms were trembling uncontrollably. We have already gone through 5 rounds. Do you want to continue? After the 5th young man was defeated, a voice sounded. Under normal circumstances, 5 rounds was the limit. The bets that would be placed at the end of the dueling ring would be significantly higher than the previous ones. Let's continue. Xianxia nodded. His goal in coming here was to earn money. Since he hadn't placed any bets yet, there was no reason for him to leave. Very well. Your opponent for the 6th round is Kuei Qing. He has challenged 5 duels in the past and won them all. Seeing that Xianxia had accepted the challenge, the voice explained. The first 5 duels weren't placed at stake, and they were mostly newcomers. However, from the 6th round onward, it was time for the veteran to step up. Under normal circumstances, 6 duels would be fought against 6 duels, 7 duels would be fought against 7 duels, and so on. Because of that, the Kuei-Qing before him had actually participated in the tournament before, and had won 5 consecutive matches. After going through the rules in his mind, Xianxia raised his head and saw a young man walking over. Unlike the previous few young men, this young man carried a strong killing intent around him. It was apparent that he had taken lives before, and his fighting prowess was not to be underestimated. I've seen your duels. You only used a single move against each of your opponents. Not bad. Kuei-Qing chuckled softly as he narrowed his eyes. However, the move you used earlier must have taken a huge toll on your Xianxia, right? Let's see how many more times you can use it. Hula, with a flick of his wrist, a spear appeared in his hand, and he thrust it right toward Xianxia. As expected of a wily old fox, he actually launched a sneak attack on Xianxia while they were talking. Before Xianxia could react, the tip of the spear was already right before his eyes. You want to play with me with a spear? Seeing this, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. I am the old ancestor here. After saying those words, Xianxia placed his finger forward. His palm was facing the tip of the spear, and it looked as if it would be pierced through. But for some reason, before the spear could even reach Xianxia, the spear suddenly lowered a little, as if he was intentionally going easy on Xianxia. Hula, the spear was caught by Xianxia's palm and trembled slightly. A powerful force surged through the body of the spear. Dang 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 dang, Kuei-Qing's face reddened as he retreated a few steps. You were able to see through my move? His eyes were filled with disbelief. Naturally, he had not gone easy on Xianxia earlier. It was just that the other party had predicted his ultimate move in advance, thus allowing him to make the first move and inflict a heavy blow on him. I've already said that I'm the ancestor of the spear. You're still too inexperienced to use a spear before me. Xianxia walked up to Kuei-Qing, raised his palm, and struck down. Voila, the force of the collision was like a meteor crashing to the ground. Kuei-Qing hurriedly retracted his palm. He had thought that the other party would be exhausted after fighting 5 consecutive rounds, and he would be able to achieve victory with his spear. Yet, who could have thought that not only did the other party possess such a deep understanding of the spear, he was also able to execute the same move as well, yet, his body jolted once more, and his spear flew out of his hand. At the same time, a palm was already right in front of his face. Pada, Kuei-Qing fell to the ground, and he fainted. The 7th match, Xianxia vs. Guanyong Feng. Following which, a figure walked onto the stage. It was none other than the scar-faced young man who had treated him as a sheep earlier. I thought that you're a sheep, but who would have thought that you're a wolf instead? The scar-faced young man, Guanyong Feng, said with a bitter smile. When Xianxia first walked in, he had thought that he had no idea what was going on, and that he would surely be at a disadvantage. Yet, who could have thought that he would be so powerful that even Xianxia would be no match for him? However, I won't admit defeat without a fight. Come. Hula. A saber materialized in his hand, and he drove his Xianxia toward Xianxia. Xianxia had a good impression of the other party, so he didn't go too hard on him. In just 2 moves, he had already knocked the other party out. When the 6th round began, Zhang Jiuxiao also began to place his bets. Due to the fact that Xianxia was a newcomer, even though he had knocked out the referee as soon as the duel began, the crowd was still a little worried about Xianxia's fighting prowess. More people had placed their bets on Kuei-Qing for the 6th duel. With the 111 high-tier spirit stones, Xianxia managed to double his bet to 222 high-tier spirit stones. After learning of Xianxia's strength, the odds were much smaller. However, Zhang Jiuxiao had bet everything he had on the 7th match, and by the time it was over, he had a total of 300 gold coins. Sure enough, it's profitable. Looking at the piles of spirit stones, Zhang Jiuxiao could not help but sigh. Even though he was a member of the Zhang family, as a member of the Side family, his monthly salary wasn't much. Concentrated high-tier spirit stones were also very useful to him. Normally, he wouldn't earn more than 1 or 2 per month, but in less than 20 minutes, he had already doubled his earnings from over 100 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Continue. Understanding Zhang Shi's intentions, Zhang Jiuxiao unhesitatingly placed 300 high-tier spirit stones on Zhang Xian's victory. Zhang Xian's opponent for the 8th match was a young man in his 30s. He had a pair of naturally bulky arms, and at this moment, Xianxia seemed to have expended a lot of his energy in the consecutive battles. As such, the odds increased once more. After exchanging more than 30 blows, Zhang Jiuxiao barely won. The number of high-tier spirit stones in Zhang Jiuxiao's hands increased from 300 to 720. Previously, he had defeated his opponent with a single move, but this time, he had exchanged more than 30 blows. The crowd on the dueling ring seemed to have guessed the limits of this newcomer. What a convincing act. Zhang Jiuxiao shook his head with a smile. In this kind of dueling ring, one had to make it seem as if one was undefeatable in order to attract more people to place their bets. Given that Xianxia had defeated his opponent with a single move, there was no doubt that he would lose, so who would be willing to bet on him? Those who placed their bets on the dueling ring were wealthy scions, but they weren't fools. They would only place their bets on Xianxia when they had the confidence to win. This was precisely the reason why Xianxia was getting more and more fatigued as the battle progressed. Most likely, he was putting on an act in order to earn more money here. Seeing how the newcomer's footsteps were so light, the number of people who placed their bets on him gradually decreased. His opponent for the 9th match was a middle-aged man. He had fought 8 matches consecutively before losing the 9th. The reason for this wasn't due to his lack of strength. Rather, it was said that in order to relax, he indulged in debauchery, emptying out his body. On the 2nd day of the dueling ring, his legs were even trembling uncontrollably. To be able to win 8 matches consecutively under such circumstances, one could only imagine how powerful he was. Most likely, he didn't go out for the dueling ring this time. Instead, he was biding his time and waiting for his opponent to tire him out. Thus, he was able to exert extraordinary strength right from the start, causing the crowd on the dueling ring to scream in excitement. On the contrary, Xianxia seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Looking at the contrast, the odds of Xianxia winning broke through the limits once more. However, despite the middle-aged man's fearsome strength, the newcomer seemed to be like an unkillable cockroach. Even though it looked like he would collapse to the ground at any moment, for some reason, he was still able to hold on, refusing to fall to the ground. With a clash of strength, they exchanged more than 100 blows. The fatigued Xianxia somehow managed to knock the back of the middle-aged man's head with his elbow, thus knocking him out. At this moment, the number of spirit stones in the dueling ring had already reached 1,800. To be able to win under such circumstances, he sure is lucky. If he wins another match, he'll be able to become the new champion of Decagon. Indeed. However, he has exhausted himself too much in the previous match. I don't think that it'll be possible for Xianxia to win this round. I thought so too in the 8th match, but he still managed to hold on for the 9th match. That fellow possesses unimaginable willpower. I think that he might very well become the new champion of Decagon. I bet on him winning. Soon, the 10th match began. Xianxia's previous performance had instilled confidence in the crowd, thus lowering the odds. After placing all of his spirit stones into the bet, he only had a total of 2,200 spirit stones. That was a far cry from the double that he had earned previously. Of course, the 10th match was even more arduous. Despite exchanging more than 300 blows, Xianxia was still standing firmly on the spot, looking as if he was on the brink of death. The way he won the match was even more unbelievable. The 10th challenger actually knocked his head onto the ground and fainted due to the sheer speed of his attack. Those who were able to participate in the 9th match had all achieved the glory of winning 9 matches consecutively. No matter where he went, he would be a renowned expert. Yet, he knocked his head onto the ground and fainted. Even Zhang Jiuxiao could not bear to watch on anymore. Big bro, can you be any more fake than that? Do you think that we're fools? However, this was already the 10th match. In other words, the fight for the champion of Decagon had already come to an end. Congratulations to Xianxia for becoming the new champion of Decagon. You have 2 choices at the moment. First, you can continue challenging him. Second, you can rest for a while before fighting again. That way, you can still vie for the champion of 100. My opinion is that you should rest for a while. That way, you'll have a better chance of winning. The voice continued. The champion of Decagon was a dividing line. After succeeding, one would be able to rest and recharge one's energy. If one were to face another in the future, one would be able to push for greater heights. Given how exhausted the young man before him was, it would be best for him to rest first before fighting again. I'll continue. Hearing the other party's advice, Xianxia raised his weary eyes and shook his head. What a joke! How far had he gotten? Since he had come here, it would be a huge loss for him to return like this. In any case, the other party was earning money through blackmail, so he wouldn't be making a loss no matter how he spent it. Continue? Given your current condition, I'm afraid that you won't be able to withstand it, the voice said. Every single champion of Decagon was a money tree for the black market. If this fellow were to die on the dueling ring, it would be difficult for him to earn any more money. I think I can still hold on for a little longer, Xianxia said weakly. Alright, I'll tell you the way to face the champion of 100 now. Defeat 10 champion of Decagon consecutively, and you'll succeed. The first opponent you'll face is, but before the voice could finish, a calm voice suddenly echoed across the entire dueling ring. I'll fight him. As long as he can defeat me, he'll become the new champion of 100. It was as if two bronze plates were clashing against each other. Everyone turned their gazes over, only to see a towering figure walking out from the dueling ring. It's Hong Yang. Hong Yang is going to fight him personally, and he even promised to become the champion of 100? It has always been others challenging Hong Yang, so why is he making a move this time? He's undefeated in every battle he's been in. If he really makes a move, that fellow will surely be done for. That's for sure. However, I don't think that fellow will agree to it as long as his head isn't damaged. Upon seeing the figure walking out, a huge commotion broke out on the dueling ring. The one who had spoken was none other than the champion of 100 who had left Xianxia trembling in fear with a single bellow, Hong Yang. At this moment, Hong Yang didn't seem to be fatigued at all. Instead, his eyes were bloodshot, reminiscent of a killing machine. How about it? Do you dare to accept my challenge? Hong Yang sneered coldly as he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's face was filled with hesitation. Hee, even though you look fatigued, I have killed many experts before. It's clear that you're putting on an act. To be able to defeat 10 opponents consecutively and still have the time to hide your strength. I'm quite interested in your strength. Hong Yang chuckled. You must be joking. Xianxia's face turned livid, and he nearly cursed out loud. He had been intending to feign weakness so as to earn more money from the bet, but who could have thought that Hong Yang would be able to see through his disguise? Feign weakness? Is that fellow in disguise? It doesn't seem like it. He looked like he would collapse at any moment earlier, but he's still fine even after winning so many battles. That's indeed suspicious. That bastard. I bet all of my money on him, but it turns out that he's just putting on an act. Hearing Hong Yang's words, the crowd was so furious that their noses twitched. This was especially so for those who had been fooled by Hong Yang earlier. They were so furious that they could explode. Even if you want to make a move on me, surely you can't accuse me. Defeating 10 opponents consecutively takes a huge toll on one's strength. Any cultivator knows that. The pale Xianxia raised his head. Putting aside the others, do you think that you would still have the strength to put on an act after defeating 10 opponents consecutively? I do. Hong Yang nodded. Xianxia. The faces of those who had been knocked out by Xianxia reddened in agitation. Even though their fighting prowess was nowhere close to that of the 10 Crown Kings, they were still veterans of the battlefield. Yet, Hong Yang was still in the mood to put on an act after defeating 10 opponents consecutively. Was he really going to leave them with any dignity? However, thinking about it, with Hong Yang's strength, he should have been able to defeat 20 opponents consecutively. Could it be that the fellow who had been fighting with them for so long and looked as though he would collapse at any moment also possessed such strength? The crowd quickly turned their gazes to Xianxia, hoping to gauge whether Hong Yang's words were true or not. However, all they saw was an empty look in his eyes, and his body was trembling slightly. He looked as if he would faint at any moment. I don't have such strength. Xianxia shook his head weakly. I can't hold on any longer. I can't fight with you anymore. The greatest taboo in the underground market was to resort to trickery. He didn't want to get himself into trouble. That's not up to you. I, Hong Yang, will fight with anyone I want. Hong Yang narrowed his eyes as he stepped forward. Hong Long, the entire dueling ring was filled with Xianxia, and an overwhelming pressure bore down on the crowd. It felt as if they would never be able to leave without fighting. You're going too far. Xianxia raised his head in indignation. Going too far? Hong Yang shook his head. Make your move. If you don't use your full strength, I can guarantee that you'll die here. Hong Yang chuckled softly as he channeled his Xianxia into his palm. It felt as if he was ready to launch his strongest attack at any moment. Since Hong Yang insists on fighting with that fellow, it's inevitable that the two of them will fight. Who do you think will win? Do you even need to think about it? I'll bet on Hong Yang. I'll bet on Hong Yang too. He's been known to be exceptionally brutal in every battle, tearing his opponents apart. This time, I think that fellow will be torn into 4 pieces. I think it'll be 6.5. No matter what, he's dead meat. Hearing Hong Yang's words, the faces of the crowd on the spectators stand reddened in agitation. Let's start the bet. Seeing the excitement on the faces of the crowd, Zhang Jiuxiao also clenched his fists in excitement. In the previous few rounds, the odds weren't too different. At the very most, the odds would be doubled. Given how ferocious Hong Yang was, the odds would definitely be much higher. He walked up to the bettor and saw that Xianxia's odds of winning were indeed more than 10 times. In other words, almost everyone had bet on Hong Yang's victory. No one believed that this fellow who looked like he would faint at any moment could win. What a windfall. Zhang Jiuxiao's eyes lit up in excitement as he passed his storage ring over. I'll bet 1,800 concentrated high-tier spirit stones on Xianxia's victory. Bet on Xianxia? When the person in charge of the opening saw that this fellow was still betting on this fellow, he shook his head and quickly went through the formalities without saying anything. If no one gambled, how were they going to make money? He could foresee that this guy would definitely lose his 1,800 spirit stones. The bets on the spectator stands were in full swing. On the stage, Hong Yang looked at the young man in front of him again. Do it. Forget it, I'm no match for you. Xianxia shook his head. It's not up to you anymore. Seeing that Xianxia was still rejecting his bet, Hong Yang sneered coldly. Hula, Hong Yang's silhouette flickered, and he appeared right before Xianxia. With a resounding boom, his massive fist came crashing down on Xianxia. Due to his massive size, Xianxia looked no different from a child before him. With a single punch, the wind howled and the sound of thunder tore through the air. From the looks of it, Xianxia would be reduced to a meat patty if he were to be struck. Seeing that Hong Yang was going to make a move on him, Xianxia sighed helplessly. As expected of someone who had gone through so many life and death situations, Hong Yang's sixth sense was truly sharp. His disguise was so convincing that no one in the surroundings was able to see through it. Yet, Hong Yang was unwilling to let him off so easily. Clearly, he was not as simple as he seemed. Forget it, feeling the overwhelming might of Hong Yang's fist, Xianxia knew that he could very well be pummeled to death if he didn't block it. Thus, he could only helplessly take a step to the side. Voila, a single step wasn't too far away, but it was just enough to avoid Hong Yang's attack. Humph! Hong Yang's fist suddenly changed into a horizontal sweep as he chased after Xianxia. What swift maneuvers, Xianxia was astonished. If it had been anyone else, they would have surely failed to catch up with Hong Yang's maneuver. Yet, this fellow was able to change his maneuver at the last moment without any hesitation, as if he had been prepared beforehand. His reflexes and battle instincts were far superior to even Hall Master Xing's. He's probably on par with one of the 3 of us. Incredible. Xianxia swiftly made a rough calculation, and he was horrified. For a black market fighter to be able to match one of the 3 of them in terms of reflexes was already frightening. Knowing that it was too late for him to dodge, Xianxia exhaled deeply. His chest caved in, and his entire body became as thin as a sheet of paper. This wasn't a move that he had learned from his clone. Instead, it was a unique battle technique that he used to evade close-range attacks. Even an ordinary human would be able to cave in several inches just by exhaling, let alone a cultivator. This was a technique that required one to retract the Xianxia in one's chest into one's abdomen in the blink of an eye. Using the pressure of the air pressure, one's chest caved in to form a fist's thickness. In a battle between experts, Hong Yang's chest caved in at the slightest moment, and Hong Yang's attack missed once more. However, he didn't stop there. Instead, he turned his fist into a palm and pressed down on Xianxia's chest. His palm was already too close to Hong Yang's chest. If he were to be struck, his heart would be pierced through, and he would die on the spot. Just as everyone thought that it would be impossible for him to dodge Hong Yang's attack, Xianxia suddenly bounced back up. It was hard to tell whether it was because he couldn't dodge Hong Yang's attack or because he had exhausted all of his strength. As if a deflated balloon, a powerful force pushed against Hong Yang's palm. With Hong Yang's palm facing downward, Hong Yang's bounced chest happened to be pushed to the side. In the blink of an eye, Hong Yang was repelled. Following which, Xianxia took a step forward and grabbed the other party. This was the same move that had won him 10 consecutive matches previously. Not expecting the young man before him to still be able to counterattack even in such a passive situation, Hong Yang narrowed his eyes in astonishment. His earlier attack might have seemed simple, but it was actually the consecutive 3 strikes that he was most famous for. Even the conqueror of 10 wouldn't be able to last past the second move. Not only was the young man before him able to dodge his consecutive attacks, he was even able to make use of the opportunity to counterattack. Just as he had guessed, the young man before him possessed extraordinary strength. Excited, Hong Yang raised his other arm, intending to parry the other party's palm strike. However, at that moment, he suddenly saw the young man before him curling his lips up into a smile. Hong Yang's mind buzzed, and his body swayed weakly as he felt a little lightheaded. This is bad. That's the ability of a terpsichore. Hong Yang narrowed his eyes in shock. The other party's smile was one of the most famous terpsichore arts, Birth of 100 Charms. Legend had it that the person who had created this move was an extremely powerful terpsichore from 10,000 years ago. With a single glance, he could bewitch 100 charms with just a single smile. Those who were struck by this move would immediately fall unconscious, thus losing their ability to fight. But, wasn't this a move that only females were capable of executing? Why would a man like him be able to execute this move as well? Not to mention, it looked so alluring as well. Feeling his head getting dizzier and dizzier, Hong Yang hurriedly bit down on his tongue to clear his mind. However, before he could do so, the young man's palm had already arrived before him. The young man's palm strike was as heavy as a mountain. No matter how he tried, he couldn't dodge it at all. Pa! A resounding slap sounded, and a 5-finger imprint immediately appeared on his face, causing it to swell up. Feeling the searing pain on his face, as if he had just been torn in half, Hong Yang felt so frenzied that he was on the verge of going insane. To think that the conqueror of 100 of the underground black market would actually be slapped in the face after using just a single move. This was truly humiliating. I'll tear you apart. Hong Yang bellowed furiously. Just as he was about to make a move, the young man suddenly retreated 8 steps after slapping him. It was as if he had overexerted himself once more, and his body trembled uncontrollably, as if he would collapse at any moment. I've already said that my body won't be able to hold on any longer, so I won't be able to fight you anymore. Forget it, I really am no match for you. Hong Yang was on the verge of exploding. It was just a moment ago that the other party had delivered a vicious slap to his face, and now, the other party wanted to forget about it? How could there be such a thing in the world, not a match for you? You nearly crippled me with your slap. If I were a match for you, wouldn't I be killed right away? Boom! Hong Yang stomped his foot and charged forward once more. This time, he used his strongest move. Xianxia burst forth from his fingertips, forming a massive cage around him. Hong Yang is furious. Once he's enraged, someone is bound to die. It was just a coincidence that he managed to slap Hong Yang earlier. He won't be so lucky this time around. A commotion broke out in the spectator stand. Everyone was still in a daze from Hong Yang's slap earlier, but upon seeing Hong Yang exploding, they couldn't help but feel agitated once more. Hoo-la! Hong Yang's palm strike arrived right before Xianxia, and it felt as if it was going to shatter the heavens and earth. As expected of the conqueror of 100, his fighting prowess wasn't to be underestimated. Facing the other party's pressure, Xianxia retreated once more. He twisted his body and dodged Hong Yang's strongest move before raising his palm and sending another slap over. It was the same movement as before, and it was the same move as before. You want to use the same move on me twice? Dream on. Seeing that it was the same move again, Hong Yang roared furiously as he raised his palm to meet the other party's attack. Just as Hong Yang was about to clash with the other party's palm strike, he suddenly saw the young man before him smiling evilly once more. This time, it was even more radiant than before. His vision darkened once more, and he felt dizzy once more. His palm strike also froze in midair, as if it had frozen. Pada, Hong Yang felt a burning sensation on his face once more, and his body involuntarily spun twice. Ah! Hong Yang clutched at his hair in agitation. Roaring furiously, he continued charging forward. However, halfway through his charge, he suddenly heard the helpless voice of the young man before him. I already told you that my body can't hold on anymore, so I won't be able to fight with you anymore. I told you that I should just forget it, but you just wouldn't listen. I really don't want to fight with you anymore. I'm really not a match for you. Not a match for you? You don't want to fight with me? Touching the two red and swollen palm prints on his face, Hong Yang shuddered. You call this being unable to hold on anymore? If you were able to hold on, wouldn't I have been beaten to death by you? Can you not be so arrogant? In a spacious room in the underground black market, boss, bad news. An elder rushed into the room anxiously. What's wrong? The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, sipping on his tea, frowned. He was the boss of the underground black market, a leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle expert. The black market was a chaotic place, and no one dared to covet its treasures. As the boss of the underground black market, it went without saying that he wielded strength far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. It's like this. A challenger named Xianxia has just arrived, and he won 10 consecutive matches to become the conqueror of 10. The elder reported. What's wrong with that? Isn't it normal to become the conqueror of 10? The middle-aged man said nonchalantly as he poured himself another cup of boiling water and blew on the tea leaves floating on the surface. As difficult as it was to become the conqueror of 10, the underground black market would still produce 7 to 8 of them every year. That's normal, but after becoming the conqueror of 10, it's time for him to challenge the conqueror of 100. Hong Yang stepped onto the stage. The elder said. Oh? The middle-aged man replied with a smile. With Hong Yang's strength, he's invincible among those of the same cultivation realm. As long as he makes a move, there's no doubt that he'll be killed. You should be familiar with how to deal with the corpse, so why are you so flustered? That's right. I also thought that Hong Yang would be able to deal with the conqueror of 100, but who could have known that he would be slapped twice in just 2 moves? On the other hand, it seems like the other party isn't injured at all. The elder recounted the sight that he had just seen, and he could hardly believe what he was seeing. Slapped? Could it be that Hong Yang isn't a match for him? The middle-aged man asked. That's right, the elder nodded. Hong Yang is our money tree, and he's been undefeated all this while. While he's quite famous, it's not as if he's a joke. That's fine too. He should be able to grow stronger after suffering a defeat. All you have to do is to ensure that no one dies. Putting down the teacup, the middle-aged man tapped the table with his finger and pondered for a moment. As formidable as Hong Yang was, it wasn't as if he couldn't be defeated. As long as he wasn't killed in the dueling ring, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. I'm aware of that, but Xianxia's companion has been placing bets madly as soon as he arrived. After winning 10 consecutive victories, he had already changed the bet to 1,800 spirit stones. Earlier, when Hong Yang made his move, I thought that it would be impossible for him to win, so in order to recoup his losses, I set a huge bet. Who could have known that he would actually bet all of his spirit stones on it? The old man looked embarrassed. Very big? How big is it? The middle-aged man was stunned. If Hong Yang really loses, we won't even be able to compensate him with all the profits we've accumulated over the years. What? His body swayed, and the teacup fell to the ground. The middle-aged man's vision turned dark, and he nearly collapsed. What kind of odds were they trying to get? Bring me there to see what's going on. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he abruptly stood up and walked toward the dueling ring. In the arena of life and death, the death of 1 or 2 people was nothing. However, if he were to lose everything, how would he live in the future? This kind of thing must be stopped. I'm going to kill you. on the dueling ring, Han Yang's eyes reddened after being slapped twice. Even though he had guessed that the other party wasn't weak, he didn't think that the other party would be so strong. He had been fighting in the underground black market for nearly a decade now, but he had never suffered such a huge loss before. More importantly, even though the other party had profited greatly, he was still swaying non-stop, looking as if he would collapse at any moment. What the hell are you swaying for? The one who should be swaying is me. My face is already disfigured, seal my primordial spirit. Roaring furiously, Hong Yang sealed his primordial spirit and acupoints tightly. The reason why he was slapped twice was due to the other party's terpsichore ability. As long as he didn't look or think about it, he would be able to resist the other party's bewitchment. Hong Long. After doing all of that, Hong Yang charged forward once more. This time, it wasn't his fists or palms but his body. His physique was tall, and his strength was ferocious. This was what he excelled in when it came to battles. After being slapped twice in a row, even though he was so furious that he could explode, he knew that this was the only way for him to kill the other party and exact his vengeance. Hula, stepping forward, Hong Yang's elbows and knees struck at the other party simultaneously, making it hard for the other party to withstand his attacks. Incredible! Xianxia retracted his body slightly. It seemed as if he was unable to dodge the attack, but for some reason, his torrential assault was rendered ineffective against the other party's body. He managed to see through my attack trajectory? Hong Yang narrowed his eyes in disbelief. While it might seem as if the other party had retracted his body helplessly, the other party had actually calculated the trajectory of Hong Yang's attack trajectory and dodged every single one of his attacks. While the movement looked unsightly, it was extremely effective. Just as Hong Yang was thinking about how he should deal with the other party, the curled-up Xianxia leisurely raised his palm once more and sent another slap toward Hong Yang's face. Again? I have already sealed my primordial spirit. It won't be that easy for a terpsichore to hurt me. Just as Hong Yang was thinking that the other party would be helpless against him, he suddenly heard a faint voice in his ears. Stop blocking. You won't be able to. The voice sounded like the whispers of a lover, and it made Hong Yang's entire body go limp. In the blink of an eye, his muscles relaxed. No, it's demonic tunes. This state lasted for less than a tenth of a second. Alarmed, Hong Yang bit the tip of his tongue once more to retaliate, but the other party's palm was already right before him. Pa! Hong Yang's eyes reddened, and he spun around on the spot. The other half of his face swelled up. Please believe me. My body really can't hold on any longer. I can't fight you. I can't beat you. The other party's helpless voice rang in his ears again. It would have been fine if he hadn't heard it, but after hearing it, he felt even more frenzied. Hong Yang's eyes turned crimson, and just as he was about to step forward, he saw another slap flying toward him. Soon, the other side of his face swelled up once more, and the other party's voice sounded once more, I'm so tired. I can't hold on any longer. Don't come anymore, he charged forward again. Pa! 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 I can't hold on any longer. It was as if the other party's palm possessed some sort of magical power. It was able to accurately strike his face every single time. Even after he tried a dozen different movement techniques, he was still unable to dodge it. More importantly, the other party seemed to have fainted after each strike, looking extremely pathetic. If you can't hold on, you should pass out quickly. It looked like he was going to die at any moment, but as soon as he rushed up, the other party slapped him across the face. Do you have to be so shameless? Hong Yang was on the verge of going insane. He wasn't the only one who had such an expression on his face. Everyone on the spectator stand was dumbfounded as well, and frenzied looks could be seen on their faces. They were well aware of Hong Yang's strength. He was invincible among those of the same cultivation realm, a true champion of 100. They thought that once they made a move, the arrogant newcomer would be torn into several pieces. Who could have thought that such an outcome would occur instead? As soon as Hong Yang charged forward, he would be slapped back. Then, as if his strength had been sapped dry, he began swaying uncontrollably, looking as if he would collapse at any moment. Then, he would charge forward only to be slapped back once more, and he would be slapped back once more. The cycle repeated itself. After being slapped so many times, the invincible Hong Yang's face was already swollen beyond recognition. More importantly, the fellow who was on the verge of fainting didn't even suffer a single blow from Hong Yang, not even the slightest injury. Were we really fighting with him earlier? The faces of the scarred young man and the others paled. Qianxu's head even shrank into his neck, reminiscent of a frightened quail. That was Hong Yang. He was the most invincible existence in the entire underground market, and yet, he had slapped him back and forth as if he was playing with a chicken. Just how powerful was he? This was way too exaggerated, to think that he would actually provoke such a person. It was fortunate that the other party didn't hold it against him, or else he would have long been killed. Stop hitting me. I'm really not a match for you. Stop. The crisp sounds of slaps and helpless cries continued echoing from the dueling ring. Putong, some time later, Hong Yang finally reached his limit. He collapsed to the ground, and his vision darkened as he fainted. Even before he fainted, his heart was still filled with indignation. This was the first time he had fought in the ring that he had felt so indignant and humiliated. Before he fainted, he turned to look at his opponent, only to see that the fellow who had been on the verge of fainting during the Champion of 10 was still the same as before. He looked as if he would collapse at any moment, but he just wouldn't. He defeated Hong Yang? He lost again? That's my money. Due to Hong Yang's duel, there were quite a few people who had placed huge bets on him. Seeing Hong Yang lying unconscious on the ground, their faces turned livid, and they were on the verge of tears. They had lost so many times in the past, and they had thought that Hong Yang would be able to help them earn it back, but who could have thought that it would end up in a complete mess? If only they had known that this would happen, they would have placed their bets on Xianxia. Where in the world did a nobody like him pop out from, to be able to defeat a champion of 100 so easily? Duel. Xianxia is the victor. After waiting for a dozen breaths, Hong Yang's motionless voice sounded once more, and this time, his tone was filled with disbelief. I'm rich. I'm really rich this time. In contrast to the grief-stricken crowd, upon hearing the news of his victory, Zhang Jiuxiao leaped up in excitement. The payout for the duel was 1 to 10. In other words, as long as Xianxia won, the 1,800 concentrated high-tier spirit stones that he had placed on the duel would turn into 18,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones in the blink of an eye. On top of that, he would have more than 20,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Even as a member of the Zhang clan, he had never seen so many concentrated high-tier spirit stones before. Before coming to the black market, he did not have a single cent on him at all, but in less than 2 hours, he had amassed nearly 20,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Xianxia was practically a walking spirit mine, and he didn't even have to excavate it. Instead, he would have someone deliver it to him. That should be enough to satisfy Xianxia's requirements, right? Knowing that he had earned so much, Zhang Jiuxiao walked over to the place where he had placed his bets and passed the receipt over. I'm here to collect my winnings. If I'm not mistaken, I have a total of 19,800 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. 19,800 concentrated high-tier spirit stones? Before the person in charge of placing the bets could say anything, a cold harumph sounded in the air. Following which, a middle-aged man walked over and said, "You are suspected of cheating, so your bets this time won't count." It doesn't count? Taken aback, Zhang Jiuxiao frowned. What do you mean by that? Nothing much. The middle-aged man harumphed coldly. The bets we place here are based on fairness. You and Xianxia, one feigned weakness to confuse the crowd while the other intentionally placed a bet. This is considered cheating, and it's a violation of the rules. Not only will all of your bets be confiscated, you will also have to compensate us. Compensate us? Disrupting the order of the market and maliciously placing bets. Men, arrest this fellow. The middle-aged man ordered with a wave of his hand. Voila, in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen armored guards rushed in from the surroundings. Every single one of them possessed the strength of a primordial spirit realm pinnacle cultivator, and they surrounded Zhang Jiuxiao. Zhang Jiuxiao did not think that the underground black market would refuse to admit defeat and even want to arrest him. With a flick of his finger, a Saint Intermediate tier artifact floated before him, ready to make a move at any moment. While he did possess the strength to challenge those stronger than him, there were simply too many people standing before him. Furthermore, the middle-aged man before him was a leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle expert as well. With his current strength, there was no way he could stand against him. To think that you can't even afford to compensate us for your loss. Is this how you conduct yourselves? Before Zhang Jiuxiao could make a move, a nonchalant voice suddenly sounded. The young man who had just defeated Han Yang had suddenly appeared on the dueling ring with a displeased look on his face. He had intended to use his winnings to participate in the auction to purchase the ancient tome of Bedstead, but who could have known that not only would the other party refuse to pay, they would even surround Zhang Jiuxiao. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he flew over from the dueling ring. It was you all who conspired to set up this scheme and broke the rules. If everyone is allowed to act in such a manner, how are we supposed to continue doing business in the future? The middle-aged man said with a flick of his sleeves. He was none other than the boss from before. Even in the entire black market, there was only 20,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. If he were to give it to them, there was no way the market could continue operating. Rules? There are rules in the black market as well? Xianxia sneered coldly. Didn't they say that the black market was a place that didn't care about rules? Nothing can be accomplished without rules. This is the same even for the black market, the boss said. Since you are willing to abide by the rules, let me explain them to you. Xianxia shook his head. Even a place like Mingshi Tang, which was so particular about rules and regulations, couldn't do anything to him. So, for a mere owner of a black market to talk to him, it was no. Different from selling cakes in front of a bank, Xianxia is a friend of mine, and he has high hopes for me. There shouldn't be any problems with him betting on my victory, right? Xianxia asked. No problem. The boss nodded. In the black market, many contestants bet on their own victory. Without this kind of excitement, who would be willing to risk their lives here? It was normal for friends to bet on their victory. Xianxia harumphed. Since there's no problem, and you're the one who set the odds, you can accept any amount of bets. What right do you have to say that we're breaking the rules? He could have easily defeated the other party, but he pretended to be weak. That's cheating, deceive? Deceive refers to using underhanded means to gain profit. Ask everyone here. When I fought with Han Yang, I kept saying that I wasn't a match for him and that I wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. However, he refused to listen to my advice and insisted on fighting with me. Thus, I was forced to retaliate. That's cheating as well? Xianxia glanced at the middle-aged man. If you really want to gain profit from this, you should have just agreed to the battle with him. There's no need for you to reject him time and time again. The middle-aged man's eyebrows shot up. He had heard the other party's words as well. It was true that the other party didn't want to fight with him, but the other party insisted on fighting with him. Speaking of which, he couldn't really blame the other party. There's no need for you to argue with me. This is the black market, and I'm the boss. My words are the rules. Men, take these two troublemakers away as well. Knowing that the other party would only have more excuses to justify his actions, the middle-aged man flung his sleeves furiously. Since you can't find a reason, you want to arrest them? Let's see who dares to touch a single hair on our heads. Xianxia frowned as he scanned the surroundings. Charge! One of the guards bellowed as he charged forward. No matter how powerful the other party was, they had the advantage in numbers, and they were all primordial spirit realm pinnacle experts as well. They should be able to subdue him easily. Xianxia raised his sword and sent a burst of sword chi toward the middle-aged man. As a guard of the black market, his strength was not to be underestimated. Even before the sword chi reached the middle-aged man, it tore through the air, seemingly capable of cleaving a person in half. Seeing that the middle-aged man's sword chi carried a hint of gentleness amidst its ferocity, Xianxia did not bother dodging. Instead, he flicked his finger forward. Pada, the sword chi shattered, and the middle-aged man's shin chi struck his dantian, causing it to tremble intensely. Pa! His dantian shattered. Why you, crippled my cultivation? The middle-aged man's body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground with fear in his eyes. The shattering of one's dantian was equivalent to the destruction of one's cultivation. He had been cultivating for innumerable years, but this time, his cultivation had been crippled. Xianxia could not be bothered to reply to the middle-aged man's question. He continued moving his feet, and a series of crackling sounds reminiscent of firecrackers could be heard. In just a few breaths, the dozen or so guards who had surrounded Xianxia were lying on the ground. Feeling their dantian being crippled, fear welled up in the depths of their hearts. This group of people had been abusing their authority and abetting the evildoers. Even if they were killed, it would not be too much. Crippling their dantian could already be considered as going easy on them. Seeing how a mere primordial spirit realm advanced stage cultivator actually crippled his subordinate right before his eyes, the middle-aged man's eyes reddened in rage. He raised his hand, and a powerful might burst forth from his palm to grab Xianxia. Narrowing his eyes, Xianxia did not bother dodging. Instead, he stepped forward to meet the middle-aged man's attack. Having reached primordial spirit realm advanced stage, he had no one to spar with yet. Since this fellow was looking for trouble, he did not mind giving him a good beating. Boom! Xianxia's fist collided with the middle-aged man's palm, and a deafening explosion sounded in the surroundings. Under the impact of the shockwave, the spectator stands immediately collapsed. Upon seeing such a powerful force, the crowd who had been watching the commotion immediately scattered in fear. Even Xianxia retreated several dozen meters away. "Why you? How can you be so powerful?" The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He had thought that the other party was only capable of fighting above his cultivation realm, but who could have thought that they would actually be evenly matched? For a primordial spirit realm advanced stage cultivator to possess strength comparable to a leaving aperture realm pinnacle cultivator like him, even though he was witnessing it with his own eyes, he still found it hard to believe. "Who in the world are you?" Given how the other party was capable of fighting above his cultivation realm, there was no way that the other party was just an ordinary challenger. "Xianxia." With a faint smile, Xianxia flicked his palm and sent a palm strike toward the middle-aged man. The palm strike did not seem to carry any force behind it, but it felt extremely difficult to withstand. The middle-aged man was just about to say something when he saw the palm strike coming toward him. Knowing that he had no choice but to face it head-on, he hurriedly raised his palm to meet it. However, before his fist could come into contact with the middle-aged man's palm, the other party had already appeared before him and pressed down lightly. Pung! Fresh blood spurted from the middle-aged man's mouth, and he was sent flying before crashing heavily onto the ground. Back when Xianxia was still at primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, he was already capable of fighting on par with leaving aperture realm pinnacle cultivators. Now that he had reached leaving aperture realm advanced stage, no matter how powerful the middle-aged man was, he was still no match for him. "Go. Cripple him for me." After exchanging 2 blows, Xianxia knew that the middle-aged man was no match for him, so he could not be bothered to make a move anymore. Hula, from a room beneath the dueling ring, more than 100 sabers of various shapes and sizes flew out, and they headed straight for the middle-aged man. Even though these sabers were only Saint Low-tier artifacts, there were simply too many of them. With more than 100 of them attacking simultaneously, the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Before he could even retaliate, he had already been reduced to a bloody mess. Upon seeing so many sabers, the eyebrows of the middle-aged man who was reporting to the middle-aged man widened in astonishment. These were none other than the sabers that were provided to the contestants in the dueling ring. Just that, weren't these weapons supposed to lack spirit? Why would they be so obedient as to attack the middle-aged man? They must have been enchanted. The middle-aged man clenched his fists tightly as he came to a realization. Clearly, these weapons had been enchanted by the other party. That was also the reason why they were so obedient as to attack the middle-aged man. It had not been too long since that fellow entered the dueling ring to choose his weapon, and yet, he had managed to enchant so many weapons. How in the world did he manage to do it? The middle-aged man was not the only one who was in disbelief. Zhang Jiuxiao's lips were twitching as well. He had known that Zhang Shi's means of enchantment were unparalleled in the world, but who could have thought that the other party would actually be able to tame the other party's sabers? It seemed like Zhang Jiuxiao had already guessed that it would not be easy for him to take away the other party's winnings as soon as he arrived at the dueling ring. Woo! It was as if the 100 or so Saint Low-tier artifacts had undergone some kind of special training. Every single strike was aimed at the weakest point of the middle-aged man's body. It did not take long for the middle-aged man, who had been charging at Zhang Jiuxiao ferociously a moment ago, to be reduced to a bloody mess. Hold it right there. I'm willing to return the high-tier spirit stones that you have won. Knowing that it was only a matter of time before he was hacked to death, the middle-aged man hurriedly shouted. As indignant as he felt, there was nothing he could do about it. He was no match for Zhang Jiuxiao, let alone those sabers. Return? With a wave of his hand, the sabers flew back to Xianxia, and they floated behind him like a peacock spreading its tail. Struggling back to his feet, the middle-aged man took out a storage ring and passed it over. Here are 19,800 high-tier spirit stones. This was the underground black market, and the profits that it had accumulated over the years would come to an end if it were to be handed over to Zhang Jiuxiao. Taking the storage ring, Xianxia took a look at it and nodded. It seemed like the middle-aged man wasn't pulling any tricks on him. I won these bets in a battle. Since you dared to make a move on me and my friend, let's see how you intend to compensate us. Xianxia said as he stowed the high-tier spirit stones away. Compensate? The middle-aged man's face paled. He had already gone bankrupt, but he still wanted to compensate them? That's right. Xianxia nodded. The black market did not care about the lives of others. Even though Mingshi Tang and Qianchong City did not do anything about it, it was only right for him to do something about it. Otherwise, what would become of the rules that master teachers had established? May I know how you intend to compensate us? The middle-aged man asked with gritted teeth. I heard that your black market has just obtained an ancient tome of bedstead disquisition? Xianxia pondered for a moment before replying. Author's note, participating in the writer's salon, he traveled to Malaysia and Singapore for a total of 10 days. Yet, not only did Laowa not stop updating, he even updated on time every single day. Isn't such a formidable Laowa worth a few monthly votes? Also, I implore everyone to pay attention to Laowa's official account and search for Sweeping the World on WeChat. In the next few days, Laowa will be participating in a fan meet and greet meeting, as well as posting photos of his trips to Singapore and Singapore. Alright, I'll send someone to retrieve it right away. The boss hesitated for a moment before replying. As valuable as this artifact was, it was only an item in the underground market. Compared to his life, it was far more valuable. Naturally, he knew what to do. The old man hurriedly left, and not too long later, a large jade box was passed over to Xianxia. Flipping it open, Xianxia saw an ancient book within. Its pages were slightly yellowed, and the words on it carried a unique spiritual aura. After confirming that it was the real ancient book of bedstead discourse, Xianxia nodded before keeping it into his storage ring. Let's go. With a jolt, he flew out of the underground market. Zhang Jiuxiao and the other sabers followed closely behind him. Looking in the direction that they had disappeared in, the hatred in the boss' eyes surged like a torrential river. Boss, are we just going to let it go? The old man from before asked. Their underground black market had been established for more than 10,000 years, and it had never suffered such a huge loss before. Let it go? How can it be that easy to take away my belongings? The boss narrowed his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly together. This wasn't just a loss of spirit stones. More importantly, if they were to swallow this humiliation, how could they continue to remain in Qianchong City? Then, what should we do? Given how the other party was able to subdue even the boss, what could they do? Bring me my sword of tranquility. The boss gestured grandly. Sword of tranquility? Could it be that the boss intends to? The old man narrowed his eyes in disbelief. That's right. I'm going to that place to get him to make a move. The boss said with a cold glint in his eyes. Yes. The old man hurriedly backed out of the underground market, and not too long later, he returned with a sword. It didn't look too different from an ordinary sword, but as soon as one drew it, sword chi immediately gushed out from it, making one feel as if one had been plunged into the depths of winter. This was especially so for the murmurs that would echo in one's ears. The Sword of Tranquility was a Saint Intermediate Tier Pinnacle artifact, comparable to a Leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle Expert. It was one of the most powerful weapons in the Qianchong Empire. Investigate Zhang Xian's background. With the sword in hand, the boss's aura suddenly became many times stronger than before. Yes. the old man retreated and arranged for people to gather information. The owner took some healing medicine and sat down to treat his wounds. Not too long later, Xianxia passed a jade token over and said, "This contains all of the information regarding Xianxia. He hails from Qingyuan Empire, and he has successfully passed the preliminary examination of the Sanctum of Sages." As expected of the black market, the information network was dense. In such a short time, they had already found out everything about Xianxia. So, he is a genius master teacher. No wonder he dares to cause trouble here. The owner stood up. After this period of adjustment, although the injuries on his body were serious, he could already control them. "You stay here and control the situation. I'm going out for a while." With a wave of his hand, the boss walked out with his sword in hand. After leaving the black market, Xianxia flew for an unknown period of time before he finally arrived outside a cluster of fog. "You're here," a faint voice came from the fog. "Yes, I want you to help me kill someone." The owner gritted his teeth. "The price? The Sword of Whispers is yours." With a flick of his wrist, the sword in the workshop master's hand floated into the air. "Are you sure?" The voice in the fog sounded excited. "That's right." The boss narrowed his eyes. "You are guarding this place for the sake of that legend, but you should know that without the Sword of Whispers, it's impossible for you to succeed. Who do you want me to kill?" There was a moment of silence before the voice in the fog continued. "His name is Xianxia, and he's a master teacher who has cleared the preliminary examination of the Sanctum of Sages. Here is his information." With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the information he had just gathered into the fog. "A master teacher who has successfully crashed a pavilion? From the looks of it, he's a genius." The voice in the fog hesitated for a moment before speaking. A master teacher who had successfully crashed a pavilion was bound to be highly valued by the headquarters. If news of the matter were to leak out, the consequences would be dire. "Just tell me if you agree or not." The boss couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. "I don't have much time left in my lifespan. If I can't open that place, there's a good chance that I'll die within 3 years. Since that's the case, I don't mind killing a genius. However, I'll have to plan this carefully so that no one will be able to see through it." The voice in the fog sounded. "Of course I know that." The boss replied. Regardless of whether the other party was the boss of the black market or not, if he were to kill a genius of the Mingshi Tang Empire, he would still be wiped out. This was precisely the reason why no one dared to touch a genius of the Mingshi Tang Empire. After all, he was the #1 occupation of the master teacher continent. Just like the disciples of major sections. Even if one knew that his cultivation was lacking and that he had a powerful artifact on him, would one dare to make a move on him? "Alright, you should leave first. I'll find a way to deal with this matter. I'll give you a reply within 3 days." After a moment of hesitation, the voice in the fog seemed to have thought of something and said, "There's no need to give me a reply. I'll wait here and see you kill him with my own eyes. As soon as he dies, I'll pass the Sword of Whispers to you immediately," the boss said. "All right then." The voice in the fog paused for a moment before saying, "Come in then." Hugging the sword, the boss walked into the fog, and soon, he vanished from sight. To think that the underground black market isn't located in the manner that I saw previously. Instead, it's hidden within a mountain range. After leaving the black market, Xianxia stowed away the sabers that he had brought with him. From his vantage point, he looked down and realized that the black market wasn't underground, and it didn't have much to do with the manor either. Instead, it was hidden within a mountain range. The manor was just a cover for the public. It was no wonder why one had to cover one's eyes when entering the black market. Most likely, the black market was worried that the Mingshi Tang Empire would make a move on them. "It's all thanks to your help this time. Here, take these 1,000 spirit stones." With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia took out a pile of spirit stones and passed it over. "How did this happen?" Xianxia was astonished. 1,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones was something that he had never seen before. "Take it. Raise your cultivation as soon as possible and clear the secondary selection first." Xianxia waved his hand casually. If the other party hadn't told him about the black market and placed a bet on it, he wouldn't have been able to earn so much. It could be said that half of the 20,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones belonged to the other party. Giving him 1,000 was already a huge bargain for him. Then, "I'll have to thank you, Xianxia." Knowing that it wasn't easy for the other party to obtain the slot for him, Zhang Jiuxiao put the spirit stones into his storage ring with gratitude in his eyes. Even though the young man before him was younger than him, he couldn't help but feel an urge to cultivate diligently whenever he interacted with him. It was for this reason that both friends and foes were willing to stay by his side, unwilling to leave. In the past, he had been filled with envy and resentment toward the other party, but at this moment, those emotions had already vanished without a trace. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Unsure of the other party's thoughts, Zhang Xian waved his hand casually. By the time he returned to the Mingshi Tang Empire's residence, the sky had already turned completely dark. He entered the myriad ant hive nest and took out the spirit stones. Adjusting his state of mind, he began cultivating. Not too long later, he achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, reaching primordial spirit realm pinnacle. Time to cultivate my soul. With sufficient spirit stones, Zhang Xian began driving the heavens path soul art. For hours later, his soul cultivation had also reached primordial spirit realm pinnacle. My current fighting prowess is probably on par with a half-grand dominion realm cultivator. Driving his Xianxia, Zhang Xian could feel his grasp over space and his control over his strength, and he couldn't help but feel delighted. Back when he was at primordial spirit realm advanced stage, even ordinary leaving aperture realm pinnacle cultivators wouldn't be a match for him. Now that he had achieved a breakthrough in his Xianxia cultivation and soul cultivation, his fighting prowess had more than doubled. It could be said that with his current strength, even if he didn't use his puppets, Yu Ichuan would still be no match for him. Now that my cultivation has reached primordial spirit realm pinnacle, the effects of concentrated high-tier spirit stones are almost negligible. Even though his cultivation and fighting prowess had improved significantly, the effects of concentrated high-tier spirit stones on him had also become negligible. Previously, a single concentrated high-tier spirit stone was sufficient to allow him to advance his cultivation by leaps and bounds. But now, the effects of 100 concentrated high-tier spirit stones were negligible. Even with the 10,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones in his possession, it would still be difficult for him to push for a breakthrough to half-leaving aperture realm or even leaving aperture realm. The heavens path Xianxia was simply too demanding on one's spiritual energy. It was within his expectations that such a situation would occur, but he still couldn't help but feel a little stifled inside. It wasn't easy for him to gather enough concentrated high-tier spirit stones, but he ended up running out of them once more. It seemed like he would have to continue working hard for high-tier spirit stones. "Clone, this is the Heaven's Path soul art. Hurry up and cultivate it," Zhang Xian said as he passed the Heaven's Path soul art and the concentrated high-tier spirit stones to his clone. At this moment, his clone had already devoured the soul of the Qingtian Emperor, and his cultivation had reached an inconceivable level. All right. Without any hesitation, his clone began cultivating. As it was a split soul, the two of them cultivated at the same speed. A few hours later, his clone finally finished cultivating the Heaven's Path soul art. On top of that, after devouring the soul of the Qingtian Emperor, his cultivation had already surpassed Zhang Xian's, reaching quasi-leaving aperture realm. As long as he could clear the lightning ordeal, he would be able to become a true leaving aperture realm expert. How strong are you at the moment? Seeing how Zhang Xian's cultivation had improved so much, Zhang Xian could not help but ask. I should be able to crush a half-Grand Dominion realm expert with ease. As for Grand Dominion realm primary stage cultivators, I might be able to put up a fight. Zhang Xian's clone replied proudly. Zhang Xian's face twitched upon hearing those words. Even though there was only a small gap between Grand Dominion realm and half-Grand Dominion realm, there was a world of difference in terms of fighting prowess. Grand Dominion realm, also known as the Invincible realm, allowed one to wield their dominion within a certain radius. Regardless of how many people there were, as long as one's cultivation didn't exceed theirs, it would be impossible to defeat them, for his clone to be on par with a Grand Dominion realm primary stage cultivator. Just this in itself made him far stronger than his main body. Coupled with his monstrous defense and physical prowess. In a real battle, there was no one in the Qianchong Empire who would be a match for him. Even after cultivating for so long, he still couldn't match up to his clone. His main body was so ashamed of himself that he felt like committing suicide. My cultivation speed is still too slow, Xianxia couldn't help but lament. Compared to others, he might still have some advantages. However, compared to his clone, he had always been abused. Just thinking about it made him feel stifled. Shaking his head, Xianxia tossed aside his helplessness and took out a jade box. Opening it lightly, an ancient book floated out. The Book of Bedstead Disquisition. Xianxia's mind jolted, and it appeared in his mind. It's indeed the Luo family's cultivation method. However, it doesn't involve a cultivation method. It's just a cultivation system. After reading the contents of the book, Xianxia nodded. The Book of Bedstead Disquisition recorded Pavilion Master Yan's understanding of Sage Luo's teachings. It wasn't a cultivation technique of the Luo clan but a comprehension of cultivation. It was just like learning a new method. As long as one could master it, it would definitely be beneficial to one's cultivation. Just that. Xianxia, who had cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, had grasped the best cultivation technique available to him. Even though the other party's cultivation technique was not too bad, it was still useless to him. I was wondering how valuable it would be. What a pity. After studying it for a while longer, he couldn't help but shake his head. Xianxia had thought that he would be able to study the Luo clan's cultivation technique after obtaining this book so that he could better deal with them. However, from the looks of it now, things weren't going to be as easy as he thought. If a cultivation technique of the Luo clan were to be leaked out, it would have long been discovered and taken back. How could they allow a small black market in the Qianchong Empire to auction it off? The Luo clan's cultivation system isn't too bad, but it's still a far cry from matching up to ancient sage Qiu Wu. Ancient sage Qiu Wu's comprehension of spatial laws was far more profound than that of the Luo clan. Nevertheless, it had to be said that there were indeed some similarities between the two Heaven's Path divine art. They seemed to be of the same origin. Right, if I fuse this cultivation technique with the two Dan heavenly art of dimension unravel, will I be able to form a Heaven's Path divine art? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. There was a total of 5 Dan to the heavenly art of dimension unravel, and so far, he had only managed to cultivate the first Dan to its pinnacle. The reason why he did not continue on was because there were too many flaws in the second Dan, and his cultivation and strength were insufficient. Now that his cultivation had reached primordial spirit realm pinnacle, he was much stronger than before. Perhaps he could give it a try. Correct. He found the words of the second level of the heavenly art of dimension unravel and fused them with the Book of Bedstead Discord in the blink of an eye. It really works. He hurriedly flipped it open, and his eyes immediately lit up. The 5 realms of the heavenly art of dimension unravel were compress, traverse, control, destruction, and creation. He had already cultivated Earth Shrink to its pinnacle. If he were to use it together with the Unbounded Voyager, he would be able to cover a distance of 100 meters with a single step. His speed was so fast that it was almost as if he was teleporting. His grasp of spatial laws allowed him to stand toe-to-toe with half-grand Dominion realm experts. Now that he had the 2 Dan Heaven's Path divine art, if he were to study it seriously, he would surely be able to advance his cultivation further. Filled with excitement, Xianxia gathered a pile of spirit stones in front of him and began to contemplate the spatial traversal realm. After an unknown period of time, he stood up, and his aura rose steadily. Even though he had yet to cultivate the second Dan of the heavenly art of dimension unravel, traversal, to its pinnacle, his comprehension of space had increased significantly. Previously, his fighting prowess was on par with a half-grand Dominion realm cultivator, but with his current strength, he might even be able to put up a fight against a true Grand Dominion realm primary stage cultivator. Go. With a thought, a thin layer of light immediately appeared in a 1-meter radius around his body. The space within the light seemed to be completely under his control. While this isn't a Dominion, it's somewhat similar to a Dominion. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly as he tried to sense the effects of the light. This light was formed through his comprehension of space and soul energy. While it wasn't a Dominion, it was not too far off from a Dominion. He had absolute control over the space within a 1-meter radius around him, making him invincible. Let me see how powerful it is. With a tap of his finger, Jin Yuanding appeared before Xianxia. Attack me with all your might. All right. After a moment of hesitation, the Golden Origin Cauldron nodded in agreement. With a deafening roar, the Golden Origin Cauldron swooped down from the sky toward Xianxia. The leaving Aperture Realm Advanced Stage Cauldron moved with incredible speed, surpassing the speed of sound. However, as soon as it came within a 1-meter radius of Xianxia, it immediately slowed down. Freeze! Xianxia bellowed. The moment the leaving Aperture Cauldron came into contact with Xianxia's body, it suddenly froze in place. No matter how it struggled, it was unable to move at all. If I wanted to, I could easily crush Jin Yuanding's spirit and inflict severe damage to the leaving Aperture Cauldron. Feeling the power within his grasp, Xianxia widened his eyes in astonishment. It was no wonder there was a huge difference in strength between Saint and leaving Aperture Realm. From the looks of it, that was indeed the case. He had thought that as long as he had the advantage in numbers, he would be able to defeat a half-grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivator with ease. However, from the looks of it now, that was impossible. Within the range of his Dominion, he would be invincible. Unless he had an even greater strength to defeat the leaving Aperture or disrupt the leaving Aperture, there was no way he would be able to withstand it. However, the Dominion is simply too taxing on my Xianxia and primordial spirit. Releasing Jin Yuanding, Xianxia tore off the light barrier around him, and a wave of fatigue washed over him. As powerful as the Dominion made him invincible, its taxing on his Xianxia and primordial spirit was also astounding. Even though he had cultivated the Saint Ascension Decipher and was a celestial saint, he still felt exhausted after using it for 10 breaths. It was as if his Xianxia had been sapped dry. I should try not to use it too much in the future. The Dominion was indeed powerful, but it was extremely taxing on one's Xianxia, and it was extremely dangerous to him as well. It would be best for him to use it sparingly in the future unless it was a matter of life and death. That's right. Now that I've comprehended a spatial ability similar to a domain, will I be able to crush my doppelganger easily? After resting for a moment to recover his Xianxia, Xianxia suddenly thought of a matter, and he clenched his fists tightly. He had been suppressed by his clone all this while, but now that he had comprehended a Dominion, he should be able to defeat his clone easily. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia summoned his clone. Without any hesitation, the battle began. The ground trembled violently. Jin Yuanding hid by the side, trembling uncontrollably. 3 breaths later, dark circles appeared under Xianxia's eyes. 5 breaths later, he spurted large mouthfuls of blood, and 10 breaths later, he was lying on the ground, unable to move at all. Let's fight another time. Feeling stifled, Xianxia hurriedly drove his Heaven's Path Xianxia to recover his strength. He had thought that he would be able to pummel his clone into a corner after comprehending a Dominion, but the other party was still able to pummel him miserably. Just how in the world did that fellow cultivate? He had thought that he would be able to achieve victory, but he ended up getting pummeled instead. What a monster! After driving his Xianxia for 2 cycles, Xianxia finally recovered from his injuries. He glanced at his clone helplessly. Before leaving the anthive nest, if it came down to it, he would just have to wait until his cultivation had soared once more before exacting his vengeance. Xianxia walked out of the room. After an entire night of cultivation, even though he was still no match for his clone, his fighting prowess had grown significantly. He felt refreshed, and he was filled with joy. As soon as he walked into the courtyard, he saw Zhang Jiuxiao rushing over. Xianxia, I have achieved a breakthrough to Primordial Spirit Realm Advanced Stage. Ha ha ha. Zhang Jiuxiao could not conceal his excitement. Zhang Jiuxiao had been improving swiftly all this while, and now that he had caught up to him as well, he could not help but feel proud of himself. To be able to catch up to a celestial master teacher in terms of cultivation speed. Was that something worth bragging about? Congratulations. Xianxia nodded. There's no need to stand on ceremony. My current cultivation is at the same level as Xianxia, so I should be able to clear the secondary selection. Halfway through his words, Zhang Jiuxiao suddenly choked on his words. His cheeks twitched twice as he looked at Xianxia doubtfully. Xianxia. Why you have reached Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle? I've accumulated enough strength, so I made a breakthrough along the way. Xianxia nodded. Accumulated enough strength? Along the way? Zhang Jiuxiao nearly burst into tears. Accumulation your head, you just made a breakthrough yesterday, and yet, you were already able to make a breakthrough in a single night. What in the world did you accumulate? Other cultivators would have to accumulate decades or even decades just to advance a small cultivation stage, but you. Do you have to be so overpowered in a single night? With reddened eyes, Zhang Jiuxiao felt the confidence that had just been ignited in him being extinguished once more. Other cultivators might be able to advance swiftly, but their fighting prowess was lacking. Yet, this fellow was able to advance so quickly, and more importantly, he was able to defeat opponents stronger than him, otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Seeing how devastated Zhang Jiuxiao was, the stifling feeling from being pummeled by his clone vanished without a trace, and Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. While he was far from being able to match up to his clone, he still had an advantage over the other cultivators. Xiaoshi has asked us to gather in the main hall. The secondary selection is about to begin soon. Knowing that he would only be humiliating himself if he were to continue talking about his cultivation, Zhang Jiuxiao decided to change the topic. Nodding, Zhang Xian followed behind Zhang Jiuxiao. Back in the main hall, the 30 or so master teachers whom Zhang Xian had met previously had already arrived. They were standing on both sides of the hall with solemn expressions on their faces. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, they greeted him politely before falling silent. Standing at the back of the crowd, Zhang Xian saw Zhao Xingma and Pavilion Master Yu standing at the center. At this moment, Pavilion Master Yu's body was still slightly swollen, and some parts of his body were still tinged with bruises. Clearly, he had not fully recovered from the beating he received from the puppets the previous day. The higher one's cultivation was, the less effective the pills would be. Given Zhang Xian's current cultivation, he would have to consume grade 8 pills at the very least in order to recover swiftly. However, even as the head of the Master Teacher Pavilion, it was not easy for him to obtain such pills. Since everyone is here, let's proceed with the secondary selection. Zhao Xingma took a step forward and scanned the crowd. The Sanctum of Sages recruits candidates based on their strength, intelligence, and ability to see the bigger picture. In the primary selection, we have assessed one's fighting prowess, and as long as one possesses sufficient strength, one will be able to clear the secondary selection. Now, allow me to explain the rules of the secondary selection. Everyone's gazes gathered on Zhao Xingma. This was a matter that would determine whether they would be able to enter the Sanctum of Sages or not. The secondary selection might sound complicated, but in truth, there's only one rule, and that is to eliminate your opponent at all costs. With a grim look on his face, Zhao Xingma waved his hand grandly. In other words, cage duel. Continue to push Lao's WeChat account. Lao will upload the photos he has taken in Malaysia and Singapore over the past few days, as well as the incident where Lao was pummeled by his fans in Singapore. Cage duel? A commotion broke out amidst the crowd. They were familiar with the format of the tournament. In ancient times, when the otherworldly demonic tribe ruled over mankind, they often resorted to such a method to amuse themselves. It was to lock a group of people in the same cage and have them kill one another. The one who emerged victorious in the end would be allowed to live, or else they would be eaten alive. It was an extremely cruel method, and it was a huge test of human nature. For the sake of their own survival, even their closest kin would lay their hands on their own flesh and blood. This was an unorthodox method that had been rejected by the humanist Mingshi Tang. Why would it be used in the secondary selection? There's no need to panic. This so-called cage duel isn't a bloodbath but an elimination round. Noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of the crowd, Zhao Xingma waved his hand and explained, "You will be banished to an isolated island, and within 3 days, you will have to find the others and eliminate 13 of them. Of course, the elimination round is to find a way to crush the jade token you have on you, not kill you. If you are found to have killed your companion, you will be disqualified. If I can't kill him, I'll crush the jade token? That's difficult." Grim expressions appeared on the faces of the crowd. They were all geniuses, and even though there was a disparity in their fighting prowess, their ability to escape and their means of survival were on par with one another. It might still be possible for them to launch a sneak attack, but to crush the jade token without harming one's life, the difficulty of this was unimaginable. Sometimes, they might even be killed instead. Of course, you aren't the only ones on this isolated island. There are saint beasts, traps, and unique natural barriers as well. While you want to eliminate others, you will have to protect yourself as well. A glint flashed across Zhao Xingma's eyes. If you insist on staying put and allowing others to eliminate you, I can tell you that you will be eliminated as well. The Sanctum of Sages doesn't accept cowards and deserters. Also, if you fail to eliminate 13 people within 3 days, all of you will be disqualified. This, in other words, you have to be eliminated, or else you won't even be able to enter the Sanctum of Sages? Isn't that a little too cruel? If it were that easy to get into the #1 academy of the Master Teacher continent, it would be packed to the brim with freshmen every year. After a moment of uproar, the crowd fell silent. While the cage duel sounded simple, it was actually far crueler than being placed in a cage. It was a comprehensive assessment of a person's coordination, strength, strategy, and many other means. It was far more than a simple battle. As expected of the examination of the Sanctum of Sages, the difficulty of the examination was apparent from the very start. This is a jade talisman, which represents each of your identities. You can carry it on you, hide it, or put it anywhere. However, it can only be placed on the island. As long as you don't crush it, it means that you haven't been eliminated. With a flick of his hand, more than 30 jade talismans flew straight toward everyone, one for each person. I can hide it? In other words, it's useless even if he's captured? Without the jade token, there's no way to eliminate him. It's useless to kill him. What should we do? Everyone was stunned once more. None of them dared to believe their eyes. With the jade token on him, it would be easy to defeat the other party and force the other party to take it out and crush it. However, the jade token could be hidden away, but once it was placed on the side of the island, it would be useless even if the other party were to capture it. It was already difficult to begin with, but with this rule, the difficulty instantly increased by more than 10 times. This is also a test of one's character. Unlike the others, Xianxia's eyes flashed. Xianxia's soul depth was high, and he didn't have any urgent requirements for the Sanctum of Sages. As an observer, he could easily see through the crux of the problem. In truth, the reason why the other party said that they could hide their jade tokens was to test the other party's character. Honestly speaking, in terms of safety, what place could possibly be safer than him? If the other party were to hide it, it would mean that they didn't trust him. If they were to do so, they would surely lose face before the other party. But of course, Xianxia wouldn't say those words aloud. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the jade token. It was a unique kind of black jade. One's name was written on the back of the jade token, and the front of the jade token was inscribed with bizarre inscriptions. It seemed to have some sort of communication function, and as long as one crushed it, one would be eliminated. Zhao Shi, if someone were to use a powerful weapon, wouldn't we be eliminated without a chance to retaliate? Ma Minghai, the genius of the Qianchong Empire, asked. Hearing his words, the crowd swiftly turned their gazes to Xianxia. Back when that fellow was fighting with Pavilion Master Yu, he had tossed out more than 100 puppets, and even a half-grand Dominion Realm cultivator was pummeled into a pig's head. If he were to use those puppets against them, there was no way they would be a match for him. The cage duel is a fair and impartial examination. You are not allowed to use weapons, snatch jade tokens, or do anything that will help you eliminate your opponent. Those who violate this rule will be eliminated right away, Zhao Xingma said. That's good. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief. As long as weapons were not allowed, even if Xianxia's fighting prowess was not weak, he wouldn't be that fearsome. Even if they were no match for him, they still had their own trump cards, so it shouldn't be a problem for them to escape. Are there any other questions? That's all. Right, Zhao Shi, may I know where the island we are on is? How big is the area? What are the saint beasts and traps you mentioned? One of the master teachers asked. These are all secrets, so you'll have to explore the place carefully to find out. Alright, if there aren't any questions, let's set off right away. Also, you are not allowed to communicate with one another, and those who are caught doing so will be eliminated as well. Zhao Xingma nodded. Don't even think about cheating. Since I dared to make such a rule, it goes without saying that I'm aware of the situation on the island. Yes. The crowd nodded. Pavilion Master Yu, let them set off. Seeing that everyone had understood the rules, Zhao Xingma turned to Pavilion Master Yu and said. Pavilion Master, you nodded. With a wave of his hand, more than 30 aerial saint beasts appeared in the sky. There was a cultivator on each of them, and they passed a blindfold over before leading the group onto the back of the aerial saint beasts. The blindfold was similar to the ones in the black market. Once one blindfolded, not only would one be unable to see, one would also be unable to release one's spiritual perception. Under the lead of the cultivator, a loud roar sounded, and the aerial saint beast soared into the sky. After flying for an unknown period of time, Xianxia's feet suddenly jolted as he landed on the ground once more. He tore off the blindfold and realized that he was already in the midst of a dense forest. There was not a single person in sight. It seemed like the blindfold had not only prevented him and the others from finding their companions, but it also prevented them from coordinating with one another. As such, he could only rely on himself to clear the trial. Xianxia's cultivation has improved to primordial spirit realm advanced stage, and with my guidance along the way, his comprehension and fighting prowess have improved significantly. As long as he doesn't meet Ma Minghai and the others, he should be able to clear the trial. While the elimination round might sound cruel, it was actually targeted at one's opponents. Those who were too weak would not be able to withstand it, but at his level of cultivation, there was no need for him to fear anyone. Even though Xianxia was far weaker than him, no matter what, he was still an offspring of a powerful clan. On top of that, he had also received his guidance as well. As long as he did not meet anyone too monstrous, he should be able to deal with them easily. At the very least, escaping should not be a problem. Not thinking too much into it, Xianxian leaped onto the top of a tree and scanned his surroundings. He realized that the surroundings were filled with dense vegetation, such that he could not see the end of it. It did not seem like an island but an unfathomably deep mountain range. This is an island? Isn't it a little too big? Xianxian thought in shock. Given his current strength, he was unable to see the end of the island at all. Just how big was the island? 500 kilometers? 1,000 kilometers? Or perhaps even 3,000 kilometers, to place 30 people on such a large island, and then capture and eliminate them within 3 days, it was indeed not as simple as he thought. It seemed like finding an opponent was a test as well. How in the world did he manage to see such a large island so clearly? Xianxian was perplexed as he landed on the ground. As he had cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, his spiritual perception had reached a range of 2,500 meters, far exceeding that of an ordinary cultivator's 400 meters. No matter how powerful Zhao Xingma was, there was no way he would be able to see the entire island. Forget it, I'll just have to eliminate any cultivators I meet. Unable to make sense of the situation, Xianxian decided not to think too much about it. Over the past few days, his fighting prowess was already comparable to a Grand Dominion Realm primary stage expert even without using a weapon. If he met any master teacher whom he found displeasing to the eye, he would be able to eliminate them right away, so there was nothing for him to worry about. On the contrary, it should be others who were afraid of meeting him. After walking along the mountain range for a while, Xianxian realized that he might not be able to meet anyone even if he were to wander aimlessly for an entire day. Thus, he flicked his wrist and took out a compass. As a formation master, this was a necessity. Even though he had never used it before, he had prepared quite a few of them on him, and they were of decent tier. The spiritual energy in that direction is extremely concentrated. It seems like the center of the island is over there. Let's head over to take a look. After ascertaining the direction, Xianxian swiftly dashed forward. There were saint beasts all over the place, and if he were to fly into the air, it would be easy for him to become a target. No matter how powerful he was, he did not want to stand out. Roar, not too far away, a furious roar suddenly echoed in the air. Following which, a massive Saint Realm tiger bone beast charged in his direction. Just like him, this fellow was also a primordial spirit realm. Even before it arrived, one could already feel the pressure exerted on one's soul, as if it could tear a cultivator apart with ease. Those are medicinal herbs. Xianxian's eyes lit up. It was one thing for him not to cause trouble for the saint beasts, but this fellow actually dared to charge toward him. Xianxian raised his palm and pressed it downward. Paji, the tiger bone beast's body immediately froze, as if it had been sealed in place. Its massive eyes were filled with shock. Blame it on your bad luck for meeting me. Xianxia was just about to flick the tiger-bone beast to death to extract some medicinal herbs when the sky suddenly jolted, and a voice echoed in the air. Zhang Jiuxiao, your jade token has been broken. You are the first to be eliminated. Remaining 32 candidates. What? Zhang Jiuxiao has been eliminated? Xianxia was taken aback. A look of disbelief surfaced on his face. Even though Zhang Jiuxiao's fighting prowess was far beneath his, he could still be considered to be above average in the group. On top of that, he had all sorts of means up his sleeves, so it shouldn't have been a problem for him to last until the very end. Yet, he had been eliminated just 10 minutes after entering the island. Who did it? How could it be so fast? Let's see where he was eliminated. We should be able to find something this way. With a tap of his finger, a droplet of blood appeared before his eyes. It was the blood essence that Zhang Jiuxiao had given him to test his bloodline. Xianxia's hands danced about, and a series of hand seals landed on the blood. In the blink of an eye, the compass in his hand spun continuously, pointing out a direction. The isolated island did not allow communication, but it did not forbid the use of blood to search for the owner. Zhang Jiuxiao was eliminated as soon as he arrived on the island, which made him feel very strange. He flew in the direction pointed out by the sword. The tiger-bone beast, which thought that it was going to die, heaved a sigh of relief when it saw that the person who wanted to kill it had left. It hurriedly tucked its tail between its legs and hid, not daring to roam around arrogantly anymore. After flying for several minutes and covering a distance of around 100 li, Xianxia finally came to a halt. Why do I feel like I'm walking in circles? His eyebrows furrowed. After walking for so long, logically speaking, no matter how big the island was, he should be able to see the end or a different place, but for some reason, the scene in front of him had a sense of déjà vu. It was as if he had been running in circles all this time. It's a formation. After taking a few more steps, he soon understood what was going on. There was actually a massive formation on the island. Due to the sheer size of the formation, even he didn't notice it when he was trapped within it. To be able to trap me within such a short period of time without me noticing it. He must at least be a quasi-8-star expert. His comprehension of formations had already reached grade 7 pinnacle. Coupled with the profundity of the Heaven's Path formation art, he was able to easily set up grade 8 primary formations. With Xianxia's strength, it should have been easy for him to notice as long as there was a formation in place. Yet, he had only noticed it after being trapped for so long. The grade of the formation was definitely not low. I have insight, however, regardless of the tier of the formation, as long as Xianxia knew that it was a formation, the rest was simple. Soon, thin threads of spiritual energy appeared in front of him. It should be a quasi-8-star, riverside maze formation. Moreover, it covers at least a radius of several thousand miles. Such a large formation, just where is this? The riverfront labyrinth formation was not only a high-level formation, but it also covered a vast area. It was often used to conceal residences and regions, just like how the Poison Temple in Jingyuan City had concealed the entire island. There was one here too, and it covered an area of several thousand li. Where was this place? It would take at least a few hundred years to set up a formation of this level. Even he would need at least a month to complete it. He had thought that it was just an ordinary island. Who would have thought that it would be so powerful? Now that we know that it's a formation, things are much simpler. As he did not know much about the Qianchong Empire, even after pondering for a long time, he was still unable to come up with a solution. Thus, Xianxia shook his head and decided not to dwell on the matter. The formation was capable of trapping one in the same place, making it difficult for one to escape. Now that he knew the structure of the formation, he was no longer bewitched by it. He scanned his surroundings and determined his direction. After walking for a dozen kilometers, he moved 7 to 8 kilometers to the left, changing his direction more than a dozen times before finally taking a step forward. Voila! It was as if he had leaped out of some kind of shackles. Even though he was still surrounded by a forest and all kinds of plants, the spiritual energy in the air was much denser than before. It carried a faint pressure and killing intent. It soared qi. Xianxia's eyes turned grim. He was extremely familiar with this aura. It came from sword qi. Following the direction of the aura, he immediately saw a group of trees lying on the ground not too far away, seemingly having been severed by a sword. At the center of the group, there were a few droplets of fresh blood imprinted on a boulder. It's Zhang Jiuxiao's blood, Xianxia frowned. He had studied Zhang Jiuxiao's blood carefully, and he could tell with a single glance that it was the result of a battle. Could it be that he had been eliminated here? Just that. Wasn't the usage of weapons prohibited? What was going on with the sword qi? Even he would find it difficult to sever so many trees with a single slash. When did such a powerful figure appear? I have insight, track. Zhang Xian swiftly scanned his surroundings. Given that the other party had just eliminated Zhang Jiuxiao, it could only mean that he hadn't gone too far. If he were to trace the other party's tracks, he should be able to find something. As expected, a faint surge of sword qi soon appeared not too far away, and it slowly crept into the distance. Following which, he dashed forward. Barely after taking 2 steps forward, the voice in his ears jolted once more. Qi Yurui, his jade token has been shattered. He is the second to be eliminated. Remaining, 31 candidates. He has been eliminated as well? Zhang Xian had some impression of Qi Yurui. He was a primordial spirit realm pinnacle expert from Qianyun Empire, and he possessed incredible fighting prowess and intelligence. Who could have thought that Zhang Jiuxiao would be eliminated just 10 minutes after he was eliminated? This was a little too fast. Proceeding forward, Zhang Xian soon arrived at another flattened area. The sword qi here was even more powerful than before, and with a light tap of his finger, he could even feel himself piercing through his skin. Just as Zhang Xian was about to continue forward, a thought suddenly came to his mind. In the blink of an eye, he was already 100 meters away. Voila! Right after he left, a sharp aura suddenly burst forth from the ground and soared into the sky, threatening to tear the surrounding space apart. Wang, Zhang Xian hurriedly turned his gaze over, only to see a sword floating in the air. Seeing that it had missed its target, it seemed to be displeased. A primordial spirit realm pinnacle saint intermediate tier artifact? Why would it be here? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He had thought that it was a master teacher hiding underground to launch a sneak attack on him, but who could have thought that it was just a primordial spirit realm pinnacle saint intermediate tier artifact, similar to Jin Yuan Ding. This fellow possessed intelligence. It was able to sense that someone was tailing it, so it chose to conceal itself and launch a sneak attack. It was fortunate that he possessed the ability to foresee danger, so he had long noticed that something was amiss. Otherwise, even if he did not sustain any injuries, he would have been left in a sorry state. Humph! With a displeased look on his face, Zhang Xian grabbed at the air, and a surge of energy surged toward the sword. Seeing that Zhang Xian had made a move, the sword immediately twisted its hilt, intending to dig back into the ground. You want to escape after stabbing me? You won't be able to do it that easily. The surrounding space immediately froze. As if it had fallen into mercury, the sword found itself unable to move at all. Come here. Following which, a powerful suction force surged into the sword, causing it to tremble twice. Unable to hold on any longer, it began flying toward Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian tapped on it a few times. Wang! With a light buzz, the sword, which was still intending to flee, suddenly became docile. It had already been tamed. Were you the one who assaulted Zhang Jiuxiao and Qi Yurui? Zhang Xian asked. It wasn't me. It was the Morning Rain Sword, the sword replied with a crisp ringing. Morning Rain Sword? What's your name? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Could it be that there were other Saint Intermediate tier artifacts on the sword as well? I am the Dusk Cloud Sword, the sword replied. Morning Rain, Dusk Cloud. What are the two of you doing here? What kind of place is this island? Hearing the name of the sword, Zhang Xian could tell that it was a set of treasures. Frowning, he continued asking. Not only was there a formation, there was even a sword attacking them. This was simply too bizarre. We have been here for many years. This is the Qianchong Empire Sword Lagoon, the Dusk Cloud Sword replied. Sword Lagoon? Zhang Xian was taken aback once more. Back then, Hall Master Xing had told him that the geniuses of the 4 great empires' combat master halls would have a chance to enter the Qianchong Empire Sword Lagoon to cultivate. He had thought that it would have nothing to do with him, but who could have thought that the venue for the semifinals would be here? Indeed. There are many swords here, and there are many sword intents left behind by experts. Since you have intruded this place, and you have something on you that has attracted our attention, it's only natural for us to assault you. The Dusk Cloud Sword replied. Something that has attracted your attention? Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out a jade token. Are you referring to this? This object harnesses a surge of sword intent. If we devour it, it will be beneficial to our spirit. That's why we decided to destroy it. The Dusk Cloud Sword explained. Sword intent? Xianxia extended his spiritual perception into the jade token, and he could sense a surge of sword intent on it. It was extremely faint, but it was the understanding of swordsmanship of a Grand Dominion realm expert, and it was extremely attractive to swords. I see, Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. On the surface, Zhao Xingma's intention for the semifinals to be held here was to allow the master teachers to kill one another. However, in truth, he had secretly left behind a backup plan, which was to use the swords in the Sword Lagoon to launch a sneak attack on the candidates. On top of that, there were formations and the like. The slightest carelessness could easily lead to one falling into a trap. Most likely, Zhang Jiuxiao had been unlucky enough to be struck by the Morning Rain Sword, resulting in his jade token being destroyed. Where is the Sword Lagoon? How many swords of your caliber are there? Understanding what was going on, Xianxia couldn't help but ask. The Sword Lagoon is around 100 li away from here, and there are more than 100 swords of my caliber. The Dusk Cloud Sword didn't hide anything from Xianxia. More than 100. Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle Swords? Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle Swords were Saint Intermediate Tier swords, and there weren't too many of them in the entire Qianchong Empire. Yet, there were more than 100 of them in the Sword Lagoon. If he could tame all of them, his fighting prowess would surely soar once more. The Qianchong Empire Sword Lagoon was left behind by the old sword maestro back then, and it contains his heritage, sword intent, and sword arts. Every year, it attracts countless swordsmen to the Qianchong Empire Sword Lagoon in hopes of obtaining a fortuitous encounter. However, no one has ever seen what his heritage looks like, and no one has ever obtained the complete fortuitous encounter. The sword intent and sword arts are all different from one another, and the longer one stays in the Sword Lagoon, the more conflicted one's understanding of swordsmanship will be. Furthermore, there are all kinds of people in the Sword Lagoon, and conflict is inevitable. There are many sword cultivators who have never left the Sword Lagoon ever since they arrived, wasting their lives away for nothing. At this point, the Dusk Cloud Sword's voice suddenly turned a little grim. Just like that, the master of the Morning Rain Sword and I died here. Even though the sword was just a weapon, over the millennia, countless cultivators had immersed themselves in it, and there were many different types of swords, sword intents, and cultivation methods. This was precisely the reason why heritage was so important. There were simply too many sword intents and sword arts here, and the longer one stayed here, the more likely one's cultivation would go berserk or even be killed. This was also the reason why Mingshi Tang had separated cultivation techniques into different levels. Every single master teacher had their own unique understanding of cultivation techniques. It was still fine if there were only one or two, but as more and more of them accumulated, there would be countless different cultivation methods, and some of them might even be completely opposite. If one didn't separate cultivation techniques into different levels, putting aside the advancement of mankind, one might even go berserk. As such, even master teachers had to make their own choices when reading books. The more they read, the more confused they would feel. There were many kinds of sword intents and sword moves here, and those who came here to cultivate would want to give it a try, regardless of whether they were real or fake. As time went by, the hidden dangers would become more and more serious. Not only would one's strength not increase, one might even end up dying here due to learning too much. Let me take a look, Xianxia said. Alright, the Dusk Cloud Sword said as it led the way. A distance of 100 li was nothing at all. It didn't take long for them to arrive at their destination. It was a massive cliff face, and there was a huge character sword inscribed on it. Even before reaching the cliff face, one could already feel sword chi tearing through the air, threatening to tear them apart. What powerful sword intent! With a grim expression, Xianxia came to a halt. It was hard to tell which level of calligraphy this character was from, but from afar, it looked as if someone was stabbing a sword at his glabella. No matter how he tried to dodge, the sword wouldn't leave his glabella unscathed. Was this left behind by the old sword maestro? Xianxia asked in astonishment. That's right, the dusk cloud sword replied. He really is a grandmaster swordsman. Xianxia exclaimed. After cultivating for nearly a year, he had learned quite a few books regarding swordsmanship, and his mastery of it had reached an extremely high level. All along, Xianxia had thought that even if his comprehension of swordsmanship hadn't reached the pinnacle yet, he was at least on par with others. However, upon seeing this word, he realized that he was still far from matching up to the old sword maestro. The other party had already assimilated the sword into his very bones, and he had even forged his own body into a sword. That was the only reason why he was able to wield such a powerful aura with every single word he wrote, making it difficult for others to evade him. Those are all cultivators who came here to comprehend. Pointing the tip of his sword forward, he executed the dusk cloud sword. Looking over, Xianxia discovered that there were several hundred people sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the cliff. Each and every one of them was staring at the words on the cliff and gesticulating with their hands. It was as if they had gone mad. What you said is wrong. My move is correct. Look. The voice rang out, and a middle-aged man brandished his sword, drawing a rainbow in the air as he stabbed forward. The rainbow extended for several hundred meters before dissipating. Even the air itself was torn apart. This is the upper sword heart of the sword heart state? Xianxia's expression was solemn. Swordsmanship could be divided into two realms, sword intent and sword heart. Most transcendent mortals would be able to comprehend sword intent, and those who were more talented would be able to comprehend sword heart, thus achieving the call of the myriad swords, dragon roar to the heavens. Sword heart. Using one's heart as one's sword, one's will as one's sword. Wherever one went, one would be able to execute a sword art. This was the so-called swordman and sword union. There were three realms to sword heart: lower sword heart, middle sword heart, and upper sword heart. Saint realm experts who were able to achieve the upper sword heart in swordsmanship were considered experts among experts. Yet, the young man before him was actually able to achieve the upper sword heart in his first move. His understanding of swordsmanship was actually on par with him. So far, he had only reached the upper sword heart realm. No, that's not right. This 8 realms of the night is a technique where one's sword chi flows in all directions. Your sword chi is clearly not right. Watch me. While Xianxia was still in shock, he saw an elder beside the middle-aged man shaking his head. He took out his sword and brandished it. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with a rain of swords. A cold and sharp aura shrouded the surroundings, covering a distance of several dozen meters. It felt as if anyone who stepped into it would be trapped, no matter how formidable they were. He has comprehended upper sword heart as well? Xianxia was astonished once more. It was already a fearsome feat for a middle-aged man to comprehend upper sword heart, but to think that the middle-aged man would be the same as well. In fact, his comprehension of swordsmanship might even surpass that of the middle-aged man before him. Both of you are wrong. I think that's the case. The third person joined the fray and executed his swordsmanship as well. As if a mist, his sword chi permeated the surroundings. He had also comprehended upper sword heart. Xianxia was dumbfounded. He turned to look at the others and saw that every single one of them was emanating a faint aura of sword chi, as if they had morphed into swords. These several hundred people have all comprehended upper sword heart? Xianxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva in astonishment. So far, he had never seen anyone whose swordsmanship surpassed his. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had already seen so many of them. As expected of the Sword Lagoon, it was truly fearsome. They are the master teachers, combat masters, and unaffiliated cultivators who specialize in swordsmanship in their respective empires and alliances. Even the longest of them has been here for more than 900 years. 900 years of accumulation isn't too much at all. The Dusk Cloud Sword explained. The Dusk Cloud Sword explained. 900 years? Xianxia nodded in realization. He might be a genius, and he had been cultivating for almost a year now, but the time he had spent on swordsmanship was probably less than a single day, there were countless experts in the 8 conferred empires, so it was not too surprising that there would be so many people who were on par with him over the past 900 years. After all, he could not be considered as a true genius. Putting everything else aside, he was already a far cry from matching up to his clone. Those people haven't left yet? That word is sufficient for them to cultivate for their entire lives. Ever since they came here, they haven't left, the Dusk Cloud Sword replied. Sigh. Xianxia sighed. He suddenly recalled a book that he had read in his previous life. On one of the islands, there was an unparalleled secret manual. Every year, during the Laba festival, there would be people who would head there, but none of them would return. Even though there was no one to restrict them from entering, in order to comprehend more profound martial arts, they still chose to immerse themselves in it, oblivious to the passing of time. I think I'm right. I'm the one who's right. All of you are wrong. If you're indignant, let's have a duel. Voila, the trio quarreled for a long time, but none of them were able to convince the other. Eventually, they drew their swords and fought one another. Actually, their cultivation has already gone berserk. Xianxia shook his head. No matter how profound the sword character was, no matter how skilled the old sword maestro was, the fact that those 3 were so engrossed in it that they were unable to extricate themselves from it, even going so far as to fight one another. Their cultivation had already gone berserk. Amidst the exclamations, a victor had already been decided among the 3 experts. 2 of them were severely injured, and the only victor had a dazed look in his eyes. He wondered if he had comprehended the character wrongly. Otherwise, how could the other 2 be so powerful as well? Xianxia knew that the other party had already lost his ability to make judgments due to his immersion in swordsmanship. Under such circumstances, it was futile to try and persuade him otherwise. Thus, he raised his head to look at the massive character on the cliff. Even though the character was inscribed using sword chi, it harnessed the will of the inscriber. Every single stroke of the character seemed to be a different kind of sword art, and it was a majestic sight to behold. The more one looked at it, the more unfathomable it seemed. It's no wonder these people are so engrossed in it. Just by looking at it for a moment, Xianxia felt his mind stirring, and he could not help but feel the urge to cultivate. Slowly, he closed his eyes. It was not that his mind was strong enough to resist the temptation that others were unable to resist. Rather, there were simply too many flaws in the sword art that he had comprehended from the character, such that he could not comprehend it at all. What are those? Exhaling deeply, Xianxia tossed aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. Opening his eyes once more, he saw that the surroundings of the cliff were also filled with countless characters. These are the sword intent and sword arts that the past generations of cultivators have comprehended. If your understanding of the sword character on the cliff isn't too deep, you can use these as a reference. The Dusk Cloud Sword said. I see. Xianxia took a look at the Dusk Cloud Sword. As expected, it was filled with the insights of the past cultivators, and there were more than 1,000 of them linked together. It's quite similar to the Saint Ascension platform. Xianxia nodded. He had seen quite a few insights on the Saint Ascension platform, and every single one of them had thought that they had comprehended the true meaning of the sword art. However, the truth was that what they had comprehended was filled with flaws. It was probably the same for this sword art as well. Flaws. Sweeping his gaze across the cliff, several books materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. These insights were also a kind of secret manual. With just a glance, he would be able to collect them. Compile. Xianxia muttered softly, and more than 1,000 sword art secret manuals materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. Tapping on it lightly, Xianxia's eyes lit up. It's actually the Heaven's Path sword art. Xianxia had only intended to browse through it casually, but who could have thought that the comprehension of the crowd over the years would actually be compiled into a Heaven's Path sword art? Xianxia swiftly went through the contents of the Heaven's Path sword art in his mind. He had to admit that the swordsmanship left behind by the old sword maestro was indeed profound. If he were to cultivate according to it, his understanding of swordsmanship would surely rise by a huge margin. Just as Xianxia was about to close his eyes to cultivate, he suddenly felt the spiritual energy in the surroundings converging toward him, reminiscent of a tornado. Turning his gaze over, he saw that the crowd, who were immersed in their cultivation, had also raised their heads. Master, just as Xianxia was about to take a look at what was going on, the dusk cloud sword suddenly began shaking uncontrollably, as if it had lost control of its body. What's wrong? Xianxia frowned in bewilderment. Master, someone has comprehended swordsmanship. As a sword spirit, I'm submitting to him. Someone has comprehended swordsmanship? Xianxia was taken aback. At the very front of the crowd, a young man was seated cross-legged on the ground. Sword chi was swirling around his head, reminiscent of an unparalleled sword that had been unsheathed, threatening to tear the world into two. Is that Ma Minghai? Upon seeing the appearance of the figure, Xianxia frowned. The other party was no other than the genius of Qianchong Empire, Ma Minghai, whom he had fought with back in Mingshi Tang. Why is he here? Xianxia frowned. Everyone who entered this place was worried that they would be eliminated or eliminate others. Yet, this fellow actually sat there and cultivated. Furthermore, from the looks of it, he seemed to have been here for quite some time already. It was no wonder he was so perplexed. He's a prodigy of the Qianchong Empire, and he's skilled in swordsmanship as well. It was only after I grabbed hold of the dusk cloud sword that I realized where I was. Soon, he realized what was going on. Given that the other party was from the Qianchong Empire, it was likely that he had been to the Sword Lagoon before. Rumble, amidst those words, the surrounding sword intent and sword chi swiftly gathered toward Xianxia, and in the blink of an eye, Xianxia's aura grew stronger and stronger. Wang, beside him, the Muyun sword couldn't hold on any longer. It prostrated on the ground and trembled incessantly. It seemed to be suppressed by the sword chi in his body and didn't dare to resist. It's sword quintessence. It's been 700 years, I didn't expect to see one again. Looking at the sword chi that filled the sky and the submission of the sword in his hand, an old man was filled with agitation. That's not sword quintessence. The true sword quintessence is the return of 10,000 swords. Since it's only submission of swords, it should be half quintessence. An old man beside him said. That's right, it's half quintessence. Most people only knew that swordsmanship was divided into sword intent and sword heart, but they didn't know that there was a sword quintessence above that. As long as the strength of the sword doesn't exceed that of the wielder, it will obey the wielder unconditionally. Another elder remarked, the young man before us is only able to subdue those whose cultivation is lower than his. He hasn't reached the level of unconditional obedience yet. Most likely, he's only at half step. Even if it's half step, it's already very powerful. Isn't this the reason why we've been researching for so long? Yeah. 700 years ago, when Jilingzhen made a breakthrough to this realm, I happened to be right in front of him, and I witnessed the miracle with my own eyes. Who would have thought that I would meet a second person at the end of my lifespan? Jilingzhen didn't leave the Sword Lagoon after his breakthrough, right? I didn't. I went to the center of the Sword Lagoon in an attempt to obtain the old Sword Maestro's heritage. It's just a pity that I haven't succeeded yet. It has been so many years since I last saw him, so I wonder if he's still alive. The crowd discussed animatedly. Half-step quintessence? Hearing the words of the crowd, Xianxia nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, the dusk cloud sword immediately felt the pressure on it disappear. It struggled to fly up once more, seemingly filled with fear and horror. Sword quintessence was a comprehension of swordsmanship that surpassed sword heart, and it carried an innate pressure on sword spirits. Considering how Ma Minghai was able to comprehend sword quintessence at such a young age, as expected of someone who was qualified to enter the sanctum of sages, compared to Zhang Jiuxiao, even Zhang Jiuxiao paled in comparison. Whoosh, after absorbing the sword chi, Ma Minghai slowly opened his eyes. Voila, there seemed to be sword chi in his eyes, ready to shoot out at any moment. Even though his cultivation was still at quasi-leaving aperture realm, meaning that he had yet to undergo the lightning tribulation, his cultivation had become much more powerful than before. It felt like he would be able to pierce through even the lightning tribulation with his sword. Xianxia? Ma Minghai stood up and stretched a little. Just as he was feeling satisfied, he saw Xianxia not far away. His eyes immediately narrowed. He had crossed blows with Xianxia before. Back then, he had executed the ocean of 1,000 swords, but he had ended up being swallowed whole by the other party. He had intended to use his trump card to defeat Xianxia, but Pavilion Master Yu had stopped him, so he could only leave the matter unsettled. Later on, when Xianxia challenged Pavilion Master Yu, he had used his puppet. Even though he had won the duel, it didn't reflect his strength. If he hadn't suppressed his cultivation and made a breakthrough in swordsmanship, putting aside defeating Xianxia, it wouldn't have been too difficult for him to kill Xianxia. A cold glint flashed across Ma Minghai's eyes as he sneered coldly. You sure are unlucky to have met me right after I made a breakthrough. It seems like I'll have to eliminate you first. With a slight leap, Ma Minghai walked up to Xianxia and said, Greetings, Xianxia. We meet again. Yes, we meet again. Xianxia nodded. Even though I'm impressed by your strength, my apologies, but we are currently in the midst of the secondary selection, and the slots to enter the Sanctum of Sages are on the line. So, do you want to take out the Jade token? Yourself, or do you want me to make a move on you? Ma Minghai glanced at Xianxia impassively as he spoke with an authoritative tone. Take it out yourself, and I can choose not to make a move on you so as to lessen your suffering. However, if I were to make a move on you, even though the rules don't allow you to kill others, it's still possible for you to suffer some superficial wounds and be immobilized for a short period of time. If you're immobilized here, I can't guarantee that you won't be killed by the Saint Beasts. Are you threatening me? Xianxia shook his head. You can think of it as a threat, or you can think of it as, I'm stronger than you, so I'm pressuring you. Ma Minghai sneered coldly. Xianxia frowned. Does that mean that I can do whatever I want just because I'm stronger? That's right. If you are strong, you can do whatever you want. Ma Minghai's lips curled up. Previously, when he was defeated by Xianxia, he had been feeling extremely stifled. However, there was no one else around, so there was no need for him to play by the rules of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. He could easily crush Xianxia and exact his vengeance. At the same time, he could help Pavilion Master Yu vent his anger. All right then. Seeing how the other party was so direct, Xianxia sighed deeply. He flicked his palm, infused his Xianxia into the jade token, and pushed it forward. Since you've already made up your mind, I'll have to apologize. Why? Are you intending to make a move on me? Seeing how Xianxia was still putting up a desperate struggle, Ma Minghai burst into laughter. With a tap of his finger, he sent a surge of sword qi toward Xianxia. His comprehension of swordsmanship had reached half-quintessence. Even without using a sword, the sword qi in his body was more than enough to defeat an expert of the same cultivation realm. Needless to say, a mere primordial spirit realm intermediate stage cultivator. Xianxia was perplexed. When he fought with Xianxia the previous day, he was only at primordial spirit realm intermediate stage. Why would he suddenly look like a pinnacle cultivator at this moment? How could he possibly advance 2 realms in a single night? Regardless of whether you're at primordial spirit realm intermediate stage or pinnacle, it doesn't matter. Against the current me, only death awaits. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and sent a burst of sword qi toward Xianxia. Just as he thought that he would be able to pierce through Xianxian's palm with ease, the sword qi collided with Xianxian's palm and dissipated immediately. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. As someone who had comprehended half-quintessence of swordsmanship, he knew just how powerful that finger strike of his was. Even Brother's son would not dare to face it head-on. Yet, that fellow was actually able to dissipate it with a single palm strike. How in the world did he do it? However, before he could recover from his bewilderment, Xianxian's palm strike continued forward, arriving right before him in the blink of an eye. Pung! Under the immense pressure, Ma Minghai's face reddened. He tried to defend himself, but he was unable to do so at all. He crashed right into a massive boulder, and a stifling sensation filled his chest, causing him to spurt a mouthful of blood. How could this be? How could you possibly be so powerful? Ma Minghai gritted his teeth in disbelief. The reason why he had lost to Xianxia the previous day was because he had suppressed his cultivation. Yet, despite not suppressing his cultivation and comprehending half-quintessence, he was still defeated. This must be a coincidence. I don't believe it. Ma Minghai abruptly stood up and used his finger as a sword to draw a semicircle in front of his chest. A burst of Xinqi gushed forth, forming a circle around him. Sword qi of the myriad, heed my command. With a furious roar, the sword chi in the surroundings gathered together to form a massive 10-meter-long sword right before his chest. Having comprehended half-quintessence, even though he was still unable to command the sword to heed his command, he was still able to control the sword chi in the air. There were sword cultivators everywhere in the sword lagoon, and their sword chi would not dissipate at all. Being able to manipulate the sword chi meant that he had the support of so many experts, increasing his fighting prowess by more than twofold. With his current strength, even if a leaving Aperture Realm expert were to face him, he would be able to slay them easily. Is this the strength of a half-quintessence cultivator? How fearsome! With his control over sword chi, he's practically invincible in the sword lagoon, indeed. That fellow is probably going to be defeated soon. The crowd in the area had grim looks on their faces. They were all sword cultivators, so they knew just how fearsome a half-quintessence cultivator could be. With the might of his sword chi, he was practically invincible among his peers. However, the young man before them was only a primordial spirit realm pinnacle, so how could he possibly stand up to him? Voila! Before everyone's shocked gazes, the sword formed entirely out of sword chi pierced right toward Xianxia. As if breaking through the sound barrier, it appeared right before Xianxia in the blink of an eye. Judging from the might of the sword, even the toughest of cultivators would be sliced in half if they were to be struck. The might of the sword chi is indeed formidable, but it's ultimately not my own. Xianxia shook his head. Instead of showing the slightest hint of nervousness, he revealed a look of disappointment as he tapped his finger lightly. A unique glow emanated from his fingertip, and upon coming into contact with the incoming sword, it immediately dissipated. Go! Xianxia flicked his finger lightly. Peng, Ma Minghai was sent flying once more. His back crashed into the wall, creating a massive depression. It was as if someone had pinned him to the wall, and no matter how he struggled, he was unable to move at all. Why you? With a ghastly pale face, Ma Minghai stared at the young man with eyes filled with fear. He thought that he would be able to crush the other party easily even without suppressing his cultivation, but who could have thought that the other party would be able to render him completely helpless with just a single finger? Even with the help of his sword chi, he was still unable to defeat the other party. While Ma Minghai was still in a state of disbelief, the young man walked over gracefully with a smile on his face. Even though I am impressed by your strength, my apologies, but we are in the midst of the secondary selection, and the slots to enter the Sanctum of Sages are at stake. So, do you want to hand over the jade token yourself, or do you want me to do it myself? Ma Minghai's entire body tensed up, and his face reddened. Those were the exact words that he had said to the other party a moment ago. Who would have thought that the other party would return them back to him word for word? You want to take my jade token? You'll have to kill me first. Ma Minghai gritted his teeth. Losing the jade token meant that he was no longer qualified to enter the Sanctum of Sages. All of his hard work would go down the drain. Kill you? I don't think so. With a light chuckle, Xianxia flicked his finger. Peng, Ma Minghai immediately felt as if a mountain was crushing down on him, crushing him to the wall, threatening to suffocate him at any moment. Stop it. Ma Minghai tried to say something, but no sound came out of his mouth. My apologies, but I don't have the habit of backing down before my opponent. Xianxia chuckled softly. Right, you're right. You're right, the more powerful one is, the more one can do as one pleases. Jai. Under the immense pressure, Ma Minghai's bones creaked, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Unable to withstand the pressure, his body began to redden. If the other party had not set his sights on him, he would have been too lazy to make a move on him. Let go of me. I'll give you the jade token. Ma Minghai gritted his teeth tightly, suppressing the urge to explode within his body. Gidge. Suppressing the urge to explode, he shouted anxiously. All right. Xianxia placed his hands behind his back and stood on the spot. Pada, falling down from the rock wall, Ma Minghai gasped for breath. Die. A vicious glint flashed across his eyes as he roared furiously. Two swords abruptly appeared in his hands, and with a flick of his wrist, he thrust them toward Xianxia. These two swords were actually Saint Intermediate tier artifacts, and coupled with his half-quintessence sword intent, his speed was even faster than before. According to the rules, weapons were not allowed to be used in the semifinals. However, if one didn't use a weapon, they wouldn't be a match for Xianxia and would be eliminated immediately. See la, the two swords tore through the air, appearing right before Xianxia's eyes. Just as he thought that he would be able to kill the other party's helpless voice suddenly sounded. Sigh, I'm lucky that I have a good temper. Had it been anyone else, they would have long been beaten to death. Hung Long, before Ma Minghai could process what was going on, his body was already slammed against the cliff once more. Unable to withstand the immense pressure, his bones shattered in more than a dozen places, and fresh blood spurted from his mouth. If you won't give it to me, I'll take the jade token myself. Following which, he felt a stabbing pain in his finger, and his storage ring flew out of his hand and into Xianxia's palm. Ma Minghai's face reddened in panic. However, it was already too late. With a flick of his finger, Xianxia took out the jade token and tapped it lightly. Gotcha, the jade token shattered. As expected of a genius from the Qianchong Empire. You sure have quite a few treasures. Take this as the price for offending me. Initially, he should have just destroyed the other party's jade token, but since the other party was so shameless as to make a move on him after losing, he would have to pay a price for his actions. Pooh. Ma Minghai could no longer hold himself back and spurted another mouthful of blood when he saw the other party pocketing his storage ring. It was unknown how much he had paid in order to obtain these resources, but to take them away was no different from robbing him of all his efforts. Those two swords of yours are both Saint Intermediate tier artifacts. I'll be keeping them too. He was filled with despair when he heard the other party's words. I nourished my sword with my blood essence, and the spirit within it is extremely loyal to me. Even if you were to take it away, it would be useless, seeing that even his sword was going to be taken away. Ma Minghai gritted his teeth. He had paid an even greater price for these two swords, and he could guarantee that they would be absolutely loyal to him. As long as he was still alive, they would never betray him. Before he could finish speaking, he saw his two swords being patted by Xianxia a few times, and they immediately leaped over to him, shaking their heads and wagging their tails in an indescribably respectful manner. Pooh. Vomiting another mouthful of blood, Ma Minghai was filled with despair. He had thought that the other party was just a lucky rookie whom he could easily humiliate. Never in his dreams did he expect that the other party was actually a hidden dragon. All right. After taking away Ma Minghai's belongings, Xianxia could not be bothered to deal with him anymore. Thus, he loosened his grip, and the ladder fell from the cliff. Hung Long, barely after Xianxia placed Ma Minghai down, the voice from before echoed across the entire island once more. Ma Minghai, your jade token has been shattered. Third eliminated. Remaining, 31 candidates. Voila, not too long after the voice sounded, a person riding on an aerial saint beast flew over to pick Ma Minghai up before flying off. It seems like Zhang Jiuxiao has been taken away as well. Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. It was no wonder he had rushed over as soon as he learned that Zhang Jiuxiao's jade token had been shattered, but he was unable to find Zhang Jiuxiao anywhere. From the looks of it, it seemed like he had been taken away as well. The jade token harnesses a unique sword intent, and it should be able to sense Zhang Jiuxiao's location when it is crushed. Could it be that Zhao Xingma is really able to see everything that is happening on the island? Xianxia widened his eyes in bewilderment. The diameter of the island was at least 3,000 li. Even a Saint Seven Dan cultivator would be unable to envelop the entire island with their spiritual perception, so how in the world did Zhao Xingma do it? He must have used some kind of artifact. Activating his Eye of Insight, Xianxia turned his gaze toward the aerial saint beast that had just flown away. With a single glance, he noticed that there was indeed something different about it. It's actually the myriad ants. Xianxia burst into laughter. He had been wondering what kind of means the other party might have used, but who could have thought that the other party would have released the myriad ants all over the island? The myriad ants were extremely small, and it was impossible to notice them when they flew among the trees and grass. Back then, he had used it to scout out the cloud mist ridge. Who could have thought that Zhao Xingma would actually use it as well? It seemed like he had a myriad ant hive queen in his possession as well. Ant hive queen, is there any way for me to chase away the myriad ants that are monitoring me? Xianxia shook his head as he sent a telepathic message to the ant hive queen. Even though it was only the secondary selection, it was still uncomfortable for him to be monitored all the time. While these myriad ants aren't my subjects, it shouldn't be too difficult for me to chase them away. However, after I chase them away, Xiaoxia will realize that, the myriad ant hive queen said. That's true. Xianxia rubbed his glabella in distress. Naturally, the ant hive queen was monitoring the candidates in order to understand their situation. If he were to chase them away, Xiaoxia might very well come over personally. After a moment of hesitation, the myriad ant hive queen said, "Alright, I'll try to tame these myriad ants so that they'll listen to my commands. You can tame them?" That would be great. Xianxia's eyes lit up. If he could tame them, it would be much better than chasing them away. This way, he would be able to conceal himself from the eyes of the ant hive queen. Go and deal with it. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia released the ant hive queen before turning his gaze back to the cliff. Many of the sword cultivators had seen him defeat Ma Minghai with their own eyes, so they knew how fearsome he was. As such, they quickly hid by the side, not daring to offend him. However, Xianxia couldn't be bothered with them. Just as he was about to cultivate the Heaven's Path sword art that he had just completed, the Dusk Cloud sword suddenly flew over. Master. Given your strength, you should be able to obtain the heritage of the Sword Lagoon. Sword Lagoon? Isn't that the Sword Lagoon? Given how much sword chi there was, wasn't that the Sword Lagoon? What the heck? This is only the outer perimeter of the Sword Lagoon. The real Sword Lagoon is behind the cliff. The old Sword Maestro's heritage is also in there, the Dusk Cloud sword said. Oh? Xianxia was taken aback. You mean to say that the 100 or so swords similar to yours aren't here but behind the cliff? That's right. The Dusk Cloud sword nodded. Bring me over to take a look. Xianxia, who had gathered the Heaven's Path sword art, wasn't too interested in the old Sword Maestro's heritage. However, if he could subdue 100 Saint Intermediate tier swords, it would be a huge harvest for him. Even the boss of the underground black market was no match for 100 Saint low tier swords. With so many Saint Intermediate tier swords working together, even without using his puppets, he would be able to defeat Pavilion Master Yu easily. In fact, he might even be able to put up a fight against Zhao Xingma. The Dusk Cloud sword swayed a few times before proceeding forward, following closely behind Xianxia. After circling around the massive cliff, Xianxia was greeted by the sight of a vast expanse of mist. It was probably some kind of formidable formation that was concealing everything before him. Flaws. Taking a look, Xianxia realized that he did not recognize the other party, and his eyebrows shot up. Hula, a book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. Xianxia could see the flaws of the formation in the Library of Heaven's Path. Chaotic Palace Beguilement Formation, Grade 8 Formation? After reading through the contents of the book, Xianxia was taken aback. It was no wonder no one had managed to obtain the heritage. He didn't think that the formation before him would actually be Grade 8, only a Grand Dominion Realm expert would be able to set up a Grade 8 formation. There was probably no one in the Qianchong Empire who was capable of such a feat. Have you been in there before? Xianxia turned to the Dusk Cloud sword and asked. I've never been in there before. It's said that it possesses the old Sword Maestro's personal sword and heritage. The Dusk Cloud sword replied. Personal sword? It's said that the old Sword Maestro's personal sword is a Saint high-tier artifact, and even the Emperor of Qianchong Empire wishes to obtain it. However, it's a pity that no one has been able to enter the Library of Heaven's Path. The Dusk Cloud sword continued. Saint high-tier artifact? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. A Saint high-tier artifact would at the very least be a Saint 6 Dan Grand Dominion Realm artifact. This Sword Lagoon actually had such a formidable artifact? Indeed. In truth, most of the sword chi in the air originates from this Saint high-tier artifact. Those outside have been trying their best to study it. Firstly, it's for the sake of their cultivation, and secondly, it's to peer into the old Sword Maestro's swordsmanship so that they can obtain the heritage and the artifact. The Dusk Cloud sword said. It had been in the Library of Heaven's Path for quite some time now, so it was well aware of many things. This artifact is definitely worth a look. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes as he remarked in excitement. Unless he had a large number of Saint Intermediate tier artifacts, they wouldn't be of much use to him. However, it was a different story for Saint high-tier artifacts. Even Zhao Xingma might not be able to withstand it. With a weapon of this tier, he would be able to raise his chances of making a move against the Zhang clan or marrying Luozi. Stand guard here, Zhang Xian instructed. Yes. The dusk cloud sword trembled a little before coming to a halt. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian began making his way toward the mist. Previously, he had recorded the flaws of the formation in detail in the Library of Heaven's Path. Even though it was a grade 8 formation, it was no longer a secret to him. Slowly advancing forward, the mist before him abruptly dissipated, revealing a stream and a wooden hut. There's actually a paradise here? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He quickly made his way over to the wooden hut, and just as he was about to push the door open, his body suddenly tensed up. His silhouette blurred, and in the next moment, he was already 100 meters away. Voila! A surge of sword chi abruptly cut through the air where he was standing a moment ago, leaving a pitch-black mark in its wake. This sword chi was extremely powerful. Compared to it, Ma Minghai paled in comparison and was not worth mentioning at all. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes warily. Even with his strength, if not for his vigilance, he would have been sliced in half by that surge of sword chi. Just who in the world could be so formidable? Jia, the door opened, and a figure slowly walked out. It's the boss of the underground black market. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. The person who had just walked out of the straw hut was none other than the boss of the underground black market who had been pummeled by more than 100 Saint Low-tier artifacts. Why would he be here? Most of his wounds had already healed, but his previous state was still apparent. Sinister scars covered his entire body, reminiscent of centipedes crawling all over. Zhang Xian, you insulted my underground black market, stole my belongings, and broke my rules. Today, you shall die. Boss Ji Lingfeng roared savagely, and deep hatred could be seen in his eyes. While the black market didn't care about rules, those who entered it, regardless of whether one was a combat master or a master teacher, would have to abide by the rules. Yet, that fellow, he dared to wreak havoc as soon as he arrived, even severely injuring him. If he were to swallow this insult, what right would Qianchong Black Market have to remain standing in the empire in the future? You knew that I would be conducting the secondary selection here, so you set up an ambush for me? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. Only Zhao Xingma and Pavilion Master Yu knew that he would be conducting the secondary selection here. Even he had only learned of it after taming the Dusk Cloud Sword. Yet, that fellow had been lying in ambush here all along. Could it be that he had already known of his whereabouts? The Mingshi Tang Empire was a gathering of talented master teachers, and the other party had already found out about their whereabouts. Furthermore, the other party had even hidden within the formation, waiting to launch a sneak attack on them. This was truly a frightening feat. You'll know once you die. Ji Lingfeng roared furiously as he flicked his sword, and a burst of sword chi flew toward Zhang Xian once more. His sword was only 3 chi long, but it emanated a bone-chilling aura. Before the sword chi even reached Zhang Xian, a bizarre voice sounded in his ears. It sounded as if resentment was trying to knock him out. Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed in astonishment. He had always been the one who used this move to deal with others, but who could have thought that he would use it on himself as well? In a moment of carelessness, he fell for it and fell into a state of confusion. It's a demonic sound, however, his soul depth had already reached 25. 1, making it comparable to an 8-star middle-tier master teacher. Thus, he was only able to maintain this state for an instant before he regained consciousness. Driving his Heaven's Path Xianxia to clear his mind, the sword chi was already right before his eyes. The sword chi was so powerful that it felt as if his skin would be torn apart at any moment. Clenching his fists tightly, cold sweat trickled down his back. It was fortunate that he had managed to react in time. Otherwise, there would have been a huge hole in his chest. Even if he didn't die, he would have lost his fighting prowess. Whoosh, with a stomp of his foot, he disappeared from the spot and reappeared 100 meters away. Unbounded Voyager, having reached the 2 Dan of the heavenly art of dimension unravel, Zhang Xian's comprehension of the unbounded Voyager had deepened significantly, allowing him to move even faster than before. At this very moment, it was as if he had broken through the limitations of space and teleported away. You want to escape? Not so fast. With another roar, Ji Lingfeng swung his sword horizontally. The sword light extended for more than 200 meters, enveloping a large area around it. That sword has actually reached leaving aperture realm pinnacle. Xianxia was astonished. It was no wonder that fellow dared to challenge him right after being defeated. It turned out that his sword had already reached the level of Saint Intermediate Tier Pinnacle, making it comparable to a leaving aperture realm pinnacle expert. A weapon of that caliber was more focused on offense. It was far more fearsome than Jin Yuanding's sword. With the two of them working together, they could even put up a fight against Pavilion Master Yu. If I had drawn that sword in my battle with you yesterday, I might have been in a tight spot, but now, seeing through the prowess of Ji Lingfeng's sword, Xianxia shook his head and shook his head. He had been caught off guard previously, but now that he had finally reacted, he realized that his strength was still far from sufficient to deal with the other party. Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm. With a flip of his palm, a massive palm print appeared in the air and charged forth. As soon as the palm print came into contact with the brilliant sword light, it felt as if several tons of gunpowder had exploded on the spot, creating a powerful shockwave that scattered in all directions. It was fortunate that they were within the formation, protected by a grade 8 formation. Otherwise, the cliff would have been flattened. Dang 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 dang, Ji Lingfeng was forced to retreat several steps, and his eyes reddened in agitation. In just a single night, that fellow had grown even stronger than before. If he allowed the other party to continue like this, how could he possibly be a match for the other party? I told you that you'll die in my hands today, so you'll definitely. Swallowing a pill, Ji Lingfeng's aura immediately surged. It didn't take long for him to surpass leaving aperture realm pinnacle and reach half-grand dominion realm. That's a grade 8 pill. Demon Frenzy Breakthrough Pill? Xianxia asked grimly. The Demon Frenzy Breakthrough Pill was similar to a stimulant. After consuming it, one would be able to surpass one's limits for a short period of time, causing one's cultivation to soar. However, there was a time limit to its effects. Once the medicinal energy was depleted, not only would one's cultivation be depleted, one's body would be severely damaged as well. To think that the other party would go all out just to kill him. He was truly vicious, but that made sense as well. If the other party had failed to kill him and allowed him to escape, just the crime of assaulting a 7-star master teacher would have been enough for the Mingshi Tang Empire to make a move on him and eliminate him. No matter how one looked at it, the other party had no choice but to kill him without any hesitation. I'll strike him in the midst of crossing the river. Xianxia harumphed coldly as he flicked his wrist, and 100 puppets appeared before him. In the first place, he wasn't a person who cared about rules. Since the other party was already right in front of him, he wouldn't be so arrogant as to wait until he was done with his breakthrough before making a move. It would still take some time for the other party to fully digest the pill. Since that was the case, he should make use of this opportunity to knock the other party down. In any case, they were within the grade 8 formation, and the ant-hive queen had taken control of the myriad ant-hive ants, so Zhao Xingma and the others weren't aware of it. Voila, as soon as the 100 puppets appeared, they immediately charged right at Ji Lingfeng. Every single one of them harnessed a powerful aura. Working together, they were able to subdue even a half-grand dominion realm expert like Yu Ichuan easily. Even though the other party wasn't weak, there was no way he would be a match for them. Did you think that I wouldn't take precautions against you knowing that you have these things? Sneering coldly, Ji Lingfeng flicked his wrist and tossed a formation plate toward the puppets. While the formation plate was still in midair, a dense fog had already shrouded the puppets. A quasi-grade 8 formation plate? That fellow has quite a lot of good stuff. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up in excitement. As expected of the boss of the black market, he had accumulated quite a lot of good stuff over the years, putting aside how valuable the insane demon breakthrough pill was. Just the quasi-grade 8 formation plate itself was worth at least 1,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Once a formation plate of this tier was activated, even an expert of Yu Huan's caliber would be trapped for a period of time. It was no wonder the other party dared to consume the pill right in front of him. In the first place, the spirit of puppets wasn't as strong as that of humans. If they were to be trapped, they would surely lose their fighting prowess. It seemed like the other party already knew that he had so many puppets and was prepared to deal with them. If it had been any other 7-star pinnacle formation master, they would have been helpless before the other party. However, to Xianxia, this wasn't a problem at all. He shouted in his heart, "Flaws." The Library of Heaven's path jolted, and a book appeared in the Library of Heaven's path. With a light tap of his finger, the flaws of the formation plate appeared in the Library of Heaven's path. Go. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and flicked his finger. Hula! 100 sabers rushed into the mist, and ding ding dang dang, as if they had severed some kind of unique structure, the mist dissipated swiftly. The formation had been broken. Come here. With a flick of his finger, a saber carried the formation plate over to him. With a light grab, Xianxia tapped on the formation plate a few more times, and he had already assimilated the formation plate. Hong Long, even though Xianxia moved swiftly, he was still delayed by a few breaths. During this period of time, Ji Lingfeng had already assimilated the insane demon breakthrough pill, and his aura had stabilized as well. It felt as if a primordial beast could tear a human apart at any moment. His aura was even more fearsome than Han Yang's. Most likely, the boss of the black market has also participated in quite a few matches. Xianxia narrowed his eyes warily. Judging from the aura, the other party had participated in the life and death arena before. Not only had he experienced life and death, he had killed many people as well. Otherwise, it was impossible for the other party to exude such a concentrated killing intent. It was no wonder the other party dared to make a move on him despite knowing that he was a genius master teacher. It seemed like the blood that had been shed on his hands had lowered his respect for master teachers. To be able to decipher a quasi-grade 8 formation plate so quickly, you are indeed formidable. However, no matter what means you have, you must die today. Gritting his teeth, Ji Lingfeng's hatred surged like a hurricane. He raised his sword and slashed down with all his might. Si La, with the strength of a half-grand Dominion realm expert paired with a leaving aperture realm pinnacle weapon, it felt as if he could tear through space and tear a human apart. Just this move alone was enough to show that the other party was several times stronger than Yu Ichuan. Even though Yu Ichuan was the head of the Mingshi Tang Pavilion, due to his identity, he didn't have much combat experience. How could he possibly compare to the boss of the black market, who had gone through life and death battles and killed countless master teachers? Without those experiences, he would be unable to match up to the other party in terms of viciousness and bravery. Naturally, his fighting prowess would be inferior as well. How powerful! Xianxia's face finally turned grim. Against an expert of this level, all of you are useless. Keep. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia kept the puppets and sabers into his storage ring. Those puppets were only at leaving aperture realm intermediate stage and advanced stage, so they wouldn't stand a chance against an attack of this caliber. Leaving them around would only result in them being crippled. The same went for the sabers as well. Come out. Xianxia stowed the artifact away before tapping his finger forward. A sphere of light with a diameter of around a meter shrouded him. Heavenly art of dimension unravel, Tu Dan. Sensing the danger that he was in, Xianxia finally brought out his strongest fighting prowess. As soon as Xianxia's dominion appeared, it formed a sturdy armor around him. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, the other party's sword chi finally entered the range of Xianxia's dominion. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzz, as if a soldering iron falling into a block of ice. Even though the sword chi speed was hindered by Xianxia's dominion, it was still able to advance slowly. It seems like my dominion isn't truly invincible. Even if my opponent's strength exceeds what I can withstand, it'll still be difficult for me to withstand it. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. He had tried to subdue Jin Yuanding with his dominion when he had just formed his dominion, but the latter was only a leaving aperture realm advanced stage cultivator. Furthermore, he didn't specialize in offense, so he was able to subdue him easily. Now that Ji Lingfeng had consumed a demonic frenzy breakthrough pill and wielded a leaving aperture realm pinnacle sword, he was unable to withstand the might of Xianxia's dominion. However, with the obstruction of Xianxia's dominion, your sword chi won't be able to harm me anymore. Even though Ji Lingfeng was unable to withstand the attack, with the dominion, it was impossible for the sword chi to harm him. With a light harumph, Xianxia waved his hand. Voila, the sword chi that was slowly advancing dissipated in an instant. While the block of ice was unable to withstand the heat of the soldering iron, it was still able to extinguish the heat of the sword chi, rendering it unable to advance any further. No matter how powerful the other party's sword qi was, with the obstruction of Xianxia's dominion, its might had already dissipated. As if a soldering iron that had been frozen, it was no longer a threat. Since you're done with your attack, it's time for you to take a blow from me. After neutralizing the other party's sword qi, Xianxia's body flickered. Hula! With a leap of over 100 meters, Xianxian appeared behind Ji Lingfeng and launched a punch. The river of stars reversed, and the river flowed in reverse. A ferocious might crushed down on Ji Lingfeng's back. With Xianxian's current strength, even without using the heavenly art of dimension Unravel 2 Dan, he was already on par with a half-grand Dominion realm expert. Even Yue was no match for him, let alone Ji Lingfeng. Damn it! Not expecting the other party to be able to withstand his attack even after consuming a pill and exerting his full strength, Ji Lingfeng's face twisted as he turned his sword around to stab Xianxian's back. What incredible reaction of the other party! Xianxian's eyes widened in astonishment. Xianxian's thought, Xianxian's luo, as well as Xianxian's dominion. But who could have known, of course, of the battle, as expected of someone who had fought in the black market. Even if he was in a passive position, he could still find an opportunity to turn the tables around. Just like now, if his fist continued to move forward, he might be pierced by the sword before he could even hurt the other party. I'm also a veteran. Let's see who's more skilled. The blood in Xianxian's heart was immediately aroused. All this while, he had always been able to defeat his opponents in a single move. He could see through their flaws and crush them easily. He had never experienced a true battle of life and death. Now that the other party had reacted so quickly, and his strength was similar to his desire to win was immediately aroused. He turned his fist into a palm and lightly tapped forward. Initially, Xianxian was certain that he would be able to stab Xianxian with his sword. However, after changing his stance, Xianxian immediately placed his palm on the sword and continued forward. Bang! Ji Lingfeng's fingertip pierced into Ji Lingfeng's back, and he felt his entire body shudder violently. Many of his meridians were shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Borrowing the momentum, he charged forward, neutralizing most of the force. He hurriedly turned around and was just about to counterattack when he felt a chill run down his spine. He was fast, but Xianxian was even faster. As if a plaster, the other party stuck to his back. No matter how he turned around, he couldn't shake the other party off. What a bizarre movement technique! Ji Lingfeng kept thrusting his long sword backward, forming a protective circle. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Just as Xianxian had guessed, he had once participated in many life and death duels in the black market while concealing his identity, and he had even won the title of 100 crowns. His fighting prowess was truly frightening. In the same cultivation realm, even combat masters might not necessarily be a match for him. The other party before him was so much weaker than him, and more importantly, he had even consumed the insane demon breakthrough pill. Yet, he was still being pummeled to the point of spurting blood. Wasn't the other party a little too powerful? It won't be easy for me to kill you, but it won't be that easy for you to kill me either. Ji Lingfeng's eyes glinted as he drove his sword forward. At the same time, he formed a series of hand seals with his left hand and tapped lightly. So, hundreds of cold needles shot forth from behind him, reminiscent of a storm. Torrential pear blossom needles. In order to remain undefeated in the life and death duel, one had to possess incredible fighting prowess and ferocity. More importantly, one had to possess all kinds of killing means. The torrential pear blossom needles was his trump card. Every single needle was forged using unique materials. Not only were they able to pierce through the skin of a half-leaving aperture realm expert, they also harnessed lethal poison that could instantly kill a half-leaving aperture realm expert. Who knew how many experts had fallen to this move? Voila! After releasing the hidden weapons, Ji Lingfeng dashed forward and finally shook off the other party's pursuit. Turning around, he glanced at the young man before him, and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. The light around the other party's body flickered once more, and countless needles fell into the other party's palm. The other party was toying with them one by one out of curiosity. You are courting death. Seeing the other party's actions, Ji Lingfeng clenched his fists tightly in agitation. The lethal poison on the needles was something that he had forged using the help of a 7-star pinnacle poison master. There was no need for the needles to pierce through one's body. As long as one's skin came into contact with the needles, one would be poisoned to death, yet, the other party was toying with the needles. He must be tired of living. Just as he thought that the other party would surely be poisoned and fall to the ground at any moment, the young man glanced at him and shook his head in disappointment. The level of refinement of this poison is too low. You've probably been fooled. It's fine for scaring people, but there's no way it can poison people to death. After saying this, he deliberately pinched the tip of the needle. You knew that there was poison on this? Ji Lingfeng's pupils constricted. The lethal poison concocted by a 7-star poison master is colorless and odorless, making it impossible for an ordinary person to notice it. Yet, the other party was able to see through it with just a single needle. How in the world did he see through it? If I still can't identify such an obvious poison, there's no need for me to live anymore. With a sigh, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and the needles that he had grasped earlier pierced forward like a torrential storm. Even though he had never specialized in the art of assassination, he had learned many battle techniques in the Combat Master Hall, so it wasn't too difficult for him to wield a few needles. Woo woo woo, with the support of his power, the thin needle moved as fast as lightning, arriving in front of Ji Lingfeng in the blink of an eye. Knowing that it was poisoned, Xianxia dared not take the attack head-on. He flicked his sword and drew an arc in front of him. Ding ding dang dang. As expected of the boss of Qianchong Empire's black market, his mastery of swordsmanship was truly astounding. At the very least, he had reached upper sword heart. With a burst of sword chi, the countless thin needles were deflected and fell to the ground. You want to hurt me with my assassination weapons? Dream on. Ji Lingfeng harumphed coldly. But before he could finish his words, his vision blurred, and Xianxia had already appeared right before him, sending a palm right toward him. At the same time that the other party had launched his assassination weapons, the other party had actually closed the distance between them once more. You. Ji Lingfeng's face turned livid. He wanted to retaliate, but it was already too late. A searing pain burst from his face, and he was immediately sent flying. A sweet sensation filled his throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. The other party had used all of his strength in that slap. If not for the pills that he had consumed and raised his cultivation, his head would have already exploded. Even so, he still felt a bout of dizziness in his head, threatening to faint at any moment. Damn it! Ji Lingfeng's body trembled in frenzy. He had lived for several centuries, but to think that he would be humiliated twice in a row, both times at the hands of a single person. The immense humiliation left him on the verge of exploding. I'll kill you. Roaring furiously, Ji Lingfeng's Xianxia surged furiously, and he prepared to charge forward at any moment. However, before he could make a move, he suddenly saw a playful smile on the young man's face. I advise you not to move or drive your Xianxia for the time being. Otherwise, you might just die even faster. What do you mean by that? Seeing the other party's fearless attitude, Ji Lingfeng narrowed his eyes. Nothing much. While I was slapping you earlier, I accidentally inserted 2 needles into your face. Xianxia replied nonchalantly. Needles? Ji Lingfeng's body stiffened. Only then did he realize that there were 2 needles in his face. Due to the vicious slap, he hadn't noticed them at all. The antidote. Pulling out the needles, Ji Lingfeng hurriedly flicked his wrist and took out a pill before swallowing it. He had personally witnessed the prowess of the poison within the needles. A leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle Cultivator wouldn't even last 3 breaths before dying. Even though he had consumed the pill and raised his cultivation significantly, he still wouldn't be able to last more than 10 seconds before the poison. Consuming the antidote now might save you from death, but if I'm not mistaken, the poison will paralyze your body for a short period of time. You weren't a match for me even when you were at your peak, so how can you possibly withstand my poison now? With a light chuckle, Xianxia slowly walked over, raised his palm, and pressed down lightly. Gotcha! A powerful might fell on Ji Lingfeng, and he felt all of his bones shattering in an instant. His entire body collapsed to the ground. The other party was right. He wasn't a match for the other party even when he was at his peak, and now that he was poisoned, how could he possibly withstand the other party's might? What other trump cards do you have? Bring them out now. If that's all you have, don't you think that it's a little laughable that you want to kill me? Pinned to the ground, Ji Lingfeng couldn't move at all. Xianxia looked at Ji Lingfeng leisurely. The two of them had already crossed blows back at the black market, and the other party knew that he had over 100 puppets and sabers. Yet, the other party still dared to launch a sneak attack on him, declaring that he would kill him. If the other party was only relying on a single pill and a single sword, that would be a little too much. As expected of a master teacher, you are indeed a smart one. But smart people tend to die young. Spurting another mouthful of blood, Ji Lingfeng's face regained its savageness. With a flick of his wrist, the sword immediately flew into the river not too far away. Since I've already given you the sword, it's time for you to make a move. Following which, Xianxia saw the surface of the river suddenly bubbling. A powerful surge of energy gushed into the river, reminiscent of the birth of a sharp sword. Following which, an old man slowly rose from the churning water. Step by step, the old man walked into the air, reminiscent of a deity. It's no wonder why Ji Lingfeng wants to kill you. You're really something else. The old man chuckled coldly. However, since you've met me, you can die now. Voila! Right after saying those words, the old man used his finger as a sword, and a sharp glint of sword chi pierced through the air. End of chapter 1279. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.